Chapter 101, Aren't you afraid that Miss Myra Jane will cry? Boom boom boom. In the city, the battle continued. Brian and the other two were under great pressure. Even if there were a group of wizards to share the pressure for them. The main reason was that they could not capture Yevlet's true body, and they could not even communicate with each other. It seemed like a siege by a group of people, but in fact it was almost the same as fighting alone. Yevlet opened fire at full power, completely affecting the five senses of all enemies. Although he did not guide emotions, it was already extremely troublesome for Brian and others. There was no need to guide emotions. That would be too easy to challenge. Now these people have been frightened by Yevlet. They are basically defending, because they don't know what to do next and can't find the meaning of fighting. After all, if they lose, they will die. If they win, they will die too. They don't know Maiko's character and are always worried that they will be wiped out by the devil's magic. One word: despair. So they are shocked and afraid. In this emotional state, as long as Yevlet is willing, it won't take much time to completely take down their hearts. You are so noisy. Yevlet cast his eyes on the group of wizards. He took out a few cards and stuck them on his back. As his wings flapped, the cards sprayed out, the airflow increased his speed by nearly double again. Boom! He fell to the ground like a meteor, landing among a group of small magicians. He did not use honey and teal, but a red line appeared on his wrist. The red line wrapped around his fist. Bang! He punched a magician and hit his head deep into the ground. He turned around and kicked with a high whip kick. One punch and one kick. Yevlet completely abandoned his previous fighting style. Boom boom boom. Brian and others magic bombarded, blowing his younger brothers to the ground, but his younger brothers had no intention of dodging. They were all deceived by Yevlet and stood there in a daze. In their minds, they were imagining that they were participating in a thrilling battle. Not everyone is qualified to sense the magic power of Yevlet in an instant, at least they don't have the ability to do so. Only elites of the Fairy Tale Guild, such as Natsu and Grey, can barely step into the threshold of perception. Of course, this refers to their normal state. Only those who reach the S level, such as Urza and Laxus, can perceive and have enough ability to dodge. Only those who reach the level of Joseph can fight back at the same time as perceiving. That is the person who is not afraid of Yefrit deceiving the five senses. Brian and others are still a step away. They can only protect themselves, and as for those small fish, they have no power to fight back. Boom boom boom. The crazy attack covering the earth did not hurt Yefrit, but all the small fish were blown up, and were completely excluded from the high-end game. And there are 3 of you. Yefrit just finished speaking, and turned his head to look. No, it's 4. Day. Jalal walked out of the room with a gloomy face. You hurt Wendy. Yevlet said coldly, I don't care about you. Since you are standing against me, you also hurt Wendy, that little cutie. I will never hold back on you. Boom. He rushed towards Jalal. I sensed it. Brian and others quickly attacked and released magic to hit Yevlet. Sorry, Maiko, please hold on for another 40 seconds for me. Yevlet said. It's okay, Yevlet, I can bear it. Maiko said. The magic attack hit Yevlet. He didn't feel any pain, it was Maiko who felt the pain. Although it didn't break the defense, the pain was real. And Yevlet couldn't block Maiko's touch in this state. Once Maiko's 5 senses were blocked, the scale powder would not be able to fit Yevlet's body 100% and move, which would also create weaknesses. 40 seconds. Resolve the battle. A lot of blood streaks covered the whites of Yevlet's eyes, and then flowed into his irises like bugs. Yevlet's irises turned blood red, and the speed of his pupils' adjustment increased, making him look like a demon-like creature. Yevlet. Jalal saw Yevlet rushing towards him and wanted to dodge. Meteor. He turned into a meteor and dodged. Bang. On the other side, Hotai suddenly flew backwards. What? It was Hotai who was attacked? This is what it looks like when the 5 senses are deceived. Humans are creatures that rely on the 5 senses, and they instinctively trust what they see, just like when playing a game, suddenly swapping the Q, W, E, and D, F keys, it is easy to cause confusion. So, in a very short time, less than a second, seeing Yevlet rushing towards Jalal with momentum, anyone would focus their eyes in that direction. But in fact, Yevlet came to hit AI and kicked him in the chest. Then he followed him. Cards were attached to his elbows, shoulders and other joints. Once he exerted force, The cards also sprayed air, giving him several times stronger attack power. Ola 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 ola. Yevlet made crazy combos. Left hook, right hook, low sweep, high whip kick. Hida AI was completely stunned. Under this combo, he had no power to resist. Damn it! Brian, Dark Knight, and Gerald rushed to attack and bombed Hida AI together. Don't worry, it's your turn. Yevlet turned around and rushed towards Brian. Until Brian got close and Yevlet punched him, he didn't react, but it was too late. 6 demons, right. Nirvana, right. Great goal, right. The leader of the evildoers, taste the iron fist from the messenger of justice. Personality correction fist. 100 consecutive hits. Aura 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 dash. Brian was chased and beaten by Yevlet like a rag, and he punched through 2 streets. Anya was sweating profusely. Father. It's useless to call me dad, you idiot. Yevlet appeared in front of Anya again. Pretend to be cool, right. Aura aura, right. Distort space. Teleport. Hallucination. Everything is powerful and powerful's fists, all are fancy. Ola 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 ola. Anya was beaten deep into the ground, and his eyes lost focus. Gudong Jalal swallowed his saliva, and his body was numb. He thought he was cured and came out to besiege Yefrit and fight the Wind Group. He also knew that Yefrit was very strong. When he was in the Tower of Paradise before, he was fooled by the opponent's magic, and then the second-rate wizard who used fire and ice, under the command of the opponent, beat him without any ability to fight back. He only knew that Yefrit's magic was almost perfect as an auxiliary. But who can tell him? Why didn't this guy play that insidious trick, but punched and kicked people like a madman? This guy. It turns out that his own strength is so terrible. It's your turn. A devilish voice sounded in his ears. Wait, Urza. At this moment, Jalal's desire to survive surpassed brainwashing. You, the guy who made Urza cry, still want to get the mercy of her brothers? Yeflet roared. I said, I don't care who you are. If you stand on the opposite side of me, I will never hold back. And you are still the guy who made Urza cry. So. An even greater crime. 300 consecutive hits. Ola 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 ola. Boom. Jellard flew backwards and hit his head on the big bell in the city again. Dong, the bell rang. Plop. Jellard lay on the ground with a look of despair. Oh. I can't see his expression. After all, he was beaten black and blue, and he looked like a nobody. I can't see any expression. Hey. It's so cool. This feeling of educating people with the iron fist of justice. Yevlet let out a long breath, and the scales on his body faded away. Yevlet. Suddenly there was a shout. Hey? Tiffany, my perfect girlfriend, why are you here? Yevlet said frivolously. The passionate and violent Tiffany is in line with his current aesthetics. If they are together, they can do passionate sports every day. Tiffany pouted and said disdainfully, don't call me that. I have no interest in you, a guy who is obviously a crispy, violent, and self-righteous guy. The violent queen actually said I was violent. Yevlet was surprised. Boom. In an instant, Tiffany appeared in front of Yevlet and punched him. Yevlet had no scale powder at this time, so he was taken down with one punch. Wait for Tiffany to leave with Yevlet. Brian listened to the fighting sound below and said hesitantly, could it be that we have not persisted as long as those bastards? The rest of the people were silent. Don't want to answer. Feel humiliated. Out in the wild. Tiffany threw Yevlet on the lawn and said, Crispy goose, enough of the trouble. Tiffany, what are you doing? Yevlet held her stomach, the pain was unbearable. The 6 demons are extremely evil, of course I have to defeat them, so that he won't hurt my companions. I will protect everyone in Fairy Tale. Tiffany sighed, this guy really went from one extreme to another. Miss Maiko, please turn him back to his original appearance. I'm sorry, Miss Tiffany. Maiko shook her head, I only obey Yevlet. Yevlet. Tiffany grabbed Yevlet's collar and said, you guy, have you forgotten what you said in the past? A peaceful life is the best, and fame is not what you need. Look at what you have done. You defeated the 6 demons and the former Saint 10 Gerald in a few minutes by yourself. Are you going to become the new Saint 10 and become famous? Why not? If you are strong, you should show off your strength. Yevlet said proudly, with my talent, I should be the strongest. I want to be the most powerful wizard, the first of the 10 saints. I want to be the president of Fairy Tale and lead the guild to become the strongest in the world. Wake up! Tiffany punched, but shattered the afterimage. Yevlet had deceived her. Want to run? Tiffany raised her right hand, and a red line appeared on her ring finger, and then stretched out. Damn it! Yevlet was furious. There was also a red string tied to his left ring finger. No matter where he ran, it was useless. Tiffany followed the red string and caught Yevlet on the ground. She pressed Yevlet's back with her thigh, and the powerful force made Yevlet unable to resist. Asshole, violent female gorilla, if you have the ability, don't use the marriage lock. Yevlet said angrily. Why not? I sacrificed my life to tie up a slippery demon like you. Tiffany said. 4 years ago, she went to execute a commission to eliminate the Dark Guild. Coincidentally, Yevlet was undercover in it at the time, investigating the forbidden magic. As a result, when Tiffany fought the Dark Guild, she regarded him as an enemy. Yevlet wanted to play a trick on this violent girl. Who knew that after fighting, Tiffany was so desperate that she simply used the marriage lock. Tiffany used the chain magic, which could transform various things into chains and control them. For example, grass, stone, etc. could all be transformed into chains. And the strongest of all the chains was the chain she made of blood, the red line chain. The defense and sharpness were both maxed out. And there was a special chain in the red line lock, the marriage lock that could only be used once in a lifetime. Originally, this chain was used to tie up the person who married her, so that the two people's fates were linked from then on, and they could borrow each other's magic. Yevlet could borrow her magic from a distance, but she couldn't use Yevlet's deception magic. In short, at that time, she thought that she might as well die together, and couldn't let this powerful and hard-to-catch dark wizard harm the world. Once the marriage lock was put on, Yevlet's magic would not work on her. Now Yevlet was dumbfounded. It was useless to clarify the misunderstanding. Although the marriage was tied. However, Yevlet was extremely repulsive to Tiffany, the violent female gorilla. And Tiffany also called Yevlet Crispy Goose, proud like a goose, but a crispy guy. Her straightforward personality could not stand Yevlet's dark personality. So, the two had been avoiding each other and had a bad relationship. Later, after Mirage knew about this, he found Tiffany and became good friends with her, but even with Mirage's mediation, the root of the conflict between the two could not be removed. Unless, like now, Yevlet completely changed her personality. But this is not what anyone wants to see. Including Tiffany. What are you doing? Tiffany's face suddenly turned red. She felt that her thigh was bullied by someone. It's so elastic and smooth. Yevlet said, this feeling seems to be pretty good. Sniff him, it smells pretty good. Take off your shoes and show me the jailer. Have you even changed from S to M? Tiffany was furious, grabbed Yevlet's ear and said, if you do something like this, I will immediately call Miss Myra Jane. Is this a threat? Yevlet laughed, and even bullied more vigorously. Have you ever thought? Tiffany paused and said, if it becomes like this, Miss Myra Jane will cry. Tisk, what does it have to do with me whether she cries or not? Yevlet said disdainfully, but I am indeed a little tired of playing, so let's just leave it at that. He let go of his hand and said, Myko. Myko stretched out his hand and pressed it on Yevlet's body. A burst of magic power that exceeded nirvana broke out. Hey! A breeze blew by. Ah, it hurts, you violent female gorilla, let me go, bastard, you actually took the opportunity to beat me. Yevlet screamed. Tiffany then stood up. Yevlet sat up, feeling sore all over. This is the sequelae of excessive exercise. Damn, it hurts so much, so I said, fighting in person is definitely the worst option. This kind of pain will probably take several days to dissipate, damn it. Yevlet even thought of the scene where she had to squat down to go to the toilet in the next few days. Is it that serious? Tiffany looked at him with contempt. You try it. Yevlet said angrily. It's not like I haven't tried it before. I will break through the limit every day when I practice. Tiffany said. It doesn't make sense with a violent girl like you. Yevlet turned her head and gently rubbed her joint ligaments. Tiffany saw it, squatted down, stretched out her hand and pressed Yevlet's calf. Ah! Yevlet screamed, quickly retracted his legs, and then looked at Tiffany angrily and said, "What are you doing? Stupid, you have to rub it hard in this situation, so that the situation will be much better tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Tiffany reached out again, pressed Yevlet's calf, and rubbed it carefully. Yevlet gritted his teeth, his face was ferocious. Puff! Seeing Yevlet like this, Tiffany laughed out loud. She stretched out her hand and pressed Yevlet's head into her arms, saying, "Divert your attention." Half a minute later, Yevlet pushed Tiffany away violently, and then took a deep breath. He shouted, "Give up! You really don't know how to enjoy your blessings, forget it." Tiffany stood up and said, "You killed that old man before, he didn't die, just as a clue, I'm going to track him now, you lie down by yourself." "Wait, no." Yevlet grabbed her ankle. "What?" Tiffany looked at him. "I didn't ask you for help, so you should send me back the same way you sent me here," Yevlet said. "You still want to go back?" Tiffany frowned. "They have been defeated by you, and your companions are about to land in that city, so you can leave the rest to them." "No." Yevlet gritted his teeth and said, "We can't let them know that I am alone. Just deal with the 6 demons and Gerald, that would cause big trouble, I don't want to be in the limelight like this." Tiffany was speechless. Just a few minutes ago, this guy was still saying the opposite. This guy really went from one extreme to another. Tiffany said, "Then what are you going to do?" "I was beaten up by the 6 demons, they can't win easily." Yevlet said. "It was you who beat up the 6 demons." Tiffany said. "My whole body hurts so much." "That's because you don't exercise normally, you have a muscle strain." "I don't care." Yevlet said arrogantly, "You brought me here, you have to take me back, I want the 6 demons to beat them up again." "What a trouble!" Tiffany grabbed Yevlet. "Be gentle!" Yevlet screamed. Yes, young nobleman." Tiffany said helplessly, her movements much gentler. Brian and the others were still lying on the ground, staring at the stars. Who knew that the devilish voice would come back again? "Can you still stand up?" Chapter 102, Habi's Highlight. Yevlet picked up a little lowly. "Wendy." After Jalal woke up, he didn't recognize Wendy. Seeing Wendy trying to stop him, he knocked Wendy away, causing her to faint. "Wendy." Yevlet pinched Wendy's soft little face. Wendy woke up in a daze. "Ah, Mr. Yevlet." Wendy sat up suddenly. She looked around and exclaimed, "You were also caught by them?" The layout around them was obviously like a prison cell, and there were dark wizards guarding outside. "Yes, he is worthy of being one of the 6 demons, worthy of being one of the 10 saints." "Hey, I tried my best." Yevlet sighed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yevlet, I got you into trouble." Wendy said with self-blame. "It's okay, Natsu and the others will definitely come to save us anyway." Yevlet comforted. "Gerald." Wendy was very disappointed. She recalled that Jalal told her that he didn't know her at all and was very rude to her. This was not the person she remembered. "Do you know Jalal?" Yevlet asked. "Yet." Wendy nodded and explained briefly. "Like Natsu, she is the daughter of a dragon. After the disappearance of the celestial dragon Grandine, it was difficult for her to survive as a young girl. Fortunately, she met Jalal. He took her on a trip, but suddenly one day, Jalal exclaimed anima and became absent-minded. In the end, he sent her to the cat inn and left. For Wendy, Jalal is her benefactor and her brother. But she didn't expect that after the reunion, it would be such a scene. This made her sad and lost. Well, Yevlet pushed his glasses and said, "If the person the ally is talking about looks very similar to this Jalal but is very gentle, then the other person looks like another person I know." "Hey!" Wendy looked at him puzzledly. Yevlet said, "There is a person in our guild who looks like Jalal. His name is Mist Gang. He is a mysterious but gentle guy. Could it be?" Wendy's eyes widened. "As far as I know about Jalal, he was imprisoned when he was a child, and later he stayed in that place. If he is very gentle and kind, the time doesn't match." Yevlet analyzed. In fact, Wendy's benefactor is Mr. Ergen, and he still knows about this. But there must be some reasons to convince her. But there is no rush now, anyway, Wendy will join the guild later, and the truth will come out naturally at that time. As for the guy named Mr. Ergen, he travels outside all year round. Does he use a magic wand? Use sleep magic? Yevlet asked. Yes, yes, yes. Wendy became excited. That's right, Mr. Ergen is in our guild, but he uses sleep magic and has reached the S-level powerful wizard, as strong as Urza. Yevlet said, also, although he is a taciturn and shy guy, he is actually a very gentle person. So, Mr. Gang is... Wendy breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Gang described by Yevlet was the brother in her mind. So, don't worry. Yevlet took out a pillow and 2 blankets. He spread a blanket on the ground and said, don't sit on the ground, sit on this blanket. You are wearing so thin, what if you catch a cold? We are weak, and our bodies are not as good as Natsu and Grey. One of them has his belly exposed all year round, and the other doesn't wear clothes at all. So, when you have the conditions, don't treat yourself badly. Thank you, Mr. Yevlet. Wendy patted the dust on her body and sat on the blanket. Lean here, it's comfortable. Yevlet put the pillow against the wall and leaned on it. Wendy was speechless. She looked outside the iron gate and saw dark wizards guarding it. Don't worry, they used us as bait to lure our companions to cause trouble for them. Yevlet said, they won't attack us for the time being. In fact, the 6 demons had already been taken away by him. Now the 7 unlucky guys were taken away by Yevlet. Lit forced himself to take drugs, and he had to go on with the script. And the dark wizard outside the door was actually just a lie. How can I not worry about this? Wendy couldn't tell the lie, and after listening to Yevlet's words, she became more worried. Don't worry, we have Natsu and Grey, they are amateurs in internal battles, but experts in external battles. Mr. Natsu is indeed very strong. Wendy said. There are also masters such as Urza, Yiyat, and Jura. Yes. Although Wendy nodded, she was still worried in her heart. After all, the reputation of the 6 demons and the former 10 saints was too great. With such a lineup, even if her president came, it would be difficult to deal with it. Wendy was silent for a while, and found that Yevlet leaned on the pillow, covered himself with a second blanket, and then took out a book and started reading. This person doesn't seem to be nervous at all. She thought about it. This man was very strong. He fought to the lair of 6 demons by himself and fought with 7 powerful wizards for a long time before being defeated. If he fought alone, he might be able to defeat one of them. Before coming here, I heard that Mr. Yevlet was very good at wits and strategies. Maybe, he already has a countermeasure. Thinking of this, Wendy also relaxed a little and came to Yevlet and leaned on the pillow. Wendy, do you want to eat hot pot? Yevlet suddenly took out the table again. Wendy was speechless. Mr. Yevlet, you are too relaxed. She looked outside and found that the dark wizard simply turned aside, as if he didn't see it and didn't feel annoyed. So. In fact, is Mr. Yevlet respected as a strong man? Wendy thought so. Boom. Yevlet really brought out various props. The energy source is a card. Stick it to the bottom of the pot and input magic power to keep heating it. Soon, bubbles appeared in the soup. Don't worry, you'll have enough energy to fight after eating and drinking. Yefrit took out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Wendy smelled the fragrance, swallowed her saliva, and finally reached out her hand. On the other side. Damn it, give Yefrit back to us. Grey roared. If you want to save him, defeat me. Lisa said this without confidence. Grey has encountered one of the 6 demons. Lisa was wearing a helmet and kept running around Grey. I can't see clearly. Grey's eyes couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed, and he was beaten dizzy by Lisa. Of course you can't see clearly. Lisa never stopped, just because he was afraid that Grey would see clearly that his head was split open. For this reason, he also wore a motorcycle helmet. However, compared to that person, his companion is too weak. It's really boring. Forget it, let's end it quickly. Lisa felt that his head was bleeding all the time. He suspected that there was something wrong with the medicine that Yevlet gave him. Could it be a stimulant or something? Otherwise, why couldn't the bleeding in his head stop? And it also made him very excited. Let's end it with a hell motorcycle show. Lisa rode a cool red motorcycle and increased his speed again. Bang! No matter how careful Grey was, he couldn't guard against the speed that couldn't be caught by the eyes, and was knocked away far away. It's over. Lisa said. Ordinary wizards would basically not be able to get up after being hit like this. But who knew that Gray in the distance would stand up with a roll? How is it possible? Lisa was very surprised and knocked him down again. Gray stood up with another cool posture. Damn, I won't let you stand up this time. Lisa drove more motorcycles. Boom boom. The motorcycle army rushed towards Gray. Bang. Gray summoned ice cubes and blocked one, then turned over and rode on it. I can catch up with you now. Gray inputted magic power. Humph, you. Lisa turned around and sped up, then let's use the racing car to decide the winner. There are no rules for the game, you have to be prepared. Gray rode after it. Natsu. Lucy stopped suddenly, and in front of her, Natsu, with tattered clothes, floated face down on the river. This shocked her. Was Natsu defeated? Was he killed? When Lucy thought of this result, her heart trembled, and she rushed over. Natsu. The happy behind her also exclaimed. Natsu. Lucy helped Natsu up, and before she could check Natsu's condition, the other party suddenly raised his head and shot a flame at her. Dang! Suddenly a bell sounded. Lucy. Happy and Xiaolulu looked ahead in shock. Lucy disappeared. Natsu, you killed Lucy. Happy cried and shouted. Ah? Yes, you are the next one. Natsu laughed evilly. No. You are not Natsu, who are you? Happy suddenly reacted and pulled Xiaolulu behind him. Of course I am Natsu, Happy, Fire Dragon Natsu. Natsu walked towards Happy and Xiaolulu. Don't come over. Happy shouted in fear and strength. Lucy is dead, not a single bone remains. The enemy is still approaching him. Harpy has never encountered such a desperate situation. He is very scared and desperate, but... Xiaolulu. Happy gritted his teeth and said, I'll count to 3, 2, 1 and we'll run separately. Okay. Xiaolulu nodded. Run? You can't run away. Natsu smiled and approached. 3, 2, 1, run. Happy counted quickly, Xiaolulu turned around and flew away. Before leaving, she turned her head to look at Happy, wondering if he was caught up, but there was no trace of Happy on the ground. Instead, there was a loud shout from behind her. Headbutt. Happy rushed towards Natsu with a fearless attitude. Harpy clearly understood, two people running together, there is no way to escape. In his mind, he recalled the throbbing, even though it was only half a day ago. Xiaolulu, you must survive. Tomcat. Xiaolulu's pupils trembled. She couldn't believe that guy was willing to sacrifice himself to save her life. Going to die. Natsu's hand burned with fire and punched out. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Open, Sagittarius Gate, Sagittarius. Lucy's voice suddenly sounded, and then an arrow rushed straight to Natsu. Bang! At the critical moment, Natsu actually exploded into a pile of white smoke, and Gemini separated and avoided the arrow. Thunderbolt. Gemini retreated backwards, and then transformed into Lucy. Who are you? Lucy walked out from behind the tree and looked at the other party vigilantly. Behind her, Sagittarius Sagittarius and Clock Hirorakim followed. Just now, at the critical moment, it was Hirorakim who came out and saved Lucy, and then Lucy summoned Sagittarius, which saved Happy. Lucy, you're okay. Happy cried and rushed over, I thought, woohoo. Okay. Lucy was very moved and looked at Happy with new eyes. After all, he was able to accept the death of his companions in such a short time, and was willing to die to delay time and let Xiaolulu escape. Happy's performance just now was very brave and strong. However, Lucy still said, Happy, don't cry, Xiaolulu is watching. Woo. Happy immediately stopped talking, wiped his tears, and said, it's great that you're okay, let's defeat that guy together and protect Xiaolulu. Okay. Lucy nodded. Hey, this ability, is it? Sagittarius frowned slightly. It's Gemini. Hololokim said. It seems like something big is going to happen. Sagittarius suddenly reacted and shouted to Lucy, oh no, the other party is Gemini, Miss Lucy, take us back quickly. Hey, why? Lucy was stunned. Because. Gemini Lucy said very proudly, my order cannot be resisted. Swish. Suddenly, Sagittarius raised his bow and arrow and pointed it at Lucy. Miss Lucy, hurry up, get out of the way. He gritted his teeth and resisted with difficulty. Sagittarius, how can this be done? Loosen your fingers. Gemini Lucy said. Lucy was startled. From the Iron Forest, to Paradise, to Phantom, to Ahanita, she was also a battle-hardened wizard, especially with the guidance of Yevlet, so when encountering such an unknown situation, she would not shout in question, she immediately dodged to the side. Swish! Sagittarius shot an arrow, but fortunately Lucy dodged it in time. Go back, Sagittarius, and holler Akeem. Lucy quickly took back the 2 star spirits. You react quickly, little Lucy. A female voice sounded on the other side of the river. Then, Angel, who was leaning on a crutch, walked out with difficulty. Not only was he leaning on a crutch, but his hands and even his head were bandaged. You. Lucy looked at the enemy in front of her and complained, you are like this, and you still come to fight. What do you care? Angel was instantly broken and shouted. That damn man, he has no mercy on women. She didn't even participate in the battle. The others Cobra and Lisa all attacked him, and it was reasonable for him to knock them down. Afterwards, the leader, Dark Knight, Hotai, and Jalal were beaten so badly because they attacked that guy. What does it have to do with Angel? When she saw the guy's powerful fighting power, she had no intention of fighting at all. Gemini couldn't bear it, and she couldn't bear it even more. So, from the beginning of the battle, she found a chance to slip away. She slipped away. Why did that guy still throw bombs at her from a distance? He blew her away so far. After being rescued with great difficulty, before she had time to be angry at that guy for not taking care of girls, he actually forced herself to join the battle. She was like this. That guy is really heartless. Chapter 103, Yefrit, 6 Demons, Jalal, you must perform well. Boom. A fire dragon was running madly towards the city above. The city did not move, so Natsu used its tentacles as a bridge and as a chapter fish tentacles, so it was not affected by the abnormal state. Pa! The ground suddenly softened, and Natsu sank directly into it. What is this? The more Natsu struggled, the deeper he sank. Buzz! Suddenly a magic circle appeared below, and the hardened land pushed Natsu up high. Mr. Natsu, keep going. Jura said, time waits for no one. Then I'll leave this to you. Yi and Urza said. So, only Jura was left, and everyone continued to move forward. Don't hide your head and show your tail, come out, Het AI. Jura said. The magic that softens the soil is only good at Het AI. Gurgle. Het AI, with bandages all over his body, slowly emerged from the swamp. You. Jura was confused. Don't say too much, fight. Het AI didn't want to talk, just wanted to finish the fight quickly, and then lie on the ground to rest. He couldn't say that the 7 of them were beaten by Yefrit. That would be too embarrassing. Yefrit's boxing skills were not that great. At least if Natsu had hit them with hundreds of punches, it would not be a question of whether the 6 demons and Jalal could stand up, but how many ashes could be recovered. But it was very insulting. After being beaten, all of them were external injuries, bruises all over, and swollen noses and faces. Especially Jalal, who was hit by 300 punches, his face was swollen like a pig's head. You are worthy of Mr. Yefrit. Jura said admiringly. He broke into the lair of the 6 demons and beat the powerful Hoda like this. Even if he was defeated, he was still honorable. At least he must have the strength of the 10 saints. But, Jura said, I'm sorry, since you are an enemy, then no matter what state you are in, I will not hold back. Boom. A fierce battle broke out. Space distortion. The attack came suddenly. Arisa was tied up by the twisted armor, and Natsu was also suffering great pain in the twisted space. Power fragrance. Yi took out the perfume and inhaled it. Instantly turned into a muscular man. Boom. He knocked down the house next to him with a punch, revealing Dark Knight who was tied up like a mummy inside. Dark Knight was attacked and the magic was forced to be lifted. Yi said solemnly, Arisa, Natsu, go and save your sister and companion. I will stop this person, men. Be careful. Urza instructed, and continued to move forward with Natsu. Uncle, I am very angry now. Dark Knight gritted his teeth and attacked without mercy. Anyway, that guy said that he could fight with all his strength. Even if he killed his companions, it was just because they were not strong enough. Then, the humiliation suffered from that guy should be taken back from this guy. Bang! A black shadow suddenly flashed by, knocking Natsu out. Boom! Natsu knocked down several houses and was buried under the ruins. At the same time, a meteor hit Urza, who was blocked by her sword. Jalal! Urza looked at the person angrily, but was stunned. In the golden light, there was a person wearing tight armor. Although the face could not be seen, and even the body was wrapped in bloated armor, but this magic attribute, Urza and Simon could recognize it. Jalal, you guy, to what extent do you want to hurt our hearts before you stop? Simon roared and rushed towards Jalal. Humph! Jalal backhanded a magic and knocked Simon out. Boom! In the ruins, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Asshole! Natsu climbed out and looked at the enemy in front of him on the left. There was a purple poisonous snake beside him. Your smell. Natsu frowned slightly, feeling familiar. This road is blocked. Cobra said. In terms of external injuries, he was the only one intact. After all, he was killed instantly by Yefrit's fraud magic, except that he was affected by the battle in the middle and then suffered a few magic bombardments. However, as a dragon slayer, his body was very strong and he was fine. Come here, fire dragon. Cobra raised his right hand, extended his index finger and hooked it, making a provocative gesture. You guy! Natsu rushed up. Your attack intention is too simple, no. Cobra dodged a little and avoided the attack, then punched Natsu's head into the ground, and then taunted, it is a definable difficulty. Avoiding your attack is as easy as drinking water. How can I repair it? Natsu burst into flames, pulled his head out of the ground, and rushed towards Cobra again. It's useless. A simple-minded guy like you can only attack straight ahead and will never hit me. Cobra dodged and said with ease, without even changing his breathing rhythm. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Natsu's attack speed was getting faster and faster. Cobra's forehead began to sweat. As expected of a dragon slayer like him, the speed and power of this guy's fist were really terrifying, just like a giant dragon. Moreover, it was still increasing, and there was no limit in sight. Bang! Cobra found the right opportunity and kicked Natsu away. He said, how about we play? What? Natsu got up from the ground without any injury. Let's see whose speed reaches the upper limit first. Cobra getting excited. When fighting with Yefrit, he was completely defeated. Not to mention that he didn't have a good time, the fight was over as soon as it started. Now he meets Natsu, who is also a dragon slayer. This guy is very famous in the magic world, especially after defeating Gajeel, the ghost. He has almost been confirmed to be the second strongest dragon slayer. The first is Laxus, without any dispute. There is a rumor that in the fairy tale S-class selection, 2 dragon slayers failed to defeat him. Then, let's try it. Let's see who is the stronger dragon slayer. Interesting. Flames burst out of Natsu's fists. Boom. Natsu attacked, Cobra dodged, seized the opportunity to fight back, and Natsu also tried his best to dodge. If he couldn't dodge, he would resist. Boom boom boom. The two of them fought fist to fist, leg to leg, and punch to flesh, in a frenzy of boxing and fast fighting. On the other side, Urza used all her strength right from the start. She was in better condition this time than last time. Last time, she had to fight the turtle dove, which consumed her magic power and caused her injuries. But this time, she had fought all the way to the top. She had fought with Cobra and Lisa before, but it was not a life and death battle. But at this time, Urza obviously regarded this battle as a life and death battle. She must defeat Jalal. Even if he is seriously injured. Simon was right. We can't let this guy make mistakes anymore. And this time, there is no lack of information. Jalal's magic and strength were fully demonstrated in the last time in the Tower of Paradise. In addition, Jalal was beaten up by Yefrit not long ago. Now, in order to cover the flesh and blood injuries all over his body, he put on heavy armor. So, the two fought, and it was a 50-50 fight for the time being. Buzz buzz. In the mountains and forests. Gray and Lisa in the motorcycle prop race. Lisa commanded the other motorcycles to crash into Gray. At this speed, if they really hit, even Gray would be injured. But Gray's skills were very good. He could dodge in various ways, even flying. If he couldn't dodge, he would use magic to block. And Gray didn't passively take the beating. He also used magic to attack Lisa. Lisa was naturally a very good motorcyclist and could easily dodge the incoming attacks. The two kept racing. Soon they went up along the long legs of the city. Shua. After passing the battlefields of Jura and Hoda, they passed the battlefields of Night and Dark Night. They even passed by Natsu and Urza. They bypassed the city, ran down from the city, returned to the forest, and continued racing. Lucy Battlefield. Seeing Angel's defense was broken, Lucy said, it couldn't be Yevlet who hit him. It must be. Happy said, if it was an enemy, Yevlet would not show mercy to anyone. Damn, that guy actually blew me up with a bomb. Angel yelled, I can't beat him, so I'll beat his teammates hard. Lucy was sweating all over. The other party's resentment is so deep. However, the most important thing now is the information about Yevlet. What did you do to Yevlet? Lucy asked. They just analyzed it. Yevlet is very strong. Although his personality changed drastically after being attacked by Nirvana, his strength will not change. Based on everyone's understanding of Yevlet, even if he faces the 6 demons and Jalal at the same time, if he wants to escape, no one can stop him. And if he wants to fight, at least 2 can be replaced. According to Yevlet's mentality at that time, he would most likely not choose to escape. Miss Tiffany said that her magic could confirm Yevlet's location and whether he was in danger of life. Soon after, she said that the battle was over and Yevlet was not in danger of life, but his location was still with the 6 demons. Then Yevlet must have been captured. The 6 demons and Jalal were still strong. Lucy had no idea how to catch Yevlet's magic, but they still caught Yevlet. Now, Lucy was more worried that Yevlet would be tortured and whipped after being caught. After all, these dark wizards were not good people. It was impossible for them to capture prisoners and feed them with good food and drink. When the name was mentioned, Angel was furious. However, she remembered the guy, smiling and talking to her, like a devil, saying, behave well, Miss Angel, otherwise when the sun rises, the fisherman downstream will find a beautiful female floating corpse or something, that would be a pity. When Angel recalled this, she couldn't help but shudder. Ah, that guy. Angel said with a proud look on his face, we caught him, and the little girl, and our leader is teaching them a lesson. Damn it. Lucy was anxious and took out a golden key. The other party's star spirit was Gemini. After what happened just now, Lucy already understood that Gemini had the ability to use the magic of the transformed. So, of course, even her star spirit could manipulate control, just like Sagittarius would attack her. Then, there is only that one star spirit, that hot-tempered guy, no matter who controls her, she will kill her and her enemy together. Open, the gate of Aquarius, Aquia. The beautiful mermaid star spirit Aquia appeared, looking like a goddess, but she was quite violent to Lucy. So Lucy said with a face ready to die, Aquia, kill that guy, it doesn't matter if you take me with you. That's what I planned from the beginning. Aquia cast a magic. At the beginning, Lucy showed a wronged look. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still a little shocked by what she said. Aquia turned into a hot-tempered sister, holding a bottle and wanting to cause a global flood. Is it really okay to be so violent, Aquia? Angel took out a key. Open, Scorpio's gate, Scorpion. What? There's another zodiac. Lucy was shocked. A Gemini is hard enough to deal with. Yet, a cool guy dressed in trendy clothes appeared and posed handsomely. Scorpion. Aquia immediately threw the bottle and instantly turned from a grumpy old sister into a love-struck fangirl. Hey! Aquia. Scorpion immediately opened his hands, and Aquia pounced on him, looking hopelessly in love, saying sticky words, Scorpion, I haven't seen you for a while, I'm so lonely. Hey! Lucy was shocked. Seeing Aquia like this, she couldn't believe it, could it be that Scorpio is Aquia's boyfriend? Lucy summoned Aquia many times, and the other party was very impatient and disliked her for disturbing her happy time with her boyfriend. But she didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that her star spirit was actually dating the enemy's star spirit. Besides, she looked like she had no fighting power at all. That's right. Aquia said shyly. Scorpion looked at Lucy and said politely, nice to meet you, the owner of Aquia, yet. By the way, Aquia's personality. Lucy wanted to complain, it was like being attacked by Nereid, they were completely two different people. Snap! Aquia grabbed Lucy's collar and said viciously, if you dare to talk too much in front of Scorpion, you are not at a level that cannot fight, do you know? Yes. Lucy replied quickly. Honey, I know a very good restaurant, do you want to go eat? Of course. Scorpion hugged Aquia and left. Ha ha ha. Angel laughed, you don't even understand the relationship between the stars, you are such a naive little girl. As she said that, she walked towards Lucy. Leo, I can only rely on you, don't let me down. Lucy could only hope that the strongest Leo, the head of the zodiac, Leo, would not be controlled by the other party. Shua. Beautiful princess, don't worry, the prince is here. Leo appeared confidently. He already knew that Gemini was in the hands of the enemy, but he was confident that he would not be controlled. Leo, then. Angel held up a key. Come out, Aries. Hearing this name, Leo lost his confidence. He was shocked and stared at Angel. Bang! The soft Aries appeared. Aries, wearing a white cotton tight dress, was a shy girl. She looked pitiful and had no attack power. However, Leo took a step back. Why can you summon Aries? Lucy thought of a possibility and asked in shock. Aries is the star spirit of Leo's previous master. Of course I got the key because I killed a stupid wizard. Angel patted Aries' head and said proudly, that woman, obviously has no talent and low magic power, but she forced to open 2 gates of the star spirit, and ended up destroying herself. What a fool! Chapter 104, Angel Lisa defeated. You killed Colin. Suddenly there was a roar. Lucy looked over, Xiang. The person who came was Xiang of the Blue Pegasus. He just arrived here and heard this shocking news. Karen is his girlfriend. You guy. Xiang roared and rushed towards Angel. Ah, so what? Angel said indifferently. Thunderbolt, thunderbolt. Gemini instantly changed into the appearance of Natsu, with flames on his hands, and punched Xiang. Now. Lucy decisively seized the opportunity and directed Leo to attack Angel. I'm sorry. Aries apologized while blocking Leo. Happy, let's go. Lucy took out the whip and swung it at Angel. Very decisive, but Angel smiled contemptuously. Boom. Xiang was knocked to the ground by Natsu transformed by Gemini, and Angel also caught Lucy's whip and pulled it hard. Hey! Angel was stunned, why didn't he pull it? Happy. Lucy rushed to Angel, and Happy arrived first, picked up the stick like dried fish and smashed it at Angel. Bang! Angel kicked Happy away, and at this time Lucy also rushed forward. One punch. I only need one punch, and I will definitely knock her down. Lucy's eyes were firm. This is what she always said during this period. The confidence in her own strength developed by holding a fire dragon as a training method. She is not a weak celestial mage. Good plan, but it's a pity. Angel was not panicked at all. Boom. The flames coming from the side enveloped Lucy. Ah, hot, hot. Fortunately, this place was close to the river, and Lucy immediately fell into the water and extinguished the flames. She raised her head in embarrassment, but found that Angel had come in front of her and kicked her. Bang! Lucy had no time to react, was kicked out, and fell on the riverbed in embarrassment. Damn it! Xiang stood up again, but was still knocked down by Gemini Natsu with fire. This time, it was difficult for him to get up again. Lucy was about to get up, and Angel punched her in the face again. Finally getting close. Lucy's mouth was bleeding, and she was soaked. She didn't care about anything else. She grabbed Angel and burst out with powerful strength, pressing him under her body. How is it possible? How can your power be so strong? Angel was confused. They were all celestial wizards. They were all very powerful. The other party gave her the feeling of that guy Cobra. Because I have to suppress a fire dragon every day. Lucy finally understood a little bit of the pleasure of Natsu, who could suppress the enemy with his great strength. Damn it, let me go. Angel struggled frantically. But Lucy was as steady as a rock. Any struggle of the other party was futile to her, far less than the power to suppress Natsu. She even had some strength left. Bang! Lucy punched Angel in the face. You dare to hit me in the face? Angel was almost crazy. What's wrong with hitting your face? Lucy punched again. On the other side, Happy and Xiaolulu frantically obstructed Gemini. However, they were average in strength and could not stop him, and were still knocked down by Gemini. However, in just such a short time, Angel's whole face was swollen by Lucy. She finally did not escape the fate of being swollen like her colleagues. Boom! Gemini finally arrived and kicked Lucy in the abdomen, kicking her out. Lucy stood up, holding her abdomen. I want you to die. Angel fell into a rage. The gate of the sculptor. She took out a silver key. Kalam, kill them both. Although angry, Angel still did not completely lose his mind. First get rid of the strongest star spirit in Lucy's hand. Sorry. Aries was controlled by Angel and grabbed Leo. Aries. Leo was shocked. Buzz the sculpture fired a magic shell, which directly penetrated Aries and Leo. Damn, Lucy! Leo disappeared unwillingly. What? Lucy and Habib couldn't believe that this guy, as a celestial mage, actually attacked his own celestial. For Lucy, this was simply beyond her worldview. What did you do? Lucy yelled angrily, are you still a celestial mage like this? Anyway, you won't die. Angel said indifferently, before that, worry about yourself first, Kalam, aim at her. But they will also feel pain. Lucy yelled. Ah, don't worry, it will be your turn to feel pain soon. Angel said. Kill her. Angel gave the order, but secretly controlled Kalam to reduce the output power. What did you do? Lucy yelled angrily. She was not a fool. Although that guy said, you must use all your strength. Killing the opponent is a sign of lack of strength. If he really killed his companion, she would definitely be buried with him. How could she trust the words of a deceptive wizard? Therefore, no matter how angry she was, Angel did not dare to kill Lucy. Buzz the magic cannon was fired. Lucy. Xiang struggled to block it. Xiang. Lucy was shocked. The seriously injured Xiang turned around and held Lucy's shoulders with both hands. He looked at Lucy with hope and said, please, help me get revenge. This is the last thing I can do. I will give you the knowledge of super magic. Boom! Xiang's magic power exploded. Danger! Angel immediately realized that something was wrong, but when she wanted to move, her body froze in place. Don't move! The voice of the devil. Angel looked at the city in the sky in horror. That guy, even if he was imprisoned, could he control the situation here? No. He should be in control of everyone's situation. Angel's heart was beating wildly with fear. She looked at Lucy, the other party's eyes were blank, obviously accepting some kind of magic inheritance. Angel's face flashed with despair, anger, and unwillingness, but in the end, she slowly put down her hand. On the other side, Lucy said, look to the far sky, count all the shining stars. Show me my true self, all are in my control. I am the master of the stars, and I order you to open the door to the wilderness. 88 stars in the sky, shine, star map history. Boom! 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 The power of the 88 stars in the sky completely locked Angel, and then terrifying magic attacks, one after another. Ah! Angel fell down screaming. In the cell. Mr. Yevlet? This duck intestine is getting old. Wendy looked at Yevlet in confusion. The other party's chopsticks were holding a duck intestine that had been scalded for a long time. Ah! Well, I like it chewy. Yevlet came back to his senses and picked up the duck intestine with a smile. Star chart history? It looks very powerful magic, but it will drain a lot of magic at once, which is not very cost-effective. Yevlet doesn't like the kind of magic that drains a lot of magic at once during the battle. In that way, when facing complex situations, he will fall into a passive position. This is why he didn't learn the fairy law. If it really comes to the point of using this thing, the enemy may not give that time. The fairy law will burst out magic, and Yevlet's real body will be caught by the enemy immediately, which is purely courting death. If you can't beat him, you can run away. If you really can't, you can take the risk of getting close to him and use honey to cut him. If honey can't break the defense, then for that kind of enemy, the law of the fairy is useless. So, this magic should be modified. It can be used as a big move, but Lucy lacks normal attack magic, so it may not be impossible to modify it. Yevlet was thinking about changing Lucy's magic to a design similar to Ball Girl. In this way, Lucy's strength will be greatly improved. Has Grey not analyzed it yet? Yevlet looked at Grey again. Grey lost to Lisa in the motorcycle race, but the battle is not over yet, one side must fall. But by chance, Leo was nearby at this time. Seeing Gray being chased and beaten, he appeared to rescue him. The two arrogant guys actually cooperated very well, so they supported a 50-50 situation. By chance, Leo finally discovered the secret of Lisa's magic, and he motioned Gray to look up at the sky. Gray looked up and saw a bird flying by at high speed. He understood instantly that the opponent's magic was not extremely fast, but sensory control similar to that of Yevlet. This is how wizards fight. It is similar to a battle between two people holding weapons. One holds a spear. Although he does not have any insidious routines, he is steady and has solid basic skills. The other holds a strange weapon and can often suppress the opponent in the early stage by relying on the opponent's lack of understanding of the weapon in his hand. But once the flaw is found, it is the weirder the weapon, the faster you die. Gray and Leo did not communicate, but they had already assigned tasks. Boom. Leo suddenly froze Gray and said with disdain, "I don't need you anymore." Oh? In fighting. Lisa was happy to see this scene, so she chased Leo and beat him up. Leo was also a tough guy, and he dragged Lisa away from Gray until Gray judged that he had escaped the influence of the opponent's magic through the speed of the environment. Gray immediately broke the ice and used his own ice to raise a tall watchtower. He held an ice cannon and aimed at Lisa. Ice and snow cannon. Boom. A cannon hit Lisa, who was not prepared, and Lisa fell to the ground seriously injured. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you okay?" Gray walked to Leo and stretched out his hand. "Humph, I'm your senior brother, of course I can do it more easily than you," Leo said proudly, but he stretched out his hand, took Gray's hand, and was pulled up by him. "Great." Shirley, who was watching, breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were fighting again." In the cell, Wendy put her hot tripe into Yevlet's bowl. She found that the other party liked to eat this very much. "Thank you." Yevlet smiled at her. "Mr. Yefrid has been distracted from time to time since just now. Is he thinking about how to get out?" Wendy asked curiously. "That's not the case. I'm just thinking about some trivial things." This is obviously perfunctory, but Wendy doesn't plan to ask any more questions. Since the other party doesn't say anything, there must be a reason for it. Of course, Yefrid has been paying attention to the battlefields of all parties. Angel and Lisa are easy to deal with. Cobra is just like that. After fighting for a long time, he found that his physical fitness is not as good as Natsu, and he has begun to cheat. Jalal is also okay. This guy is letting it go everywhere, but he doesn't want to admit defeat. He was beaten black and blue. If he was defeated by Urza and took off his helmet, he would be dead. This guy has other plans. He plans to drag it out. He thinks the 6 demons can still defeat Natsu and others. Then he can find an excuse to run away. As for worrying about Urza and others? Not really. The 6 demons are threatened by Yefrid and dare not kill people. Only Dark Knight and Hotai are in trouble. Of course, this is not to say that Ichia and Jura are not strong, but now Brian, the leader of the 6 demons, is walking towards the battlefield of the 2. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 will be defeated. Then the scene of the 6 demons besieging Fairy Tale will be formed. This scene is exactly what Yefulet wants to see. After taking such a large wave of experience, Natsu and his team will become much stronger. Boom boom boom. Natsu and Cobra are still competing, but it is obvious that Natsu's upper limit is much higher than Cobra's. Cobra is getting more and more unable to withstand the pressure and finally cheats. Boom. Cubrios suddenly goes around and hits Natsu away. Cobra stands on Cubrios on the back of OS, the snake flapped its wings and flew up. Damn it! Natsu looked at Cobra flying in the sky and felt helpless. Natsu! Just then, the harpy arrived at full speed. To be precise, there were also Lucy and Xiaolulu. The 2 cats pulled Lucy up. "Hurry up and help Natsu," Lucy said hurriedly. "I don't have much magic power, Natsu, we need to fight quickly." The harpy grabbed Natsu and flew up. "I understand, I already know how to deal with his magic." Natsu is not a fool, even in terms of fighting, he is top-notch in both combat IQ and battlefield intuition. "Can you hear what I think in my heart?" Natsu rushed towards Cobra. "That's right." Cobra read Natsu's mind. "Hit to the left? Then I'll dodge to the right." Boom. Who knew that Natsu actually kicked Cobra away with one kick? What? Cobra was shocked. He actually read it wrong. A battle without thinking. I can actually do this. It's nothing more than facing Yefrit. Natsu said. When facing Yefrit's deception magic, Natsu often couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't figure it out. Directly rely on intuition. And often this kind of action without thinking, relying only on intuition and instinct, is the closest to the truth. At this time, Natsu used this method to fight Cobra. From the effect, it was very significant. Cobra's greatest advantage is his hearing, but obviously now, it doesn't work for Natsu. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two entered the stage of super high-speed bombardment again. Cobra's pressure is getting bigger and bigger. However, at a certain moment, he suddenly laughed, "Hey, don't you feel your power is decreasing?" "I feel it, so what?" Natsu's eyes were full of determination, "As long as I defeat you before I lose all my power, it will be fine." Natsu knew that he was poisoned and that Happy's magic power was about to run out, but he was still confident that he would be able to defeat him before he fell down and Happy's magic power was exhausted. "Ha ha ha, you are so shameless. Where does your confidence come from? Just because you are a dragon slayer?" Cobra laughed, and his arm turned into a dragon claw shape. "Natsu, he is also a dragon slayer," Happy said in shock. Chapter 105, Natsu wins. After listening to Cobra's words, Natsu said seriously, "It has nothing to do with that kind of thing." He stared at Cobra and said with full fighting spirit, "Just because I want to rescue my companions, I must defeat you, so I will never lose." Boom. Natsu continued to attack. So what if he was poisoned? So what if the opponent is a poison dragon? His fighting spirit is firm. He must defeat the opponent and rescue Yefrit and Wendy. Other things are irrelevant. Even fighting is not important. What is important is rescue your companions. Haha, just belief, how can you ignore the difference in strength and defeat someone who is many times stronger than you? The poison dragon laughed disdainfully, "You are a very good person." Simple, isn't it a good quality? In the dungeon, Yefrit smiled faintly. Magic is idealistic, not to mention the dragon slayer. Believe in common sense and believe in theory. That will only be a conventional wizard. Only by thinking about things that others cannot think about can you do things that others cannot do. It is precisely because of this simplicity that Natsu and everyone in Fairy Tail can continuously defeat powerful enemies. Boom boom boom. Natsu's power was declining, but his speed was getting faster and faster. Cobra simply used his body to resist. If he couldn't hear his inner voice and couldn't dodge, then he wouldn't dodge. Anyway, if the opponent hit him, he would suffer the pain of poisonous fog corrosion. Faith? Faith alone can't defeat his poison. "Natsu, I can't fly anymore," Happy said tiredly. His Natsu was also covered with poison all over his body, and the surface of his skin was red as if burned. "It seems that you lose." Cobra rubbed his wrist. The opponent's strength and speed were indeed stronger than his, but in a life and death duel, it's not just about physical strength. Damn it! Natsu's body gradually fell, and Happy couldn't hold on any longer. Then, that's it. Cobra's hand was wrapped with ominous poisonous fog. The claws of the poisonous dragon. Boom. The claws of the poisonous dragon scratched Natsu fiercely. Boom. Happy was knocked out, and Natsu fell heavily to the ground. Natsu. Lucy's heart tightened, and she saw Cobra slowly falling from the sky. She took out the key and just wanted to fight, but Cobra and Xiaolulu were knocked out by backhand, and fell to the ground. The poisonous mist penetrated into her body, and she couldn't get up. Faith. Bond. Nothing more. Cobra slowly walked towards Natsu, saw him holding his hand on the scarf, and slowly pulling it down, Natsu revealed the necklace on his neck. This was a fiery red irregular pendant, which stored a small flame. Hee hee. Natsu smiled with difficulty, picked up the necklace, put it in his mouth, and bit it hard. Crack. The necklace broke, and the small flame inside was sucked into Natsu's mouth. "It's just a little flame, what's the use?" Cobra raised his hand, and the poisonous mist condensed in his hand. Pop. Relying on the small flame, Natsu recovered some magic power. He reluctantly climbed up and said, "I didn't think so much about faith and bond. This necklace, this volcanic jade, is a gift from Yefrit to me." Boom. Natsu's hand burst into flames. He raised his head, looked at Cobra, and said word by word, "That guy is waiting for me." Boom! Natsu rushed towards Cobra. Humph! In vain. Cobra grabbed Natsu with one claw. The last little flame, only the size of a fist, what's the use? Will it not be offset by my poison mist? Defeat is certain. SHH. What Cobra didn't expect was that the flame on Natsu's fist went out before his poison palm. Natsu even changed his fist to a palm and grabbed Cobra's hand. He didn't use any magic power to resist the corrosion of the poison mist. The severe pain made Natsu's face twisted with pain. But in the end, a smug smile and a firm look suppressed all the pain. Not good. Cobra had read Natsu's plan at this time, but it was too late. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu opened his mouth, face to face, zero distance, and squandered all his magic power. Boom! Cobra took a roar head-on. He is not Laxus, and even Laxus has to be careful. Soon, the pillar of fire dissipated. Cobra's face was covered with burns and even scorch marks, and his hair was gone. He rolled his eyes and fell down. A miracle is born. In the dungeon, Yevlet was relieved. Magic was born from common sense and eventually surpassed common sense. It is not magic that creates miracles, but people. It is Natsu at this moment. Plop! Natsu smiled proudly and then fell down. Hiss! Chubarios wanted to move. Swish! An ice-shaped magic sealed it. Buzz! Gray arrived on a motorcycle. He looked at the situation and frowned. He originally rode up with Leo on a motorcycle, but saw Yiyet and Jura falling down halfway, so Leo took the two down for treatment, and he came to support. The situation is not good now. Natsu fell down, Lucy, Happy, and Charlo had no magic power left, and they were all poisoned. Simon was also injured and couldn't get up. Urza and Jalal have not yet decided the winner. Even he was covered in wounds, and his magic power was mostly consumed, far from his peak state. And the enemy now still has the 6 demon leaders Brian, Hoda, Dark Knight, and this former Saint Ten Jalal. It's really not easy to fight. In the dungeon, Yefrit was thoughtful. As expected of the leader of the 6 demon generals, he is really a senior old 6. Brian first cooperated with Dark Knight to defeat Yiyat, and then sneak attacked Jura with Dark Knight, so that the 2 strong men were offline. Now only Urza and Grey can fight. But there are still 4 enemies left. Tiffany did not participate in this battle, otherwise things would become simple. But now, it is obvious that Tiffany is still needed. Boom! Suddenly a wizard fell to the battlefield, his head tilted and he fainted. Grey hurriedly looked in the direction he came from, and a domineering figure walked over. Miss Tiffany. Grey's eyes lit up, this person looked energetic. Sorry, I was looking for Yevlet before. Tiffany said. Did you find him? Grey asked hurriedly. I found him, but it's hard to rescue him. There is a barrier there. Only by defeating the 6 demons and destroying Nirvana's magic crystal can the barrier be broken. Moreover, there is a very important thing. Tiffany said. What? Boom boom. The tentacles were raised high, and then stepped out, and the city moved. It started. Tiffany looked into the distance. What started? Why did the city move? Grey felt the vibration under his feet, his face was very solemn. Because Nirvana is going to destroy the cat transforming in. What? Xiaolulu was shocked. The one who created Nirvana is the ancestor of the members of the Cats in Guild. They have the ability to seal Nirvana, so after the 6 demons gain control of Nirvana, they will definitely attack the Cats in first. Tiffany explained. How could it be? Xiaolulu was at a loss. Tiffany said, I have already found out the situation. Nirvana has 6 legs. In fact, these are channels for absorbing magic power. As long as everyone destroys the 6 channels at the same time, if we can find the magic crystals in the room, we can stop Nirvana from destroying the cat in, and we can also rescue Yefrit and Wendy. Tiffany raised her fist and said, now, let's start. After that, she looked at Jalal who was fighting Urza. Humph, I'm tired of playing with you. Jalal said, and then ran away. He also knew this young lady. He knocked Yefrit down with one punch. He believed that if he didn't dodge, the opponent's punch would definitely smash his tattered armor. He fought with Urza, and the armor on his body was already tattered and almost falling apart. Jalal. Urza had a complicated expression. That guy. Simon gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely make him turn over a new leaf. 6 magic crystals. Grey still frowned. How many 6 demons are there now? Iluza took a breath and asked. Yi and Jura were defeated. Grey said. I defeated Lisa. Cobra is here. Angel was defeated by Miss Lucy. Xiaolulu said. Iluza looked solemn, so, there are still 4 people, the leader Brian, Dark Knight, Hodo, and Jalal. 6 magic crystals, but there are still 4 enemies, and it is difficult for us to get 6 people together. Grey was very troubled. Even if Natsu is counted, there are only 5 people, Urza, Grey, Tiffany, Natsu, and Simon. 5 people, 6 passages. If Lucy, Happy, and Xiaolulu are also counted, it would be very dangerous if we encounter one of the 4 enemies, and the probability of this is very high. Do you want to separate? Tiffany asked. No. Grey rejected it immediately. There are 6 pipelines, and the 6 demons will definitely guard 4 of them. Therefore, the probability of Lucy and the others encountering enemies is very high. After saying that, he sighed, oh, if Yefrit was here, it would be great. If he was here, he would be able to grasp the situation in the pipeline and prevent Lucy and Natsu, who is in a bad state, from encountering enemies and bypassing enemies in better condition. But now, it's completely random. It's okay to be slow. Urza said, use the stupid way and open them one by one. I hope there's enough time. Grey said. Natsu. How is it? Can you still fight? Lucy drank the medicine, bought from Yevlet, which temporarily suppressed the poison. She helped Natsu up and gave him the medicine. Fire, Natsu said weakly. Crash. Iluza slashed the rusty iron bar with her sword, and the sparks ignited the wood that Grey had found. The flames rose. Natsu ate voraciously, his magic power was recovering rapidly, and the poison was temporarily suppressed. Yevlet's medicine is really good. Lucy couldn't help but say. She watched as Happy and Charlo took the medicine, and their condition was obviously better, and they also replenished some magic power. After all, that guy spent all his training time studying these things, Grey said. I still have a few bottles here. Lucy distributed all the magic potions to everyone. After a little supplement, everyone did not dare to delay and followed Tiffany to the city. Tiffany said, I'm in good condition. I'll start from another direction and go back. That way I'll be faster. Okay, you have to be careful. Urza nodded. So Tiffany walked in the opposite direction. After she walked for a while, her figure disappeared. Iluza and others came to the first magic crystal, where Hetai was standing. I'll tell you a good news. Everything in the world can be solved with money. Hetai said. If we give you money, will you give up this battle? Urza asked. As it happens, she is really a rich woman. 1 million J. Hetai just finished speaking. Hwalala. The bills all over the sky fell and covered him directly. 1.5 million J, help us fight. Iluza said. Hot. AI packed up the money, bowed to everyone, and then silently took a step to the side. I knew he was so easy to deal with. Grey was a little speechless. Let's go. Urza said. Everyone in Hot AI set off together. By the way, do you like money very much? For money, you can even betray your partners. Natsu looked at Hot AI. In the Dark Guild, everyone got together for profit. Hot AI explained, and I want to make a lot of money and find my brother. What's your brother's name? Tell us, we can also help you keep an eye out. Natsu said. In this matter, Hot AI showed a gentle smile on his face, and he said, his name is Wally Buchanan. Hey? Iluza and others all widened their eyes and were shocked. That four-cornered man? Everyone exclaimed in unison. What? Hot AI was a little confused. Pa Simon excitedly grabbed Hot AI's shoulder. Urza smiled and said, Wally is our friend. What? Hot AI was stunned. Urza said, Wally is traveling freely on this continent with a few friends. Really? Hot AI's eyes overflowed with tears. Of course. Simon took out a photo. It was a group photo of everyone in the Paradise Tower, but Gerard was not in it. Look. Simon handed it to Hot AI. Wally. He looked at his brother who had grown up and changed in the photo, and he still recognized him. This is my brother, this is my brother. He held the photo tightly and shouted excitedly. After shouting, he said happily, look at him, he is smiling happily, and he has become very handsome. Yes, Wally, he is a very good person. Urza said with a smile. He waved his hand and took out all the money he had just collected. What do you mean? Urza frowned. No, my brother has been found, I don't need money. He said. But I paid you to help us fight. Urza said. He is very powerful, and with his help, the chances of winning will be much greater. I will help you, but not in the name of money. Het Ai looked at the photo with a happy face and said, but in the name of love. You told me about my brother and let me know that he is still alive and happy. I don't need money anymore. I should find my original intention of learning magic. Het Ai said, Miss Urza, and everyone, I will help you. Chapter 106, Natsu, give Yefrit back to us. The strength of the Dark Knight is very strong. But with Het Ai and Urza and Natsu and Grey, the four people besieged it, although it was difficult, but they still won. Everyone continued to move forward. Gellert Simon looked at the person in front with a complicated expression. The person guarding under the magic crystal was a man in armor he had changed into new armor. This is Jalal. You don't even want to show up to us. Simon stepped forward, full of anger. I want to, too. Gellert was also very aggrieved. He was beaten by Yefrit. He was hit the most. His head was beaten like a pig's head. If he took off his helmet, he would be dead. Shua Urza drew out her sword with a firm look in her eyes. This battle is inevitable. Simon also raised his hand. Even though he knew that he was not strong enough, he still wanted to do his best to participate in this battle. Simon said firmly, Gellert, don't worry, it will be over soon. We will save you. Hee. Jalal sneered twice, stood up, and the light of magic shone on his palm. Boom! The battle broke out. The last time in the Tower of Paradise, Jalal was fooled by Yefrit's magic and was defeated in a daze. The last time, just half a day ago, Yefrit broke into the lair of the 6 demons. Jalal had just woken up and faced the explosive Yefrit with a confused face. He was beaten out of his shadow. But this time, he can finally release all his magic power. He is Jalal. He is the former 10th saint. Jalal's eyes gradually became firm, and he looked at Simon and Urza. You have all grown, but I have also grown. Boom boom boom. The battle broke out. Lucy, Happy, and Charlo did not participate in this battle. They looked at the exploding magic power and did not dare to step forward. They hid in the corner and trembled. Boom. Simon was the first to go up and the first to fall. Soon after, Grey fell down. He could not bear it anymore and came to the side to recover temporarily. After all, there was still the last and most difficult battle. He could not completely exhaust his magic power. After a while, Hot Ai fell down. There were only Natsu and Urza left. Urza was strong and had a lot of magic power. Natsu recovered blood while fighting. Before his physical strength was exhausted, he became more and more courageous. Why? Urza asked. Jalal replied coldly, no comment. What can he say? Say, if he doesn't play this role, will that guy still beat him up? Jalal, withstanding the opponent's attack, punched him away. Yeflit said that we will beat up anyone who makes Urza cry. That's right, Natsu, just beat him up. Grey on the side said in support. Under the double attack of Urza and Natsu, Jalal gradually couldn't resist. Persisting to this extent is enough. Jalal felt that his body functions had begun to collapse, and his magic power was almost exhausted. He sighed. Feeling that the opponent's movements had slowed down, Natsu's super high combat intuition immediately made him make the most correct response. Red Lotus, Fire Dragon Fist. The continuous punching attack left Jalal with no chance to fight back. Boom boom boom. Jalal's armor was shattered, and he was hammered to the ceiling by Natsu, and under the powerful punching force, he kept sinking deeper and deeper. Hey! Natsu finally stopped. Jalal's body fell down. Shua! Iluza caught it, but seeing Jalal's pig-faced face, she held back all the words she wanted to say. We won, let's move on. Urza looked at Simon and said, you stay and watch him. Yet, Simon knew that he really had no ability to participate in the next battle, so he simply stayed to help Jalal heal his injuries. He couldn't help but look at Natsu. This fist is really heavy. It beat Jalal like this. Leaving Simon and Jalal behind, everyone continued to set off. There is one last enemy. The leader Brian. You are very capable. Brian looked at the people walking through the passage. Sorry. Tiffany lay on the ground with an apologetic smile. Everyone understood that she was defeated. I'm here to beat you. Natsu said with flames in his hands and full of fighting spirit. Hat. Brian threw out a magic. Although the ending was already doomed, he would rather be defeated by Yefrit again. At least that guy is really scary. Instead of these trash. One by one, the magic can be seen through at a glance, and the magic power is just so-so. Boom. Brian's magic power exploded, and at the same time, the most intense battle broke out. Faced with Brian's pressure, everyone took out all their strength. Soon, Hotai fell down completely. He had fought many battles in a row, and his physical strength and magic power were exhausted. He was not a dragon slayer. He could fight again if he gritted his teeth. He really fell down this time. Huff, huff, huff. Brian, Urza, and others were all panting. Huff, hold on. Boom, boom, boom. The noise of the magic battle was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone's magic power was almost exhausted, and their physical strength was also exhausted. Damn it! Gray fell down unwillingly. This time, it was difficult for him to get up again. Huff. Urza took a deep breath. She was really tired. If she lay down now, she was sure that she couldn't even lift a finger. Even Natsu was panting at this time. He still had magic power, but his physical strength could no longer hold on. Natsu. Urza glanced at Natsu. Natsu looked at the enemy's state and took a deep breath. Merge the flames in your left hand with the flames in your right hand. The flames in Natsu's hands merged to form a huge fireball. Fire dragons. Brilliant flame. The huge fireball was thrown out by him, and Natsu fell down with a plop, and he was out of energy. Humph. Brian was ready. Eternal dark fantasy, sorrow. The twisted magic hit the fireball. Change clothes. Iluza discarded all defenses, with only a chest wrap on the upper body, a pair of red pants on the lower body, and a long sword in hand, the demon sword Red Sakura. Completely abandoning defense, just to win with one sword. Shua. Iluza followed the fireball. Boom. Brian's magic shattered the fireball and saw Urza behind. Oops. At this time, he realized that he had been fooled. But it was too late. This was Urza's strongest attack. Shua. They passed each other. Arisa and Brian fell at the same time. It's over, Gray breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. At this time, Brian, who had been holding the magic wand in his hand, said, "This has just begun. That adult is about to wake up." "What did you say?" Everyone frowned, with a bad premonition in their hearts. "Leader." The magic wand's voice was full of fear, "You only defeated the outer personality. The outer personality loves knowledge, and the one who is really good at fighting and destruction is the inner personality. In order to control the inner personality, Brian used 6 locks to seal it. Could it be?" Gray was shocked and thought of something. "Yes, it's the 6 demons. Once they are all destroyed, the leader's inner personality will break the seal." The magic wand said. Boom. A terrifying magic power far beyond the previous one broke out. Damn it! Urza wanted to stand up with the sword, but she couldn't do it. "Welcome back, President Wu." The magic wand said fearfully. "This one is not like that one. In comparison, the other one seems kind and easy to talk to." Ha! Wu looked in a certain direction, glanced at Natsu and others, and said, "A bunch of trash, there is no need to fight with you. President Wu, do you want to?" The magic wand was very surprised. There are people who are really worth fighting. Wu took a step forward. At this time, over the cell, Yeflit raised his head and glanced at him lightly. Wu's footsteps stopped, and sweat flowed on his forehead. How is it possible? At that moment, a strong feeling of fear swept through his heart. This emotion surged, just like humans facing a tsunami, small and powerless. There was no resistance at all, and even, no desire to resist. Damn it! I don't believe it. Wu gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Boom! Another terrifying emotion descended. This time is regret. How could I be treated like this by you? Wu raised his foot and was about to take the third step. But he couldn't take this step. 2 seconds later, Wu turned around and walked briskly towards Urza, stepping on her sword. Wu said gloomily, as expected, let's get rid of you garbage first. Threatened. He. The inner personality Wu. The real leader of the 6 demons with strength far beyond the general president level. He was actually threatened. That guy said to him, take another step, and I'll make you feel the pain of a human pig. Wu wanted to ignore the threat, but the panic in his emotions almost turned him into a late-stage mental patient. He did not hesitate. If he really took this step, he would choose to commit suicide before he felt the pain of a human pig because he could not bear the panic. Unable to resist. That guy's magic. Fraudulent magic. Completely unimaginable terrifying existence. Compared to the irritable guy during the day, at this moment, this guy is like a god in charge of emotions. Even the devil makes people want to resist. Facing God, they dare not even resist. Wu, Brian, and others all knew that they were used as the trial opponents of these people this time. But he didn't understand, these people obviously couldn't stand up. Why force them to fight? Aren't they companions? Why did it come to this? It turns out that it's not over yet. Natsu supported his knees and stood up slowly. He raised his head and smiled at Wu, then, let's continue. Pa Gray also stood up with the help of the wall, until Yefrit is rescued, even if the magic power is completely exhausted, even if the muscles are dissolved, even if the bones are broken. Second half Urza threw away the sword and stood up. Let's start. As soon as Urza finished speaking, Wu waved his hand and knocked him away. Ice blades appeared on Gray's arm. Bang! Wu waved his hand and knocked him away again. You are so fragile, is there any point in fighting? Wu said. This was not said to Urza and others, but to Yefrit. Fire Dragon Natsu was knocked away by Wu before he rushed in front of him and released magic. Combat magicians are like this, they must squeeze their bodies hard and tap their potential. Yefrit pushed his glasses, his expression was very calm. Natsu, Gray, Urza. You can still fight. Boom. Everyone's heart was filled with a strong desire to fight, and Yefrit gave them a little buff. Ah! Gray roared and rushed towards Wu. In vain. Wu knocked him away. Bang! Urza hit Wu's back hard, causing Wu to stagger. Weak. Wu grabbed Urza's armor. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu punched Wu in the face hard. Powerless. Wu grabbed one with each hand and threw them out. This guy seems to have some magic power, it hurts me, I want to deal with him. Wu suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, anger towards Natsu. He strode towards Natsu. Natsu Lucy shouted worriedly, and she ran towards Natsu frantically. Boom! Wu casually cast a spell and knocked her away. Then he walked in front of Natsu. Fire Dragons! Before Natsu could use magic, he was hit hard by Wu's punch. Boom! Natsu flew backwards and hit the wall. Dark gravity. Boom! The terrifying power was released, and the wall behind Natsu collapsed. Natsu! Urza, Gray, and Lucy all shouted worriedly. Asshole, let go of Natsu! Happy flew over, but was knocked away by Wu. Are you still not going to admit defeat? Wu frowned. Boom boom boom. One after another, magic hit Natsu fiercely. Stop! Lucy broke down and cried. She had never hated her weakness so much. Boom! Wu stopped attacking, and Natsu fell to the ground. Don't stand up again, Mr. Natsu. I couldn't help but persuade. A scarred hand came out from the ruins, and then used force to push his head with cherry pink hair up to open the ruins, revealing a pair of tired but determined eyes. At this moment, Wu's anger reached its peak. Die! Genesis Wu! Countless dark ghosts completely submerged Natsu. Natsu! Everyone shouted. It's over. Wu looked in the direction of Yevlet. Is this the result you want? Oh! Just then, a dragon roar came from the darkness. The whole city could hear the huge roar. Then, a terrifying magic power erupted from the darkness. This is the result I want. Yevlet put down his chopsticks and smiled. Boom! The violent flames dispelled the darkness. Dragon scales very similar to Laxus appeared on his face. Natsu walked out of the flames, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Although that guy has a bad personality. Always playing pranks on everyone with magic. Always cheating when fishing. 9 out of 10 are lies. Self-righteous. Cheating everyone, including himself. In short, that is an extremely bad guy. If I had come into contact with him in the ashes at the beginning, maybe I would like Yefrit more like that. But as a family, it is that bastard Yefrit. I only want the original Yefrit. 6 demons. Barrier. Nirvana. Give my family and Yefrit back to us. Boom. Natsu punched Wu. Chapter 107, Natsu Gray, welcome back, Yefrit. Where did the power come from? Wu was surprised and stretched out his hand to resist. Bang. A man jumped out from the side and punched him in the face. It was Gray. This punch was not very powerful, but it was extremely insulting. He looked at Wu tiredly but firmly and said, because we are fairy tale. Bang. Iluza also rushed over, hugged Wu's arm, and said, we will never give up any family member, even if we lose our lives. This is the meaning of home. Happy rushed over and bit Wu's ear. Natsu. Lucy hugged Wu's legs. Oops. Wu wanted to break free, but everyone used up their last strength and locked his arms completely. Unless Wu had the strength to tear the muscles and bones of several people at the same time, he could not break free. Bang. Natsu's punch hit Wu's face hard. Boom. Wu was blown away, and everyone let go. Natsu took a step forward, roaring, if you want to defeat the dragon, weak humans must have a stronger will than the dragon. If you want to defeat the strong, you must have the courage to face death. It is my will to take back Yefrit. The dragon-slaying magic that my father Igneel taught me is my courage. The old president said that courage and will can create miracles. I already know the truth of the whole thing. This is all a scam by that guy. But I know that this is the miracle that guy expects. In that case, watch carefully, Yefrit, I will always stand in front of you and break all your worries for you. Boom. A mixture of purple and orange flames burned in Natsu's hands. Iluza and others widened their eyes. What is that magic power? Yefrit. Dragon slaying secret. Miracle fire type. Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. Boom. Natsu's explosive magic power gathered into a long sword, and he rushed towards Wu. No, 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 no. Wu raised his hand to use magic, but the moment his magic touched Natsu's magic, he felt timidity, fear, panic, depression, and other emotions in his heart. This is the effect of Yevlit's magic. Then, his unformed magic was completely dispersed by Natsu's manic magic. So that's it. Wu finally came to his senses. Boom. Natsu punched Wu in the chest, and Wu's figure melted in Natsu's magic. A long sword pierced the huge magic crystal fiercely, and the magic crystal shattered instantly. Boom. Wu was pushed to the ceiling by Natsu. The flames disappeared, and Natsu fell down. Natsu. Habi flew over and pulled, but failed to grab him, and was dragged down instead. Natsu. Urza and Gray both ran over, followed by Lucy, and then jumped up. Plop. Natsu knocked Lucy down first, then pinned Gray, and finally Urza was at the bottom. Haha. Natsu suddenly laughed. Everyone laughed too. This is fairy tale. Xiaolulu on the side widened her eyes, her pupils were trembling, such a guild is really enviable and desirable. Natsu rolled to the side, then Lucy rolled to his side, and then Gray rolled away. Everyone lay in a row, rested for a while, and recovered some strength. Hurry up, I don't know how long it has been, you guys hurry up and break the magic crystal and stop Nirvana. Xiaolulu only remembered at this time that things were not over yet. No, it's over, Xiaolulu. Gray said. We have to destroy the magic crystal and stop Nirvana before it ends. It's no longer necessary. It's better to say that it shouldn't be necessary from the beginning. Natsu said. Ah. Xiaolulu was confused. Yefrit deceived everyone. Urza looked very strange. Well, that guy has an old problem. Gray also nodded. Yefrit, you guy, if you don't come out, I won't go fishing with you. Habib said. Ah. Day. At the entrance of the passage. Yefrit walked out with Wendy. Yefrit's face was calm, and Wendy looked at Yefrit with a strange expression. Just now, Yevlet, who had been waiting for his companions to rescue him, finished eating the hot pot, wiped his mouth, packed up everything, took out a knife, cut open the prison door and the barrier, and walked out with her in a swagger. She was worried that there would be a fierce battle, so she was ready for the battle, because she knew that Mr. Yevlet was a wise general and assistant, and he must have tried his best to be caught when he broke into the six demons' lair to save her. He must not have much magic power now. As a result, all the guards along the way disappeared as they approached. Everything is fake? Wendy suddenly felt cold in her heart. This is fraud magic? Wendy? Yevlet. Xiaolulu was shocked, and then ran over and grabbed Wendy's hand and pulled it to the side, so that Wendy couldn't help but let go of Yevlet's hand. She scolded, "Don't pull boys' hands casually." Wendy blushed slightly and said, "But Mr. Yevlet is not a bad person. You can't do that even if you are not a bad person." Xiaolulu's tone was very strict. "I know." Wendy nodded perfunctorily. "But?" Xiaolulu asked curiously, "Why did you come out? Isn't there a barrier?" "Mr. Yevlet cut it off with one knife," Wendy said with a complicated expression. Yevlet came in front of everyone. "Yevlet, you guy." Natsu wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Everyone actually knew just now that Yevlet was not trapped at all. The reason is very simple. When Natsu finally defeated Wu, there was Yevlet's magic fluctuation in the magic that Natsu burst out. Although Yevlet's magic is undetectable in the use of fraud magic. But in other aspects, such as when using teal and honey, there will be magic fluctuations. Of course everyone will know. Especially when Natsu punched Wu, Wu immediately had all kinds of negative emotions after touching Natsu's magic. This is certainly not the effect that Natsu's magic can cause. Only Yevlet can do this. Then, if Yefrit's magic power can affect the outside world, who can trap him? Considering that Yefrit has a skill that can make people kneel in seconds, even Laxus can't stand it. So, if he really wants to figure it out, he must have been ready to take down the six demons in an instant after such a long time. So, reverse the result. Consider Yefrit's usual character. Even Natsu wants to know the truth. "You guy, really?" Gray got up, raised his fist, and finally gently hit Yefrit's chest. Natsu also got up and smiled at Yefrit with big teeth, "But welcome back, Yefrit." "Yet." Yefrit smiled slightly. Plop. Natsu and Gray fell down at the same time. Yefrit helped one with each hand, and then two deafening snoring sounds came to his ears. "Stupid Yefrit," Natsu said in his sleep, punching Yefrit in the face. Yefrit put the two down, looked at Urza and Lucy, and was about to take out the potion to distribute to everyone, but suddenly remembered something and stopped. "Wendy! What are you doing?" He turned around and just shouted. Xiaolulu blocked in front of Wendy, looking at Yefrit with a vigilant face, as if the other party was going to take her flower pot. Yefrit was helpless. What's wrong with this guy? He didn't offend this guy. Why does he feel that the other party is more afraid of him than everyone in the guild, as if he has done a lot of pranks to Xiaolulu? "I mean, Wendy's magic is better than my potion, please treat everyone." Yefrit said. "Potion, of course, can't compare to the milk volume of a level 6 star mother." "Oh, okay." Wendy nodded and hurried to treat everyone. "By the way, do we not need to worry about Nerida?" Lucy said. "Nerva stopped a long time ago." Urza said, "It only moved a little at the beginning." She had been thinking about Jelal, Yefrit, how to fight the 6 demons, etc. But thinking back carefully, it seemed that Nerida had stopped moving a long time ago. "Well, the control is with me. After we leave, I will blow up the magic crystal. It can't be left to those who have ulterior motives in the future." Yefrit said. Everyone was relieved. Wendy glanced at Yefrit, and Xiaolulu quickly moved a step to block her sight. Wendy was speechless. Xiaolulu treated her as a simple fool, but she was already 13 years old and had some understanding of those things. But, she obviously didn't have that kind of thought about Mr. Yefrit. She was just very grateful and admired him, and treated him like a brother. Mr. Yefrit treated her just like the Jelal in her memory, the eldest brother of Mist Gang, very gentle and caring. "Mr. Yefrit!" Wendy shouted. Yefrit looked at her. "So, Mr. Yefrit actually defeated the 6 demons and Jelal. Wendy said. Jeffrey looked at the innocent eyes, shook his head and said, "How is that possible? But my magic is very special, so it's hard for others to catch me." Of course he couldn't admit it. Oh. Wendy nodded doubtfully. Aerosol looked at Jeffrey with a complicated expression. "You guy. Have you grown to this point?" However, when Urza thought of the situation at that time, the answer in her mind was, Tiffany and Jeffrey defeated the 6 demons and Jalal together. In fact, Lucy, Gray, and Happy also think so. After all, Tiffany is very strong, not weaker than Urza, but she has not been seen since the beginning of the battle, and her magic can lock Jeffrey's true body. So, the truth should be. When Jeffrey was fighting the 6 demons, Tiffany arrived. Then the two worked together to defeat the 6 demons and Jalal. The Tiffany who was defeated by Brian was a fake, and her figure disappeared with the arrival of Jeffrey. So the situation afterwards should be that after defeating the 6 demons and Jalal, Tiffany was seriously injured and was arranged to leave by Jeffrey. And his old problem came back again. He could obviously solve everything, but he still came to play tricks on everyone. It is reasonable to think this way. If Urza and others really want to accept that Jeffrey can defeat Laxus, Gildarts, and President Makarov head-on, it is better to say that Jeffrey can defeat Laxus, Gildarts, and President Makarov head-on than Jeffrey defeats the 6 demons Gajilal head-on. Tiffany's head-on combat ability is very strong, and Urza dare not say that she can withstand a few punches. Her fists, combined with Jeffrey's magic, can be like Natsu, and Gray can easily defeat Jalal. So, Jeffrey doesn't say it, but Urza and others also think they have found the truth. However, even if the two work together. But this record is exaggerated enough. And according to Jeffrey's brain circuit, this guy is unwilling to be in the limelight, so he arranged this series of things later and created the fact that they defeated the 6 demons. He would say things like, if you become famous, you will be targeted, if you are strong, you will have challengers, I am a fragile skin, what if I am attacked by the old cunt, etc., and find all kinds of excuses, and then he is unwilling to be in the limelight. Even Lucy discovered this, from the Iron Forest to the Tower of Paradise, to the Civil War, to Phantom, to Ahanada. Obviously, Jeffrey is the key to defeating the enemy, but the news reports have always been mainly about Natsu, Gray, Urza, and others. Regarding Jeffrey, at most, there are a few clichés such as very powerful marginal support, excellent command and combat, and the next fairy military advisor. It seems that he is just a person like Valian who can only use telepathy to stare at a real-time projection map from a distance and then serve as a fountain commander. However, this is Jeffrey's own choice after all. So, no one said anything and respected his choice. As for whether he would be angry if he was designed to fight, I'm used to it. I'm really used to it. Not to mention Natsu and others, even Lucy has gotten used to it. And, as Natsu said, if this is what Jeffrey expects, then everyone will satisfy him. With Jeffrey as a backup, fighting can improve strength, which is a rare benefit for me. Everyone lay down for a while. Wendy restored some health and mana for everyone. Then Urza carried Gray on her back, and Lucy carried Natsu on her back. Looking at Lucy, who walked as steadily as Urza, Wendy couldn't help but say, Miss Lucy is really strong. Lucy smiled bitterly. Being praised like this made her feel complicated. Because after the battle with Angel, she found that there was a big gap between her and ordinary girls in physical fitness. She really became a girl with super strength, and it will continue to grow in the future. It's really hard to say what the specific feeling is, in the end it's quite complicated. There's a bit of helplessness in the bitter smile to accept reality. Xiaolulu Habi saw that girls were carrying boys. He came close to Xiaolulu and said with a tired face, well, I'm tired too. Humph. Xiaolulu snorted proudly, turned around and pulled Wendy away. Ha ha ha, Lucy couldn't help laughing. Happy, oh, no, Mr. Cat Dragon. Yevlet laughed, when chasing girls, do what you should do at each stage. It's too early for you and Xiaolulu. Then help me. Happy flew up, lying on Yevlet's shoulder and said, just like you helped Natsu. Lucy blushed immediately, she recalled the story of carrying people. It was Yevlet who spoke for the first time. From then on, every time she did a task, as long as she consumed a lot of physical strength and looked very tired, even if she still had the strength to walk, Natsu would naturally carry her on his back. Today, it was her first time carrying Natsu on her back. It seemed that the two of them had formed a tacit understanding and habit. Lucy turned her head and saw Urza's face full of hit smile, and she was immediately embarrassed. Chapter 108, The Truth of the Cat Transformation Hotel. Everyone left the vicinity of Nirvana. The 6 demons, Jalal, and the dark wizards were also tied up and left. Because once the magic crystal exploded and the magic supply was lost, Nirvana would collapse. Halfway through, Natsu and Grey woke up and walked down by themselves. They were embarrassed to let the girl carry them all the time. By the way, where is Miss Tiffany? Urza asked curiously. With Tiffany's strength, she shouldn't be so seriously injured that she can't meet up with everyone. And Yeflit was not injured, so naturally he would not sit by and watch the other person being injured to the point of being unable to take care of himself, even if the relationship between the two was very bad. She has another mission and has left. Yevlit said. In fact, the mission of the 6 demons was just incidental. Tiffany's main goal was to investigate the force that helped the 6 demons, so she had already followed the clues. I see. Urza nodded. Snap. Yevlit snapped his fingers. Boom boom boom. The Nirvana in the distance began to collapse. Everyone looked at the collapsed scene with different expressions and their own thoughts, especially the 6 demons and others, who had complicated feelings. Accompanied by the smoke and dust, the great magical creation, Nirvana eventually became a ruin, and there was no possibility of being used by anyone. Da-da-da. The army suddenly appeared in the distance. The leader was a young man wearing glasses, with an indifferent but arrogant expression, who had a feeling of joining an incredible organization and looking down on miscellaneous brands. He spoke in an unquestionable tone. To ensure everyone's safety, please stay where you are for the time being. I don't want to treat you in a rough way. Who are you? Habi asked. I am Lahar, the captain of the 4th Force Inspection Unit of the Freshman Council. Lahar said, we are reborn to protect the law and justice, and we will never allow any evil to exist. Freshman Council. Everyone understood. Lahar said, we are here to take away the 6 demon generals and all the dark wizards under them. Everyone was silent and silently stepped aside. People who made mistakes should be punished. Even Het Ai had made a big mistake. The soldiers took away the 6 demons and a group of wizards. Finally, Lahar looked at Simon and Gerald and said, come with us. Of course, Gerald and I have never thought of escaping guilt. Simon nodded. He pulled Jalal to Urza, looked into her eyes, and said, sorry, we just met again and now we have to leave again. Urza was silent with a complicated expression. Jalal and I have committed serious crimes. Even if we are sentenced to death, there is a high possibility. Simon said frankly. But then he became a little hesitant again. Simon gritted his teeth and said with determination, my mind has never changed. However, if Jalal and I really leave forever, I hope you can walk out of the shadow of the past and welcome your happiness. Urza avoided his eyes and still didn't speak. At this time, Yefrit, Natsu, and Grey came at the same time. Yefrit pulled Urza into his arms. At this time, she was as weak as an ordinary girl and fell over with a slight pull. Natsu and Grey came around, and Urza took their shoulders one by one. Then, an extremely suppressed voice with a crying tone came out, yet. Aerosol Lucy also came up and gently hugged Urza. Yefrit pushed his glasses. Compared to the person he knew in the previous life, Urza's personality is not exactly the same. This may be the butterfly effect he brought. At least. She is not a person who is so weak. Urza in the previous life animation cried when she was away from everyone, but now she can't hold it back, so Yefrit appeared to help her stop it, and Natsu and Grey also realized this. But weakness, what's wrong with that? Anyway, Yefrit never likes to hide his vulnerable side in his heart when facing his family. So, in fact, it's not just Urza, Natsu, Grey and others, compared to the previous life animation, are less Tsundere, including Laxus. That guy was originally 99% Tsundere, but now he has at least 10% Tsundere. Thank you for your cooperation. Lahar led his people away. Yevlit took out a hood and put it on Urza. It's windy at night, don't catch a cold. Then he pulled the hat on Urza. Urza lowered her head, and her tear-stained face was completely hidden in the hat. Mr. Yevlit, and everyone. Wendy said at this time, this place is not far from our guild, why don't you go to our guild to rest? Then I'm sorry to bother you. Everyone nodded. Arrived at the cat inn. Everyone was really tired. After saying hello to the guild leader, they were arranged to rest in an empty room in the village. Yevlet just lay down. Hiss. It hurts. Now that I relax, my whole body hurts badly. Mr. Yevlet. A little head suddenly popped in the door and shouted softly. Wendy. Yevlet asked in a normal voice. Shhh. Wendy quickly put her index finger in front of her lips, looking very guilty, she whispered, I came out without telling Xiaolulu, is it convenient for me to come in now? Of course, what's the matter? Yevlet nodded. Wendy walked into the house, knelt on Yevlet's blanket, and said, I didn't notice it before, so I didn't know that Mr. Yevlet had a muscle strain. Just now after coming down from Nirvana, Miss Urza said that Mr. Yevlet's walking posture and movements were not right, thinking about your fighting style today, so she guessed that you had a muscle strain, and asked me to help you treat it. Then I'll trouble you. Yevlet said gratefully. Please lie down. Wendy said. Okay. After Yevlet lay down, Wendy's gentle magic came, and he could feel the pain in his body was easing. Wendy. There was a roar at the door, and Xiaolulu ran into the house, looking furious. Ah, Xiaolulu, you're awake. Wendy was startled and then a little embarrassed. Because Xiaolulu said that Yevlet was a playboy, and he looked like he was very good at deceiving girls' feelings. She had seen several clips. Yevlet hugged Wendy. This made her very defensive against Yevlet, thinking that even if this guy had no problem with his nature, he should not be contacted too much. Wendy felt that Xiaolulu was really making a fuss, and even if she was a little shy when being hugged by Mr. Yevlet, it didn't mean anything. She could see that Mr. Yevlet and Miss Tiffany had a complicated relationship, and compared with this person, she was far from mature enough at the moment. Thank you, Tomcat. Xiaolulu said coldly. The harpy at the door explained awkwardly, I just wanted to invite Xiaolulu to go fishing. After a day of fighting, you invite a girl to go fishing at night. You are amazing, Mr. Malong. Yevlet shook his head helplessly. No wonder Habi couldn't catch up with him. All these years of learning from him were in vain. Although he has never been in a relationship, he has full theoretical knowledge. As long as he wants, it will be easy for him to have a girlfriend. Habi usually laughs at others, but when it comes to actual practice, he simply fails. I am just treating Mr. Yevlet. Xiaolulu, don't use that look. It's very rude. Wendy said. Treat it. I'll wait here. Xiaolulu said with her arms folded. Xiaolulu, while waiting, why don't you eat some fish? Habi came up and said. No need. Xiaolulu refused directly. Habi looked at Yevlet. Habi, come here. Yevlet waved his hand, and Habi immediately looked excited. Was he going to teach him a method? Go to sleep. Yevlet uttered 2 words, and Habi immediately lay on the bed and snored. He covered Habi with the quilt, and then obediently accepted the treatment. Soon. After the treatment was completed, Xiaolulu immediately took Wendy away. When she walked out of the door, she heard her scolding, it's so bold to enter a single boy's room in the middle of the night. But Mr. Yevlet is not a bad person. Wendy was obviously dissatisfied. Xiaolulu Yevlet looked at Habi, who was sleeping heartlessly like Natsu, beside the pillow, it feels a bit tricky to be so arrogant. But Yevlet pulled the quilt for Habi and said, straight balls may not be unable to overcome tsunderies. The next day, Yevlet was still lying in bed. Yevlet, how long are you going to sleep? We have to leave. Hurry up and get up, you are the last one to get up. Natsu and Grey rushed into the room and pulled Yevlet up. After lying down all night, the two of them were full of energy. Well, Yevlet rubbed his eyes and said, go out, I want to change clothes. As he said that, he threw Happy to Natsu. Hurry up. Natsu hugged Happy and went out with Grey. Ha, Yevlet stretched. Good morning, Yevlet, they have already prepared breakfast, so I didn't prepare breakfast for you. Maiko said on the side. Well. Yevlet yawned repeatedly, not resting well. He took out a card and turned it into a set of clothes. He stood up, and Maiko bent down slightly and helped him change clothes carefully. Only after changing clothes did Yevlet feel much more energetic. He went outside and washed his face and mouth with water. Hurry up, Yevlet, Wendy's president brought everyone to thank us, they are already waiting in the square. Natsu shouted. Oh. Yevlet followed Natsu and Grey to the square. Many people gathered here. Nirvana is the bad fate of the Cat Inn. To be more precise, it is the regret of Robin Lu, the current president of the Cat Inn and the chief of the Nirbit tribe who created Nirvana 400 years ago. Even though the real people have left, they still guard here and don't want Nirvana to be used by others. Now that Nirvana is destroyed, their 400 years of long-cherished wish has finally been fulfilled, and they can be free. Yevlet had just approached the village last night and had already discovered the truth. In the whole village, no one could be infected by his magic. They were all a collection of magic. Even the president in front of him was not a real person. But he did not say it. The president led the villagers to express his gratitude to everyone. Everyone jumped up excitedly with the blue Pegasus, and then Natsu, Lucy, and others joined in. Wendy was also infected, and after jumping twice, she stopped with a blushing face. President Robin Lu and the villagers looked serious. This made everyone in the house gradually quieted down, and the atmosphere felt very wrong. At this point, there are some truths that need to be told to everyone. Robin Lu said. Everyone looked at him. Wendy and Xiaolulu looked innocent, and they didn't know what they would face next. Actually, Robin Lu said with some difficulty, we are not descendants of the Nirbit tribe. We are the Nirbit tribe 400 years ago. Hey! Everyone was shocked. Didn't they die 400 years ago? Lucy covered her mouth halfway through her words. Miss Lucy, you are right. Robin Lu nodded, I am ashamed that I created Nirvana 400 years ago. Everyone was stunned by the news. Even if they were all wizards, they felt that this was too magical. Yevlet pushed his glasses. I don't know how strong this old man would be at his peak. Everyone listened quietly to Robin Lu telling the story about Nirvana. 400 years ago, in order to stop the war and create a better world, Robin Lu led his people to create Nirvana, which reversed good and evil. However, there is no perfect magic in the world. No matter how strong the magician is, he is only infinitely close to the truth. An unexpected bug appeared in Nirvana. The Nirbit tribe turned the bad guys in the outside world into good guys, but they didn't expect that the good guys in their own tribe were turned into bad guys, which led to a great civil strife. This great civil strife destroyed their country. Robin Lu regretted it and could only seal Nirvana. In fact, Robin Lu looked at Wendy and Xiaolulu and said, I died 400 years ago. Now I am just an existence similar to the body of thought. For the past 400 years, I have been waiting for the day when Nirvana is destroyed. Until yesterday, our wish has been fulfilled. I am very grateful to everyone. Robin Lu glanced at Yevlet. He didn't say anything, but bowed deeply. Shua. Suddenly, a villager disappeared. Then, 2 or 3, 4 or 5, 7 or 8, everyone disappeared. What? Everyone looked at the scene in shock. Everyone, where are you going? Wendy and Xiaolulu collapsed and stretched out their hands to keep everyone. Plop. But they fell to the ground. Don't disappear. Wendy shouted desperately. Wendy, I'm sorry to have kept it a secret from you. Robin Lu said, everyone in the guild is actually an illusion created by me. He recounted what happened in the past. Before Wendy came here, he was the only one guarding here. Until 7 years ago, Mist Gang brought Wendy to him. He could see that the boy also had a mission to complete. So he took Wendy in. But after Wendy woke up, she cried and wanted Jalal, saying that Jalal promised her to take her to join the Wizard Guild. In order to comfort Wendy, he consumed a lot of magic power and created a whole village of people and members of the Wizard Guild. So, Lucy covered her mouth, the whole guild is. Yes, it's all a fake scam created for Wendy. Robin Lu admitted. No, I don't admit this. Don't disappear, if it's really a scam, why can't you lie to me forever? Wendy broke down and cried. Wendy. Everyone looked at the collapsed Wendy and Xiaolulu, and didn't know how to comfort them. Lucy, who has strong empathy, cried even more. Urza looked at Yevlet, and her eyes signaled it's your turn to appear. Yevlet pushed his glasses. It was not easy for him to deal with this kind of thing. Wendy, Robin said, you already have a real companion, and you don't need a fake one anymore. He looked at everyone again and said, everyone. Wendy and Xiaolulu, I'll leave it to you. Chapter 109, Myra Jane, punishment is not allowed to be refused. Robin's magic disappeared, and the entire Cat Inn disappeared. A few minutes ago, the village was full of vitality and very lively, but at this moment, it was unusually quiet, even a little eerie. Urza looked at Yefrit again, and her eyes conveyed the meaning of letting him solve it. After all, this is related to deception. Yefrit sighed. He could deceive, but it didn't mean that he could solve the knot in others' hearts after being deceived. As he said, after being deceived, it is the time to trust the liar the most. At this moment, Wendy would rather be deceived for a lifetime than face the truth. In this situation, how can he comfort her? She can only get out of this by herself. Urza looked again. The third look was threatening. Yevlet had no choice but to accept the order. He walked to Wendy and said, "Wendy, is there nothing else besides sadness?" Mr. Yevlet. Wendy looked at him, her eyes red from crying. "Shouldn't I be moved?" Yevlet put his hand on Wendy's shoulder and said gently, "An old man who should have died 400 years ago created a warm village for a poor little girl and gave her a wonderful childhood. But people have to grow up, and young birds have to fly alone. You are moved by what the president did. But you have grown up, and you should also do so." Nothing touched him and made him feel relieved to leave. "What should I do?" Wendy asked with a sob. A person's life is a journey, encountering new things, but things will eventually be resolved, meeting new friends, but friends will eventually leave, seeing new scenery, and eventually leaving there. You may even spend a lot of money to buy a house and think that it is your home, but that house may also be destroyed, moved, and abandoned. Yeflet said, "There is only one thing that will not leave, like the sun, like the moon, like the quilt covered on a cold night." Yeflet said seriously, "Take Mr. Robinlu and everyone's will and join our fairy tale. We will become a family that accompanies you. No matter how the outside world changes, family will be the traveler's peace of mind and the way home." "Mr. Yeflet." Wendy immediately threw herself into Yevlet's arms, crying and shouting, "Please let me join fairy tale. Welcome." Yevlet smiled. "Yes, let's bear the pain together." Urza squatted down and pressed Wendy's shoulders. "Everyone in fairy tale is very good. No matter what happens, no companion will be abandoned." Lucy also came over, she was deeply touched by this. "Welcome, Wendy." Natsu smiled. "Mr. Robinlu, please rest assured, we will take good care of Wendy and Xiaolulu." Gray also came over and said, "Xiaolulu, I will become stronger and protect you." Happy comforted Xiaolulu. At this time, Xiaolulu was not in the mood to be arrogant. She leaned on Happy's shoulder unconsciously. This made Happy freeze all of a sudden. His face was full of excitement, but his body dared not move, as if he was afraid that the beautiful bird on his shoulder would fly away. After everyone had breakfast at the Cat Inn, they said goodbye to each other and returned. Lucy was holding 3 keys with a very happy expression. The 3 zodiac keys belonged to Angel. The 3 star spirits saw Lucy's cherishment of the star spirits in the previous battle with Lucy, and they were all willing to sign a contract with Lucy. After Wendy and Xiaolulu cried, they were soon amused by Yevlet's magic show and did not stay depressed on the way back. These are 2 sensible and strong girls. They should not be underestimated. "I'm back." Natsu and Gray, standing on each side, kicked open the guild door. The guild, which was originally somewhat quiet, suddenly became noisy. "Natsu, ha ha ha, why are you bandaged all over? You must have been beaten badly." Everyone teased. "No." Natsu rushed forward unconvinced. A big battle began as expected. Boom boom. The guild was in chaos, and Gray also joined in. Hey Urza sighed, took out her sword and shield, and smashed them hard. Dang! Everyone was shocked by the huge bell-like sound and stopped. "Urza, Urza." Seeing Urza's serious face, everyone swallowed their water and felt infinite fear in their hearts. "There are new people coming, don't scare them," Urza said. Everyone saw that there was a cute little loli hiding behind Urza's body. "Hey! So cute! New member!" Everyone exclaimed. "And that cat, the same as Habi. Don't compare me with that male cat," Xiaolulu said very dissatisfiedly. "It can talk too." Everyone was even more surprised. "Wendy, introduce yourself." Urza and Lucy looked at Wendy encouragingly. Wendy plucked up her courage and walked out from behind Urza. She was shy, but tried to restrain herself. "Hello everyone, my name is Wendy, Wendy Mabel, this is Xiaolulu." "So cute!" Everyone screamed. Wendy breathed a sigh of relief, it seemed that she was accepted by everyone. "Miss Wendy, nice to meet you." The gentle white-haired beauty came to Wendy and greeted her gently. "It's Miss Myra Jane." Wendy shouted excitedly, "Look, Xiaolulu, she's even prettier than in the photo." "Oh, no, Miss Wendy is also very cute, and she will definitely be a great beauty in the future." Myra Jane smiled. She looked at Yevlet, looked her up and down, and found no signs of injury, so she retracted her gaze and looked at Wendy and Xiaolulu and said, "Miss Xiaolulu looks similar to Habi, so they should be of the same race." "Love." Habi raised his hand excitedly. "Although I don't want to admit it," Xiaolulu said dejectedly. "What magic does Miss Wendy use?" Myra Jane asked. "I use sky magic, and I am the Sky Dragon Slayer." Wendy answered honestly. "Hey!" Everyone was excited. "Isn't that the same as Natsu, Gajeel, and Laxus? In this case, our guild will have 4 Dragon Slayers." "Awesome!" Wendy was embarrassed by everyone's praise. Second floor. Left. Gajeel looked at Natsu, then he looked at Wendy. Finally, he focused his attention on their cats. Then, sweating and with a strange expression on his face, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "They all have cats." He couldn't figure it out. Natsu was fine, maybe he was a special case. But why did Wendy also have a cat? He is also a dragon slayer. But he doesn't have a cat. And on the other side? On the right side of the second floor. Laxus folded his arms, leaned against the railing, looked at Xiaolulu and Happy for a few times, turned around and left, leaving only 2 words, "Boring." Wendy and Xiaolulu became the center of attention, and were the center of attention. Mirage walked to Yevlet's side. She leaned slightly closer. "What are you doing?" Yevlet looked at her. "Ah." Myra Jane pretended to be sad. She covered her eyes with her delicate fingers and cried, "Mr. Yevlet didn't smell it. It's so sad." "What did you smell?" Yevlet was confused. Myra Jane looked up at him, hooked her hair behind her ears with her fingers, revealing a flawless beautiful face. She smiled and said, "I punish you to come to my house to help tomorrow." "Oh." Yevlet tilted her head slightly, and he thought for a while, "If it's physical work, I refuse. You can go find Elfman." "Punishment. Refusal is not allowed." Myra Jane said, shook her hair, turned around and left. "Stupid Yevlet," Lucy said helplessly. "What's wrong?" Yevlet looked at her. "Miss Myra Jane smells good, don't you smell it?" Lucy said. "Yes, she smells good all the time, what's so strange about this?" Yevlet said. "You'd better not teach Habi to chase Xiaolulu." Lucy said speechlessly, "Miss Mylaja obviously used very expensive perfume. It's okay if you don't know the brand, but how can you not distinguish between perfume and body fragrance? What's the difference? Wait. Why did she spray perfume for no reason?" Yevlet suddenly took a few steps in a hurry, caught up with Mylaja, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her to the corner with a slightly rough movement. "What for?" Mylaja looked at him in confusion. "Why do you spray perfume when you have nothing to do? Do you still need to spray perfume?" Yevlet asked, and he couldn't help but recall the girl's comic he had read before. Before the heroine and the hero went out on a date, they dressed up carefully and sprayed perfume. "Well," Myra Jane smiled gently, "I use it occasionally." "What do you use it for?" "You don't need it. Look, Kana, Urza, and Lucy don't use it." "What does that have to do with Mr. Yefrit?" Myra Jane tilted her head slightly. It seems to have nothing to do with me." Yefrit finally reacted, he let go of her hand, turned around and left. "Kana gave it to me." Myra Jane said, she said she didn't need it as a reward for the mission, after all, she always reeks of alcohol. Yefrit paused for a moment, but didn't turn around, instead walked away briskly. Myra Jane smiled, she shook her head gently, and walked towards the counter. On the counter, the latest issue of the newspaper was placed. Title 1, The joint forces of the 5 major guilds defeated the 6 demon generals. Title 2, This week's horoscope. There is a paragraph in the long paragraph that is the key point this week. Virgo boys are more likely to be attracted by new things. Wendy and Xiaolulu will naturally live in the girls' dormitory. As for how to arrange it, it had nothing to do with Yevlet. So he returned home. Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove was very surprised to see Yevlet coming back. Yevlet's eyes lit up. Turtledove always wore kimono, but today she changed her outfit. The style was trendy, highlighting the key points, and the skirt that fit her body curves made people exclaim in amazement. She even tied her hair up, revealing her snow-white long neck. Turtledove, a new skirt? Yevlet asked. Yes. Turtledove bent down and wanted to change Yevlet's slippers. But she blinked and found that Yevlet had already changed his slippers. Then when she looked up, Yevlet was already holding a hot towel in his hand to wipe his hands. Even his wizard cloak and coat were already hanging on the hanger on the side. Turtledove was helpless. Maiko looked down at Banjiu. She didn't care what these women did to Yefulet, and she didn't care who Yefulet would be with. But she was responsible for taking care of Yefulet, but it was the content of the contract between the two. No one could interfere in this regard. Emily is practicing kendo in the backyard. Banjiu had just finished speaking. When Emily ran over from the backyard, like the wind, the sweaty little guy rushed over and hugged Yefulet's waist. Master. Raising her sweaty little face, Emily said happily, "You are finally back, I missed you so much." "Well, I brought you a gift." Yefulet smiled. "What is it?" Emily asked happily. "This." Yefulet took out a few pieces of beautiful textiles, which were bought at the Cat Inn. "This is a specialty of their place. So beautiful." Emily hugged happily and didn't let go. "When you have time, go find someone to make some clothes or something," Yevlet said to Turtledove. "Do I have one too?" Turtledove asked with a smile. "Emily chooses first," Yevlet said with a smile. "Ah, boss, you are so biased." Turtledove pretended to be sad. "Okay, I'm going to take a shower. I can't stand the sticky feeling on my body," Yevlet said. This time, the amount of exercise is too much. He sweated a lot, all stuck to his skin, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Yevlet went to the second floor. He started taking a bath. "Yevlet." Maiko lay beside Yevlet's bathtub and called softly. "What's wrong?" Yevlet played with her tentacles. "I'm hungry." "Then go cook first." "Yet." Maiko stood up and went to cook. The next morning, Yevlet packed up and went out. "Hey? Mr. Yevlet, are you going out today?" Turtledove was very surprised. In the past, after completing a task, Yevlet would be decadent for a while before he could cheer up. Today, he should have stayed in bed and was drowsy all day. But why is he so diligent today? "Oh, I have something to do. You can solve it by yourselves at noon," Yevlet said. He walked towards Milaj's house. Although he said yesterday that he would never help Milaj with physical work. This is a matter of principle. The physical work in his house was not done by him, but by Maiko. But Milaj asked him to do something, which should not be a simple physical work. And if he refused, Milaj would not be a woman who is easy to bully. "Come to the door." Knocked on the door. "Come in." Yevlet walked in and saw Milaj drying clothes in the yard. "Is the timing of my coming in not good?" Yevlet smiled. "It should be considered very good, congratulations." Milaj just picked up a panty, but put it down, picked up a skirt and hung it up. "Do you want my help?" Yevlet walked over and looked into the basket. "No, kind Mr. Yevlet, you sit down and rest for a while." Milaj stepped across and blocked in the middle, looking at him with a smile. "Okay then." Yevlet sighed. "What a pity," Milaj said with regret. "That's not the case." Yevlet turned his head to the other side. Chapter 110, Milaj, then sleep in my bed? Yevlet sat on the swing on the side and watched Milaj busy. The clear morning sun made her already fair skin crystal clear, like the most expensive porcelain artwork. Pink. As expected. Myra Jane turned around, smiled at Yevlet, grabbed the clothesline and threw it at him like a spear. Yevlet quickly dodged, and when he saw the pole halfway into the soil, sweat broke out on his forehead. "What are you doing?" "Oh, my hand slipped, please pass me the clothesline." Myra Jane smiled and hung the panties on the clothes hanger. Yevlet picked up the clothesline, and Miko wiped it with his hand, and it was clean. He walked towards Myra Jane and complained, "It was just a glance, there is no need to do such a dangerous thing to me. It was just a slip of the hand." Myra Jane took the clothesline, hung it on the pole with the clothes hanger, and said, "Besides, who told you not to control your eyes? Who can control this? Yevlet complained. It's not a great thing, just 2 pieces of cloth. Myra Jane said. Since it's just 2 pieces of cloth, then you can take a look at them, or let me help you hang them. Yevlet said. Then please, everyone. I'm a little thirsty. I'll leave it to you next. As he said that, Milage handed the clothesline to Yevlet. Yevlet stared at Milage walking towards the house, and hurriedly said, Really, let me do it. It's not a big deal. There's no need to confirm it again and again. Milage said, then put his hands behind his back and walked into the house with his waist swaying. Yevlet lowered his head. What was left was a skirt, a few clothes and pants. He picked them up and hung them up one by one. Thank you for your hard work. Milage came over at the right time with a cup of water. Yevlet had just finished the work. So, what do you want me to do for you? Yevlet picked up the cup and drank a few sips of water. Suck it. It's a little sweet. The spring water in Monia's is said to improve sleep quality. Mirage said, I bought a lot of it, as well as the soil there. She pointed to the corner of the yard, where some debris was placed, and said, I plan to clean up all these things, and then build a grape rack there, so that when I make wine, I can. Goodbye. Yevlet turned around and left without listening to the end of the words. Snap! Mirage reached out and grabbed his wrist. Physical work, I refuse. Yevlet said. This is a punishment, you are not allowed to refuse. Then you beat me. Yevlet closed his eyes. I won't beat you. Mirage sighed, it seems that I can only exchange it for a reward. What? Yevlet Flit looked at Myra Jane. Shua. Myra Jane took out 2 cards and said, Ahanita Town, renamed Felix Town, has been rebuilt. I got 2 discount cards, and all purchases in the store can be discounted by 50%. She stretched out her hand, held the discount card with her white jade fingers and pressed it against Yevlet's chest, saying, Come with me then. This is not a reward. Yevlet said. Myra Jane pouted her lips slightly, and then said, Then when the time comes, you buy one thing and I'll pay for it. That's interesting. Anything is fine. Of course. Aren't you afraid that I'll choose the expensive ones and make you bankrupt? Yevlet said with a smile. If you go bankrupt, I'll apply for a job as a clerk in your store and make the money back. Myra Jane said with a smile. Yevlet reached out, took a card, and said, Then be prepared, hee. He laughed evilly, as if he had thought of a brilliant bad idea. Mirage didn't care at all, and said, It's not a big deal, just clean up the things here, and then the grape racks, I'll have drawings, and they have been made, just assemble them. Wouldn't it be easier for you to find Elfman for this kind of thing? He is strong and has experience in physical work. Yevlet said. Since Elfman entered puberty, we have lived separately, and he has his own things to do now, so how can I disturb him? Mirage pretended to be sad and said, My brother has grown up, and he will have to separate from the family. I can't always rely on him. Then you plan to rely on me? Yevlet said with a hint of sarcasm. It depends on your performance. Mirage smiled, and then said, Come in and change clothes. Change clothes? Yevlet was puzzled. You can't wear this to work, can you? I bought some clothes for Elfman before, but they are no longer needed. Someone else bought some for him. It just so happens that you can wear them to work to avoid dirtying your clothes. Yevlet entered Mirajana's house. The other party brought a set of clothes that had not been unbranded. After he put them on, he found that they fit him very well. Are you sure you bought them for Elfman? Myra Jane looked at them with satisfaction, then nodded and replied, Well, Elfman grew up too fast. That can be considered old clothes. Elfman is so big, and he has grown up in the past few years. Although this clothes is new, it has not been opened for a year or 2, so it can't be said to be very new. You are not happy with making money for free? Myra Jane asked doubtfully. That's right. Yevlet nodded, he moved his limbs, it was not stuck or tight at all, as if it was tailor-made, very comfortable. This dress looks simple, but the price should not be cheap. Although it should be a long time ago, there is no need to be picky when picking up a set of clothes for free. It looks quite new and there is no dust or anything. Brand. Myra Jane reached out and grabbed the rope. I'll take the scissors. Yevlet stretched out his hand, and Miko was about to hand him a card. But Myra Jane pinched it with his fingernails, and the rope that looked difficult to bite with teeth broke into 2 pieces. Yevlet was silent. Myra Jane raised his head and smiled. No need. Then, come on, Mr. Yevlet. Myra Jane patted Yevlet on the shoulder and encouraged. Yevlet, do you want my help? Miko asked. Forget it, it's just a grape rack. Yevlet shook his head. Myra Jane wanted to build a rack to grow grapes by himself, and then make wine, beverage, for Yevlet. To be honest, Yevlet was not optimistic. It's okay to keep it for fun, but it's a bit unrealistic to compete with products on the market. However, seeing her expectant look, Yevlet didn't pour cold water on her. Anyway. It's for his money, ahem, abbreviated, it's for him. Thinking back to the past life and this life, it's rare for a girl to do things for him. Money, why do I feel a little proud? After cleaning up the debris, Yevlet was already sweating profusely. He raised his head and looked at Milage. She carried a stone lock in one hand and walked away briskly, and came back briskly after a while. Looking at her forehead, there was no sweat at all. Does she really need help? What, are you tired? Milage asked with a smile. Yes. Yevlet is not a person who forces himself. It's almost time, so you take a rest, I'll go cook. Milage said with a smile. Yevlet lay on the swing, and Miko pushed gently. Drink some water and eat some snacks. Milage brought a plate over. There was a cup of boiled water on the plate, and several colorful and different shaped pastries. Did you make it? Yevlet asked. Try it. Milage smiled. Is there a core? Of course. Yevlet picked one up and bit it in his mouth. It was soft and sticky without sticking to the teeth. The core inside was sour and sweet. It's delicious. Yevlet gave a thumbs up. Eat slowly, I'm going to cook. Milage said with a smile, then turned and left. Miko, you try it too. Yevlet said. Miko picked it up gracefully, looked at the soft and glutinous dumpling in her hand, and said, Miss Milage is really gentle and virtuous, and she is also very capable. Yes. But I still like Tiffany. Yevlet looked at her. Miko smiled playfully and said, I'm afraid she will steal my job. You think too much. Yevlet smiled. Miko smiled lightly. Yevlet, I'm a girl too, and I know about traps used to catch boys. But Miko didn't say anything. She remained silent, picked up the dumpling, and stuffed it into her mouth. Too much sugar. Yevlet lay on the swing, looking up at the clouds in the sky without dreams, until a burst of fragrance came into his nose, making his mouth water. He got up and walked into the house, heading straight for the kitchen. When he arrived at the dining room, he was stunned. In the kitchen filled with the aroma of food, Milage was busy. The rope of the apron was wrapped around her waist, showing her graceful figure. It made people pay attention to her slender waist unconsciously. Then there was an illusion, like marrying a virtuous and beautiful wife, and then a proud and happy mood surged in his heart. Yevlet shook his head and walked over. Mirage was cooking. Compared to various cuisines with bread as the main food, kimchi as the main dish, or light and small meals as the dining habits, Yevlet prefers hard dishes such as twice-cooked pork, braised pork, mapo tofu, and braised pork elbow. What Myra Jane was doing was to stir-fry the eggplant and minced meat together. Feeling that Yevlet was coming to her side, Myra Jane turned her head, hooked her left hair behind her ear with her little finger, and then asked with a smile, Are you hungry, Yevlet? Yes, there are only 2 of us, so we don't need to make too many dishes. I worked all morning, and now I feel that just a plate of fish-flavored pork shreds can be eaten with 2 bowls of rice. Yevlet said. After all, I asked you to help, how can I treat you badly? Myra Jane smiled and said, There are 2 more dishes, please bear with it. Okay. Or you can help. What? The next one is fried potato shreds with meat. Okay. Yevlet took the potatoes and a peeler and squatted beside the trash can to peel them. Myra Jane turned her head and glanced at him. The other party was concentrating on his work. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said, Yevlet. Yevlet raised his head. Why do I feel like I've dragged down the high and mighty prince to become a house husband? Myra Jane said with a smile. Yevlet looked at Mirajana's skillful cooking movements and said with a smile, I also feel like I've dragged down the fairy from heaven to cook for me. I'm not a fairy, I'm just an ordinary girl. Mirajane said with a smile. I'm not a prince either. Yevlet said, but I'm a noble. Oh, Mirajane made a weird sound, then Mr. Noble, where is your big manner? Sooner or later, I'll be able to save it back. Yevlet said with a stronger tone. Please allow me to visit then. Sure, I'll charge an entrance fee. I don't have money. Mirajane pouted and said, but I still want to see the big manor, can't you make some concessions? Then I'll show you a way. Yevlet smiled and said, just apply for a job as a chef or maid, and you can come in. That's a good idea, I'll reserve a job first. Mirajane smiled. Okay, 500 J per week, food and accommodation included. Bad noble. Mirajane widened her eyes, and her angry look was very cute. Haha. 5 dishes and 1 soup. For 2 people, it was very rich. After having enough soup and food, Yevlet was sleepy. When he was on vacation, he always had to take a nap or something. Seeing him groggy and powerless, Milage shook her head helplessly and said, it's very sunny right now. Why don't you take a rest and have a nap or something? Okay. Yevlet agreed with both hands. Is the sofa okay? I want to sleep on the bed. Then sleep in my bed. Not impossible. Bang. Yevlet responded with a clean and heavy door slam. Click. Suddenly, another gap opened, and only a white and slender arm grabbed a blanket and threw it out, and then slammed the door again. Dot. Yevlet picked up the blanket and turned to lie on the sofa. Cover it. A fragrance came. It smelled good, comfortable, and hypnotic. Zzzzz. Yevlet's eyelids twitched. Then he opened his eyes dazedly and looked at the familiar but unfamiliar ceiling in front of him. Yevlet, wipe your face. Maiko immediately handed over a hot wet towel. Oh, this is Milage's home. Yevlet said. Memories began to return. He sat up, holding the towel in a daze. Maiko looked out the window. Milage was loosening the soil with a hoe. She was going to dig out a layer of soil in the yard and replace it with the soil she bought. The merchant said that the fruits grown in that soil were big and sweet. Maiko didn't disturb Yevlet, but just squatted quietly beside him and stared blankly with him. About 5 or 6 minutes passed. Yevlet was officially turned on. The towel in her hand was already cold, and Maiko pointed at it and it became warm again. Yevlet wiped her face and stretched. Ah, I slept so comfortably. What time is it? He asked. It's almost time for dinner. Maiko said. Yevlet looked out the window. Seeing Milage bathing in the golden sunset, working hard. He quickly got up and walked out awkwardly. Why didn't you call me? You seem to be sleeping soundly. Milage stood up and smiled. Is it because my sofa is too comfortable or my blanket is too warm? Both. Welcome to use it next time. Yevlet took the hoe from Milage and continued to work. He said, take a break. Okay, then I'll work hard for you. Milage smiled. Chapter 111, Yevlet, no peeping. She went to the side to wash her hands and then walked into the house. After a while, she came with tea. Yevlet drank 2 sips and continued to work seriously. In fact, Milage had almost finished the work. This made Yevlet complain in his heart, why did he need to help? The last job was soon finished. Mirage was already carrying 2 bags of soil that looked at least 100 kilograms. Looking at the beautiful woman with slender hands and feet and a delicate waist, she walked briskly with a bag in each hand. Yevlet picked up the bags by himself, hesitated for a moment, bent slightly, asked Maiko to help, put a bag of soil on his shoulders, and then walked towards the pit with some difficulty. Dong dong! Mirage threw down 2 bags of soil like throwing an empty water bottle, turned to look at Yevlet. She clenched her fists, slightly opened her eyes, with a little smile, put on a very cute action and expression, and said, come on, Mr. Yevlet. Yevlet walked to the edge of the pit and planned to ask Maiko for help, but Mirage picked it up with one hand and threw it in. Let's go. Mirage smiled and grabbed Yevlet's sleeve with both hands, and with a little strength, pulled him away. Yevlet complained in his heart again, why do I need his help? It was about to get dark. Finally, all the soil was replaced. Next, the shelf was built. Mirage took out the blueprint, and the two looked at it head to head. It doesn't seem that simple. Mirage frowned slightly and said. I understand. Yevlet said. Things that require thinking are his strong point. So fast. Mirage was surprised. Yevlet waved his hand casually, and the fraud magic was activated. The semi-transparent shelf was already built. In this way, you can compare the parts side by side and put them on. Mirage's eyes lit up, and then looked at Yevlet, with some admiration in his eyes, saying, You only looked at it for a minute, but you remembered all the details and constructed it. It's amazing, Mr. Yevlet, you are really a genius. Yevlet raised his head slightly, looking very proud. Mirage blinked, smiling gently all the time. The two acted immediately. No need to worry about comparison or anything. After all, the finished product has been constructed exactly. All you need to do is find the matching parts, take them out, and put them into the projection. Yevlet, hold the pillar. Milage brought a ladder, pursed her lips to hold the nail, and then climbed up with another pole. Wait, I forgot to bring the hammer. Milage said. Milage did not answer. After embedding the pole into the pillar, she took out a nail, hit it on the pillar, and it went in half, and then her arm exuded an unknown magic power, and her white palm turned into the claws of the demon god, and hit the nail again. Bang! A vibration came, and Milage could not hold the pillar steadily, and the nail was successfully hit in. Milage was silent. Just at this moment, a breeze blew. Mirage's white hair was blown up. She smoothed her hair with her hands and smiled at Yevlet. So beautiful. Yevlet stuttered and changed her words after saying two words, I mean it's great. No matter which one, I'm very happy. Mira-Jane smiled even more. It was dark. The scaffolding was also set up. Finally finished. Yevlet wiped the sweat off her face. Although she felt that she had not done more than 1/3 of what Mira-Jane had done, she still worked hard. Great, it was finished in 1 day, thanks to Gamma. If I were alone, it would definitely take 2 days to finish it. Mira-Jane patted Yevlet's shoulder, her tone full of gratitude. Okay, go take a break, or take a shower. I'll make dinner and come back after dinner. Okay. Yevlet nodded. Mirage took him to the bathroom. Yevlet looked at the various towels hanging on the shelf and asked, which one should I use? All are fine. Mirage said. What do you mean by all are fine? Or you can get me a new one. Use the pink one. Mirage said. Is this for wiping your face? Yevlet picked it up, moved closer, and smelled a fragrance. No, it's for wiping your feet. Yevlet threw the towel down and said in a strong tone, get me a new one. Mirage covered her mouth and laughed, and retreated. After a while, she brought back an unopened towel. Yevlet held the door handle and said, no peeking. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Then, he began to take off his clothes. The doorknob was twisted. He quickly blocked the door and shouted, hentai. No, I didn't hear you. Mirajana's voice came with a laugh. Kabie. Yevlet locked the door. Started to take a shower. Maiko, help me rub my back. Okay. Maiko helped honestly. After taking a shower, he came out. Just saw Mira-Jane coming out of the kitchen with pea noodles. This smell is really... Yevlet sat down and drank 2 bowls directly. After eating, he said goodbye and left. Don't forget it after 3 days. Mira-Jane sent Yevlet to the gate of the yard and reminded her. I know. Yevlet nodded and said, come in quickly, the wind is quite cool. Well, be careful along the way. Thank you for today. Milage said. I hope those grapes won't disappoint us. Yevlet smiled. Sure. Milage said firmly, and then said, but if you want to drink wine, it will take a few years. Yet. Yevlet nodded and turned away. A few years later? From the perspective of time, that may not be the case. After all, the part about Tenro Island is also a classic plot. Although the process is not clear, the result is still roughly remembered. Speaking of 7 years. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and Yevlet shuddered. He felt that he and Milage might have worked in vain. Walking on the road, Yevlet asked, Maiko, if you want you to protect me from the Black Dragon, can you? Black Dragon. Michael looked up at the sky and said, that scary guy. Yes. I can't beat him, he's the same as that Ziraf, but it's not easy for them to kill me. You sound so unconfident. There's nothing I can do. Michael's voice was full of grievance, I don't have any other strengths except that I can take a beating. Your magic rebound is also very strong. That hurts too. But as for protecting you from them, there is no problem. Michael said affirmatively, no matter how painful their magic is, I will protect you. What if I protect many people? Including Natsu and the others? That won't work. Michael shook her head, the scale powder is not enough. Maybe you could do it before. Yevlet sighed. If it is as recorded in the legend, the Michael who used alchemy to transform herself into a demon, as a being who touched the gods, must be the most powerful one. She must have many ways to deal with it. But now Michael is just a cowardly little demon. She has zero fighting skills, just great strength. Magic will usually rebound, but this ability is quite strong. The previous nirvana, which could change Yevlet's mind, was bounced away by her. I'm sorry, Yevlet. Michael said with self-blame. No, it's not necessary. Yevlet said, I'll think of a way. For the time being. Yevlet turned his cane, there's no need to worry too much. Back home. Turtledove and Emily have not left yet. The two are in the yard, Emily is lying in Turtledove's arms, listening to her stories. Mr. Yevlet, you're back. Seeing Yevlet come back, Turtledove hurriedly greeted him. Master. Emily also got off Turtledove and ran over to hug Yevlet's waist. You went to Sister Milage's house for a whole day. Emily said innocently, are you in love? Don't talk nonsense, I just went to help, and there is a reward. Yevlet said. He took out the discount card and explained the cause of the matter. Ah, this. Turtledove was a little speechless, took out 3 cards, and said, but everyone has it. What? Before, Mr. Edward sent it. Turtledove explained, Felix Town has been rebuilt, the school has been repaired, Mr. Edward and Mr. Judd, in order to thank the Fairy Tale Guild for their help before, gave everyone a discount card. You went on a mission before, and you didn't know. After I got it, I was going to tell you, but I didn't have the chance. Yesterday, Yevlet looked very tired, and Turtledove was also worried about her, so she put the matter aside. This morning, she wanted to talk about it, but Yevlet hurried to Mirage's house. So. I was cheated. Yevlet reacted. Not really. As a girl, Turtledove has discovered Milage's evil intentions and can't help but sigh. She is indeed Miss Milage. If she is regarded as a competitor, she feels that she can't win at all. However, she did not slander Milage. She said, isn't it possible to earn a gift? But I was still cheated. Yevlet can't be said to be petty, but Mr. Yevlet is a little calculative. Turtledove feels that she has made a mistake, she may have brought trouble to Milage, so she wants to make amends and says, but, isn't it a good thing to go shopping with Miss Milage, such a beautiful woman? Shopping is a good thing. Yevlet tilted her head and looked at her, it's better to go fishing. Turtledove was silent. She recalled the private whispers of the girls. It refers to her, Lucy, Juvia, Levy, Bisksa and other girls, who occasionally read the love guide column in magazines and discuss some love issues, and naturally talk about Natsu, Gray, Yefrit, and others. Lucy and the others said that although Yefrit looks very smart, he is also very sensitive, which is completely different from the shy, arrogant Gray and the dull Natsu, but the so-called smartness will be misled, and this kind of people will be obsessed with trivial matters because of their self-confidence. Otherwise, he would not be single for so many years. He is obviously a super excellent person, and there are many girls who confess to him. When they discussed this, they looked at Myra Jane quietly and whispered, Yevlet is too good at comparing, so he can't detect the girl's feelings. If he was a little dumber, he would have done it long ago. But Bisksa raised the opposite opinion, Lucy, Juvia, how can you be sure that the two of them are not enjoying it? Let me tell you, the ambiguous period before falling in love is really sweet. Maybe it's like this for you and Arzuk. Turtledove shook his head, and this made Bisksa blush. That's right. Lucy and Juvia nodded, Bisksa, you are different from us. Woo, I feel excluded. Bisksa wailed. That's right, you lucky guy. Levi said angrily. You shut up too. Lucy and Juvia said at the same time, this guy who doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings. Yevlet. At this time, Alba Green, who had the fastest progress bar, said, that guy is just too smart. He can distinguish the importance of everything. He is also too simple and extremely pursues perfection. He is also lazy. In various senses, laziness is his biggest shortcoming. In summary, Virgo is really troublesome. So it's like finding a magician's assistant. It has been dragging on for many years. I have always wanted it, but I have never taken action. I was so entangled that I finally waited for Turtle Dove to deliver it to my door. Deal with such a person. It's useless to be straight. As for what will be useful. Alba Green looked at the curious eyes of Lucy, Juvia, and others, and the expectant eyes of Turtle Dove. She looked at Myra Jane, then shook her head and said, I won't tell you. Back to the topic. Turtle Dove felt that he understood the meaning of Alba Green's words. Between accompanying a girl shopping and fishing, Mr. Yevlet smartly chose the correct answer. Although the former can enhance feelings, and maybe even hold hands, the latter just sits by the river all day and catches a fish, or even no fish. But, from Yevlet's point of view, the sense of accomplishment of catching a fish is obviously much higher than what can be bought with money. After thinking about it, Turtle Dove stopped talking. It feels that the more she talks, the more mistakes she makes. No matter in which aspect, if it is just a debate topic, she can't beat Yevlet at all. Yevlet didn't continue talking. He quickly put the matter behind him. It's not a big deal, and he is not a person who cares about every little thing. He said, it's getting late, you should go back to the dormitory. I'm tired all day, and I want to rest. Okay. Turtle Dove nodded, holding Emily's hand and said, then good night, Mr. Yevlet. Master, good night. Emily waved her hand. Okay, be careful on the way. Yevlet waved his hand. Turtle Dove took Emily back to the dormitory. Hey? Sister Wendy. Emily rushed over when she saw Wendy. Emily. Wendy was also very happy to see her. After all, it was rare to meet a girl younger than her, and Emily was very cute, just like a younger sister, so she could also experience the addiction of being a sister. Chapter 112, Turtle Dove, Mr. Yefrit is really a gentle and perfect person. Emily is at the age of a naughty child, but she is very sensible. Compared with the performance of Natsu, Kana, Urza, Myra Jane and others at the same age, it was so cute that anyone would think that a daughter should be raised like this, like a little angel, not noisy, polite to everyone, and when calling brother and sister, the sweet voice can simply make people's hearts melt. Wendy liked Emily very much when she saw her last night. Even the arrogant Xiaolulu was full of tenderness. For Emily, Wendy is also a little sister who is a little older than her. Compared with other older brothers and sisters, even uncles and aunts, she feels much closer to Wendy. So the two hit it off right away, as good as real sisters. Look. Emily immediately took Wendy to her room to play. These are all things my master gave me, Emily proudly showed off, but not in an annoying tone. Emily has all kinds of things from Yevlet's store. If the little apprentice wants them, Yevlet will naturally give them all. Turtle Dove said it several times, but it was useless. Instead, he was scolded by Yevlet, she is my apprentice, and I am Emily's guardian. It is true. In terms of relationship, Turtle Dove and Emily are just sworn sisters, and Emily's registration at the Magic Council is Yevlet's disciple, and her official guardian is Yevlet. Looking at the various fun and beautiful things on the shelf, Wendy said with some envy, it looks like there are so many fun things. She is also at the age of a little girl who likes toys. Sister Wendy, if you like something, I will give it to you. Emily said generously. How can that be possible? Wendy quickly refused. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of them. It's boring to play alone. Master said that we should share them with everyone. It's fun to play together. Emily said. Mr. Yevlet is worthy of saying such a thing. Wendy couldn't help but sigh. Although Xiaolulu has always disliked Yevlet and even had a strong sense of vigilance against him, Wendy felt more and more that Xiaolulu was wrong. Yevlet was obviously a very good person, which can be seen from Emily. How about this? Emily came over holding a hat and said, this is a magic hat. If you prepare it in advance, you can make a lot of things. As she said that, she reached in and took out a small doll. Look. Ah, this is the magician's performance I saw before. Wendy exclaimed. When she traveled with Mist Gang before, she saw a magician performing with a hat and took out a white dove. No, that's completely different. Xiaolulu said, that was a magic trick, and this is magic. They are the same. Emily said. She was deeply influenced by Yevlet and believed that the performance of magic was more important than the skills, and the audience's exclamation was the highest praise. She also learned some magic in her spare time, magic using magic props, mainly studying the skills of magic performance. She put down the hat and went to get another thing. This is a magical night light. She held a white round plate in her hand, like a dinner plate, with a deck of cards on it, and matching cards. She took out a card and put it on the plate. A virtual projection appeared above the plate, a fairy tale animation, and then a gentle female voice came out slowly. The female voice was telling a fairy tale. Although the frame rate was very low, the important scenes were also shown. So interesting. Wendy couldn't help but say, this voice is Sister Turtle Dove, right? Yes, there are many stories here, all recorded by Sister Turtle Dove. Emily said. By the way, I have more. Emily showed them one by one. She was very excited. After all, before Wendy came, there was no child of the same age who played well with her. There was a boy named Romeo in the guild, he was the son of Macau. However, Romeo doesn't like to play with Emily. He longs to become a wizard and admires Natsu very much. Since he learned magic, he has devoted himself to it. Emily's training is still very serious, but Yevlet always asks her to combine work and rest. He even thinks that at her age, playing with various things is more important than learning magic. After all, fraud magic mainly relies on enlightenment, and a dull mind is not good. Anyway, Emily has not yet started. Her daily courses are mainly reading and kendo practice. The growth of magic power is to meditate and sleep at night. Emily's magic power is very high, and fraud magic itself is not a type that consumes magic power, so there is no need to worry about lack of mana in the future. And without a strong heart, an urgent desire to become stronger, and a strong enough will, then training will be a very painful thing. Sometimes it can even make people feel tired of learning. Anyway, Yevlet used his own experience to teach Emily. He started learning fraud magic at the age of 6, surpassed his adoptive father a few weeks later, redefined fraud magic at the age of 7, could fool the demon Maiko at the age of 8, and developed the second stage Deep Realm a month later, and then the research on magic stagnated. The strength is growing because of the increase in magic power, the improvement of magic proficiency, the upgrade of equipment, combat experience, and other reasons, rather than the qualitative change of magic itself. And this kind of strength improvement also completely stagnated at the age of 14, until some time ago, there was a qualitative change in magic. So, fraud magic itself is a contradictory guy, at least that's how Yevlet interpreted magic. The threshold is high, and there are requirements for magic attributes, otherwise it depends on acquired transformation. Let's put it this way, the reason why the fraud magic users of the Valier family have not been able to produce a strong one is not only because of intelligence. Business, and a big reason is that the endpoint of their magic attribute is not as good as the starting point of Yevlet's magic attribute. Just imagine, their magic is sensed by others as soon as it is released, how can it be infected? So they can only deceive ordinary people. In contrast, Yevlet's magic infection is so secret that even though he has been registered in the Magic Council for 10 years, many powerful people know what magic he uses, including Joseph and Makarov of the Holy Ten, but they don't understand how the fraud magic is done. It can control all their 5 senses. As long as Yevlet doesn't take the initiative to attack, there will be no flaws. It is conceivable that the importance of magic attributes. The offspring of magicians may not completely inherit the magic attributes of their parents. Yevlet himself is not sure whether his children can learn fraud magic. At least Emily is okay, her magic attribute is quite good, although the specifics are still to be discussed, but at present, it seems that the matching degree with fraud magic is still very high. Therefore, for geniuses with suitable attributes, the improvement of magic power, the proportion of practice and actual combat is not high, and it can only rely on enlightenment. So it is high threshold, blocking most people. But geniuses can get started quickly, but after getting started, it depends on understanding. Yevlet can be stuck for so many years. How many years Emily will be stuck, that's unknown, maybe a few days, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, more than 10 years, even a lifetime, it's not surprising. Magicians pursue the ultimate of magic and the truth, and becoming stronger is just a byproduct. Many people will gradually forget their original intentions and become obsessed with pursuing strength. Yevlet wants to lay a solid foundation for Emily, so that if she is stuck for many years and can't make progress in the future, she will not go the wrong way. So, the focus of teaching is not to give pressure, but to increase the amount of reading in the early stage, increase knowledge, make the mind active, and make the way of thinking not rigid, so as to indirectly enhance the invisible and difficult to improve understanding. Cultivate interests and hobbies, and find goals. Once everything is ready and you cross that door, you can. Yefrit can let go, didn't he say? Rely on enlightenment. This is what a master really does, but practice depends on yourself. Thanks to Yefrit's completely different philosophy, Emily can have a happy childhood. Although this makes everyone in the guild very worried, afraid that Yefrit will teach them useless. Most people in the guild don't learn magic in this way. For example, Urza, Myra Jane and others rely on awakening, and the subsequent improvement is fighting, collecting and upgrading equipment materials, and finding powerful demons, and fighting breakthrough battles. Natsu, Gray, and others rely on practice, and they have to maintain extremely high-intensity exercise every day, and they also need various actual combat to improve. So when they heard Yefrit's arrangement for Emily reading books in the early stage, and you have to understand it yourself after getting started, that means everyone has a well on their foreheads. Is this okay? Anyway, Yefrit is very confident, and Emily also blindly worships him. Although she also vowed to work hard, since the master said that this was the best way to learn fraud magic, and she could be allowed to play lively and innocently, then how could a child not love to act like a spoiled child when she was spoiled by her parents? Wendy looked at it with envy. Emily had a lot of fun and interesting things. She wanted to play with them, but she felt that her age was not suitable. Wendy was at the age where adults still saw her as a child, but she felt that she had grown up and had to be sensible. For interesting and fun things, she yearned for them in her heart, but she had to pretend to be mature and refuse them. This mentality usually changed only when she was 18 or 19 years old, just like a college student in another world, accepting her own preferences frankly. Although Emily was young and naive, she was actually sensitive. After all, she grew up in an environment where she was not really a little princess with no worries about food and clothing, but an orphan in the slums, and she was also sick. She was a person who was extremely vulnerable, so she was naturally very good at observing words and expressions. She kept an eye on Wendy's eyes until she noticed that her eyes lit up and she showed a complicated emotion when she saw a card nightlight that could show dragon projection. Emily kept it in mind. She remembered that Wendy was also a dragon's child like Natsu, but the dragon left them. Perhaps. Emily chose another thing and gave it to Wendy for the time being. But she was thinking, I will go to Master tomorrow and make a nightlight of Tianlong for Wendy. The next morning, Emily couldn't wait to put on cute clothes and skirts, combed her hair into 2 small balls, and when she arrived at the store, she saw Yevlet who was still yawning, so she rushed up and hugged her tightly. Master! Ah, good morning! Yevlet rubbed Emily's head and said. Mr. Yevlet, you got up very early today. Turtle Dove said when he entered the house. She came with Emily, of course, but when she approached the door, Emily shook her off and ran in first. Well, I had a good dream last night. Yevlet said excitedly, I dreamed of fishing. Caught a 4-pound big one. The turtle dove sighed secretly. Mr. Yevlet really has no talent for fishing. After fishing for a long time, he dared not even dream of it. Mr. Natsu and Habi often caught fish half the size of a man. So I'm going to go fishing after breakfast. As soon as Yevlet finished speaking, he immediately pulled the turtle dove mysteriously, approached her and whispered, I'm going alone today. I think it's a good sign, so don't tell Natsu and the others. Yes. The turtle dove nodded helplessly. Master, I have something to tell you. Emily said. What is it? Yevlet asked with a smile. That's it. Didn't you make some nightlights that can project monsters before? I want you to make a nightlight that can project Tianlong for Sister Wendy. Oh, that one. Yevlet recalled. Natsu also had that thing, he gave it to him when they were in the Iron Forest. Okay, no problem, I'll carve it while fishing today. Yevlet said. Master, you're the best. Emily jumped up with joy. She was in good physical condition now. She hugged Yevlet's neck and kissed his face. Mr. Yevlet is really a gentle person. He can even be said to be perfect. Turtledove looked at Yevlet's doting smile on Emily and was touched. The river. After breakfast, Yevlet came secretly, he even hid his fishing gear and various snacks, and then pretended to stroll alone as if he was shopping, and then came to the river. Then he took out all the equipment. Arranged them one by one. Yevlet took out a card and a pen for carving magic circles. He lowered his head and began to carve. After a while, he looked up. It was almost noon. Day. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Harpy? Yevlet turned around and saw that it was actually Hobbit. The other party had a strange smile, which was somewhat flattering. Yevlet, are you fishing? Hobbit said. What are you doing? Yevlet said vigilantly, I came to this place first, and I often use it. If you want to fish, stay away from me, and go fishing downstream. It's not fishing, Hobbit was a little embarrassed. What is it for? Yevlet used magic to sense that only Hobbit was there. Hey? Where is Natsu? You are not with Natsu. Natsu is playing with Lucy and Grey. Hobbit said. You have something to ask me. Yevlet saw it and said, just tell me. Hobbit came over, took out a notebook from his backpack, and said, this is what I spent a few days secretly writing. Natsu has not even read it, and I only show it to you. What is this? Yevlet took it up and looked at it, and his eyes lit up immediately. Summary of Hobbit's fishing experience. What a good thing. Yevlet's breathing was a little rapid. Chapter 113, Yevlet, I haven't seen a gift after a day of dating. You gave it to me. Yevlet asked anxiously. Well, it's not an important thing for me. Hobbit said frankly. So? Hobbit changed the subject and was a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, so, I hope you can give me something that is not very important. What do you mean specifically? Hearing this, Yevlet asked curiously. I don't know either. Hobbit shook his head, his face was thoughtful, as if he was recalling something bad, and then he looked at Yevlet firmly and said seriously, but... Yevlet, I want to become stronger. Yevlet showed a surprised expression. Even he didn't expect that Hobbit would say such a thing. What happened to this innocent and cute cat? He actually became a little depressed. Before, when I fought the 6 demons, I was too weak. I couldn't help Lucy, I couldn't protect Xiaolulu, and even Natsu, I couldn't keep up with his battle. Everyone is getting stronger, so that they can be stronger when they need their own strength. Harpy took a step forward. At this moment, his temperament gave Yevlet the feeling that he was no longer a cute, funny, and carefree cat, but a man who was eager to grow up. Is it because of Xiaolulu? Yevlet recalled that Harpy, Xiaolulu, and Lucy had met Angel before. If it were anyone, facing such a desperate situation, they would have grown up. In the past, Harpy always followed Natsu, so there was no unexpected and desperate situation. However, since Lucy came to the guild, Harpy would follow Lucy many times. Since the Iron Forest, Harpy found that he was always unable to protect people. The same is true for Lucy and Xiaolulu. Especially Xiaolulu. After having a girl he likes, this feeling of powerlessness finally forced Harpy to grow up. Yevlet. Harpy said, you are very smart, so I came to you. You must have a way to make me stronger, right? I want to be stronger, and I want to be able to protect everyone like Natsu and you at the critical moment. Puff. Yevlet laughed, stretched out his hand and flicked Harpy's forehead, flicking him having no choice but to fall backwards. Hobbit immediately got up stubbornly and looked into Yevlet's eyes with a serious look. How do you want to become stronger? Yevlet asked. I don't know. Hobbit shook his head, I don't have much magic power, my body is not strong enough, and I can't learn many magics. I know I'm a fool, but... Stop. Yevlet interrupted him quickly, Hobbit, you are a flying cat, a talking cat, a very smart cat, and you don't necessarily need powerful magic. Let me think about it. Hobbit looked at Yevlet expectantly. Yevlet analyzed. Without enough magic power, you can't cast powerful magic, and it takes a lot of time to learn. Without enough physical strength, it will be very hard to exercise, and it will also take a lot of time. Actually. Yevlet suddenly came to his senses and said, Harpy, your goal is not to defeat a powerful enemy, but to protect yourself and Xiaolulu, right? Isn't it the same? Harpy tilted his head slightly. It's different. Yevlet shook his head and said, just like my fraud magic, if the president is a bad guy and kidnapped Lucy, and wants me to save Lucy, do I have to defeat the president? I can save Lucy secretly. That's right. Harpy also suddenly realized. If that's the case, Yevlet took out a palm-sized box. This is a wooden box with a dark appearance and only gold threads inlaid on the edges. Cards? Harpy asked in confusion. Yes, cards. Yevlet nodded. He opened the card box and tilted it slightly, and the cards inside fell smoothly into his hand. Yevlet unfolded the cards into a perfect circle with one hand, and then easily put them away, flicked them into the sky, and the cards flew up one after another, turning into flying cards all over the sky, and then all turned into black rays with a few strands of gold, flew back to his palm, and became cards again. This is what you use daily. Habi recognized it. No. Yevlet said, I haven't used these for a long time, but the style is very similar. He put down the wooden box, turned around and put the snacks aside, and put the small table between himself and Habi. With a touch of his hand, the cards were evenly spread out in a row on the table. He picked up a card to show. These cards are all pure black, with golden text and patterns on the front, very simple drawings. On the back of each card, there are different simple patterns. The card in Yevlet's hand had a joker on the front and a circle on the back. He flicked his finger, and the card flew out, turning into a circular magic shield in the air. He quickly took out his revolver, Teal, and shot at the magic shield. Bang! The magic shield did not break, but was shot far away by the magic bullet, spinning and piercing the trunk of a big tree, almost cutting it in half. Yevlet stretched out his hand and the magic shield disappeared, turning into a black light with gold threads and flying back to his hand, becoming a card. But at this time, the pattern on the front of the card was much dimmer, but as he input magic power, it returned to its original state. Yevlet put down this card and picked up the king again. With a turn of his wrist, it turned into a magic black sword. He threw it casually, and the black sword flew out, and the blade completely pierced the tree. He waved his hand, and the black sword flew back to his palm and turned into a card. 54 common cards and 1 desperate card. Yevlet said, this is what I used before. To be precise, I studied this series when I was 7 years old and used it until I was 11 years old. I called this set of cards Babe, and this set is Babe 4.0. Babe. Habi tilted his head. Ahem. Yevlet coughed twice. Till, honey, Babe. Habi said, you really like naming. These are not important. Yevlet said quickly, in short, this set of cards is useless to me. You can take it. Although it may not help you defeat a strong enemy, as long as you use it flexibly, it will be weaker than when I was 11 years old. How strong can you be at 11 years old? Habi was a little dissatisfied. Now, it only takes me 1 second to kill Angel. The fraud magic approached. Without magic, an angel would die in a daze with 1 knife. What about you at the age of 11? Still 1 second. The deception magic approached, and the card that provided the thrust was attached to the knife. With 1 cut, Angel would die with a face full of horror. She sensed that she was attacked, but she had no time to react. Habi immediately hugged the table, and then quickly hugged all the cards in his arms, and even reached out to grab the king from Yevlet. You can't regret it. With Angel's strength as a reference, Habi was very confident in this set of cards. You'd better not be too confident. This set of cards is only auxiliary after all. Yevlet said. When he made this set of cards, it was only because of insufficient means of attack and insufficient strength. Most of these cards are various traps, used in conjunction with deception magic. And a small part is to enhance his strength, such as providing explosive thrust. Pure attack not many. There are a few defensive cards. So, if you want to become the next Kana simply by relying on these cards, it won't work unless he uses them himself. But it's obviously impossible for Habi to defeat Kana with this set of cards. Without deception magic as the main body, the shortcomings of this set of cards are very obvious: weak attack power and average defense power. But it's very functional. All kinds of trap cards are used well, and they are definitely enough for support and self-protection. If Habi can use them flexibly, normal Natsu and Grey can be played by him. The main reason why Yevlet eliminated this set of cards is laziness. Since he has honey, he doesn't need to spend effort to cut people, and with the update and iteration of Teal, the long-range attack is improved. With the left hand shooting, most people are killed instantly. With the right hand in close combat, few people can dodge with one knife. The thrust and trap of the card are useless. It's better to raise your hand and shoot or get close to the knife. If neither of these can be solved, then the traps of the cards are useless. When encountering someone like Laxus, who rushes all the way, the shield of the little king can't withstand it, the long sword of the big king can't break the defense, and there is no time to set up various traps. Within a second, a Thunder Dragon's collapse fist hits the face. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. If you can't beat it, you have to use strategies or run away. A reckless man is prone to overturning. There are so many weird magics. Being too reckless will always cause trouble. Like the fighting method of fighting 6 demons some time ago, the cards provided thrust and improved mobility. Yevlet doesn't want to do it again in this life. Therefore, Yevlet warned Habi very seriously, this set of cards is given to you, not for you to fight head-on, you must remember it. I know. Habi nodded solemnly. There is no manual. I made it for myself and I am too lazy to write it. Yevlet said, you will know the function of each card by experimenting one by one. Some can produce combo effects, such as oil spray and ignition. You can explore them yourself. You can ask Natsu. That guy has a strong combat instinct. Gray is even better at studying some fancy things. Natsu has a strong combat instinct and can find the right time and use the right attack method. He can help Happy judge the timing of using the card. Gray plays the ice shape and plays this magic very well. He can help Happy develop the skills of using the card. Okay. Happy nodded happily and put the card into the box. Pa Yevlet threw out another book and said, fancy card cutting techniques, learn some of them, it can help you look cool, many girls fall for this trick. Thank you. Happy's eyes lit up and he hugged the book again. In his mind, he had already imagined himself looking cool like Yevlet and bewitching Xiaolulu so much that her eyes were full of hearts. By the way, the cards are 54 ordinary cards, which are the ones that can be used in the card box, and there is also a desperate card, which is in the interlayer of the card box. You can take it out by crushing the box. That card can only be used at the last moment. What is it for? Habi asked curiously. Explosion. Yevlet answered, all the cards will explode. He always likes to add the self-destruct function. When he can't win, he can just throw the things out and explode. The energy of the self-destruction will interfere with the enemy's cognition, making it easier for him to run away. Is it powerful? Habi asked. It's okay. The power of each card's self-destruction is about the power of each punch of Natsu's Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. If all explode, it's equivalent to Natsu hitting 54 Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fists in a few seconds. So powerful. Happy couldn't help but say. This move of Natsu broke through the defense and knocked Gajeel down. These cards use your magic power. Pay attention to the distribution of magic power. Yevlet reminded. Each of these cards does not consume much, which is why he gave them to Happy to use, but in a complex environment, he will definitely not use only one card, so he has to pay attention to the consumption of magic power. I know. Happy held the cards and the book and said gratefully, thank you, Yevlet. No, just like you said, use something that is not important to you in exchange for something that is not important to me. Yevlet waved his hand. Then I won't disturb you fishing. By the way. Habi pointed to the back of Yevlet and said, just now a big fish was hooked and dragged your fishing rod away. Yevlet turned around quickly, and the fishing rod was gone. Habi. You reminded me only now. He turned around angrily. Sorry. Habi flew up immediately and ran away quickly. Only Yevlet was left with a face full of regret. The sun set. Turtledove hung a closing sign at the door of the store. She looked outside, a little confused, why hasn't Mr. Yevlet come back yet? He usually doesn't fish until dark. Just as she had these doubts, she heard a faint voice coming from outside, the voice of Yevlet speaking loudly, coming from a long distance. Yes, 3.5 pounds. Just caught. Turtledove was speechless, walked to the door, and looked at the end of the street. When Yevlet went out in the morning, he went out empty-handed, to hide the fact that he was going fishing, but now he was carrying a fishing bag and holding a fish that had long since stopped. The two people who stopped him were, to be precise, Ai Elfman and Alba Green. They were a little helpless. Yevlet sighed, what a pity, a bigger one escaped, but it's not bad to catch this one. It's 3.5 pounds, the head can be used to make soup, it must be very delicious, and Yevlet was introducing how to cook each part of the fish into a delicious dish. Elfman was an honest man, he listened honestly. But Alba Green covered her mouth with a fan and smiled, saying, Yevlet, but I think you should cook this fish with chili peppers. After all, it has been dead for several hours and is no longer fresh. How can it be not fresh? Yevlet was anxious. How can it be fresh? You caught it in the afternoon, didn't you? Alba Green said, then you carried it in the guild for more than an hour, and walked around the city for an afternoon. Yevlet was speechless. Finally, he said, I got a fish, but you guys have been dating for a whole day, and I didn't see Elfman take the initiative to give you a gift. After that, he left Elfman who was stunned and Alba Green who was gritting her teeth. Turtledove. Seeing Turtledove looking at the door, Yevlet hurried over, handed the fish to her, and said, I said I got something. Have you had dinner? If not, eat here. It's such a big fish, I can't finish it. Thank you, Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove took the fish and turned to cook. She didn't ask whether she would cook or Maiko. If Maiko went, Yevlet would not give her the fish. This is the tacit understanding of getting along with Yevlet. The most basic thing is, even if you know Maiko's existence, you have to pretend not to know in front of Yevlet, and even if there are inconsistencies, you have to ignore them. Chapter 114, Maiko, Turtledove, you are such a loser. There are many people who will travel to Felix Town. But everyone does not go together, but travels in groups and chooses their own time. For example, Elfman and Alba Green, even though he knew that his sister would also go to Felix Town, he still set out early in the morning to pick up Alba Green. And Myra Jane came to Yefrit's shop near noon. But there was only Turtledove in the shop. Sure enough. Myra Jane shook her head. Sorry, Miss Myra Jane, Mr. Yefrit hasn't gotten up yet. Turtledove said awkwardly. As expected. Myra Jane smiled and said, I'll wait for him. Myra Jane came to the backyard. Emily was practicing kendo here. Sister Myra Jane. Seeing Myra Jane coming, Emily put away her wooden sword and greeted her politely. You continue to practice, I won't disturb you. Myra Jane waved her hand. Sister Mileage, Emily said, I heard that you have strong fighting skills. My master is not good at fighting, but Sister Banjiu is the one who taught me kendo. I want to learn from you how to fight with fists and feet. Okay. Mileage smiled, stood up and said, then let's have a little sparring. Yeah. Emily nodded happily, and then said, wait a moment. The little girl ran back to the store, and after a while brought 2 arm guards and boxing gloves, saying, please wear them. If you are hit by a wooden sword, it will hurt. No need. Mileage smiled and shook her head. Really not. Emily was very worried. Just come directly. Mileage smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. Emily bowed politely, and then sheathed the knife. The name in this world is very strange. It is obviously using a knife, but it is called kendo. Emily's wooden sword is in the shape of a long sword like a turtledove. Drawing a sword from the waist is not a common way to draw a relatively long sword. It requires some skills, and these skills are actually the sword drawing technique of the Moonless School. Emily calmed down and stared at Mileage's eyes. When she entered the combat state, she was not a delicate little girl who could only act coquettishly. Boom! Emily suddenly launched an attack, spun the sword and slashed Mileage's chest. Mirage did not resist, she could block the opponent's strength and speed with one finger. But she wanted to show Emily her fighting skills. So she took a step back to avoid the blade and kicked at the same time. Emily immediately changed her moves and dodged the kick by raising her arm, otherwise once she was kicked, the sword would be kicked away and she would be defeated. While dodging, she had to fight back. Emily turned around and the blade passed through the scabbard. Garuda Flame. A stream of fire rushed towards Myra Jane. Mirage dodged sideways. Emily rushed forward again, but Myra Jane deftly resolved it. The two fought fiercely. Emily was still reserved at first, fearing that she would hurt Myra Jane. Although both Yevlet and Turtledove had told her that Myra Jane was very powerful, Mirage's appearance did not look aggressive. It was not until the battle that she realized that Myra Jane could not push his limit with just skills, so that's why he used all kinds of tricks without any scruples, wanting to see how Myra Jane could resolve it. As for Myra Jane, it must be teasing the little girl, neither winning nor losing, just maintaining a balance. Upstairs. Yevlet lay on the bed, slowly rubbing to the window, pushed open the window and looked down, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Today's Myra Jane was dressed differently from the usual plainness, with a short jacket, a small skirt, and long stockings, and a pair of exquisite high heels on her feet. She was dressed very young and fashionable, the same style as Lucy. She also had such clothes. Yevlet looked at the flexible thighs flying up and down, and couldn't help but look at them a few more times. But it was only a few seconds later. Myra Jane suddenly increased her speed and kicked Emily's knife handle. Emily couldn't hold it, so the long knife slipped out of her hand and flew to the second floor in a rotation. Snap! Maiko caught it in time and handed it to Yevlet. Under Yevlet's deceptive magic, Emily turned her head and saw Yevlet catching the long sword. "Ah, master, I'm sorry." Emily apologized quickly. "No, it's someone else who should apologize." Yevlet pretended to be angry and looked at Milage. "Yes, it's Mr. Yevlet who should apologize. He obviously has an appointment with a girl, but it's almost noon and he doesn't get up." Milage said with a headache, "How can Mr. Yevlet talk about love when he is obviously 19 years old?" 18. Yevlet emphasized, "By the way, I am very popular, and you don't need to worry about love. Eating the food of a 19-year-old. I won't argue with you." Yevlet threw down the long sword and turned to get up. After tidying up for a while, he came downstairs. "Let's go," Yevlet said. At this time, Emily had taken a quick shower, changed into beautiful clothes, and dried her hair with magic props. Turtledove also put on a gorgeous kimono. "Let's go, master. I wonder how Brother Ryder and the others are doing." Emily held Yevlet's hand and said expectantly. "Everyone must be becoming what they want to be," Yevlet said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and waved. A carriage came immediately. Everyone got on the car. Arrived at Magnolia Station, bought tickets, and got on the train. Emily turned her little head to look, and took the initiative to let go of Yevlet's hand, and sat with Turtledove. And Milage adjusted her skirt, and then sat next to Yevlet gracefully. "I haven't had breakfast yet." Yevlet rubbed his stomach, intending to let Maiko buy him a breakfast before the train left. "I'm prepared," Mirage said, then put her cute handbag on the table, opened it, and took out a homemade sandwich with plenty of ingredients, as well as tea. "How thoughtful." Yevlet couldn't help but say, "Then I'm welcome." Nothing impressive happened along the way if Yevlet could always smell the fragrance coming from Mirage. No need to change, all the way to Felix Town. No need to pay to enter the city. Yevlet looked up. The original landscape was not demolished. Mayor Edward knew that he did not have John's business ability, so in terms of business, he continued the previous plan, but some details needed to be changed, and Edward would control the issue of fairness. So the environment of Felix Town is not much different from before. "Excuse me, is it Mr. Yevlet, Ms. Mirage, Ms. Turtledove, and Ms. Emily?" The soldiers guarding the city stopped them. "It's us," Yevlet said. "Excuse me for a moment." The soldier said, "Mayor Edward told us to give you this invitation if we see anyone from Fairy Tale. At 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Mr. Hartfilia, who funded the establishment of Felix School, will hold a party. At that time, the two gentlemen would like to invite people from Fairy Tale to attend." The soldier handed out the invitation. "Okay." Yevlet nodded. Everyone accepted the invitation. In fact, they had known about this news for a long time. "When I gave out the discount card before, I told the guild that I would give it once, but now it is a formal invitation. Tomorrow night, it seems that I will stay here for 2 nights. I wonder if there are any empty rooms in the previous inn," Yevlet said. "It should be." Turtledove nodded. Everyone entered the city. There were still many people at this time after all, the town was rebuilt, and travelers would be curious about what changes there were, plus there were activities. Yevlet looked around. Compared with the last time and the first time he came, there were many new things now. Ouch! As they walked, Myra Jane next to them suddenly cried out. Yevlet turned around and saw that Myra Jane was accidentally bumped by a woman, and her body tilted and was about to fall. Yevlet quickly reached out to support Mirajana's shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" "Thank you." Myra Jane smiled and shook her head, "I was careless for a moment. There are so many people, be careful," and you are wearing high heels. You usually wear less, so there is no need to wear high heels when traveling. Yevlet said. Sometimes I want to wear it. Myra Jane smiled. Yevlet thought about it and took out handkerchief, and said, hold it. Yet. Myra Jane reached out and grabbed one end. Yevlet grabbed the other end, and then turned around to watch the magic show with great interest. The dove walking behind was silent. The little girl Emily's eyes were almost on the handkerchief, and then she looked up at Dove. What's wrong? Seeing that Emily had something to say, Dove lowered her head so that she could whisper. Emily leaned close to Dove's ear and whispered, is the master a fool? Dove was silent for a few seconds, patted Emily's head, and said, children, don't think about these things. Master. It's just like what Javia's sister and the others said. Emily said with a pout. She said it softly, and Dove heard it, but she didn't respond, pretending not to hear it. However, she took another look and was also confused in her heart. What on earth was Mr. Yevlet thinking? Fuck, this assistant girl is wearing so little? Yevlet stared at the magician's assistant girl, surprised. This bikini is considered conservative. It basically only covers 3 pimples. This assistant girl attracted a lot of audiences for the magician. Yevlet thought that he would find an opportunity to perform here in the next 2 days. His assistant, Turtle Dove, is a conservative person and certainly can't wear so little, but his skills are much better than this magician. It's decided. He will leave a deep and unforgettable impression on the residents and tourists of Felix in these 2 days a magical performance. There was a pulling force on his hand, and Myra Jane pulled Yevlet away from here. Yevlet could only look elsewhere. Wow, exotic. Suddenly, there was another girl who attracted his attention. This person should be from the desert. His clothes are obviously different from those of the locals. His skin is a healthy wheat color and he has a good figure, especially his hips. He shook them twice, which made people shout, soul-stealing. He looks okay, but his dancing is really coquettish. He performed various wild and beautiful movements to attract the audience's attention. There was also a little girl holding a plate, hoping that the audience would be happy and give him some tips. Pa! Yevlet bid 10,000 J. Thank you, brother, you are such a good person. The little girl's eyes lit up immediately, and she held Yevlet tightly and refused to let go. The girl saw this and gradually approached with her dancing posture. Ah, I want to eat that, Yevlet. Myra Jane stretched out her hand and pulled, almost pulling Yevlet down. Then an irresistible force pulled Yevlet to a snack stall. Wait a minute, first. The dancer saw it and wanted to wave anxiously, but met Milage's gaze. At this moment, her body stiffened and her whole body went cold, just like a person encountering a desert crocodile in the wild. That thing has the blood of a dragon and is a very powerful monster. Yevlet glanced at Milage, and the other turned to look at him with a smile on his face. Let's go, eat. Yevlet said. Yet. The two walked to the stall. Boss, give me 5 servings of this. Okay, customer, please wait a moment. While waiting, Yevlet suddenly said, Miss Milage is jealous. No. Milage said calmly, it's just that the girl is a wizard of unknown origin, and it may cause trouble. Oh, Yevlet nodded and said, then let's act separately later. Okay. Milage still smiled and answered. I've been here a few times, but I've never played in the flower street here. Yevlet suddenly sighed. The turtle dove behind him was a little speechless. Mr. Yevlet, what on earth do you want to do? Looking for some excitement for no reason, courting death? Oh. Myra Jane was still very calm and said, Lucy and the others came earlier than us. I plan to go and play with them. Mr. Yevlet, you can go wherever you want. Don't worry about us. Yevlet was silent. After a while, he said, forget it, I'll go to Natsu and the others to play pillow fight. Pillow fight, great, master, let's play together, it's more fun when there are more people. Emily caught the keywords and said happily. Okay. Yevlet nodded. The turtle dove looked at the handkerchief again, and Yevlet and Myra Jane each grabbed one end. She recalled the conversation just now and was confused. What are they doing? Mika stood beside Yevlet with his arms folded, looking at the handkerchief with a helpless expression. So, it is troublesome for smart people to fall in love, and the key is that they are all strong guys, and no one is willing to lose. So Tiffany is better. That girl is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Yevlet can easily win her over if he wants. But who said Myra Jane is better? Turtledove. Miko looked at Turtledove and thought to himself, you are really disappointing. Found the hotel where I stayed last time. The owner even reserved an empty room. And Natsu and the others have arrived. It is now after taking a bath and changing into a bathrobe, he rested in the room. Chapter 115, Emily, let's have a pillow fight. After saying hello to Natsu and the others, Yevlet went to take a bath. When he came out, he found that he was the slowest person. Myra Jane and Turtledove were faster than him, and even their hair had been blown dry. Master, hurry up and play a pillow fight. I want to play a pillow fight. Emily rushed over and hugged Yevlet's hairy legs. Ouch, it pricks my hand. Emily immediately let go with disgust. Hee hee. Yevlet smiled and rubbed Emily's head, thinking, I haven't pricked you with my beard yet. Yevlet, you are too slow. Natsu and Grey lay head to head. What are you two doing? Yevlet looked at the mess around them. They just hit their heads, like two cows. Lucy said helplessly. Who won? Yefrit asked. Lord Grey won. Juvia said happily and proudly. Humph, best of 3, Grey, come again. Natsu immediately got up unconvinced. I beat you the first time, so I can beat you the second time. Grey also got up. The two of them butted their heads again, like two bulls fighting, to decide the winner. By the way, where's Urza? Yefrit asked curiously, and Wendy, hasn't come either. Urza took Wendy out and hasn't come back yet. Lucy explained. Yefrit glanced inside the room and didn't find Happy, that's not surprising, Happy must have run away with Charlu. Plop. At this time, Grey's head slipped and pushed out from under Natsu, and Natsu fell down before he could react. Grey was pressed under Natsu's chest. Haha, I won. Natsu said proudly. It's only 1-1, continue. Grey pushed him away. Stop playing. Emily ran over with a pillow in her arms, pulled the two and said, Brother Natsu, Brother Grey, let's have a pillow fight. Emily acted like a spoiled child, and the two couldn't stop her, so they quickly said, okay, let's play. Yet. Emily was immediately happy, raised her pillow, and knocked Natsu and Grey, who were just about to get up, to the ground again. Ha 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 ha, Emily laughed cheerfully. Puff. A pillow flew from behind, but knocked her down. It was the dove who did it. Sister Dove. Emily quickly got up, and just as she was about to hit Dove, she was knocked down again. It was Lucy. Emily got up again, and Juvia's flew over again. Master, save me. Emily quickly asked for help. Yevlet grabbed the pillow and threw it at Juvia. Lord Grey. Juvia also hurriedly asked for help. Yevlet. Grey and Natsu chose Yevlet at the same time. Emily saw that the situation was not good, and turned to throw herself into Marajana's arms. Sister Myra Jane, save me. Myra Jane smiled, took out a pillow and threw it at Emily, knocking her down again. Hee hee hee. Although she was targeted by everyone, Emily had a lot of fun. After all, the force of the pillow was strong, but it was not as painful as fists and feet. Ah! Yevlet on the other side screamed. Natsu, Grey, and Turtledove were all targeting him. Myra! Yevlet shouted, but was knocked down by the pillow thrown by Myra Jane. For a moment, he was directly submerged by the pillow. Natsu! Lucy shouted, threw a pillow, and hit Natsu in the face. Mr. Grey! Juvia also hit Grey. Damn it! Natsu Grey also fought back immediately. Miss Myra Jane! Miss Turtledove! Myra, stand still! A complete chaos. What are you doing? Why are you so noisy? At this time, Urza pushed open the door, but was hit in the face by a pillow from Natsu. Natsu! Urza immediately joined the battlefield. Xiaolulu, it's so interesting, let's join in too. Wendy said excitedly. Humph, not interested. Xiaolulu said arrogantly. But Wendy had already joined in, picked up the pillow and threw it at Yevlet. Sorry, Mr. Yevlet. Xiaolulu, let's play too. Happy hugged the pillow and looked at Xiaolulu. Tomcat, play by yourself. Xiaolulu hugged her arms, looking arrogant. Okay. Happy lowered his head in disappointment. What's good about that? If she's arrogant, just give her a straight ball. Yevlet's voice sounded in Happy's ears. Happy quickly looked at Yevlet. Yevlet was being chased by Emily, but his voice still rang in Happy's ears. This must be the deception magic. He just said, "Why are you looking at me? You should be ruthless now. Infinite straight balls will be enough, Happy. I know your advantage is that you two are the same race, a man and a woman. Hit her." Happy mustered up his courage and hit Xiaolulu in the face with a pillow. Tomcat. Xiaolulu was furious and grabbed the pillow and knocked Happy down. Ha ha ha! Happy got up and picked up the pillow and hit Xiaolulu again. Damn it! Xiaolulu joined the battlefield completely, but she was chasing Xiaolulu. No, spare me. Happy seemed to be suppressed and cried for help, but he was actually very happy. Because Yevlet said to him, "Sometimes, it is better to have a girl angry with you than to let her ignore you. Happy, show your funny temperament and make her angry and laugh, which is endless aftertaste." So there is now. Happy teased Xiaolulu from time to time, and then was beaten by the angry Xiaolulu, but he enjoyed it. "Mr. Yevlet!" Turtledove shouted, and knocked Yevlet over with a pillow, but she accidentally slipped and fell to Yevlet. Mirage's eyelids twitched slightly. Just at this moment, Yevlet rolled to the side. Plop! The turtledove, who should have jumped into his arms, fell hard to the ground. Mirage's mouth curled slightly, and he hit Yevlet with a pillow. Ha ha ha, it's not that easy to attack me. Yevlet laughed triumphantly and got up immediately, but was knocked down by Myra Jane with a pillow again. Yevlet got up again, but was attacked by both Banjiu and Myra Jane at the same time. You won't succeed. Yevlet grabbed Banjiu and tilted her body, then took a big step towards Myra Jane, dodging her attack and hitting her in the face with a pillow. Ah! Myra Jane was startled by the sudden attack, and with the power from the pillow, she screamed and fell backwards. Yevlet stretched out his hand and pulled Myra Jane, and Myra Jane immediately threw herself into his arms. But he immediately turned his body to the side and pushed Myra Jane towards Urza. The two women fell together. Ha ha ha, I'm invincible. Yevlet laughed triumphantly. Ha! Emily rushed over at this time. But Yevlet picked her up and spun her around like crazy. Ah, master, I'm dizzy. Emily exclaimed in a hurry. Ha 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 ha! Yevlet was so happy that he stepped on a pillow and slipped. He fell backwards and knocked down Wendy again, and finally pressed down the unlucky harpy he had just run behind Yevlet. Plop! Yevlet fell down with Harpy and Wendy's feet pressed down, and Emily's knees knelt hard on his face. Ah! Harpy was pressed down by Yevlet and screamed. Tomcat! Xiaolulu quickly threw down the pillow, grabbed Yevlet's arm and pulled her to the side. Ha 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 ha! Emily fell to the side and laughed non-stop. Yevlet was pulled away by Xiaolulu and thrown aside, but she just happened to see the style of the group a touch of white. The owner who was seen took a step back, and Yefrit saw the person on the group. It was Milage, who smiled gently at Yefrit. You can't blame me for this. Yefrit said. Milage smiled, lifted the jailer and stepped on Yefrit's face. Wendy, who was rubbing her feet that were pressed by Yefrit, suddenly blushed when she saw this scene, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Happy, are you okay? Xiaolulu helped Happy up. Xiaolulu, I. Happy pretended to be weak, but actually grabbed a corner of a pillow, and took advantage of Xiaolulu's inattention to hit Xiaolulu in the face with a pillow. Happy, you guy. Xiaolulu's anger was ignited again, and she dragged the pillow and chased Yefrit. Myra, what are you doing? Don't bully Yefrit like this. Urza saw it and knocked Milage down with a pillow. Iluza. Myra Jane got up, and the two women started the battle of the century. Bang bang bang. The two used Yefrit lying on the ground as a dividing line, throwing pillows at each other with one hand, and grabbing the pillows thrown by the other hand at the same time. The speed was getting faster and faster. The afterimage of the pillow almost formed a white bridge in the air, and the movements of the two people were blurred. Gradually, everyone stopped. Lucy and Juvia hid in the corner with pillows and shivered. Natsu and Grey also lay on the ground and dared not look up. They looked at Yefrit lying in the middle of the battlefield between the two, with sympathy on their faces. Huff, 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 I can't run anymore. Happy was exhausted and fell back on Natsu. Humph. Xiaolulu forced herself to catch up, leaned next to Happy, and grabbed his ears. Ah, it hurts. Habi shouted quickly, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Apologizing is useless, I'm going to twist your ears 3 times. Xiaolulu said. No, Habi was in pain and happy. Ho ho ho. Yevlet listened to the wind above and was afraid, if she was hit by these 2 pillows, she would be knocked unconscious. Look at Marajana's feet, she had dug a hole in the ground, allowing her body to stand firmly. On the other side, Urza's feet were even more sunken into the floor. It was terrible. Yevlet picked up a pillow and covered his head, then he pupied from the battlefield like a caterpillar. Master, come out quickly. Emily was considerate and quickly pulled Yevlet away from the battlefield. Bang! In the end, Urza won, and Myra Jane was she was knocked down. After all, she had wasted several years, so she was naturally not as good as Urza, who had been carrying huge pressure. Huff, huff. Miraja lay down, and Urza also panted and sat on the ground to rest. The battle was over. Everyone had a great time. Master Emily hugged Yevlet's arm and said coquettishly, Can you tell me about your past story? The story before you joined the guild. There's nothing good to hear. Yevlet said. I want to hear it. Emily shook Yevlet's arm and said coquettishly, I went to the president's grandfather and asked a lot about Master's things in the guild, and then I sorted it out and wrote a novel. Now there are things about Master's past, and I don't know much about it. Are you still writing a novel? Yevlet was surprised. Yet. Emily nodded, got up, found her small backpack, and took out a card. Everyone looked at her with a smile. Emily held the card in her left hand and flicked her right finger, and the card turned into a notebook. Well, it has the flavor of Yevlet. Emily came to Yevlet with the book and sat down, handing it to her. Yevlet said, Can I read it? Of course, it's a novel, not a diary. Everyone can read it. And I decided to be like you, Master. You take pictures to record everyone's stories. I want to write a novel for everyone. Emily said. Haha. Yevlet smiled with relief. Then you must not learn from Yevlet. He takes pictures of everything, but you can't write everything. Lucy said quickly. I know. Emily said innocently, things like Elfman and Albagreen kissing can't be written. Wait, when did you see it? Lucy exclaimed. Hey? Elfman. Myra Jane was shocked. Why are they so fast? Urza couldn't believe it. I saw them in the park when I was returning to the dormitory from my master's house with Sister Banji a few days ago. Emily said. Ah. Myra Jane showed a happy expression. This guy Elfman. Everyone smiled, even Natsu and Grey were laughing. Ahem. Yefrit coughed twice and read, The Legendary Adventure of Yefrit, the greatest wizard in my heart, the elegant magician of fairy tale. The title of the book is quite long. Yefrit continued to read, My Master Yefrit. The whole story is told from Emily's perspective. Her writing is very concise and fluent. This is naturally the credit of Yefrit for letting her read a lot of books. Originally, Emily didn't read too many books, one because she was young, and the other because of poor conditions, but now she has a comfortable life and Yefrit and Banji have both given her careful guidance. Especially Yefrit. He was well educated. He was born in an aristocratic family, so he was naturally knowledgeable. He was a child prodigy and read a lot of books when he was young, so he was more than capable of teaching Emily. Emily herself was also a very smart child. She also maintained good habits. In terms of learning, she was very conscious without being reminded. She knew that learning opportunities were hard-won, so she played and acted coquettishly, but she never slacked off in her studies, and she was always serious and would not cheat. Therefore, in terms of writing style, Yevlet thought there was not much to criticize about this novel, at most it lacked some experience. However, there were some flaws in the story writing. However, Yevlet still thought it passed. As long as she was interested and willing to study, these were all trivial matters. This made him very happy that Emily could find a clear goal, which was good. Chapter 116, The Crystallization of Love, Mariette. Play and make a fuss. It was already 11 o'clock. Emily was so sleepy that everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Yevlet was woken up by Milage and Emily in the morning. He was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose and sneezed, so he woke up. Beside him, Milage and Emily were sitting side by side, each holding a piece of cloth. Seeing that he was awake, Emily smiled and said, Master, good morning. Ah! Yevlet was dazed and saw something very close to him, so he stretched out his hand to pinch Miloj's toes. Pinched back and forth twice. Mr. Yevlet, do you need a forced wake-up service? Miloj retracted his foot with a smile on his face. Emily was so scared that she hid behind the turtle dove. I'm awake. Yevlet was completely awake this time, and then he realized how wrong he had done. Ahem, go out, I need to change clothes. Yevlet said so, but in her heart she prayed that Miloj would not get angry. Yet, Miloj did not get angry, which made Yevlet feel relieved. The girls left the room, and Yevlet sat up and said, Maiko, help me change clothes. Yes. Maiko nodded. By the way, why didn't you remind me when they entered the room? Yevlet asked. You didn't say that. Yevlet looked at Maiko's feet. Maiko immediately lifted them up. Yevlet took off her pajamas. After changing clothes and washing up, let's eat breakfast outside. Myra Jane came over and said. It's still early. Yevlet was a little helpless. Myra Jane pursed her lips slightly. Let's go, let's go. Yevlet said quickly. Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove said, then I'll take Emily to the school. Of course, they had to go to the school to see Ryder and the others. Okay. Yevlet nodded and said, make your own arrangements. Natsu and the others had no plans to be with Yevlet. Even if they met on the street, they probably wouldn't play together. Let's go. Mirage smiled like a flower, and she was particularly lively today. Before today, Yevlet had always heard that shopping with girls was very troublesome, it was torture, even dogs were unwilling to go shopping with their mistresses. He was ready to be tortured. But he didn't expect that it was not the case. Of course, he knew he was a special case, because Mirage was next to him. And Natsu Gray. Yevlet had met the two of them several times, each following Lucy and Juvia. Natsu was as tired as a dog, and Gray was yawning while walking. Mirage did not cause psychological trauma to Yevlet. She was a careful person, and she was gentle when she was not provoked. When Yevlet showed thirst, she would suggest buying water. When he showed hunger, he would buy food. If she is only 70% full, she will not force it, and will not buy a lot of food that she can't finish and then give it to Yevlet. She always knows how to buy food. She is also very decisive when buying various things, such as clothes, and unexpectedly, they all conform to Yevlet's aesthetics. Seeing Miloj changing things, Yevlet didn't feel bored, but wanted to buy them all. However, this is just a very small impulse, he won't pay. Mirage will also actively participate in various game projects that he is not good at, but Yevlet likes very much. Oops! Yevlet said with a strange expression, unexpectedly happy. Towards dusk, Miloj took Yevlet to the camera store and said with a gentle smile, choose whatever you want, Yevlet. Forget it. Yevlet waved his hand, his camera was still usable. Originally, he had the idea of deceiving Miloj, but at this time, he was a little unwilling. What do you want? Miloj tilted his head and asked. Yevlet hesitated. To be honest, he really didn't think of it. How about I make a suggestion? Miloj tried to ask. You say. How about buying a dog? I just saw a very cute dog over there. Miloj looked expectantly. Then go and take a look. Yevlet said. The two came to the pet shop. What Miloj liked was a dog similar to Samoyed, about 3 months old. As soon as she came here, she squatted down and teased the puppy. The puppy also rubbed her hand affectionately and asked for a touch. How about it? Mirage rubbed the dog's head and looked up at Yevlet. Under the setting sun, the beautiful girl's expectant expression made Yevlet unable to say no. Okay, it's this one. Great. Mirage jumped up happily. It was rare to see her lively and cute side as a little girl. She pulled Yevlet's sleeve and shook it, praising happily, Mr. Yevlet's nodding look is so handsome. Is it necessary? Yevlet smiled and said, you are the one who paid. If you want to buy it, there is no need to ask my opinion. How can that be? I said it's for you, right? Mirage turned around, opened the cage, picked up the dog, and said, Invlet. Wait, what's the name of the dog? Yevlet asked quickly. Invlet, she is a girl. Mirage said as a matter of course. Is the gender the key point? Yevlet said, Why is it called Infrit? It sounds almost like my name. Is it not nice? Myra Jane asked with a cute look. I think me is also pretty nice. Yevlet countered. Myra Jane showed a dissatisfied expression. Besides. Yevlet snatched the puppy from Marajana's arms and said, although you spent money, it was you who gave it to me. I haven't cared about you cheating me of the discount card. Then half for each of us. Myra Jane said, me RIT. Okay. Yevlet nodded, rubbed me RIT's head, and shouted, me, be good. Yes, stay cute, Myra Jane. Myra Jane also said. Humph. Yevlet snorted, turned around with Myriette in his arms, and said, go pay, Miss Mirage. Myriette, let's go. Mirage went to pay and got a lot of gifts, such as dog leashes, chew sticks, and dog food. Yevlet put Myriette down, put on a leash and led it. Ah, you bought a puppy, so cute. I met Lucy again, and Natsu was looking at the sky behind her. Well, its name is Myriette. Myra Jane said with a smile. Ah. Lucy was stunned and said, this name. It sounds good, right, Myriette, you like it very much. Yevlet said immediately. I think Lit is good too. Myra Jane also said with a smile. Lucy was speechless and said, is this dog docile? Can I touch it? Of course. Myra Jane smiled and nodded. Lucy immediately squatted down and said, Myriette is indeed very good-natured, and she played with her very docilely. Ah, so cute. Lucy couldn't help shouting, Natsu, come and see Miranda, it's so cute. Yet. Natsu squatted down and suddenly spit out a small flame, which scared Miranda to go straight into Lucy's arms. You idiot. Lucy was so angry that she punched Natsu hard. Miss Myra Jane, Miss Lucy, we meet again. At this time, Jovia also came. Ah, puppy. Seeing Miranda being spoiled in Lucy's arms, Jovia also exclaimed and ran over. Let me see. Gray squatted down. Mr. Gray, this is so cute, let's raise one too. Jovia added in her heart, as the fruit of our love. Trouble. Gray said, then he stretched out his hand, and a chill was revealed at his fingertips. The next second, an ice spike popped out. Woo-woo. Miranda hid back in Jovia's arms in fear. Gray, you bastard. Lucy hit him with another iron fist. There are more and more people. Yevlet said. Hey. Myra Jane looked at him in confusion. Ah, dog. Wendy and Urza also came. What a coincidence. Myra Jane laughed. Another teasing. Yevlet said, let's go to Mr. Edward's house, it's almost time. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Myra Jane led Miranda, and the girls walked in groups. The topic along the way was all about Miranda. And Natsu and Gray came to Yevlet. You guys, you actually want to keep a dog? Gray said, aren't you lazy and afraid of trouble? Wrong. Yevlet said, I'm not lazy. Gray and Natsu thought in their hearts, being hard-mouthed is also this guy's shortcoming. I only heard Yefrit answer, anyway, I don't need to take care of it. When it's quiet, let the turtle dove take care of it, let Emily play with it, and throw it to Myra Jane if it's noisy. That's right. Gray nodded in agreement. Mr. Edward and Mr. Judd organized a dinner party. Not many members of Fairy Tale came to attend. Laxus didn't come either. It was mainly Yefrit and a few people. Then there were Ryder and his group of children, all of them. During the dinner, Edward thanked everyone, and everyone responded politely. Then, Lucy's father, Judd, said with some emotion, in fact, investing in Felix Town saved my life. Why? Lucy asked worriedly when she heard this. Judd began to tell the story. I see. Before the incident in Ahanita Town, Judd learned about a project. This project is large and requires a lot of investment, and the return will be greater later. Judd had made up his mind to invest in this project. Even if he owed a huge sum of money, he wanted to go further. But unexpectedly, the incident in Ahanita Town happened. He thought it was just a small expense. But after he came, he found that his daughter Lucy was also involved. He was afraid that Lucy would be disappointed, so he invested in the construction of Felix Town in schools and other aspects. All the funds were moved here, and the project over there was naturally a failure. The one who got the project was still one of his business rivals, which made him feel very complicated. But he didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. A few days ago, he learned that the project lost money, and his rival was even cheated out of his family, sold his manor, and now he can only go to work. Jude was relieved and happy. Unexpectedly, the project here has improved, and it can also help him avoid a big pit. So, he paid more attention to this side. I learned about the story during this period. Everyone couldn't help but congratulate Mr. Jude for being a good person. Lucy was also relieved. She almost went from being a rich girl to a bankrupt girl. Of course, she didn't think of relying on her family. Even though it was difficult to pay the rent every month, she still supported herself. However, she knew that her father took his career very seriously. She couldn't imagine how serious the consequences would be if it was her father who was cheated. In short, everyone was happy. Everyone drank to celebrate. This time, Yevlet took out the wine gourd very proudly, then poured wine into the quilt, and then proudly raised the cup, showing off that he was drinking wine. Lucy and others were speechless. They still didn't know what strategy Yevlet had used. But there must be something wrong with this wine gourd. However, in this occasion, they didn't expose Yevlet. Let him be proud for a while. If it's fake, it will always be exposed. The next day. Emily, you must study hard. Ryder and others told Emily, Mr. Yevlet is very powerful. You are lucky to learn magic from him. Don't waste your talent and opportunity. I know, Brother Ryder. Emily nodded solemnly, looked at everyone, and said, I will work hard and won't let you down. Then, she said, Brother Ryder, you have to work hard, and everyone has to work hard. Of course. Ryder and everyone nodded, everyone cherished the opportunity to learn. Then goodbye. Emily said with a sob, she was reluctant to leave. Goodbye, Emily, don't cry, be strong. Ryder said, besides, it's only a day's drive. We will visit you when we have time. Yet. Emily cried and returned to the train. Seeing this, Mileage made way. Emily threw herself into Yevlet's arms. Yevlet rubbed the little girl's head to comfort her, thinking in his heart. Emily is almost there, and can start learning magic. He can sense that Emily has already stepped over the threshold in controlling magic. Although those books have not been finished yet, there is still some gap in the accumulation of knowledge. However, she can already be guided to get started. Otherwise, if the Sirius Island traps him for 7 years, Emily's time will be wasted. Emily, start learning magic after you go back. Yevlet said. Master. Emily raised her head, wiped her tears, and looked at him in shock and expectation. Congratulations, Emily. Myra Jane said. Turtledove was also full of joy. She thought Yevlet's magic was very strong. Now that Emily could learn it, she felt that she had been admitted to a good school and had a promising future. Chapter 117, Lucy, I like fairy tale the most. Emily's talent is stronger than Yevlet expected. She got started quickly. Although her proficiency is not enough, and it is easy to make various mistakes, when infected, she can't control the release of magic, deceives in advance, and fails because of being discovered, or it is too false. These are all minor problems, which can be improved as her proficiency increases. Fraud magic is more like a good toy for Emily. It is fresh and interesting. However, she did not become a little witch, but often helped people, although she would make things worse. For example, she helped Kana adjust the taste of the wine, but Kana's sense of taste was lost for a long time. Another example is helping Juvia to have a daydream, but Grey in the dream was incomparably ugly. Obviously, it is still very difficult for her to achieve her goal now. Emily was not discouraged, and actively used Mirai to experiment. Of course, occasionally there would be just a little prank, at least it was much better than Yevri, and everyone could accept it. Actually, it's better for her to play a prank. When she wants to help people, it's a bit torturing. The cherry blossoms are blooming. This news makes everyone in the city happy. People who are busy with work plan to finish their work quickly. People who are separated also want to reunite on this day. I'm looking forward to it. After Lucy said this, she was dragged by Natsu to do the task. Yefrit sat in front of the counter and said, it seems to be a task to go to the snowy mountains. I hope I won't catch a cold. Well, no, Natsu will take good care of Lucy. Myra Jane smiled. Master! Emily ran over with Mirage. What's wrong? Yefrit turned around and smiled. Hug! Emily rushed over, and Yefrit reached out to hug her, but was licked on the face by the other party. Wait! No! Ha 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 ha! The little ghost Romeo laughed. He is the son of Uncle Macau and always comes to the guild to play. Everyone laughed. Because it was Mariette that Yevlet was holding, and it was Mariette who was licking him. Yevlet took out his handkerchief helplessly. Hee hee. Emily laughed, and then rushed over, snatched Yevlet's handkerchief, and wiped his face. Don't help him, Emily. Well done, Emily. Everyone couldn't help but feel happy. For so many years, only Yevlet had deceived everyone. It was so cool to be deceived now. Hee hee. Yevlet disappeared. He actually appeared behind Emily, picked her up from behind, and lifted her up high. Got it. Ha ha ha, master, it's so high, put me down. Emily laughed. Ah, everyone sighed, they didn't deceive him. Yevlet threw Emily high up, and then caught her. Wow, Emily exclaimed. Efreet threw it several times, and Emily laughed even louder. At first she was a little scared, but now she shouted, Master, higher. Efreet looked at the second floor, where Laxus was leaning on the railing. He said, Laxus, catch it. After saying that, he threw Emily to Laxus. Laxus didn't want to attack, but when he saw Emily approaching and falling towards the first floor, he finally reached out and grabbed Emily's collar from behind, like holding a kitten. Emily was not afraid of him. Many people in the guild were afraid of Laxus, including Romeo. But this did not include Emily. She smiled sweetly and shouted, Uncle Laxus. Emily actually always called each other by their own name. Yeflet was her master, a generation older, but Emily also called Natsu, Urza, and others of the same generation as him brother and sister. Of course, Makeo was indeed uncle. Laxus was a special case. He said, I don't want to be a generation shorter than that guy. So Emily called him uncle. Humph. Laxus snorted proudly and put Emily down. Uncle Laxus, I have learned the master's deception magic. Emily hugged his thigh and said. Laxus came back to accompany his grandfather to see the cherry blossoms, but he would definitely say, I came back because the commission was completed. I saw it. Laxus said coldly. Then what wish do you want to fulfill? Emily asked. Don't bother me, Laxus said halfway, and when he saw Emily's clear and innocent big eyes, he couldn't say don't bother me. Finally, he said, I want Yevlet to call me uncle, can you do it? Yes. Emily jumped back a step. She stretched out 2 index fingers and stuck them on her temples, staring at Laxus with her eyes wide open. Then, Emily turned into Yevlet, just a smaller version of her height, and still wearing her clothes. Cartoon children's short-sleeved shirt and loose cropped jeans. Sorry, I think I can only become like this. Emily said a little frustrated. No, this is good, call me uncle. Laxus said excitedly. Laxus. Emily said Laxus' name shyly and hesitantly, and then in his expectant eyes, she suddenly laughed wildly, big idiot, ha 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 ha. I saw Emily turned into Yevlet. And the real Emily was behind Yevlet, with an embarrassed smile on her face. Ha 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 ha. Yevlet continued to laugh. Yevlet. Laxus was furious and punched out, but it pierced through Yevlet's body. Downstairs, Yevlet led Emily out of the guild, and Mileage was confused, then bit the rope by herself, wagging her tail and staying at Mileage's feet. Everyone was silent. Kana said with a trembling voice, no. It will be a double torture in the future. Everyone showed an expression of don't do that kind of thing. Before Laxus was fooled, they had not recovered. Now they know that Yefrit's fraud magic can seamlessly replace Emily's fraud magic. What kind of hell setting is this? That is to say, in the future, everyone will think it is Emily's prank, but it is likely to be replaced by Yefrit in the middle. Then they will be played badly like Laxus. Hiss. Everyone shuddered. Ah. On the day of cherry blossom viewing. At Lucy's house. She was wrapped in a quilt, sneezing, her face red, and helpless. She has been looking forward to today for a long time. Yesterday, she went to the snow mountain to do a commission and got a cold, so she got a fever today. Can't you go, Lucy? Natsu looked at Lucy, stretched out his hand and put it on her forehead. Lucy's face became even redder, and it was unclear whether it was because of fever or shyness. I want to go, Lucy said with a crying voice, very aggrieved, but, I can't go. This is what you have been looking forward to for a long time. Natsu said. Yes, but Lucy turned her head quickly and said, stay away from me, don't be infected by me. Is that so? Natsu looked a little lonely. Sorry, but Lucy fell on the bed and said, I want to sleep, you go. Okay. Natsu could only nod, he stretched out his hand and pulled the quilt for Lucy. Lucy had not closed her eyes yet, and when she saw Natsu's action, her eyes moved. However, she soon couldn't bear it and fell asleep completely. Then let's not disturb her. Natsu said. Maybe we can ask Yefrit for help? Doesn't he know how to make magic potions? Said Happy. Right. Natsu clapped his hands. Yefrit's house. Turtledove was packing up camping stuff. Yefrit and Emily were having a magic duel, fighting each other with simple elemental attacks. This is a test of the speed of releasing magic and the ability to adapt to changes. Boom! Yefrit sent out a fireball. Puff! Emily spit out water, and then she used the ground stab. Yevlet turned the ground under his feet into an iron plate. Yevlet. Natsu climbed over the wall. What's wrong? Yevlet asked. Do you have a magic potion that can cure colds? No. Yevlet said, you have to ask Ms. Polyasica for that kind of potion. It's really useless. Natsu couldn't help but say. Yevlet was speechless. Let's go, Happy. Natsu climbed over the wall again. Potion to cure colds? Is anyone sick? Emily asked curiously. Most likely it's Lucy, that unlucky guy. Yevlet said. Then isn't Sister Lucy very pitiful? She's been looking forward to it. Emily showed sympathy. Every wish comes true. Yevlet smiled. Yes. Emily's eyes lit up and she said, after I see the cherry blossoms, I will go and transform for Sister Lucy. Yet. Yefrit rubbed her little head. It's time to go, Mr. Yefrit and Emily. Turtledove said. Let's go. Yefrit and the others came to the cherry blossom viewing area. Fairy Tale naturally has a reserved place here. Many people have come. Hey. Gray asked, where is Natsu? Sister Lucy is sick, and brother Natsu went to see Granny Polusika. Emily said. Jovia showed a sympathetic look, Miss Lucy, you are so unlucky. Mr. Yefrit, it's ready. Turtledove said, working silently. She had already spread the picnic blanket and Yefrit and Emily went over to sit down. Gray and Jovia also came. Everyone was enjoying the flowers while eating. Some time passed. President Makarov climbed onto a stage and said, quiet. Everyone gradually quieted down and surrounded the stage. Mirage stood on the stage, holding a card in his hand, and said, now we are going to start the bingo competition that is customary at the flower viewing conference. Great! Everyone cheered. There are many luxurious prizes this year, so everyone should show their enthusiasm and participate actively. Makarov said. Everyone took out the small cards they had prepared long ago. Master, we must work hard to win the prize. Emily, who participated for the first time, said happily. Okay. Yefrit nodded with a smile. Then he looked aside. Natsu walked over dejectedly. Natsu, you almost didn't make it. Gray said. Juvia looked behind Natsu and saw that there was no Lucy, and said, Ms. Polyasica is not okay. Natsu shook his head and said, she's not here. That's a pity. Juvia couldn't help but say. Mirage started to organize bingo. There is a turntable behind her, corresponding to the holes in everyone's hands. Whoever has the number in the hole that matches the number on the turntable wins the prize. Yeflet's group had bad luck. No prizes were drawn from the beginning to the end. This made Emily a little regretful, but she was not particularly disappointed. These prizes, in fact, are not very attractive to her. She has played a lot of fun. Travel and so on, just say it, and Yeflet will take her. She just enjoys this atmosphere. Of course she is happy if she can draw, and it doesn't matter if she doesn't. In fact, everyone thinks so, and they are not depressed. Except Natsu. Natsu, even if you don't draw, don't be so depressed, your head is buried in the scarf. Makeo laughed. Anatsu threw the card casually and said boringly, I'm going back. What's wrong with that guy? Everyone was puzzled. It's missing an air pump, that's it. Yeflet said. Inflator. Emily was stunned, then she covered her mouth and laughed. It was getting late. Everyone dispersed. Yefrit also returned home. At this time, Natsu suddenly came. He said excitedly, Yefrit, come and help me. What for? Yefrit looked at Natsu and Gray beside him, a little confused. It's hard to explain, just come. Natsu pulled Yefrit and ran. Master, wait for me. Emily also hurried to catch up. Everyone returned to the cherry tree again. What for? Yefrit asked. Pa. Natsu took out 2 shovels and said, I want to dig out the cherry tree and show it to Lucy. Your idea is really... Gray didn't know what to say. He hesitated for a while and said, then hurry up. I don't do physical work. Yefrit said. You need to deceive everyone, otherwise it will be troublesome if you are discovered. Natsu said. Okay. Yeflet nodded. So he released magic, so that everyone who came near here could not see the actions of Natsu and others. Natsu and Gray picked up the shovel and worked frantically. Lucy. Lucy. Lucy was woken up by Happy. What's wrong? She opened her eyes dazedly, feeling that her physical strength had recovered a little and her symptoms had eased. Come and see outside. Happy said. Outside? It's a bit noisy. Lucy got up and pushed open the window, and was stunned. Cherry blossoms were flying all over the sky. A large ship, carrying cherry blossom trees from upstream, slowly came to her window and stopped. Under the light, the trees were colorful and beautiful. Lucy. Natsu waved on the ship. Beside him were Gray, Yefrit, Urza, Wendy, Myra Jane and others. These people were of course from Yefrit. Everyone. Lucy was so moved that she covered her mouth, tears flowed from her eyes, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Wendy blew a gust of wind, blowing cherry blossoms all over the sky. It must succeed. Emily put her index finger on her temple and released magic. The flying cherry blossoms gradually formed a human figure, and Natsu walked out of the cherry blossoms. Gray built an ice platform, and Natsu stood on it. He walked to Lucy with a card in his hand. Lucy, let's play bingo. Natsu said with a smile. Yeah. Lucy took the card. Below, Myra Jane said, Ms. Lucy, please press the middle hole. Lucy pressed the hole. Then Myra Jane turned on the turntable. Number 7. A number appeared on the turntable. I won. Lucy said excitedly as she looked at the number she deducted. Congratulations, Lucy, it's a supermarket coupon sponsored by a mysterious person. 50 coupons. Myra Jane said. Okay. Gray looked at Yevlet. Yevlet said, it's very affordable, isn't it? Congratulations, Lucy. Natsu smiled. Congratulations, Miss Lucy. Congratulations, Sister Lucy. Everyone congratulated. Thank you everyone. Lucy couldn't hold it anymore and burst into tears. I love fairy tale the most. Chapter 118, Natsu, Lisana is dead. The guild is still noisy. Lucy had just recovered from a cold, and Natsu didn't force her to do the commission. Lucy sat next to Wendy and looked ahead. Natsu and Happy were doing a funny hip-shaking dance on the table, making everyone laugh. Lucy sighed and said, I feel that the missions are getting more and more difficult recently. Why, Miss Lucy? Wendy asked in confusion. Maybe it's in terms of strength. Lucy said, I feel that the gap between me and Natsu is getting bigger and bigger. Is that so? Wendy nodded. She actually had this concern. As a dragon slayer, she was definitely the weakest one. This was not because Tianlong's magic was not good, but purely because she was not good enough. Even Emily made her feel very stressed recently. Miss Kokyuga's swordsmanship, plus Mr. Yevlet's fraud magic, although Emily could only be considered an entry level, but the combination was really troublesome. I feel that if this goes on, Emily will surpass her strength. At this time, Yevlet came over, turning a card in his hand. Isn't this a coincidence? He came and sat down opposite Lucy. The two looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Lucy, I have a way to improve your strength, and it will be effective immediately, but I can't give it to you for free. Yevlet said with a smile. What method? By your magic card? Lucy asked curiously. How could Habit not show off after getting Yevlet's card, especially to Xiaolulu, who patted his chest every day and said that he could protect her? That's not suitable for you. Yevlet said, Habit's situation is special. His magic power is not great, but microcontrol is okay. You are just the opposite. Lucy's magic power is naturally not as good as monsters like Natsu and Grey, but compared with the same level, it is quite excellent. However, in terms of precise control, compared with Habit who uses flying magic all year round, it is still a little worse. It's not that you can't exercise, but there is no need. What is that? Lucy asked. Let me show you first. Yevlet put the card on Lucy's forehead. It's just a trick, don't be afraid to use magic. Lucy opened her eyes and found herself standing in an open space in the park. There was no one around except Yevlet. You have a super magic trick, Star Chart History, which drains most of the magic power at once and uses the power of 88 stars to carry out a saturation attack. Yevlet said. That's right. Lucy nodded. I made some simplifications on it. Yevlet said, because I am not a star wizard, I can't really mobilize the power of the stars, but you can use the star spirits that have signed contracts to take advantage of it. Yevlet raised his hand, and a Laxus appeared 10 meters in front of him. Buzz! A basketball-sized ball of light appeared next to Yevlet. Boom! The next second, the ball of light flew over and blew Laxus away, but immediately, a new Laxus appeared. Lucy's eyes lit up. Buzz! 7 balls of light appeared around Yevlet, all flew out, bombarding repeatedly. This is the improved magic, which consumes much less magic power. Yevlet said. Please teach me. Lucy begged hurriedly. Lucy, I understand, this is a customized product. At this time, Lucy returned to the guild. Yevlet took back the card and said, of course you have to pay something to get it. Money. Lucy gritted her teeth and said, at worst, I'll ask my father for help. During this period, the relationship between Lucy and her father Jude has eased a lot. And this magic is really attractive to Lucy. Of course, she knew that this magic would definitely not be cheap, and she probably couldn't afford it. No, no money. Yevlet shook her head. Then what do you want? Lucy asked in confusion. A key. Yevlet said, to be precise, I'm borrowing one of your keys for a while. Which one? Lucy hesitated. As a celestial wizard, even if she trusted Yevlet very much, she still felt that she was betraying her friend by taking out the celestial key as a transaction. Hololokim. Yevlet said, I plan to do some research on him. Although he didn't remember many details of the plot, he knew that future enemies would definitely become stronger. In fact, he didn't need to be afraid. Maiko gave him the scale powder, which would put him in a state of absolute defense. Maiko was very confident, even if she couldn't beat Zeref and the Black Dragon, it would not be easy for them to beat her to death. But others couldn't do that. Especially Emily, who was as fragile as him. But Emily didn't have a simple and powerful demon like Maiko to sign. Lucy had a very functional key, the clock constellation Holorokim. Every time at a critical moment, it could automatically jump out to protect Lucy. The battle record can be checked, which is very luxurious. So, Yevlet was not interested in other star spirits, but was very interested in Holorokim. This Lucy hesitated. Pa. Yevlet put the card on the table and said, call the parties out to discuss it. Well. Lucy took the key with a guilty conscience and summoned the clock tower. Open, the door of the clock tower Hololokim. A clock appeared. Ms. Lucy. Hololokim saluted. Hololokim. Lucy gritted her teeth and said, I want to discuss something with you. Then, Lucy told Hololokim about the matter. Thank you very much, Ms. Lucy, for thinking about me. Hololokim smiled, it is totally worth it to be able to improve Ms. Lucy's strength just to let me communicate magic with Mr. Yevlet. Communicating magic, very appropriate. Yevlet smiled, I'm not going to smash him with a hammer or slice him with a scalpel. I am very willing to make this deal, but please let Ms. Lucy decide. Hololokim said. Then I'll leave it to you, Hololokim. Lucy said. It's yours. Yevlet smiled and pushed out the card, and said to Holorokim, please give me your advice. Okay, Mr. Yevlet. Halarakim said politely. Ding ding ding. Just then, a bell rang throughout the town. Hey! Everyone looked in the direction of the guild in surprise. What's wrong with everyone? And, this bell, is there any danger? Lucy asked worriedly. Because it's Guild Arts is back. Just as Yevlet was about to answer, Natsu shouted. Guild Arts is back. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Guild Arts has been out for 3 years, and there has been no news. Everyone is worried about him. Guild Arts. Lucy had some impression, it's the S-class wizard who has never appeared yet. Yevlet said, except for the president, he is the strongest wizard in the guild, and Laxus can't beat him. Hey! Lucy widened her eyes. In her opinion, Laxus was so strong that he was terribly strong. After all, Natsu and Grey and Gajeel had never beaten him. How does he compare to Yevlet? Lucy said. There is no comparison. Yevlet said, he is stronger than me. Even better than Yevlet. Lucy was about to sigh, and Urza on the side said, stop listening to his lies. Guild Arts is very strong. If it was before, it would not be surprising that Yevlet couldn't beat him, but now, I don't believe you can't beat me. Urza said. That's right. Grey nodded in approval. Guild Arts has been away from the guild for 3 years. Don't keep your impression of him 3 years ago. Yevlet said. Shut up, we won't believe a word you say about being weak. Lucy said, by the way, why did Guild Arts ring the bell when he came back? Just as she finished speaking, the ground began to shake. What's wrong? What's wrong? An earthquake? Lucy asked hurriedly. At this time, someone outside shouted, the whole town has switched to Guild Arts mode. What is Guild Arts mode? Lucy was confused. You can understand it as the scene of drunk Urza in the guild. Guild Arts mode is to avoid that kind of situation. Yevlet explained. Urza was drunk. Lucy recalled. Since the establishment of the new guild, Urza has been drunk several times and she was very annoyed with the pillars next to the door and wanted to cut them down. Every time, everyone tried their best to dissuade her. Myra J said, Guild Arts uses shattering magic, which can shatter everything it touches. To prevent him from hitting the buildings or residents in the city when he is in a daze, the whole town will enter Guild Arts mode. Hey! Lucy and other newcomers couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, the layout of the town outside has changed dramatically. A street extends from the entrance of the town to the entrance of the guild. Here they come. Everyone looked expectantly. An orange-haired uncle slowly walked to the entrance of the guild and entered. He looked around in confusion, and then asked Myra Jane, Hello, miss, I remember there is a guild called Fairy Tale nearby. It's here, we rebuilt the guild, by the way, I'm Myra Jane. Myra Jane smiled. Myra, you have changed a lot. Guild Arts couldn't help but say, by the way, the guild has become completely unrecognizable. Not only the guild, you don't even recognize the people. Lucy complained in a low voice. Guild Arts looked at Lucy and said, then you must be Urza. Long time no see, Urza. Urza's hair is red. Lucy complained, can't you tell it apart? That's right. Guild Arts nodded and looked at Natsu, Urza. Guild Arts, let's duel. Natsu shouted. Oh, it's Natsu. You can't even tell the gender. Lucy was shocked. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu pounced on Guild Arts. Bang! Guild Arts slapped Natsu away like slapping a fly. So strong. Lucy widened her eyes. Even Urza couldn't do this. Guild Arts. Guild President Makarov sat on the counter, looked at Guild Arts, and breathed a sigh of relief. How is the mission going? Haha. Guild Arts laughed a few times, and then answered in a serious tone, No, I am completely incapable of doing it. It is already a great luck to be able to come back alive. It's okay to give up, as long as you come back safely. Makarov said, no one has ever succeeded in this mission. You are the first one to come back successfully. Yet. Reluctantly, I'm back. Guild Arts scratched his cloak, his face a little ugly. Woof woof. At this time, a puppy barked at Guild Arts. Slow down, Mariette. Emily ran in from outside the guild chasing Mariette. It's really strange, why did the town suddenly become like this? As Emily said, she came close to Guild Arts and picked up Mariette. Oh, Lysina, long time no see, you haven't changed much. Gildarts reached out and rubbed Emily's head. Hey! Emily looked confused and said, Uncle, I'm not Listena's sister, I'm Emily. Hey! Gildarts was stunned, then scratched his head awkwardly and asked, what about Listena? As soon as he said this, the whole guild was silent. Myra Jane suddenly covered her face and turned to run into the lounge. Lucy looked at Natsu. She had known who Listena was not long ago. Listena is dead. Finally, Natsu said, 2 years ago. Boom! A sudden gust of wind blew in the guild, making everyone unable to open their eyes, but they heard Gildarts's angry shout, Yeflet, you are lax. The wind dissipated. Everyone saw Gildarts grabbing Yeflet's collar. Snap! Yeflet held Gildarts' hand and slowly pushed him away, saying calmly, yes. I am also responsible. At this time, Lax's voice sounded from the second floor. Everyone looked up. Laxus was holding the railing, looking at Gildarts calmly. Enough. Natsu and Grey grabbed Gildarts' wrist at the same time, and Grey said, they were not the only two who swore together. What's going on? Lucy was confused. Happy explained, because the three of them once agreed to protect everyone, including Listena. Gildarts let go of his hand and said, sorry, Natsu. Natsu did not speak. I'm tired, I'll go back to rest. Natsu, come find me later, I have a gift for you. Gildarts walked towards the wall of the guild absent-mindedly. Boom! The wall exploded instantly. Everyone was silent. But when Gildarts walked out of the guild, everyone found that the wall was intact, but he walked out of the gate. This was obviously a deception of Yevlet. Yevlet sat down in silence. Lucy felt the atmosphere was very stiff. Quickly pulled Happy aside and said, what happened? Tell me in detail. Chapter 119, Emily, Uncle Laxus is a very good person. Happy was a little discouraged and obviously didn't want to talk about this topic, but it was Lucy who asked, and she had no ill intentions. So Happy said, once, Natsu, Grey and others encountered danger and almost died. Fortunately, they were saved by Gildarts. Then Listena asked Laxus and Yefrit, will they always protect them in the future? So the three of them made a promise. A man's promise is not just empty words that are forgotten after being spoken. But Listena, who had prompted the three to make the promise, is no longer here. Lucy looked at Yefrit, and next to him stood the clock constellation Holarakim. She suddenly understood why Yefrit wanted to study Holarikim's ability. Of course he is strong enough, but... Emily came to Yefrit, her white hair was very dazzling. Lucy had seen the old photos, and Listena also had dazzling white hair. Yefrit would definitely not regard Emily as Listena, but this incident would eventually become a scar in his heart. Yefrit is a gentle person, and so is Laxus, although they all seem to have negative personalities. At this time, Lucy saw Kana. Her expression was more trance than sadness. Kana, what's wrong with you? Lucy asked. Kana smiled reluctantly, then shook her head and said, I'm fine. Everyone was in a bad mood, Lucy was silent, and Wendy shrank like an ostrich. It was close to evening. Natsu, who had adjusted his mood, came to Gildarts's house. Natsu. Gildarts said with a deep face, I saw a dragon. Hearing this, Natsu's pupil shrank. But he is not the one you want to find. Gildarts added. Where is he? Natsu asked immediately. What are you going to do? Gildarts asked back. Is there any need to say that? Of course, ask about Ignil's whereabouts. Natsu said. Forget it, he must be gone. Gildarts said, besides, he is not an easy dragon to get along with. Gildarts stood up and lifted his cloak. Natsu was stunned. Half of Gildarts' body was sutured, and even his left hand and left leg were gone, just prosthetic limbs. In just a moment, without any resistance, I lost half of my body. Gildarts smiled bitterly, I barely saved my life. Happy fell from mid-air in shock. Even you are so strong. Natsu was also very shocked. Gildarts said, I'm not saying these words to ask you to rashly seek death now. Natsu, perhaps, he will be the fate of the Dragon Slayer. You must work hard to practice, perhaps, all the puzzles will be solved on the day when you are strong enough to defeat him. Natsu was silent for a few seconds. Then he turned and ran out. Natsu. Happy. Just as Harpy was about to catch up, Gildart stopped him and said, "You must help Natsu. He is not something that humans can defeat. Neither I, the president, nor Yefrit can defeat him. But Dragon may be able to defeat him. This is a promise between two men." Gildart said seriously. "Love." Happy also responded solemnly. Then, Happy chased Natsu out. Plop. Gildart sat back in his chair dejectedly. That battle that was not considered a battle, just a little hostility from the opponent, destroyed his will. That terrifying dragon, he is definitely not a friend of humans. Yevlet is very strong. In Gildart's opinion, he may be able to go further than him in the pursuit of the truth of magic, and even touch the ultimate. However, the cruel reality is that his magic can never deal with that dragon. Hee. Gildart smiled bitterly. He was really beaten down, in every sense. It didn't take Yevlet too long to borrow Halarakim. Less than a week. When he came out of seclusion, Haruchim couldn't help but praise, "Mr. Yevlet, you are definitely the smartest, most talented and most incredible wizard I have ever seen. Thank you for the compliment. You have worked hard during this period." Yevlet's face was full of fatigue. "No. Halalokim said, I witnessed a great wizard who created a great magic. I am honored. Okay, that's it. I need to rest," Yevlet said. Then he turned around and went back to his room to sleep. Halochim also went back. Yevlet slept all day. The next day at noon, he took a magical and refreshing bath and went downstairs. When Mr. Yevlet was doing research, it felt very different from your usual self. Turtledove couldn't help but say, her eyes flashing with admiration. Usually, Yevlet is always lazy. But when studying new things, he is very focused. Not only studying Miss Lucy's magic and the magic of this period, he also makes some magic props and the like very seriously. To be honest, very handsome, Turtledove is fascinated by it. Yevlet's attention is not on her, and said, "Where is Emily?" "She is with Mr. Laxus," Turtledove said. "Few people can play with Laxus, but Emily is not afraid of him." "Laxus? What's so fun about that guy?" Yevlet couldn't help but say. "Then I don't know." Turtledove shook his head. "Forget it, wait for her to come back and ask her to see me," Yevlet said. "Yes. Dessert shop. One children's meal," Laxus said with a cold face. "Yes." The clerk was frightened by this guy's face and thought he was a bad customer. "Uncle Laxus, I don't want a children's meal, I want this." Emily pointed to a cake and said. "Then this one," Laxus said. "Thank you, Uncle Laxus." Emily laughed happily. Laxus was about to smile with the corners of his mouth raised, but immediately became serious. Emily blinked her big eyes. She was a very smart child, and she was learning fraud magic, so she was naturally very sensitive to emotions. She knew that Laxus was happy, but he was not good at expressing it. The book said that this was called Tsundere. Soon, the cake was brought. Laxus took away most of it. Woo! Emily puffed up her face and stared at Laxus very cutely. Laxus slightly shifted his gaze, not looking at her, and said in a very stiff tone, "Children can't eat too much sweets, it's easy to get cavities." "No, I brush my teeth well." Emily grinned, showing her white teeth. "That's it." Laxus didn't allow her to refute. "Okay." Emily didn't insist, and happily held the cake and ate it. Laxus took a look and saw that the other party's chubby face was stained with cream. He took out a paper and said, "Face, cream. Help me wipe it, thank you." Emily smiled. Laxus stretched out his hand silently. In the distance. "Hey, is that Laxus?" Albagreen looked at this scene in shock. "It's him, this is not surprising." Elfman sighed, his eyes were a little complicated. "That's right, Laxus, it's not like there haven't been times like this." Albagreen also sighed. "Sister Dove, I'm back." Emily ran into the store with a lot of bags. "Emily? These things?" Turtle Dove was stunned. She looked outside and saw Laxus holding something in his hand. "Ah, Mr. Laxus, did Emily cost you money?" Turtle Dove was shocked. How could Emily let Laxus spend money to buy so many things for her? "No." Emily said, "It was my own commission money." Uncle Laxus just treated me to a cake. Is that so? Turtle Dove was relieved. Of course, a lady should spend her own money to buy things. Those who get something for nothing are not good people. Emily said. Dong. Laxus put the things down and said, the person has been delivered. After that, he left. Mr. Laxus, why don't you stay for dinner? Turtle Dove said quickly. But Laxus didn't answer. By the way, when did you go to do the commission? Turtle Dove looked at the large and small bags. Although they were not luxury goods or large items, they were just some things that children were interested in, fairy tales, small toys, and the like, but buying so many things still cost some money. I have been looking for Uncle Laxus to take me to do commissions during this period, and today is the same. Emily counted on her fingers and said, today we went to help Grandma Mary find a cat and helped Uncle Yulan catch a thief. You have been bothering Mr. Laxus. Isn't this a bad thing? Turtle Dove said. Anyway, he is free. Yeffulet walked over and said. Master, you came out of seclusion. Emily jumped up happily. Yet. Yeffulet smiled and touched Emily's head, saying, by the way, how did you come up with this genius idea? Don't say Turtle Dove was surprised. Yeffulet himself was surprised. Laxus was dragged to do such a small commission, which really gave people a feeling of being completely defeated by his tsundere. Emily said proudly, it's not a big deal. I just went to the guild, found the commission, tore it off, and then found Uncle Laxus. He didn't refuse, although at first, he said arrogantly. Emily cast a magic and turned into a child version of Laxus. This Laxus turned his head with a serious face and said, I won't do such a third-rate commission. This is something that only children would do. Exactly the same. Yeffulet gave a thumbs up. This is really the essence of learning. Emily immediately lifted the magic and said proudly, then I went to do the commission myself, the task of driving away stray dogs. Uncle Laxus really followed. You are obviously threatening him. Turtle Dove held his forehead. There's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, that guy is idle. Yeffulet said, during this period, we should squeeze him well. I'm not exploiting you. Emily said, Uncle Laxus is a very good person, I won't bully him. Haha. Yevlet laughed. It was the fourth time someone said they wouldn't bully Laxus. The first time was Gildarts, who beat Laxus black and blue in the sparring match. The second time was Lysina, after saying this, drew a turtle on the face of the sleeping Laxus. The third time was Yefrit, of course, he had many glorious deeds. The fourth time was Emily, who said this and dragged Laxus to do cat and dog chasing these days. Mr. Laxus, maybe he is not that difficult to contact. Banjiu couldn't help but say. She looked at Yefrit, according to her guess. The relationship between these two is like that between Natsu and Grey. But for some reason, now it seems, or vaguely, Banjiu feels that there is still some crack between the two. Maybe Emily can fix it. Emily smiled sweetly at Banjiu, an innocent smile that made people feel pampered in their hearts. Come here. Yefrit patted Emily's head gently. Master, you are silly. Emily pouted. Haha. When they came to the yard, Yevlet took out a card and said, Emily, I'm going to give you a demon. Hey? Yes. Emily was startled and was about to say something, but she immediately closed her mouth. Not as powerful as a demon. Yevlet said, I've just started my research and can't create a comprehensive and powerful demon. But, Master, why did you suddenly think of signing a demon for me? Emily said. We are fragile after all. Yevlet just finished speaking, and Banjiu said, Mr. Yevlet, Emily is not, she practices the moonless swordsmanship, and her physical strength is not low. Banjiu is not a fragile. Her blood is almost as thick as Urza. Emily's talent is very high, above her. The future Emily has the physical strength of Urza and the swordsmanship strength that exceeds Banjiu and Yevlet's fraud magic. This is a powerful and terrifying wizard. You always need insurance. Yevlet smiled and said, some enemies won't wait for you to grow up safely. Enemy. Banjiu was startled and said, is there any danger? Better to take precautions. Yevlet didn't say much. He still vaguely remembered that in the animation, the whole town was transferred to another world. There was also the 7 years of Tenro Island. There was also the Gate of Hades, and the brother control going crazy later. Crisis will not wait for people to grow up. Even Natsu's speed of improving strength can't keep up with the speed of crisis. Not to mention Emily. He is used to making more preparations. What kind of demon is it? Is it invisible? Emily asked curiously. Yevlet flew the card out. A huge magic circle was formed. Then a huge monster fat, weird-looking, toad-like demon, slowly came out of the magic circle, like taking an elevator. Wow, so cute. Emily's eyes lit up. Cute. The dove wanted to complain. How could such a 2-meter-tall toad be called cute? Chapter 120, Anima. Thank you for your compliment. The toad spoke, and the dove couldn't hold back. It was a very sweet female voice. Wow! Emily happily jumped up and hugged the big toad. The big toad also stretched out his hand and hugged her gracefully, saying, "Are you my master?" "Yes." Emily replied, and then stepped back 2 steps, but her body was already covered with mucus. "I'm sorry, master." The big toad blamed himself. "No, it's okay." Emily shook her head and asked curiously, "Are you a newly born demon?" "Yes, I am a demon just created by Mr. Yevlet." The big toad said. Dove couldn't help but look at Yevlet. "Create a demon? Looks mature and stable. Mr. Yevlet is too strong. Please accept my loyalty." The big toad bowed slightly. "How do we sign the contract?" Emily couldn't wait. "Sign it." Yevlet threw out a contract. He and Maiko had a verbal agreement, and Lucy signed a contract with the Star Spirit as well. However, although this demon was the most successful one, it was hard to say. What if there were defects? So he used the other's soul to create this contract. Once she betrayed Emily, she would die immediately. Emily didn't know this, and she signed her name on the contract. The big toad stretched out his tongue and rolled it up, swallowing it into his stomach. "Master, please give me a name." The big toad said. "Don't call me master, just call me by my name, your name." Emily thought for a moment and said, "Just call me me. Thank you very much, Miss Emily." Me said, "I can currently use 3 kinds of magic. The first magic, rebound, bounce away all attacks, will consume my life. I can only use this magic 3 times. Then you can't use this magic." Emily said hurriedly. "I'm sorry, Miss Emily, this is the meaning of my creation." Me said. Master Emily pouted and looked at Yevlet. "This is Mr. Yevlet's love for you, Emily, don't make trouble." Turtle Dove scolded hurriedly. "Yeah," Emily nodded somewhat unhappily. "The second magic, earth magic." After saying that, he demonstrated it. The ground beneath her feet suddenly rippled like water, and then she sank down, and immediately jumped out from another place. "Wow, so powerful!" Emily exclaimed. The third magic, magic sharing, can help Miss Emily be immune to the influence of some negative magic. "I know, just like the sleep magic of Brother Mist Gang." Emily understood immediately. "Not bad." Yevlet smiled. "Master is super powerful." Emily was very satisfied. Yevlet was also relieved. This demon actually did not achieve the effect he wanted, like Hololocum, the ability to appear instantly to save people and bring them to a safe place. But he also took a trick. Since there is no star spirit realm, then make an earth magic so that it can follow Emily underground at any time. When necessary, jump out to protect Emily. Unfortunately, the protection magic can only be used 3 times, mainly because it consumes a lot of magic power, and this demon itself does not have such powerful magic power. She is not a powerful demon, so Yevlet changed the condition to life. Although this is a bit cruel to Emily, Yevlet does not want to regret it after Emily gets into trouble because of insufficient defense. Emily quickly put this matter behind her. After all, she is still a child. There is no danger at present, and there is no need to worry all the time. The next day. It was raining. Outside Magnolia Town. A man, in the rain, walked like a zombie. "Yevlet, Yevlet." He drooled, his expression was dull, and he kept repeating a name. "We are here, Magnolia." A shadow appeared behind the man. He had wings on his back and 8 arms. Early in the morning, Emily took an umbrella and excitedly took Emily to the guild to show off. "Ah, Emily, this is our little sister." Emily asked, "It looks like a very powerful demon." "Yes, her name is Mimi, and she is a demon created by the master and given to me." Emily looked up, and she was rarely proud, but she couldn't help being proud at this time because she was too excited. Mimi, this is Sister Mileage. Hello, Miss Mileage. Unlike her appearance, Mimi's personality is calm and polite. After all, if her personality is not good, she will be directly identified as a failure by Yevlet. Hello, Miss Mimi. Mileage smiled. So amazing. The guild members couldn't help but say, this guy Yevlet can even create a demon. It's understandable that he is powerful, but creating a demon is really shocking. Everyone has 2 shoulders and a head, why is it that only that guy with a bad taste has such a perverted IQ? My master is super awesome. Emily was even more proud. Xiaolulu, do you want to eat fish? Habib offered the fish. No thanks. Xiaolulu refused coldly. Hey? I feel a little dizzy. Emily suddenly covered her head. There is negative magic, Miss Emily, be careful. Me immediately reminded vigilantly, magic sharing. Me's magic was immediately shared with Emily, which made Emily immune to the magic that made her dizzy. It's brother Mr. Gang. Emily said. Mr. Gang. Wendy stood up immediately. She had been looking forward to seeing Mr. Gang since she came to the guild. No, Mr. Gang's magic won't make people dizzy. Urza shook her head and said. Is it really Mr. Gang? But there is no sleep magic. Everyone looked at the figure walking in the rain outside the door in surprise. Wendy. Mr. Gang walked into the guild, saw Wendy, and said in surprise, you are in the guild too. Plop. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly fell face down on the ground. Mr. Gang. Everyone was shocked and quickly surrounded him. There is no time, everyone. Run away, it will be too late to escape from the town. Mr. Gang struggled and said. What? Everyone was still in a daze, and suddenly felt as if something hooked their souls and lifted them up. What's wrong? Everyone was shocked. Wendy. Mr. Gang tried his best to get up and hugged Wendy, and Xiaolulu also rushed over. Natsu. Happy and Lucy rushed to Natsu. Emily. A bolt of lightning struck from the 2nd floor. It was Laxus who hugged Emily, while the next to him, Mimi, swallowed both of them in one gulp and sank into the ground. Boom. A terrifying suction force came from the sky. No one had time to resist. In an instant, the entire town of Magnolia disappeared. Only a barren land remained. How could it be? Wendy came back to her senses from the shock, looking at the whiteness in front of her, unbelievable. Mist Gang let go of his hand and said, it seems that Anima will not work on the Dragon Slayer. In his arms, Xiaolulu was fine. Finally this day has come. Xiaolulu felt complicated, said, Mr. Gang, you are Jalal from Edlas. 2 identical people, and knowing Anima, Xiaolulu guessed it immediately. Chapter 121, Edlas. That's right. Mr. Gang nodded. At this point, there was no need to hide his identity. What's wrong? At this time, Gajeel got up from the ground. Mr. Gajeel. Wendy shouted. After encountering a disaster, every acquaintance she met would bring a bit of comfort. Gajeel, who didn't communicate much on weekdays, appeared at this time and made Wendy a little excited. Natsu. Don't move anymore. Lucy shouted in a panic. But it's too crowded. Natsu replied. Ah. I bumped into you, you guy, I told you not to move. Lucy was ashamed and angry. It's safe, Lucy-sama. At this time, the smoke dissipated. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy were squeezed in the body of the clock tower Holarakim. The clock tower opened and released 2 people and a cat. What happened? Natsu and Lucy also looked at the desolate scene in front of them in shock. Gurgle. A big toad suddenly emerged from the ground. It was Mimi. She vomited out Laxus and Emily. Laxus frowned, and the mucus all over his body made him feel uncomfortable, but when he saw the scene in front of him, even his mind trembled and froze. What happened? Why is it like this? Emily said in shock. Everyone needs an explanation. There is another person, wait. Mist Gang planned to wait until everyone arrived before talking. Anyone would be taken away, but he believed that Guy would not. Who else? Everyone just had doubts when they saw Yevlet and Turtle Dove coming. The moment she realized something was wrong, Yevlet asked Maiko to spread her big wings and cover him and Turtle Dove. He walked in front of everyone and looked at Emily and Laxus who were covered in mucus. He nodded slightly. It seemed that the magic worked. Master, what is going on? Why are all the people gone? The guild and even the town are gone. Emily was the youngest. Seeing this scene, she was at a loss. When she saw Yevlet appear, she immediately ran over crying. Don't worry. Yevlet rubbed Emily's head and said, it's not irreversible. Everyone looked at him, but Yevlet shook his head and said, I know something, but not in detail. Let Mr. Gang tell you. Mr. Gang. Everyone looked at Mr. Gang again. Mr. Gang sighed and began to tell the truth. He is Jalal from another world, which is called Edras. Compared to Eslinden's abundant magic power, Edras's magic power is gradually drying up. In order to obtain Eslinden's magic, the king of Edras constructed a super subspace magic called Anima to extract Eslinden's magic and transfer it to the world of Edras. And Miskin has been trying to suppress Anima over the years, but now he can't suppress it anymore, so what happened today happened. So, everyone in Magnolia Town was transferred to Edras by Anima. Lucy said. Panatsu slammed his fist and said, then go to Edras to rescue them. Impossible. Xiaolulu shook her head and poured cold water on her. Xiaolulu Wendy looked at Xiaolulu, a little confused as to why she had this attitude. Xiaolulu said, that world will not give up those magic powers easily, and we will all fail in the end. What are you talking about, Xiaolulu? We haven't fought yet, and we have Mr. Laxus, Mr. Mistergan, and Mr. Yefrit. We have such powerful companions, why do you admit defeat before the battle? Wendy said angrily. On weekdays, she rarely argued with Xiaolulu, because she was originally a gentle person, but now the situation is different, she argued with reason. Because she couldn't understand why Xiaolulu said such a depressing thing, obviously she also liked everyone in the guild, she was just not good at expressing it. I saw it. Xiaolulu's voice trembled a little, we will all be killed, a monster, a huge monster, killed all of us. Mr. Ergen, Natsu, Lucy, Laxus, Male Cat. Wendy. Xiaolulu's eyes were filled with tears, I don't want you to get into trouble. Everyone was stunned. Xiaolulu didn't look like she was lying, but what did she mean? What about me? Yevlet asked with a smile. You were also killed. Xiaolulu looked at him and said, torn to pieces. My master will not die. Emily shouted. Emily, you too. Xiaolulu couldn't say any more. Ha ha ha. Yevlet laughed and said, Xiaolulu, are you really that stupid? No. Xiaolulu shook her head. Then how dare you believe that what you see is real? Yevlet said, you have the ability to predict, right? Can you predict from the beginning to the end? No. Xiaolulu was a little confused. Then. Yevlet waved his hand. Puff. Suddenly, a monster appeared and tore him to pieces. Then, the magic was broken again, and he was still standing here. Your prophecy has come true. Okay, put away those depressing words. Yefrit didn't believe in Xiaolulu's prophecy at all. Others' death can still scare people. He died? What a joke. But. Xiaolulu wanted to say more. Xiaolulu. Wendy roared, I have never been a savior, but I can't help but save my companions. Xiaolulu was stunned. Prophecy doesn't matter at all. Natsu said. The prophecy that Yefrit will die can't be true at all. You must have been deceived by his fraudulent magic. Lucy also said. Don't dawdle. Laxus said. Wait. Xiaolulu said, I understand what everyone means, but there are still some things I want to tell you. Xiaolulu. The male cat and I are both from Edras. How is that possible? Xiaolulu, you can be born from an egg. Wendy said. So is Habi. Natsu also said. Let me make it clear first, I have never been to Edras. Xiaolulu said, we were born in this world, but we did come here from Edras with a mission, which is something deeply engraved in our memories. Why didn't I? Habi looked a little uncomfortable. Of course he knew that he was special, and he had thought about his life experience, why he was born in an egg as a cat, and where his parents went. Fortunately, with Natsu by his side, Habi did not feel lonely, so even if he had these thoughts, he quickly suppressed them and didn't care. But now, Xiaolulu seemed to know the truth, which aroused his concern. You look like you know nothing. You just smile and eat fish every day. You don't know how sad I am. Xiaolulu said with a painful expression on her face. Everyone was silent. No wonder Xiaolulu always distanced herself from Habi. Personality is one reason. Another reason is that although they all came to this world with a mission, Xiaolulu always thought about deep things in her heart, but Habi didn't care. Of course she would be angry, questioned, and perhaps envious. So, what is your mission? Lucy asked. I can't say. Xiaolulu glanced at Wendy and said, in short, Tom and I will follow you back to Edras and fight to take everyone back. This means that both he and I have given up our mission. But, Xiaolulu said seriously, if Tom and I really betray everyone, you must kill us without hesitation. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Xiaolulu to say such a thing. Are you done? Yefulet asked. Yet. Xiaolulu nodded. I'll say 3 things. Yevlet said, first, that's a strange world. Mr. Gang, you may not have a comprehensive understanding of the information about that world. Not to mention Xiaolulu and Habi, they have never been there. Mr. Gang nodded. He came here when he was a child. Xiaolulu said, I don't know the situation there at all, so I can't be a guide. So, we shouldn't go there to make trouble in a big way. We should disguise ourselves and investigate the situation. The other side is a country, and we have too few people, so we should act cautiously. I believe you are not arrogant enough to fight against an entire country. Everyone nodded. Second, our main goal is to save everyone in Magnolia, but even if there is a chance, we must not be impulsive. It is possible that it is a trap or a situation with great danger. I'm being more arbitrary. Everyone listen to my arrangements and don't act rashly when you get emotional. Everyone nodded. Everyone recognized Yevlet's command ability. Even Laxus was silent and did not raise any objections. Third, everyone sign the demons. Yevlet threw out a handful of cards and gave one to each person. What is this? Everyone held the cards, confused. Demons of the same batch of, although they all have defects, but the ability to survive is the basis, and there is no problem. Yevlet originally wanted to equip everyone with a demon of at least level, but the incident happened suddenly, who could have thought that the battle would come so soon, so he could only find some relatively good ones from the failed products. So awesome! Lucy was very happy. She was a little envious of Emily before, but she didn't expect that she would have one too. Laxus looked at it, then looked at the mucus all over his body, shook his head, and said, I don't need it. You kid! Yevlet jumped up, took out the contract, pressed his head and yelled, sign it for me. You are a waste of time, more difficult to manage than Natsu, this time you are hostile to a country. Tisk. Laxus picked up the pen dissatisfied and signed the contract. A big toad jumped out of the card and swallowed the contract in one gulp. It pointed at its mouth and waved its hands, but it could not speak. Everyone looked at the rice that looked similar to the toad. It was indeed a failure. Yevlet took out the contract and everyone signed it. Then he said, let's go and find out the specific defects and abilities. Anima is about to close. Let's go first. By the way, Emily, don't go. Yevlet looked at Emily. No way. Emily said, I want to do my part too. Okay. Yevlet thought about it and agreed. He remembered that there was also a fairy tale in that world. When the time comes, it will be safer to leave her there than to leave Emily in this empty place. Edras can't use magic, everyone take the potion first. Mistgun took out a bottle and handed it to Yevlet. It would be safer to let him take charge. Everyone took one and ate it. Are you ready? Yevlet said. I can't wait. Natsu rolled up his sleeves. Yevlet raised his hand and shot everyone. Everyone was covered by the barrier. It's coming. Yevlet said. Maiko. Woo hey. Maiko squatted slightly, and then flapped his wings violently. Boom. A strong wind blew everyone up into the sky and headed straight for Anima. Yevlet. Suddenly, a roar came from below. What the hell? Yevlet heard the roar and looked back to see a demon flying towards him and others. Who is this? They were about to pass through Anima, and Yevlet didn't want to be entangled by this demon, so he raised his hand and shot. But the other party was carrying a bullet and rushed up to punch him. Not good. Mistgang felt the vibration of space and was shocked. But when everyone wanted to take action, they found themselves trapped in the barrier. Seeing that the demon was approaching, Yevlet activated magic and directly deprived him of his 5 senses. Roar! Who knew that the demon's roar would shake the entire anima magic? Just as everyone passed through, the space vibrated, and terrifying suction came from all directions, sucking everyone in. Yevlet looked at the city in front of him and said, "So, we got separated." "Yes." Maiko said. "Who is that guy? It's inexplicable. It's a demon. Do we have a grudge against the demon?" "That's right." Yevlet suddenly remembered and said, "That guy is not Ansa. Maybe, he is the only one who has a grudge against us recently." Maiko nodded. Then he also crossed over. Yevlet recalled, and smiled with an intriguing expression, "It's a bit interesting." "Yevlet, what are you thinking about?" Maiko asked. Yevlet shook his head and said, "Nothing, just a small idea, don't take it to heart for the time being. I hope Emily and Turtle Dove will be together." Yevlet said. "Mimi will take good care of her." Maiko said. "Yeah." Yevlet nodded. "Let's go and have a look at the town ahead." Goo! A big toad opened its mouth and spit out 2 people. "Emily, are you okay?" Lucy asked nervously. "It's okay." Emily shook her head, looked around, and said sadly, "We got separated from Master and the others." "It's okay, I will protect you," Lucy said encouragingly. "I will also try not to hold Sister Lucy back," Emily said firmly, and waved her little fist, looking very confident. "The floating island is full of dangers." "Ah!" a white-haired girl shouted while running. "What bad luck, I just wanted to pick some mushrooms, but I met such a big guy." Behind her, followed a huge and ugly monster fish, waving its fins, rushing through the forest, running very fast. "Oh no, there is no way." There was a cliff in front of her, and the white-haired girl's face changed slightly. At this moment, a golden thunderbolt fell, instantly roasting the big fish. Chapter 122, Lysina. What a big guy! Laxus looked at the big fish in front of him, and it smelled pretty good. "Brother Laxus?" the white-haired girl asked with a trembling voice. He couldn't be from this world to use thunder magic directly. And that unique temperament. She had seen it countless times in her dreams. "Hey!" Laxus trembled, and he turned around slowly, his face full of disbelief. "Lysina." Although there were some changes, he grew taller and became more mature, but... "Brother Laxus!" Lysina shouted, threw herself into Laxus' arms, and hugged him tightly. Being hugged by the petite girl, even the always arrogant Laxus took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and put it on Lysina's shoulder. Lysina's body was shaking slightly, she sobbed, "Am I dreaming? I thought I would never see you again in my life." "Not just me, everyone is here," Laxus said. "Everyone?" Lysina looked up. Looking at this tearful little face, Laxus skillfully took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her, but suddenly stopped. In short, Laxus did not admit that he had made some progress voluntarily. Seeing Laxus's complicated expression, Lysina was slightly stunned, and then said in surprise, "Brother Yefrit actually accepted disciples. How is this possible? What does he teach? It can't be fraud magic." A series of questions. The main thing is that it is completely unimaginable that the threshold of Yefrit's fraud magic is not ordinary. "That guy just found a suitable one, her name is Emily." Laxus said, "Like you, she also has white hair. That must be a very cute girl." After all, Lysina smiled evilly, "I can't make Brother Laxus develop the habit of carrying tissues in his bag at all times." Laxus did not answer, he changed the subject a little stiffly, "Why are you here? We all thought you were dead. That year, I was sucked here, but Lysina here is already dead, so I replaced her." Lysina suddenly felt uncomfortable. Lysina here is dead. She has been replacing her identity. Now that Laxus and the others have arrived, Brother Yefrit will definitely take her back. But what about Sister Myra and Brother Elfman here? Laxus didn't know what Lysina was thinking, but seeing her complicated expression, he reached out and slapped her on the top of her head. "Woo!" Lysina pressed Laxus's hand angrily and said, "I told you not to learn Brother Yefrit's bad habits. You won't grow tall if you always touch my head." Hee. Laxus smiled and took his hand back. "By the way, Brother Laxus, you said everyone is here, so why are you the only one here?" Lysina asked. Laxus explained what happened before. Such a thing actually happened. Lysina was a little depressed, then became cheerful again, and said, however, I believe that with Brother Yefrit's first intelligence and Brother Laxus's second combat power, this matter can definitely be solved. What do you mean by second? Laxus was immediately dissatisfied. Hey? Has Laxus been able to defeat Uncle Gildarts? Lysina asked innocently. Laxus was silent. Well, in my heart, Laxus is the second most reliable. Lysina patted Laxus' shoulder to comfort him. Still second. Laxus was dissatisfied, the first one can't be that guy Yefrit. Hee. Lysina laughed. Humph. Laxus snorted. Hee. Lysina hugged Laxus' arm flatteringly and said, by the way, how is Yefrit? Is he in love? How is he with Sister Myra? That guy. Laxus thought for a while and said, he is followed by a woman named Kakyuga. Ah? Sister Myra lost. Lysina was shocked. I don't know. I don't care about that guy. Laxus said. Here you go again, so arrogant. Lysina poked Laxus's cheek with a smile and asked, everyone in the guild, are you all right? Yeah, it's no different from before. That's good, it's great that no one left. Lysina breathed a sigh of relief and said, Gray still hasn't changed his habit of not wearing clothes? He was a child before, so it didn't matter. He won't be like that now, will he? It's still the same as before, often criticized by the mayor and the council. Ha ha ha, that will affect his love life. Lysina laughed. Don't worry, there is a woman who used to be a ghost, and now she has joined our guild. The guy who uses water is pestering him every day. Hey? It can't be Juvia. Lysina was surprised. Yes, you know. Laxus looked at her. Well, in my guild, Gray likes Juvia very much. Lysina explained. There is also Gray in the mysterious tomb guild. Laxus was surprised. To be precise, it's everyone in Fairy Tale, but it's different from our guild in Eslanden, and many of them are even the opposite. Lysina explained. Take me to see it. Laxus said immediately. This way. Lysina dragged Laxus and said, we'll talk while we walk. Gray from Eslanden, is he pursued by Juvia? Yes. Laxus admitted that she suddenly understood again, well, Gray is pretty handsome if he doesn't take off his clothes. In fact, he is also pretty handsome when he takes off his clothes, but he is a little perverted. I didn't expect that this guy doesn't have to worry about it. What about Natsu? Lysina asked again. He is still the same as before, a fool. Laxus said. Still looking for dragons everywhere. Yet. Is there a new member in the guild? Is she close to Natsu? Lysina asked. Yes, her name is Lucy. Sure enough. Lysina confirmed her guess. The two sides are opposite. She said, in that case, Miss Lucy should be a gentle and delicate girl. It must be hard to get along with Natsu. Lucy here is a very irritable person, on the contrary. Gentle. Laxus recalled. Lucy used her fists to hit Natsu and Gray one by one, knocking them down. There is also the ability to suppress the explosive Natsu by dragging him. Lucy's power is close to Urza in some aspects. Not really. Laxus said with certainty, someone who is similar to Urza. Hey. Lysina was stunned. Isn't Lucy the opposite? But it doesn't have to be completely opposite. It's normal to have differences. Urza here is against them. Come to think of it. Natsu is not a guy that a weak woman can control. After a little hesitation, Lysina still asked the question she wanted to ask the most. How are Sister Myra and Brother Elfman? After you left, Myra Jane, she seemed to be a different person. Laxus said, she became very gentle. Everyone was worried at first, but that guy Yefrit has been helping her, so everyone is relieved. Lysina thought of Myra Jane here and sighed. It seems that Sister Myra on both sides has changed her personality because of her. Elfman. Laxus said, that guy has a good relationship with Alba Green. Hey. Lysina was stunned, Alba Green? I didn't expect it. While chatting, the two walked towards the Fairy Tale Guild in Edlas. Getting closer. It was very noisy inside. Everyone, I'm back. Lysina pushed open the door, but was stunned. Natsu, where did you go before? I was worried to death. Lucy, like a gangster sister, was strangling Natsu with a bun, expressing her concern for Natsu, and seemed to want to kill him with her own hands. Hey! Wendy was shocked. Is this Miss Lucy? Where on earth is this? Happy and Charlu, who were dressed in disguise, looked at everyone in the guild in shock. It was obviously fairy tale. It was obviously everyone, but it was completely different. Juvia, who is indifferent to Grey, and Grey, who is wrapped up like a snowball in thick clothes but is very flattering to Juvia. At the life and death moment, Natsu saw Grey trying to please Juvia with a disgusting tone, but was rejected by Juvia, and then Grey said, "But I am afraid of the cold." Natsu's pupils trembled and his head tilted on the spot. "Natsu, don't pretend to sleep, you guy." Lucy shook Natsu's head violently. Happy and Xiaolulu were still shocked. Kana, who was dressed like a mature woman but refused to drink. Bisksa and Arzuk, who stuck together as if no one was around. Even Myra Jane. Oh, it was Myra Jane again. Hey, Lucy, stop shaking, Natsu is going to die. Listener rushed over and snatched Natsu from Lucy's hand. Ah! Lucy looked at her dissatisfiedly, stretched out her hand to grab Natsu, and said domineeringly, "Natsu is mine." Ah, yes, but, there is a misunderstanding. Listener said anxiously. What misunderstanding? Lucy looked at her. Listener. At this time, Happy shouted. He didn't care about disguise at all, and flew directly to Listener. Happy. Listener hugged Happy. Hey? Transcendence. Everyone was shocked. Idiot. Xiaolulu also exclaimed, where is the disguise? Listener. Natsu also woke up suddenly and looked at Listener. He pushed Lucy away and rushed to Listener, but when he got close, he stopped again. He couldn't believe it, and even feared that this was all fake. Natsu. Listener showed a gentle smile, you have become very handsome. You too, Natsu said in a daze. Ah. Levi laughed at the side, someone is going to lose. Shut up. Lucy turned around and yelled. Wait. The point is the transcendence. Makao said. Why would the transcendence come here? Are we finished? Everyone panicked. The guild was in a mess. Hey, little girl, you look a lot like me. A blue-haired big-breasted sister looked at Wendy. Wendy looked over, and after what happened just now, she also understood that there were people corresponding to Eslanden here. Is this me? Wendy focused on Big Wendy's chest quite large. I felt relieved immediately, and the big stone in my heart fell. Ah? What are you talking about? Big Wendy came over. Wendy didn't know what to say. Halaxis at the door looked at the noisy guild and frowned. Boom! A thunder exploded. Everyone was startled and looked at the door in horror. There was an unknown man standing at the door. Lightning flashed all over his body. Be quiet for a while. Laxus said. Who are you? Lightning flashed all over his body, which was a challenge to common sense. Laxus was very deterrent at this time, making everyone a little afraid. First of all, you are Natsu from Eslanden. Laxus looked at Natsu. Of course it's me. Natsu said. Okay, let's exchange information. Laxus just finished speaking. Suddenly, someone ran over from outside, shouting in panic, the fairy hunt is coming. What? Everyone was shocked. Let's go. Everyone shouted. Brother Laxus, we'll explain things later, let's run first. Listener ran over and dragged Laxus into the guild. Hey, don't bring this dangerous-looking person with you. Everyone objected. Brother Laxus is not in danger, I can guarantee it. Listener said. Okay. Seeing her say that, everyone could only believe her. Levi, how long will it take? Lucy pulled Natsu into her arms, controlled him with a grappling technique, and then asked Levi. Right away. Levi said. Hurry up, the fairy hunt is coming. Everyone urged. Stop arguing. Levi shouted. 60%. 65%. Levi was reading the progress. Too late. Everyone was a little desperate, looking at the behemoth that had already descended at the door. Brother Laxus. Listener instinctively looked at Laxus with an anxious expression on her face. Anyway, just stop it, right? Laxus said, and then he threw out a thunderbolt. Chapter 123, Afreet, the big star of Edlas. Boom! The red-haired woman riding on the big monster waved her weapon to interrupt the thunderbolt. Arisa. Laxus looked at the person, and then realized that she was not Eslanden, not the Urza he was familiar with. Laxus. Urza of Edlas also knew Laxus, and roared, "Why are you in this guild? Have you betrayed the kingdom?" Laxus frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning of Urza's words, but he knew that there must be a secret in it. He did not answer. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Thunder dragons dash, fire dragons dash, sky dragons dash. Roar. The three attacked at the same time. The terrifying magic power exploded, covering the enemy. "All right!" Levi shouted. Buzz. After a dizzy spell and tinnitus, the transmission finally started, and in an instant, the guild disappeared. The situation seems a bit complicated. A man with a blonde crew cut and pink armor came and said to Urza, as the vice-chairman, "Laxus is actually with the Fairy Tale Guild. Does this mean that their muscle supremacist church has betrayed the kingdom?" Urza, who had crawled out of the pit in a panic, glanced at the ripe mount, frowned, and said, "No, it's strange, it shouldn't be, how dare that guy? If he loses the support of His Majesty, all his efforts will be in vain. He can't betray His Majesty. I hope so. If that guy rebels against the kingdom, it will be tricky." "By the way," the man said, "do you think Laxus just now is a bit strange?" "Strange?" Urza asked doubtfully. "He looks a bit strong." "Is that guy strong?" the man said. Urza frowned, thought for a while, and said, "It seems that there is not much difference." "It seems that there is indeed no difference," the man also said, "maybe I remembered it wrong." "So, what's going on?" "The Fairy Tale Guild has landed in the desert," and everyone immediately looked at Laxus and others. Natsu was also confused. Wendy didn't quite understand, only Laxus had just communicated with Lysina and roughly understood. Laxus looked at Lysina, hoping that she would speak, because she was born in Eslanden, but stayed here for 2 years, and was a partner that both sides were familiar with. But Lysina glanced at Myra Jane, who smiled slightly, and she took a step back without saying anything. "Then let me speak." Laxus stood up. He told what happened in Eslanden, but hid Lysina's story. Although there were many bugs. But the impact of the truth of the two worlds still made everyone pay full attention to this side. "Hey, those guys in the kingdom actually did such a thing, it's so abominable." Everyone shared the same hatred. "So, you are really me in that world, so small." Big Wendy pinched little Wendy's face. "Can I become like you in the future?" Wendy said. Big Wendy looked down and smiled, "Don't worry, you will definitely become a very charming woman." By the way, in that world, did I catch up with Juvia, Natsu? Gray was naturally the most familiar with Natsu, and he didn't feel alienated with Natsu, who looked exactly like him in Eslanden. He hooked his arm around Natsu's shoulder and asked curiously. "Ah, Gray, in Yevlet's words, is really a blockhead. Juvia has always expressed her attitude, but he always ignores her." "Humph, what a fool!" Natsu complained. Wendy, Happy, and Xiaolulu couldn't help but wonder when they heard this. "Natsu, who are you scolding? Hey? Is that Gray a fool?" He was liked by Juvia, but he still ignored her. Gray immediately expressed that he couldn't understand. And Juvia also said with disgust, "Hey? I like this guy? How is it possible? I am blind in Eslanden, a pervert wearing thick clothes. No, in our guild, Gray is a pervert without clothes." Natsu said. "That's not bad." Juvia curled her lips. "Hey? Juvia-chan, don't betray me." Gray panicked and rushed towards Juvia, but was kicked down by the other party. Then he sat on him, crossed his legs, and said proudly, "The one in that world is a fool, but I am not." "Woo, it would be great if Juvia-chan could sit comfortably." Gray cried. "Woo, so disgusting." Seeing Gray like this, Natsu said he couldn't accept it. "By the way, didn't you notice?" He said Yefrit. Makeo said. "Is it that Yefrit?" Everyone exclaimed. "Yefrit de Lavalier, we are talking about this Mr. Yefrit." Wendy explained. "Hey? Valier!" Everyone shouted, "Is it really that big shot? The big shot in the world? Mr. Yevlet from another world must be a great man, too." He must be a duke at least. Did anyone refuse the princess's proposal? Everyone was talking at once. Hey! Natsu looked confused and said, Yevlet is not such a great guy. He is a companion of our guild, just a viscount. Besides, he has never rejected the princess's proposal. Is Mr. Yevlet over there actually ordinary? How is that possible? He is such a great person. Although he can't be called ordinary. Natsu said, but he can't be called great either. Okay, it's normal for the two worlds to be different. Lucy said, but Mr. Yevlet on our side is someone we can't reach and admire very much. How is that possible? What did Yevlet do? Laxus couldn't bear it anymore. By the way, if you look closely, you feel a little familiar. At this time, Levi looked at Laxus. Yes, a little. I think so too. Everyone nodded again. Who was it? I always remember it. I think I remembered it wrong. There are a lot of handsome blonde guys. That's right. Laxus was silent. In the town. The central square was very lively. The host shouted loudly, the 31st Big Eater competition in this town is about to begin. Please invite our contestants. The first one to appear is this year's best newcomer, Mr. Tom. 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 The audience shouted. A man who weighed at least 300 kilograms staggered onto the stage. The second one to appear is our senior, Mr. Edward. This is an old man who looks thin and coughs as he walks. It is worrying that he will participate in this kind of big eater competition. But the audience's shouting was even more enthusiastic than before. So, who is the third one? The host glanced at the script card and shouted, please come on stage. Mr. Laxus. A thin man with long golden hair came on stage timidly. The audience was silent. Looking at the tall and thin man with long hair down to his back, who looked like a bamboo pole, he was timid and looked very unconfident. Everyone was puzzled, who is this person? Everyone doesn't seem very enthusiastic. The host said, forget it, it doesn't matter. The next one is our most admired idol. Let's shout out his name together. Everyone took a deep breath and shouted at the same time. Mr. Yevlet. Yevlet. Master. On the other side, two beauties, one blonde and one white, one big and one small, holding strings of candy in their hands, were so surprised when they heard the name that their mouths were wide open. Competition site. A gentle, humble, yet strong and powerful voice sounded. From the unknown ancient times to the present, no creature, no one does not need muscles. What are muscles? Is it just the culprit of fatigue? No. It is the positive feedback of exercising will. It is the strength that must be exercised in order to solve all difficulties. Refuse to lie down. Refuse laziness. Refuse procrastination. All the sources of misery that can defeat you will not really kill you. What can really kill you is that you say you can't stick to it. Muscles are strength, beliefs, and weapons. Embrace muscles, temper strength, then no difficulties can defeat you. You lost just because you haven't exercised enough. As long as you work hard, you can win again. Muscles will never betray those who work hard. They are the most honest partners. As long as you trust muscles, you don't need to care about short-term failures. We will eventually win the final victory. Come with me. Be independent and strong. Come with me. Embrace muscles. Men and women should all understand one thing. Shout out that slogan with me. The audience shouted enthusiastically, muscles first. We don't need magic. We can rely on ourselves and trust the power of muscles. It doesn't matter if we lose magic, we can still build our own home. The cowards who only rely on magic will be eliminated by the times. Having magic will only create chaos. Believe in your own muscles, praise the muscles of others, and be a strong but gentle and humble person like Mr. Yevlet, so as to forge a peaceful future. All those who do not join the Church of Muscles First are heretics. Fight against magic heresy. The people have different opinions, but they all shout out their opinions loudly. No. The visitor said, we train our muscles just to become stronger, overcome difficulties, and have the strength to help others. We have no enemies, nor should we have enemies. The world is changing, and sooner or later everyone will believe that their own muscles are the only existence they can rely on. We are not heretics, we are not a church that seals the body, we are just a group of self-reliant enthusiasts. So, please stop speaking ill of magic supporters. On the contrary, we should help them, just like we love and help each other. Muscles bring peace, not chaos and irrationality. Mr. Yevlet, you are so great! The audience shouted. On the stage. Mr. Yevlet, you are so great! Laxus cried and ran to the person on the stage, I really embarrassed you. It doesn't matter. You can stand on the stage and take this step bravely. It's already amazing. Laxus, my deputy leader, you will become excellent sooner or later. By then, you will definitely not be disliked by girls anymore. The person patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Long live Muscles, long live Mr. Yevlet! Laxus shouted with emotion. Pa! Emily opened her mouth and the sugar pill in her mouth fell to the ground. Who is that? Lucy was shocked. On the stage, the man looked exactly like Yevlet, even his figure and clothes were the same, but he didn't wear glasses. He had a sunny and cheerful smile on his face, and his temperament was completely different from Yevlet. The most important thing was what he said. Embrace Muscles? Muscles first? Reject laziness, lying down, and procrastination? Who is this? And who is that thin version of Laxus? On the stage. Thank you very much for Mr. Yevlet's strong support and sponsorship of this game. Thank you very much for coming to this game in person. We are the organizers who can invite such a big man as you. The host burst into tears. Don't cry. People with muscles and confidence should be able to face anyone calmly. Yevlet smiled and comforted. I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. I'm your fan. The host said, tearing off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, and then pointed to his chest and said, You didn't design the emblem. You said that the love for muscles is spontaneous and pure, and does not require any constraints, let alone the emblem cannot be imprinted on the muscles. So, I tried my best to use my muscles to express such words. As he said, the host exerted force, and his full chest, muscles bulged, and 4 big words appeared faintly muscles first. Hey, 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 this is too exaggerated. Lucy couldn't help but complain. Very good. Yevlet patted the other's shoulder and said with a smile, let's start the game quickly. I still have 10,000 push UPS to do. 10,000 push UPS. Lucy swallowed her saliva with a gulp, and looked back. Emily's eyes lit up and said, Does this person who looks like the master have powerful muscles? Why is your focus here? Lucy looked puzzled. On the stage. Many contestants sat in their own seats. Then the food was served, all of which were meat, very solid. Ding! Start! With the host's shout, everyone started eating. The first to be eliminated was Laxus. He choked after eating a few bites and waved his hand to quit. This Uncle Laxus is not handsome at all. Emily Millie said. What about this Yevlet? Lucy asked with a smile. Emily looked at the stage. Yevlet opened his mouth very gracefully and ate a piece of steak at a time. It seemed slow, but the efficiency was amazing. Other big eaters ate like crazy, and the progress was just so-so, but Yevlet ate 1 piece at a time as easily as eating eggs. Emily said, although it is not the same as Master, it is also very handsome. You call it different? It's completely the opposite. No. Lucy recalled Yevlet after being attacked by Nirvana when fighting the 6 demons before. Thinking about that one, this one is still much better, so it's not accurate to say it's the opposite. On the stage. Yevlet has already eaten a plate. When the second plate came up, the other contestants were desperate at a glance. They had only eaten half of the first plate. Mr. Yevlet didn't look like a person with a strong appetite. Why could he eat so much and so fast? The champion, no suspense. Oh! Lucy suddenly screamed, I finally understand why that guy always carries a camera. It would be great if I could take a picture of this scene. Emily said, I have it. As she spoke, Emily took out a card from her small bag. The card she used was not the kind of card that Yevlet used, with black background and gold letters, but a light pink one with fancy patterns of various dolls, the type that little girls would like. She shook her wrist and the card turned into a camera. Quick, quick, take a picture. Lucy said. Sister Lucy, you take the picture. I prefer to record it in words. Emily lent the camera to Lucy. Yevlet likes to take pictures and record, but Emily prefers to write. She thinks that although this is not objective and comprehensive, the words will carry her emotions. The main focus of the photo is the events in the scene. And Emily hopes that in the future, she can read her inner emotions when she wrote from the words, which is more worth her remembrance. Let's congratulate Mr. Jeffreit. The host announced Jeffreit's victory. Thank you for your support. Jeffreit smiled cheerfully. It's incredible. Lucy said, holding the photo. Chapter 124, No matter which Jeffreit, he is trustworthy. In the fairy tale guild, Laxus, Natsu, and others were dumbfounded when they heard everyone's description of Jeffreit. Born as an ordinary noble, facing the dilemma of magic power exhaustion, when the whole world was panicking and even desperate, he called on everyone to deal with it with a positive attitude. Magic power disappeared, not people died. Since magic power cannot be used, then rely on your muscles, the strength and will you have trained will not betray yourself. Then he set an example by running around the capital every day. At first, he could only run 2 gates, but later he could run around the capital many times. Now, he even crawls upside down with his arms. Over the years, even the ground was worn out with deep gullies, forming something like a moat. His actions infected many people. He therefore established the Muscle Supremacy Church, which is already the world's first church. His positive and optimistic spirit made everyone worship him and even worship him as a god, but he said, there has never been a god, or in other words, your will is the god, and your muscles are the gift of God after you work hard. This makes everyone admire him. If one day you really lose your magic power completely, perhaps the future described by Jeffreit, the Sky Island falls and the monsters wreak havoc, will all come true, so exercising muscles in advance is definitely useful. The king admired his theory very much and promoted him step by step. He has become the Duke of the Kingdom. Jeffreit is at the right age for marriage. There are many girls pursuing him. He is even the biggest star in the world. Even the princess took the initiative to propose to him. But he said, I have great ambitions. I will not get married before solving the dilemma. Otherwise, I will always disappoint one party, either my wife or everyone. I don't want to make such a difficult choice. Countless girls, including princesses, swore to wait for the day when he is willing to marry, even if his appearance is no longer there. Natsu and Wendy, happy, and Xiaolulu widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Even Laxus was slightly distracted. By the way, you are the Wizard Guild, why do you worship him so much? Natsu came back to his senses and asked curiously. Yes. Jeffreit pursues muscles, and even the king approves of his ideas. Fairy tale, however, is a group of people who use magic illegally and face the situation of being arrested every day, but they actually admire Jeffreit so much. In our world, magic will eventually run out, it's just a matter of time. Lucy said, no matter how hard we struggle, it's useless. When that day comes, what Mr. Jeffreit said is indeed the best way. Believe in yourself, you don't need magic anymore. If magic abandons you, then everyone should make up their minds to create the future by themselves. Jeffreit's philosophy has been widely accepted. Agree, even the Wizard Guild, which is the opposite of it, thinks the same way. After all, what is coming will come. The era of magic is about to pass. Lucy and Emily finally decided not to meet that Jeffreit. After all, it was not the same person, and this person seemed to have a good relationship with the official. If they went, they might be exposed. After all, they thought that Mr. Jeffreit was so famous, which showed that Jeffreit was a very smart person no matter which world he was in. After eating and drinking, the two decided to go out of the city to find Jeffreit, whom they trusted. As a result, they had just left for a short time. Roar. The roar of a monster, and then the earth shook, as if it was approaching them. What is that? Lucy and Emily were startled. Lucy immediately put her hand down on the key, and Emily also put her hand on the handle of a long knife. She usually practiced with a wooden sword, but Jeffreit naturally made a real sword for her. It was a real sword now, with a pink handle and scabbard. The blade was very long. The two parts together were stuck on the ground, and the end of the handle could be level with her eyebrows. It was a very long sword. The name of the sword, Ying Luo. Because the sword was very long, and relatively longer than the sword of the dove, Emily was used to tying ropes on both sides of the scabbard and then hanging it on her shoulders. She also used a very unique sword drawing technique. It was getting closer. A claw poked out from the deep forest, and then the head stretched out, a cat-like monster. Run! Feeling the opponent's overwhelming strength, Lucy immediately lost the mind to fight, and Emily turned around and ran without saying a word. Her magic was not as proficient as Yevlet's, and she could not deceive for a second, but had to spend more time. During this time, the big tiger ate her and digested her. Run! The big tiger was still chasing someone. It was Laxus. Who? As a result, his physical strength was not as good as the two girls, and he was out of breath and ran slower and slower. Sister Lucy, what should we do? Emily looked at Lucy, but in fact, her eyes were firm, and she had already made her own decision. Save him! Lucy said decisively. Moonless flow. Garuda flame. Emily turned around and slashed, and the flames burst out, rushing towards the big tiger. Lucy took out the key, open, the door of Taurus Taros. Mu Taurus appeared. Save him, Taros, I'll cover you. Lucy was finally able to make such a bold statement, all because of the confidence that Yevlet simplified the history of the star map. Go to the far sky, I borrow the shining star. 5 light balls appeared around Lucy and hit the big tiger. Boom! The flames and light balls blew the big tiger to a standstill. Taros picked up Laxus and was about to retreat, but saw the big tiger's claws sticking out from the smoke. It actually resisted. It slapped Taros and Laxus with one claw. Oops! Lucy and Emily were shocked. Just then. Boom! A gust of wind blew with a loud noise. A figure rushed from behind. Yevlet! Lucy shouted instinctively. I saw Edraz's Yevlet clench his fists and shout loudly. Ha! Sizzle! The suit was immediately torn, and a muscular man wearing only a pair of tight shorts appeared. Who are you? Lucy and Emily couldn't close their mouths. Raise your claws. I saw the muscular man Yevlet punch the big tiger dozens of meters away. Then he exhaled, and the muscles on his body disappeared miraculously. He's so good at hiding his true abilities. Lucy was speechless. This master is so strange. Emily made a knife flower and slowly put away the knife. Are you all right? Yevlet held out her hand. Laxus, I'm sorry, I'm late. No, it's all my fault that I insisted on going this way, but fortunately the two ladies over there delayed us for a while. Laxus stood up and looked at Lucy and others gratefully. Fairy tale, Lucy. Yevlet came over, took a look, but immediately shook his head and said, No, the Emperor is so good. Lucy was startled and instinctively pulled Emily back a step. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Yevlet said, His Majesty Faust has always wanted to extract magic power from another world. Are you from another world? Yes. Lucy said, We are only here to rescue our companions, not to be enemies with you. Anima has taken away our entire town. If you are a kind person, please don't stop us even if you don't help. I think you have some misunderstandings about me. Yevlet said, I never regard anyone as an enemy, unless that person is extremely evil. Such a person is a sinner, a dangerous person who should be executed. Lucy pondered. It seems that the two Yevlets still have something in common, not just looking alike. But at present, it seems that this person does not need to be regarded as an enemy. However, we cannot be careless. You know, Yevlet is the best at lying. Brother Yevlet, what do you think of fraud? At this time, Emily asked. Fraud. Yevlet frowned and said seriously, Little friend, this is not a good word or quality. For a child like you, you should learn to treat people with honesty and do things with honesty in the initial education. Completely different. Emily said. Yes. Lucy nodded. Why? Yevlet was a little confused. Emily, do you want to? Lucy looked at Emily and exchanged glances. Since you have determined that this person is not bad, do you want to try to win him over? Brother Yevlet. Emily said, You are an amazing person, and you must have come into contact with more things about this country. Not only that, little girl, the one standing in front of you is the Duke of the Kingdom. Laxus said on the side, his face full of pride and admiration. These are all trivial matters that don't need to be paid attention to. Yevlet smiled and waved his hand, and then said, You are trying to find out the information of this world. Lucy was shocked. Then he heard the other party say, You, especially this little girl, always stare into my eyes, and it seems that you really want to trust me. Lucy swallowed her saliva. This guy seemed to be a little too smart. His observation was terrifying. Or did Yevlet usually observe these things, but he rarely said them out? After all, that guy liked to lie, and this guy seemed very honest. Yevlet said, "You, Lucy, look exactly like the Lucy I've seen. If this is not a coincidence, according to the theory of parallel worlds, it is possible that in your world, there is also a Yevlet like me, and he is your friend and you trust him very much." Lucy clenched her fists and couldn't help but say, "You are worthy of being called Yevlet." Yevlet smiled slightly and said, "So, you hope I can help you?" Lucy was silent. Emily said, "Yevlet is my master, he is my light, he saved me when I was in the darkest and most desperate time of my life, he taught me magic, and gave me a lot of love." Emily took a step forward, she was not afraid, stared into Yevlet's eyes, and said, "Although you are completely two different people, your views, your temperament and your behavior are completely different. But you have the same face as my master, and you are both smart and gentle people. My master and I have been separated. Now it's just me and sister Lucy. I'm scared in this strange world. Brother Yevlet, can you help us?" Lucy looked at Emily in shock. Emily, who usually only acted like a spoiled child and was completely a naive and lively little girl, could actually say such a thing. When dealing with a crisis, she maintained her courage and spoke logically without hesitation. Even if she couldn't do better. Emily is certainly not a little girl who is ignorant of the world. She grew up in the slums, and she was seriously ill. She was the most vulnerable existence, and she had experienced the torture of being experimented on. Of course, her mind is not childish. However, when faced with pampering, who doesn't want to act like a spoiled child innocently and enjoy the feeling of being protected and cared for? It seems that he has educated you very well, so I feel relieved. He must be a trustworthy person." Yevlet smiled and said, "However, I don't know the whole picture, so I won't make a decision easily, but I will protect you. If you trust me, follow me. I have a residence in the city ahead." "Okay." Lucy nodded. Anyway, Emily has the life-saving trump card given by Yevlet. Even if she can't win, she can still run away. On the street, Yevlet leaned against the side of an alley and couldn't help but sigh, "I didn't expect that I would be a famous person here. What on earth does he think?" Yevlet doesn't like to be famous, just afraid of trouble, but it's completely the opposite here. "Mr. Yevlet here is also a very charming person," Maiko said. "Maiko, tell me, who is better, him or me?" Yevlet asked. "To me, you are special," Maiko said without hesitation, "even if you are not called Yevlet and don't look like this, in my heart, no one can compare to you. You are my only meaning." "Too exaggerated, your confession makes me shy. What a pity, if you were a human, I might be moved to fall in love with you." Yevlet smiled. Maiko tilted his head slightly and said, "It's not a confession, it's the truth. Besides, I don't have human female organs." I'm just kidding." Yevlet smiled. "If you want to use it, I won't refuse. Keep the purity of the relationship." Yevlet shook his head. "All up to you." Maiko nodded. Yevlet didn't dwell on the matter. He is a sandwich, looks very good on the outside, but is actually very bad, but the heart is not too bad, the principles that should be adhered to are rarely broken, of course, in fact, he doesn't have many principles. In short, he is still very cautious and conservative in dealing with feelings in that aspect. Whether in the previous life or this life, he feels that he has to be responsible for doing that. Although this kind of thinking is very disadvantageous. He had a friend in his previous life who was very conflicted when being pursued by a girl. He finally made up his mind to be together with the other party, but he only held hands. Then he held the mentality of being responsible for the girl and tried to restrain himself. As a result, he was separated for 3 months and the other party cheated. Although he had learned from the previous experience, Yevlet still did not go against his heart. It was not the rules and regulations that restricted him, but it was his natural choice, which would make him feel comfortable. Being comfortable in the heart is more comfortable than being comfortable in the body. At least for him, the former is a lifetime of openness and pride, while the latter is a momentary pleasure. Let's get back to the topic. Mike really likes him, but that comes from dependence, not love. Because of dependence, Maiko is willing to meet all his requests. If he really makes a move on Maiko, it would be a betrayal of Maiko's trust. He has been taken care of by Maiko and doesn't want Maiko to please him again. Mike squinted his eyes at the silent Yevlet. Yevlet, are you thinking too much? In fact, I just want you to be happy. If it were you, that kind of thing, no matter what the purpose, it would not hurt me. Because I don't care at all. That kind of thing is just like me bathing you and rubbing your back, it's not special. However, Maiko didn't say these words. Whatever Yevlet wants, she will do. Whether he wants it or not, she will only listen to Yevlet and won't make any decisions for him. He has caused me some trouble. Yevlet said. He had to use deception magic all the time, which was a very mentally exhausting thing. Otherwise, once he was recognized, he would be surrounded by Yevlet's fans in this world. He had already suffered a loss just now. Muscles are supreme, think about it, it's really hard to imagine saying such words with your face. Maiko sighed. I don't know if the guys in this world can use deception magic. Yevlet said. This world uses magic differently from us. Maiko said. Yet. Chapter 125, Natsu, Lucy's taste is very special, easy to find. Fairy Tale Guild. Natsu and others have already left, and Lucy in this world is willing to take them for a ride. Is it really okay for us not to help them? Gray asked. Everyone was silent. Outside the desert. Roar. A huge monster emerged from the sand. Be careful. Lucy took out the magic props and was about to fight. Fire dragons roar. Natsu sprayed it over, and the big monster instantly turned into cooked meat. It smells so good. Natsu's eyes lit up. Can this be eaten? Happy asked. If it's roasted, it should be fine. Wendy said. Everyone went up and took some meat from the monster to eat to replenish their energy. By the way, can you Eslanden use magic directly? Lucy said with some envy. Yes, for us wizards, magic is like hands and feet. Wendy said, and suddenly said with some sadness, if one day, we Eslanden can't use magic, maybe we will be more sad than you. Edraz's magic is with the help of props. Even the S-class wizard Miskin relies on magic props. Compared with them, the wizards of Eslanden rely more on magic. If they lose magic one day, it will be too difficult to get used to it. Yes. Lucy nodded, looked at Lysina again, and said, by the way, Lysina, why did you come with me? Lysina was stunned. Suddenly, Lucy seemed to remember something, looked at her in shock, and said, you are Lysina from Eslanden. Lysina hesitated for a while, then nodded, yet. Lucy was stunned. After a long time, she asked with a sob. So back then. Our Lysina has already. Lysina took a deep breath and said, sorry. No, Lucy smiled bitterly and shook her head, you did nothing wrong. She stroked Lysina's head and said, these years, you must have been very painful, leaving your true companions and integrating into us who are different from them. No. Lysina said, you are also my companions. Thank you for saying that. Lucy smiled and said, after the matter is resolved, go to Eslanden, that is your home. Lysina was silent. Laxus put his hand on her head and said, just follow your heart. I know. Lysina nodded, feeling very complicated. Natsu turned his head away and stopped looking at this side. He looked at the desert in the distance, eating quietly without saying anything. Wendy had no feelings for Lysina, and didn't know Lysina's entanglement. She turned into a little transparent, holding the beast meat and eating it, puffing her cheeks, like a little hamster, very cute. Okay, let's get going after you're full. Lucy laughed cheerfully. Everyone followed her and continued to set off, to the capital. Is this the humble room you mentioned? Lucy and Emily looked at the luxurious manor in front of them, and they couldn't see the end at a glance. Of course, Lucy's house is also very big, but her family only has one. And the Yevlet in front of him has more than one property. Judging from his attitude, this property may not even be ranked at the top among all his properties. People think that a residence is just a place to shelter from the wind and rain and sleep peacefully when resting. Yevlet said modestly, it's just that when my father was alive, he hoped that I could revive the glory of the family. Laxus said admiringly, Mr. Yevlet once served as the chief instructor of the kingdom's army. Ever served? Mr. Yevlet, you are still very young, why don't you serve? Lucy asked curiously. Because I need to be stronger. Yevlet smiled and said, because of some differences in ideas, and I don't have enough power to change, so I need to settle myself and need more time to improve my strength. Lucy understood a little. It seems that this person is probably not compatible with the kingdom, but the two sides have not torn their faces. This person is a big star in the kingdom. Once he really decides to rebel and raises the banner, it will be troublesome for the king. And this guy must also understand that it is impossible for him to win the war with the king now. So, this guy is enduring and waiting for an opportunity. Lucy's eyes lit up. This guy can fight for it. Yevlet. A zombie-like man was walking in a small village. There were several people gathered in front. They were bullying together. Several tattooed shamets who looked like bad guys were punching and kicking a man, and they were talking. Half of them were dirty words. You bastard, you said when you borrowed the money that today is the day to pay it back, but you dare not pay it back, you bastard. I have already paid it back. The man said pitifully, I borrowed 50,000 ya, and I have already paid you 150,000 ya, but you want 250,000 ya, which is completely blackmail. I don't care so much, it's only natural to pay back debts. If you don't pay it back, it's okay, you can use something to pay it back. I heard that he has a beautiful daughter, who is 17 years old this year. Everyone said. No, don't do anything to my family, I will pay it back, even if I sell the house, I will pay it back to you, please. The man knelt on the ground and begged. Bang! Just then, a little yellow-haired boy was hit from behind, and he stepped forward and steadied himself. You don't have eyes. The little yellow-haired boy turned around and saw that the person who hit him was lowering his head. He was furious and slapped him directly. Snap! His hand was grabbed, and a force so strong that he couldn't resist made him unable to pull his hand out. Asshole, get him! The little yellow-haired man roared, and several of his accomplices kicked at the man. Snap! 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 But suddenly, several arms emerged from the man's body, the flesh and blood broke through the body and emerged, looking weird and disgusting, and several hands grabbed the feet of these people. This weird scene frightened everyone. The man slowly raised his head, and his devil-like eyes moved slightly. The man kneeling on the ground saw that the situation was not good, so he got up and ran away. The zombie-like man spoke, believe in me and I will give you power. Monster. Several people were frightened and pale. But behind the man, a man with 8 hands and wings appeared. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at everyone with devil eyes. After a while, the man let go of his hand, and several people got out of control, but did not run away. All of them shouted with piety on their faces. Praise Ansa. A bar. A man with a hat and glasses, who was very elegant, was tasting wine. At this time, a tough-looking man came to him and sat down. It's strange that there is someone who looks like me. The elegant man turned his head, a little confused and surprised. Yes. Gajeel grinned, but your reputation is not very good. This is the glory of reporters. Those who dare to expose the darkness and the interest chain of the vested interests will always be slandered and excluded. This person is Gajeel of Edlas. Are you interested in talking to me? Gajeel asked. Of course. Ed Gajeel nodded. The two came to the corner, which was a little quieter here. Gajeel had investigated his affairs here before, and he was confident that this person could be trusted. So he told everything. I see. Ed Gajeel recorded it carefully. After he finished writing, he concluded, so, it was our king of Edlas who extracted the magic power of your world in order to enjoy the magic alone, and he used the worst method. Yes. Gajeel nodded. It's really a terrible thing. Ed Gajeel's eyes revealed determination, even a little fearless. He said, did he really ask the people for their opinions, asking them if they are willing to hurt others for magic power? No, he didn't respect the people, nor the lives of the other world, he was just selfish for himself. The people should know the truth. Will you help me? Gajeel looked at him. Helping you is also helping me and helping Edras. Haha, Gajeel laughed, I thought you would be very different from me, but... The two suddenly hooked their arms around each other's necks, and said to each other with satisfaction, but we are the same. Your polite personality and intellectual qualities are exactly the same as mine. Gajeel said shamelessly. Ed Gajeel pushed his glasses and said elegantly, your wild and handsome place is exactly the same as mine. By the way, I am also very good at singing and playing musical instruments. As it should be. Gajeel said, I am a master of singing and playing guitar. As expected of me. Ed Gajeel looked appreciative. Good brother. Gajeel was also very excited. It's a pity that Lucy and Happy are missing here. Without the role of complainer, I always feel something is missing. Outdoors. There is a caravan here. Just experienced the first round of attack by the robbers. The merchant brought his daughter to a pink-haired beauty in a kimono and cried, if you really can't resist, at least send my daughter home safely, please. Woo woo woo. The little girl cried. Turtledove tilted his head slightly and said, how can we not resist? The first wave of the opponent has been repelled by us. You should take the lady and hide in the carriage. Since I have received the money, I will definitely protect you to your destination safely. But there are so many robbers, and they can even use magic. The merchant was desperate. It's just magic. My sword can cut through magic. Shoot the arrow. The bandit leader shouted on the hillside. They had just made a tentative attack in the first round. The other guards of the caravan were not strong enough to resist them, but the woman with the long sword was very powerful, causing them to lose many of their companions. This time, they simply attacked from a distance and covered the opponent with a rain of arrows. Shua shua shua. Seeing the rain of arrows, Banjiu said, go back to the carriage. As she spoke, she drew her long sword. Moonless flow. Yaksha flashing sky. One sword cut off the arrows in the sky. Then the manic hurricane blew away the cut arrows. Banjiu held the hilt of the sword without even taking a breath. Of course, it was just chopping some sticks. When she was in the Tower of Paradise, she even chopped Urza's armor like tofu. Damn, so strong. The bandit leader cursed. Boss, why don't we just give up? A subordinate suggested. How can we just give up? If we can't rob this group, won't our reputation of being undefeated for more than 10 years be ruined by a woman? The bandit leader was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and said, bring the three-headed dog. Boss, this is our mountain guardian beast. Once we let it out, we can't get it back. The subordinate exclaimed. Shut up and bring it here. The three-headed hellhound is the guardian beast of this village. The previous generation boss asked the dark wizard to trap it as one of the village's trump cards. If it is released now, it will never be recovered. But the bandit leader believes that reputation is more useful than the beast. He has never made a mistake in the past 10 years and has a reputation as an undefeated legend in the industry. What does he rely on? Not strength, but vision. He only picks on the weak. But today, the caravan was overturned. This small caravan actually has such a kendo master. If he goes back today in disgrace, his reputation will be ruined. Not only that, his reputation will be damaged, and the brothers below will doubt him, and it will be difficult to guarantee that he will have the idea of seizing power. So, he can't lose. He would rather use the beast to kill this woman and make this vote a success. Swish! A pill fell from the sky. Banjiu kicked it far away. Boom boom boom. The ground shook. A three-headed monster rushed towards the crowd. Bait! Banjiu reacted. It's over, it's over. All the guards looked desperate. Banjiu didn't bother to say anything, she just put her hand on the hilt. Getting closer and closer. Banjiu drew her sword fiercely. Moonless flow. Multiple sword flashes. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of knife lights directly covered the monster. The monster's body straightened up, and the next second, it was broken into hundreds of pieces. How is it possible? The robbers were shocked. Go! The robber leader gave a decisive order, he didn't care about anything else, life was more important. Boom, but a mushroom cloud rose, and all the robbers died inexplicably. Mr. Yefulet. Turtledove's eyes lit up, sensing the familiar magic. What are you doing? Yefulet's voice appeared behind Turtledove, doing odd jobs. Faced with Yefulet's inquiry, Turtledove said a little embarrassedly, I don't have the money here, and I'm hungry again. I can get some wages here, and I also provide meals. Yefulet knocked on Turtledove's head helplessly. Thank you so much, Miss Turtledove, you saved everyone. The merchant and the crowd gathered around, their faces full of excitement and shock. Take care of these things. Yefulet said, and then sprayed a burst of fang flew away. He had just appeared using deception magic, so no one saw him. He waited for a while, and Turtle Dove came with the gifts from the merchant and the wages. She said generously, "Mr. Yevlet, I have made money. What do you want to eat? I will treat you." "No need." Yevlet took out a card speechlessly and said, "Put your things away quickly." "Yes." Turtle Dove put away the things, took 2 steps forward, came to Yevlet, and said, "Mr. Yevlet, didn't you meet everyone?" "Well, there are only 2 of us now, but the others should not be too far away." Yevlet said, "Let's go to the royal city, everyone will go there, and we can meet." "Yes." In the manner of Ed Yevlet. Lucy was chatting with Yevlet. "Brother Natsu's magic!" Emily suddenly shouted, and Sister Wendy's. "What's wrong?" Lucy turned her head and looked at her. "In the city, Brother Natsu is fighting with someone." Emily stood up. "That idiot, the way he uses magic will definitely expose his origins." Lucy reacted immediately. "If you fight with the soldiers, your companions may be injured." Yevlet said, "Let's pick them up first. They still have to give me some face. They won't be injured." Lucy said, "But their origins will definitely be exposed." Emily's figure disappeared, it seems that she has gone out. "Emily!" Lucy hurriedly chased out. "In the city. What is this? Why can a person's mouth spray fire and hurricanes?" The soldiers were very shocked, "This is simply breaking the world. Don't retreat, take them down." The captain roared. "So noisy." Laxus raised his hand and wanted to clean up the whole scene. "Uncle Laxus!" Emily suddenly appeared, grabbed him, and stepped back. The person disappeared. The soldiers said in horror. "Emily!" Natsu and the others reacted. "Follow me." Emily released magic, and the soldiers were all deceived by her and attacked a pillar frantically. "Xiaolulu, happy!" Wendy reminded. "Lucy, let's go." Natsu instinctively grabbed Ed Lucy and ran. Running across a street. "Emily, are you okay?" Lucy caught up with him at this time. "It's okay." Emily said, "I just brought Uncle Laxus and the others here." "You are?" "Me." Lucy looked at Ed Lucy in surprise. "Exactly the same." Ed Lucy was also shocked. But Lucy immediately focused her eyes on Ed Lucy's hand, which was being held by Natsu. "Ah, sorry." Ed Lucy would of course understand Lucy's thoughts and immediately let go. "Lucy." Natsu ran to Lucy, took a look, and said, "Have you gained weight?" "Shut up, how can you gain weight by eating a meal?" Lucy knocked him down with a punch on the spot. "That's not necessarily true." Emily said, "Since we came here, Sister Lucy has been eating." No, Lucy felt a little guilty. "The snacks here are really delicious." After they came over, Emily took out a few magic props to sell the excellent products made by Yevlet. The price is naturally very high, and the 2 of them became rich in an instant. Then the 2 began to taste the unique snacks here. "No. Keep eating. When talking to Mr. Yevlet here, I didn't eat. That would be impolite. Have I really gained weight?" Lucy looked at Ed Lucy and felt that the other's figure seemed to be better than hers. Especially the waist. So thin. "Forget it, let's talk at Mr. Yevlet's manor first." Lucy said. "Yevlet." Natsu got up. "Did Mr. Yevlet buy a house here so soon?" Wendy said in shock. "Ah, it's Mr. Yevlet from this world." Lucy said, "Oh, by the way." She looked at Laxus and said, "Mr. Laxus, don't get excited later." "Yet." Laxus was a little confused. "Puff." Emily laughed. "Let's go." Everyone walked towards the manor. At this time, Lucy noticed a strange but familiar person. "Hey? Lissana." She looked at Lissana, and gradually overlapped her figure with the white-haired girl in the photo in her memory. "Lucy, this is Lissana, Lissana from our guild." Happy said. "From our guild?" Lucy was surprised. "Dead." "Sorry." "It's okay, he was the one who was mistakenly thought dead." Lissana said generously, "Lucy, I've heard Natsu and Happy mention you before." "Hey? What will they say about me?" Lucy was a little shy. What would Natsu say about her? "They said you are very strong." Lissana said. The smile on Lucy's face froze. She looked at Natsu, who was smiling heartlessly. "This is a compliment. Girl? Also, the smell is very special and easy to find. Listener said. Lucy blushed, and after being shy, she said dissatisfiedly, "What, it's like someone always needs to be rescued." As expected. Listener said. She hugged Laxus's arm and knocked his head dissatisfiedly. This action shocked Lucy. Listener was so bold that she dared to treat Laxus like this. Laxus is famous for his pride and bad temper. But when she looked at Laxus, he didn't care at all, as if he had been used to it for a long time. Listener said, "Brother Laxus, and Natsu's description of you is wrong. You are obviously a very cute and ladylike girl. Thank you for your compliment. You are also very beautiful and gentle." Lucy replied a little embarrassedly. Besides, Natsu and others should be treated with fists. Listener said. Not really. Lucy agreed in her heart, but she still waved her hand on the surface. What? Natsu said dissatisfiedly, "Why should I use my fists to treat him? I'm obviously very powerful. You should learn half of the emotional intelligence from Brother Yefrit first, and then reject Miss Lucy's fists." Listener said. Tisk, what's there to learn from that guy? Natsu looked down on him. I agree with this. Lucy said, Yefrit is completely incompetent in this regard. Boys. Listener said, so virgins are the most troublesome. Speaking of which. Listener suddenly looked at Laxus. But before she opened her mouth, Laxus said coldly, "Shut up." Humph. Listener snorted lightly, no longer hugging his arm, but walked together with Lucy, holding hands very well. Speaking of which, why did you have a conflict with the soldiers? Lucy asked curiously. Ah, this is all my fault. Lucy explained, the wizards in our world are all wanted, and they recognized me. Chapter 126, Laxus, Brother Natsu is so powerful. After she said this, Lucy understood, and she had just learned about the situation from Yefrit. Everyone returned to Yefrit's manor. The two Laxus looked at each other, and both were shocked. Yefrit, who is this charming muscular man? It's me? I in another world is so strong? Laxus, this skinny bamboo pole is me? Why do I look timid and not domineering at all? I said it. Yefrit patted Yefrit on the shoulder and smiled, Laxus, you have potential. As long as you work hard and persist, you will definitely be able to train into such a big guy. Yefrit was weak when he was a child, and it was not until he met Yefrit that he felt like he had met a wise master. At that time, Yefrit had just become successful. In order to encourage Laxus, he made him the deputy leader of the Muscle Supremacy Church. But unfortunately, many of the followers below became muscular men. But Laxus only recovered to the level of a normal person. He had lost some confidence until he met Laxus of Eslanden. Yes. Laxus said with emotion, Mr. Yefrit, I will continue to persevere. What do you call him? Laxus frowned slightly, the other party's name was too respectful. Mr. Yefrit, if you were me, you should understand what Mr. Yefrit means to me. Laxus said admiringly, he is my idol, he is my light. Laxus looked at the face that looked exactly like him with an expression of admiration, while the person who looked exactly like Yefrit was smiling. In fact, Yefrit's smile is just a habitual gentleness, no matter which world it is. Of course, this world's smile is a little purer. Behind the smile of Yefrit in Eslanden, there are usually some strange thoughts. In short, Laxus's mentality is not good. Laxus in this world actually worships Yefrit? And his expression, is it pride, is it ridicule? Damn, I really want to beat him up. But in the end, Laxus held back. Lucy said all the way that this Yefrit can be fought for. How did you train? You are so handsome. Laxus patted Laxus' chest and said. Ah, it's better not to be too casual. Lucy said quickly. Laxus has a good personality. But the Laxus here has a tiger temper. He is arrogant on weekdays and usually doesn't bother to pay attention to you, but if you dare to provoke him, he will show you a tiger fighting a rabbit. Laxus said with a cold face, don't worship anyone, focus on improving yourself. How is that possible? Laxus said, Mr. Yevlet is a person worthy of worship and admiration. A well character appeared on Laxus's forehead. He really couldn't stand the compliment of another self to Yevlet. On weekdays, it was Yevlet who complimented him. No, Laxus. Yevlet said, Mr. Laxus of Eslanden is right. Everyone should worship his own unyielding will, not others. After saying that, he smiled slightly. Two wells appeared on Laxus' forehead. I know, I've read your quotations hundreds of times. Adraxus said, but the more I read, the more I admire you. 3 wells appeared on Laxus' forehead. Lucy's mouth twitched, she felt that something bad was going to happen. Excuse me, Mr. Yevlet, is there anything to eat? At this time, Lysina asked. Of course, please come this way. Adraxus smiled. Brother Laxus, let's go and eat. I'm hungry. As she said that, Lysina dragged Laxus away. Ha 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 ha, Natsu laughed and patted Adraxus' shoulder, saying, look at me. As he said that, he stood on one hand, then stretched out his index finger, bent the other 4 fingers, and actually completed a single-finger handstand. Very good. Adifrit nodded, very appreciative. Then Natsu said, Laxus, saying Natsu-kun is so awesome. Lucy and Wendy all looked at Natsu with question marks on their heads. Hello, Natsu-kun. Adaraxus hadn't finished speaking yet. The roar of the thunder dragon. Ah! Natsu was submerged in the lightning column. Awesome! Adaraxus said blankly, and then sat on the ground in fear. Is this the magic of Eslanden? Adifrit looked solemn. The power in it, even he felt very dangerous. Everyone was silent. Lucy ran over and carried up the black and smoking Natsu. Seeing her easy steps, Lucy couldn't help but say, it's not easy for you either. Lucy forced a smile. Very strong power. Yevlet gave Lucy a thumbs up, which made her even sadder. Everyone stayed in the manor for one night. The next day, Lucy said goodbye to everyone. Since Mr. Yevlet is here to help you, I'll go back. Hey? Aren't you coming with us? Lucy was a little reluctant. This Lucy, who looked like her, gave her a feeling of a twin sister, which made her feel good and didn't want to separate so early. This is not just your battle. Lucy said seriously, don't worry, we will meet again as comrades. She is going back to the guild and asks for help. The fairy tale guild in the other world. Mr. Yevlet's full support. This may be the only chance to change the world. She has figured it out. Surviving and waiting for death is not a solution. As Mr. Yevlet said, magic power will eventually run out. It is better to take advantage of this last time to do the most critical things. Okay, you have to be careful. Lucy said. Yet. Wait for Lucy to leave. Yevlet said, without further delay, let's set off quickly. Then I'll trouble you. Under Yevlet's arrangement, everyone successfully arrived at the capital. This is, the magic power is about to run out? The prosperity of the capital exceeded Lucy's imagination. Isn't it said that the magic power of this world is going to run out? It is illegal to buy and sell magic props, so the living environment and conditions of the residents are much worse. Because the magic power that most people can't use is used to supply here. Adifrit's face was not good. Before this, he didn't know what anima was. He was not really loyal to the king, just because the king needed his words. He knew why this was. He promoted the muscle theory and made the civilians believe that muscles were the only way out after the magic power was exhausted, so they no longer entangled in magic. In this way, most civilians who have never been to the capital in their lives will not know how prosperous the capital is. He has always known it. But he believes that the king's approach will never last long. Not to mention the king's own lifespan, the next generation of princes are also opponents of this plan. So, he and the king have been using each other. But now that Eslanden's people have come to the door, Adifrit feels that he is no longer can't sit back and do nothing anymore. Prosperity at the cost of harming the lives of another world, he can't accept it. He trained his muscles, not to be a coward. Everyone's face was not very good. Especially the people of Eslanden, when they thought that the source of magic power was Magnolia Town, they hated the king even more. As they walked, they came to the big square. There were many people around here. In the middle of the square, a huge magic crystal was cheered by everyone. The moment he saw the magic crystal, Natsu clenched his teeth, and tiny sparks burst between his teeth. This is... Lucy and Wendy covered their mouths. This magic crystal has traces of cutting on it, and it is obviously transformed from a part of Magnolia. Natsu, don't be impulsive. The voice of Yevlet of Eslanden. Everyone was stunned. A tall pink-haired kimono beauty walked towards everyone. She held holding a card in her hand. Turtledove. Lucy said. Mr. Yefrit asked me to wait for you here. Turtledove walked over and said. Sister Turtledove, where is my master? Emily asked hurriedly. Mr. Yefrit is not here now, but he left some words for everyone. After saying that, Turtledove inputted magic power into the card. The voice that Yefrit had recorded came out of the card. Natsu, don't be impulsive. Lucy, hold Natsu down. Laxus, I am the commander. Emily, Wendy, how are you? Did you eat on time? Everyone was silent for a while. Ahem. Yefrit's voice continued to come. This is not all the magic crystals, but only a small part. Our advantage now is that the enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark. No one is in danger for the time being, so don't act rashly. I have sneaked into the palace to collect information. Everyone wait for my news. Be prepared for multi-line operations. If you have a chance, go to me in this world for help. I believe that Guy has the ability. No matter how people change, the things in their hearts will not change. That's right. Harpy, Xiaolulu, prepare some gifts. Since your hometown is here, you may be able to see your parents. Think about what to say when the time comes. That's it. Oh, no, there's one more sentence. Turtledove, keep an eye on Emily. She has been eating a lot recently and has gained a lot of weight. Emily made a bitter face, and whispered after a moment, she's obviously growing muscles. Puff Lucy, who had been poked in the heart by Emily before, couldn't hold it back and laughed with her mouth covered. Parents. Happy and Xiaolulu were stunned. Since they came here, they have encountered various things that have made them have no time to care. But at this time, Yevlet reminded them that maybe they can see their parents. Perhaps because he was a little homesick, Happy actually felt a little overwhelmed. He looked at Natsu helplessly. Pa Natsu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Congratulations." That smile was a very sincere blessing, but there was also some envy and sadness. Habi's parents have a chance to be found. What about his father? Wendy was more emotional, tears flowed out, but she said, "Congratulations, Xiaolulu." Wendy. Xiaolulu also had mixed feelings. Why are you crying? All the dragons left on the same day. They must not be dead. They must still be alive in some corner of the world. I heard that there is a black dragon that has been chasing dragons. Maybe it was him who drove the dragons away. You just need to improve your strength until you can defeat the black dragon, and you will naturally be able to see your parents. At this time, Yevlet's recording came out of the card. Are you telling the truth? Natsu asked hurriedly. Can I still lie to you? You have lied to me many times. I promise this time. Humph, if you lie to me. Before Natsu finished speaking, the recording replied, "Don't take me fishing." Humph. Natsu laughed, and Wendy wiped her tears. Although it was a bit inappropriate, Lucy still asked Turtledove, "Is this really a recording?" Turtledove replied unconfidently, "It should be." Chapter 127, Yevlet is invincible in Edras. The King's Council Chamber. King Faust, this is an old man who looks very old, with a gloomy face. Decades of experience as the supreme ruler have tempered him, making him intimidating without anger. Even if he just sits quietly, he makes everyone feel very stressed. The Chief of Staff, Bayero, is present. The captain of the first magic team of the Kingdom Army, Pansa Lily. The captain of the second team, Urzanet Voka. The captain of the third team, Shiuz. The captain of the fourth team, Shugboy. A little brown-haired girl wearing a green hat, very energetic, running around the house. Bayero is a short old man who looks half buried in the ground. He is bald, but his eyebrows and beard are very distinctive, with 4 white triangles. Bayelo said, "It's incredible. Everyone in Eslanden has magic power in their body." Shugboy said, "Just like the Transcendents. But the magic power of ordinary people is not as good as that of the Transcendents, and the magic power of powerful magicians exceeds that of the Transcendents. It seems that they can practice to improve their magic power." Bayelo explained. Slurp slurp. The inappropriate sound of slurping noodles. Under the conference table. A young man actually ate ramen in such an occasion. Even 3 boiled eggs were added. And everyone didn't think anything was wrong, and didn't even look over. Of course they didn't look over. They didn't realize that their base camp had been invaded. Yevlet was tired of reading in the library and wanted to eat something to rest. He happened to see a group of people coming here for a meeting, so he followed them. In some senses, fraud magic is really unsolvable. A group of big and small bosses were holding a secret meeting deep in the heavily guarded palace. Their main enemy was sitting at the same table, eating noodles while listening to them. A top secret meeting. Soon, the meeting ended. Everyone left. Yevlet also finished his noodles, cleaned up, and planned to go to bed. When he sleeps, magic will not be activated. So be careful. According to Miskin's introduction, he found a concubine who was good to him in the past. That is, a concubine of the king. Because of her age, she is no longer favored and only has a small courtyard to live in. Yevlet entered the courtyard quietly. A woman named Maria was reading a book. Yevlet knocked on the door. Who? Maria was startled. Hello, Ms. Maria. I am Yevlet, a friend of Mist Gang. Is it the big star Mr. Yevlet? Maria was a little anxious and said, Yevlet, why are you in the palace? God, if I am found out, it doesn't matter if I die. You are so young. Wait, Ms. Maria, can you let me in to talk? Yevlet interrupted. This. Maria was very hesitant. She was a single woman, and it was not easy for an adult man to enter the house. I really need your help, please. Yevlet said. Okay. Maria took the scissors and hid them behind her. This necessary precaution was necessary, and then she said, please come in. Yevlet entered the house and took out a letter of introduction prepared by Mist Gang for him. It said that he had returned to Edras and had a close friend Yevlet helping him with things, hoping to get help from Maria. After reading the letter, Maria was shocked by this thing that was beyond her imagination. A woman who lives in the palace at a young age, even if she has read some books, how much real knowledge can she have about the outside world? Is the child in Mist Gang doing something dangerous? Maria was very worried. Yevlet said, it's very important, but not dangerous. He is very strong, and we will help him. Well, I don't understand this. Maria said, Mr. Yevlet, what do you need my help with? I hope to stay here. Other places are too dangerous. Yevlet said. This Maria thought about it, looking at Yevlet's young appearance, she believed him and said, if I can help you, I will do my best. Thank you very much, Ms. Maria, these are some snacks I bought outside, please take them. Yevlet took out various snacks. You are so polite, kid. Maria took a piece of cake and said, can you tell me about what happened in Mist Gang these years? Is he doing well? Yevlet did not hide anything. He talked about the things in the guild humorously, making Maria laugh. She felt happier than ever before. I rested at Maria's place for a night, but I'm sorry that Yevlet still used magic to affect her. Once she wanted to say something, she would faint immediately. Yevlet came to the king's office today and read a series of plans openly. You are playing such a big game. He pinched his chin. Then let's play along. In the hotel. There is no news about Yevlet. Natsu was very annoyed. Be patient, Natsu, believe Yevlet. Lucy said. By the way, Mr. Gajeel hasn't come back from the dance hall yet. Wendy said. They haven't been driven out yet, the two of them. Lucy shook her head and said, the people here have great endurance. It's probably because they can't beat them. Wendy said. Soon after they checked into the hotel, Kokuju received another call from Gajeel. Knowing that they had to wait for Yefrit's arrangement, the two Gajeels simply went to the dance hall to sing. Laxus was sleeping on the sofa on one side, and Lysina was sitting on a small stool, holding a paintbrush in her hand, approaching carefully. Emily put her 2 index fingers on her temples and released magic with all her strength. Snap! Just as the tip of the pen was about to fall, Laxus suddenly woke up and grabbed Lysina's wrist. Hee hee! Lysina laughed. Bang! Laxus flicked Emily's forehead again. How long do we have to wait? Natsu walked around the room. Every time he looked at the magic crystal in the square in the distance that was larger than a building, he was particularly irritated thinking that there were companions from the guild waiting to be rescued inside. Wait until I finish lunch. Yevlet's voice replied to him. Everyone looked over quickly. Master! Emily's face lit up and she rushed over. Yevlet was eating the lunchbox she bought outside at the table. When did you come here? Natsu said dissatisfiedly. Just now, don't worry, there are still 2 bites left. Yevlet replied. Emily had already rushed over. He picked up the little girl and put her aside, saying, it's really heavy. No, master, you bad guy. If you always say this to girls, girls will not like you. Emily pouted and said angrily. But this is the fact. Yevlet said. Girls are starting to grow up at this age. Lucy said. Is that so? Yevlet looked at Wendy. Mr. Yevlet. Wendy reacted violently, feeling insulted. But she changed her mind and realized that Wendy here was tall, big-breasted, and a great beauty. She felt relieved again. She just developed a little late. After eating the last 2 bites, Yevlet said, let's talk about the king's plan first. He already knew that the dragon slayer could not be transformed into a magic crystal, so at least Natsu and your existence has been exposed. He has set a trap and is waiting for you to get caught. Secondly, he plans to transform all the transcendents into magic crystals, destroy all the transcendents, and be alone. What? Everyone was shocked, especially Habib and Xiaolulu. This is a copy of the document. Yevlet threw out a document, and Habib and Xiaolulu rushed to check it. How is it possible? They had just crossed over and hadn't seen their parents yet, and they were about to be exterminated. Don't worry. Yevlet said, I have a way to solve this matter. Everyone looked at him. 3 steps. Yevlet stretched out his finger. First, Natsu, you guys play along and pretend to be caught. Xiaolulu, you and Habib will definitely be used as bait by the king and handed over to the queen of the transcendents. At that time, I will give you the original document, and you try to convince them. Second, Gajeel will go to save the people in the square and attack the magic crystal with dragon-killing magic until he attracts attention. Natsu and Wendy, you guys save everyone. Third, expose the king's ambition and prepare for Miss Gang's ascension. The king has a big guy, the Dragon Knight, who is very powerful. Everyone should be careful not to be killed in seconds. However, there is a contracted monster, so don't worry too much. The final battle will be the final battle. We will have as many people as possible at that time. After listening to the plan, everyone thought about it. Execute it tonight. Yevlet said. Yevlet. Laxus looked at Yevlet and said, why not decapitation? Yevlet's magic is invincible in this world. Because people in this world all use magic props. Then, as long as he takes action, he can easily assassinate anyone. Assassinating the king is the worst option. Yevlet said, we can't just do it and leave, leaving such a big mess for Mist Gang. His statement was recognized by everyone. If the king died suddenly and the magic crystal was gone, there would be no magic power to use in the future. You can imagine how angry the people would be. And the newly appointed Mr. Gang would definitely find it difficult to convince the public. After all, he was a prince who had disappeared for 7 years. Is there any problem? Yevlet looked at everyone. No problem. Everyone shook their heads. At this time, Emily raised her hand to speak. She jumped a little cutely and said, I have a question. Speak. Master, can I participate in the first step of the battle? No, only Natsu and the others will go. Woo. That's it. Yevlet's voice was unquestionable. By the way, it's a pity that Mr. Yevlet here has been gone for a short time. You could have met him. Lucy said, he went to organize people. There is always a chance. Yevlet looked at the white-haired girl sitting on a small stool beside the sofa. The girl stood up slowly. Yevlet brother. Listener rushed over. This was the Yevlet she was familiar with. Yeah, it's heavy. Yevlet said after picking her up. You guys, you say this to any girl, right? Lisina immediately pinched his face with her hands and pulled it to both sides. Ha ha ha. Yevlet smiled, rubbed Lisina's head, and said, welcome back. I'm back, woo woo. Lisina suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into Yevlet's arms and cried. Yevlet looked at Laxus, who avoided his gaze. The rift between him and Laxus was repaired. Before Lisina returned, he and Laxus had a fundamental conflict. Because both of them were away at the time, Lisina got into trouble, mainly because they didn't expect that such a thing would happen when Myra Jane led the team. This made the two of them resent each other, but they also knew that it was unfounded, and then added pressure to their hearts. Therefore, after the incident, the personalities of the two people underwent some subtle changes. Yevlet was more cautious with everyone. Letting everyone get beaten was not careless. He always understood that the family needs to improve their strength, which is the basis of safety. He can't take on all the things by himself. The 12 shields are easy to deal with, but he really can't fight the Black Dragon, at least not at present. So, when Natsu was beaten up and bruised, he could laugh. But if someone really threatened Natsu's life, he would attack before anyone else. And Laxus became a little paranoid. He began to pursue strength excessively, until he forgot his original intention and went astray. Of course, he has been awakened by the beating now. And with the return of Lysina, the crack in Yefrit's heart was repaired, and so was Laxus. Naturally, there was no grudge. But that's all. Even if there is no grudge, the way they get along will not change. Lysina cried for a long time before she slowly stopped talking. I'm going back to the palace. You can do it on your own, Yevlet said. Yevlet returned to the palace. In the early morning, the news came. 2 dragon slayers and a woman were captured. After the king woke up, he gave an order. Send Harpy and Charlo back to Extania in the sky, the country of the Transcendents. Yevlet replaced the document and took the original to find Harpy. He stuffed the document into Harpy's luggage bag in front of everyone. Then he turned around and walked to the dungeon. Natsu and Wendy were imprisoned here. Beiro planned to experiment on the two. Yevlet knocked him unconscious with a slap and rescued the two. The magic crystal is in the sky, heavily guarded. Don't act for now. I'll let you know when the time comes. Okay. Natsu nodded. Wendy asked, what should we do now? Go to Aunt Maria to rest and get ready for battle. What about you, Yefrit? Natsu asked. I'll stay here and work with Lucy to stabilize the king. Okay. Yefrit first handed Natsu and Wendy to Maria. Maria welcomed the two very much, especially Wendy, whom she liked very much. She didn't have her own children, and when she heard that Wendy was taken care of by Mistgang as a sister, she felt particularly close to her. Chapter 128, The Queen's Decision. After sending Natsu and others away, he came back to save Lucy. Why hasn't Yefrit come yet? Lucy was waiting anxiously. Swish! The chain was suddenly cut off. Lucy was delighted and asked quickly, Yefrit, are Natsu and the others doing well? Of course, now I want you to use Gemini to disguise as Beiro and confuse everyone for a while. Yefrit said. Of course, no problem. So Lucy used Gemini to disguise as the old man Beiro. Yefrit used deception magic to cover up the truth with her. Let's go and eat something first. The food in the palace is still very good. Lucy was a little speechless. You guy, you are a little too casual. Just say whether you want to eat. Yefrit said directly. Eat. Lucy raised her hand immediately. Sky Island, Extania, the kingdom of the Transcendent. Habi and Xiaolulu's originally heavy mood was relieved a lot along the way. This is their hometown. The cats here can talk and fly. They are their kind. They are not a rare race, they are not alone. Xiaolulu, no matter what happens, I will protect you. Habib said manly. He had Yevlet's card in his bag. He had practiced for a while. Even Natsu and Grey were fooled by him. He believed that no matter what danger he encountered, he could protect Xiaolulu. Tomcat. Xiaolulu turned her head slightly, not looking at the other's firm eyes, but just walked a little closer to Habib. Because it was late, they couldn't see the queen. They were received by Yet. When they first saw him, Habib and Xiaolulu were shocked. This Yet looked exactly like Yet, and their bodies were very similar. Even the voice actor was the same. Yet didn't make things difficult for them and treated them very well. After a night's rest, they were taken to see Queen Xiajet. At this time, Xiajet walked around in the palace, a little nervous. She was going to see Xiaolulu. She didn't know what to say. Should they recognize each other, or will the other party blame her? But she had no choice. She lied for the safety of the race of the Transcendents. Your Majesty, Habi and Xiaolulu are here. A notice came from the door. Xiaojit hurried back to the throne, tidied his clothes, and said in a deep voice, Please come in. Two cats walked in. It seems. Xiaojit's breathing stagnated. Xiaolulu, you are so beautiful, my daughter. But why do you look so depressed? Blame me for being powerless and unable to resist the kingdom's decision to bring your companions to this world, even you. Is that Habi? She looked at Habi again, and he looked like a cat worth relying on. Greetings, Your Majesty. Habi and Xiaolulu saluted. No need to be polite. Haggett said, you all worked hard. Your Majesty, I have something important to tell you. Habi said immediately. This is the document that our companion got from King Faust's office. Please take a look. Habib took out the document. Show it. Shahjat ordered, and Yi came to her with the document. Shahjat picked up the document and just took a look at it, her pupil shrank. She was shocked. Yi was a little confused. How could the godlike Queen Ziyajet read the document silently and said, catch them all? What? Habi and Xiaolulu were shocked. They didn't expect Ziyajet to react like this. Even Yi was stunned. What are you going to do? Habi quickly pulled Xiaolulu behind him and said, Your Majesty, did you understand the document? King Faust not only has his eyes on our Eslanden's magic, but also yours. He plans to turn Extania and you all into magic crystals. What? Yi was shocked by the news. I said, catch them. Ziyajet said with a cold face. Do you know what kind of disaster is about to happen? Xiaolulu grabbed Habi's shoulder and roared. Of course I know. Ziyajet said. I have the ability to predict. I can see the fall of Sky Island. This is a disaster. You must cooperate with our actions. Xiaolulu said. Prophecy. Ziyajet was silent for a while. Yi looked at Xiaolulu and thought, the prophecy is the same as Your Majesty's, the power of God, is this true? But why does Your Majesty? I don't want to say it for the third time, Yi, are you going to rebel? Ziyajet suddenly stared at Yi coldly. Catch them! Yi shouted in fear, and the stunned soldiers also reacted and surrounded him. Damn it! Habib could only take out the card and waved his hand. Hey! A sandstorm swept the palace. Everyone couldn't open their eyes, and they were all squinted by the sandstorm. When they rubbed their eyes, Habib and Xiaolulu had already flown far away. Chase! Yi shouted hurriedly. The soldiers all chased out. Yi, wait a minute. Ziyajet said. Your Majesty. Yi looked at her in confusion. Take a look, Faust's document. Ziyajet handed over the document. Ye took it and looked at it, and immediately sweated profusely. He quickly read it and said, Your Majesty, is this true? Yes. Ziyajet nodded. The prophecy said by Her Royal Highness the Princess Ye was a little afraid to think about it. It's true, too. I saw it. Ziyajet confirmed again. Then you. Just think of it as my selfishness again. Ziyajet said. She has lied countless times in her life. As the only race in the world with magic and wisdom, she is afraid that the transcendence will be coveted by humans, so she uses the ability to predict life and death to create the illusion that she is a god, and let the transcendence be high above, even above human countries. But this is a lie after all. The magic of the world is drying up, and the Sky Island is about to fall. Once they live on the same land with humans, they will definitely be discovered by humans. They don't have much fighting power at all, and what awaits them must be a tragic ending. So she lied again and sent 100 newborns to the other world, including her own children. But she didn't expect it. Destiny returned to the path she least wanted to see. Faust converted the magic of the other world, and Xiaolulu, who she sent out, returned again. How could she not know Faust's ambition for them, the transcendence? Even if she didn't know what he was going to do, she knew that his purpose was enough to kill them. But what can the transcendence do to resist? Ziyajet clenched her clothes. Whether in her prophecy or in countless deductions, she saw the same ending. Sky Island fell. They will fail in the end. They will be exterminated by humans in the end. Destiny. Since it can't be changed, why did she have to see it? Is this a curse for lying? Your Majesty. Are you planning to? Yi understood. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have such selfish thoughts. Ziyajet apologized. No. Yi took a deep breath and said, but I think that even if we are destined to fail, we will resist. He clenched the document tightly, and saw a flash of light, and a card fell out of it. Magic props. Yi quickly picked it up and carefully input magic power. Buzz, an image appeared. It was a man. "This is Yefulite's video," he said. "Hello, Queen. I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale of Eslanden, Yefrit, and I am the companion of Xiaolulu. When you opened this video, you must have known Faust's plan. I apologize to you here first. I'm sorry. For Xiaolulu and the future of the Transcendence, please carefully consider what I say next. First of all, now on the ground, I, as a member of Eslanden, have sneaked into the palace and can assassinate Faust at any time, but we have not done it and are waiting for an opportunity. Secondly, on the side of Edras, the big star Yefrit and Fairy Tale are planning to assist us. They have entered the city in small groups and plan to participate in the battle. Finally, I hope to get your help and temporarily play a play with Faust. Then he acknowledged the legitimacy of Prince Gerard. I promise you that the Transcendence will never be in danger of extinction. Please consider carefully and cooperate with us to overthrow Faust and overcome this difficulty together." The video ended. Shajit and Iryi fell into silence. What on earth is the queen thinking? Harpy fled with Xiaolulu. The soldiers chased after them. He threw out a card. The ground instantly turned into a swamp. But the Transcendence can fly, so this trick is useless. Mirror. Harpy threw out another card, and the card turned into a transparent mirror in the air. The soldiers were not careful for a moment and bumped into it, hitting their heads with lumps. Stop! Another person is chasing from the alley next to him. Harpy threw out 2 cards. One stuck to the ground, and a wall rose from the ground. The other blew a gust of wind. The soldiers just spread their wings and flew up, and were blown all over the place by the gust of wind. Fortunately, there is Yevlit's card. Harpy said. He looked at Xiaolulu and found that she was a little absent-minded. He thought she was scared, so he comforted her. "It's okay, Xiaolulu, I will definitely protect you." Tomcat. Xiaolulu asked, "Can we really change the destiny we have determined?" Harpy stopped. "Stop!" The soldiers rushed over. "You guys be quiet for a while." Harpy threw out more than 10 cards with his backhand in a domineering manner. Wild wind, heavy rain, fire, lightning. The soldiers were all blocked. Harpy looked at Xiaolulu and said seriously, "What's so great about being able to predict? Why do you always believe in something that has not yet been realized?" Yefrit said that the future is under our feet. There are no footprints in front of us. Footprints will only appear in the past, only at this moment. Don't be confused anymore. Even if the queen doesn't believe it, Yefrit is so smart, he must have a solution, he won't make mistakes. Xiaolulu, you are the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Believe in everyone, believe in Yefrit. The future must be created by ourselves. Xiaolulu looked at him in shock. Asshole! The soldiers caught up. Go! Happy grabbed Xiaolulu and jumped onto a wooden cart, sticking the card to the rear of the car. Hey! A gust of wind blew the car wildly. All the way to the cliff. Xiaolulu! Harpy grabbed Xiaolulu's hand tightly and shouted, "Get ready to fly!" Boom! The car rushed out of the cliff. The 2 cats soared into the sky. Harpy! Xiaolulu turned her head and called Harpy's name for the first time, smiling and saying, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Harpy was excited and was about to show off, but suddenly his wings were gone. He then remembered. Yevlit's card consumes a lot of magic power. Harpy! Xiaolulu hurriedly chased after him and grabbed Harpy, but he was already close to the ground. Boom! The 2 fell into a farmland. Who is it? How dare you destroy my crops? A white cat jumped out, holding a hoe. Ah, sorry, we didn't plan to destroy the crops. Xiaolulu said hurriedly. The white cat was stunned when he saw Happy. It seemed. He roared, "You 2, come home with me immediately." Hey! Happy and Xiaolulu were stunned. "Aren't you hungry?" He roared. Goo! Happy's stomach made a timely reminder. Ah, sorry. Happy covered his stomach, a little embarrassed. Pa Xiaolulu held her forehead with her hand. The king's meeting room. What's going on? Bayero. King Faust asked sternly. Your Majesty. Bayero said, our experiment has been completed and we can draw a conclusion. Dragon slayers do have magic power that is almost never exhausted. As long as we build a machine with them as the core, we will never lack magic power again. Great! Everyone was very excited. Magic power that will never run out. Iluza showed a longing expression. What a pity, there are only 2. Hughes showed regret. Our anima can continue to extract Eslinden's magic power. Shugboy said, sooner or later, we can get all of Eslinden's magic power. That's right. Everyone got excited. When that time comes, King Faust stood up and said, I will have eternal power. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Everyone saluted hurriedly. Across the conference table. Yeflet, we are going too far. Lucy said. She was eating a bag of snacks in her hand. The enemy was holding a top-secret meeting that could subvert the world. As a result, she and Yevlet sat across the table eating snacks. This feeling was so strange. It gave her a feeling of childishness and playing house. There was an overly relaxed atmosphere. She looked to the other side, where Yevlet was reading a book, eating snacks, and drinking fake wine from his wine gourd. She thought, could it be that everything that happened before was so easy from this guy's perspective? Why, she couldn't. I feel jealous. Thinking back, it seems that every time, they fight to the death, and Yefret just relaxes and enjoys himself. Chapter 129, The Plan Begins. A day passed. In the morning. Bang bang. Maria's door was knocked. Who? Maria exclaimed. She looked inside the house. Wendy and Lucy were still resting on the bed, and Natsu was sleeping on the floor on the other side. Aunt Maria, it's me. Mist Gun's voice came from outside. Gellard. Maria opened the door immediately. The man standing at the door was a little strange, but she still recognized him. Gellard. Maria rushed over. She had no children, so she regarded Jalal, who had been sensible since childhood, as her own child. Mr. Gang hugged Maria and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Maria, I have been doing things since I came back. It doesn't matter, as long as you are safe, I don't care about anything. Maria cried. She is a sentimental person, and at this moment she is a mother who has waited for her son to come home. Hey? Mr. Gang. Natsu woke up. Mr. Gang. Lucy also sat up. In this period, it is naturally impossible to sleep and take off clothes, and fighting may happen at any time. Lucy, Wendy, Natsu, get ready to work. Mr. Gang said. Okay. Natsu woke up instantly and said, I can't wait. Lucy asked Gemini to tell the king that the conversion device is ready. Yevlet walked into the house and said. Hey? Okay. Lucy nodded and asked, then what? Then watch the big fireworks. Yevlet said. He made way, and Habi and Xiaolulu walked into the house. Hey? Okay. Lucy nodded and asked, then what? Then watch the big fireworks. Yevlet said. He made way, and Habi and Xiaolulu walked into the house. As soon as the 2 cats came out of the farmer's house and entered the palace, they were sensed by Yefret and brought over. How is it, Habi, have you seen your parents? Natsu asked. Xiaolulu. Wendy was also curious. Xiaolulu was silent. They didn't gain anything from this trip, which made her a little embarrassed. Of course, she was also a little confused about the queen. Because the queen looked very similar to her. However, she didn't dare to think that she would be the queen's child or something. If it was true, why would the queen do such incomprehensible things as chasing them? Habi shook his head and said, I haven't seen it. It must be somewhere in the kingdom. After these things are resolved, you will definitely see it. Lucy comforted hurriedly. Yet. Habi nodded a little disappointed. Yevlet said, okay, eat and drink enough, and prepare for battle. Okay. Your Majesty. Beiro, played by Gemini, came to see the king. The large-scale conversion device and dragon lock cannon are ready. Okay. Even Faust couldn't help but pat the throne, very excited. Then act according to the plan. King Faust said. Yes. Beiro smiled coldly. Gemini gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, what a good acting. Night fell. The army was ready. King Faust slowly stood up from the throne and walked outside with firm steps. The doors of the offices opened one by one. His trusted subordinates followed him, puffed out their chests, very confident. From today on, they will have infinite magic power to use. They came to the city wall and saw 2 empty islands in the sky. One is the kingdom of the transcendent, and the other is the magic crystal of the other world. Then let's start the war. King Faust spread his arms and shouted, launch the ETD combat plan. Buzz. The whole palace was blown with trumpets. Outside the royal city, the residents were about to fall asleep, but were disturbed by this sudden trumpet. What's wrong? They ran to the street and looked in the direction of the palace. Boom! A battle suddenly broke out in the square. Hey! Gajeel retreated in the thick smoke. I didn't expect that there was a strong man like you guarding this place. Gajeel looked at the person who came. To be precise, it was a cat. A black, strong, muscular cat. I won't let you interfere with your majesty's plan. The muscular cat said. Do you know what you are doing? Gajeel looked at him and said, you are helping the greedy Faust to destroy your hometown. I have abandoned that hypocritical country. The muscular cat said, I have offered my loyalty to mankind. Haha. Gajeel laughed, it's ridiculous, destroying your own race for mankind. What do you know? You know nothing. The muscular cat picked up a sword and said, my name is Pansalili, and I am the captain of the kingdom's first magic combat unit. Standing here is my mission. Loyalty, interesting. Gajeel said with a grin, I admire you very much. I want you to be my cat. What? Pansalili was stunned. Dragon Slayer wizard, if you have a cat, I want one too. I will bring you back to the guild. Gajeel said confidently. He was not a cat lover. But when he saw that Natsu and Wendy both had a cat and could fly with it, he got jealous. Even the poisonous dragon wizard had a flying snake. He couldn't be the only one who couldn't fly. He couldn't be the only one who didn't have a cat. As a tough guy, he couldn't appreciate a cat like Xiaolulu. But looking at this muscular cat that was taller and stronger than him, his heart was moved. This is his cat. Bigger and stronger than any other cat. What nonsense are you talking about? Pansalili was very angry. What did this person think of him? Just a pet that he could adopt if he wanted? Boom! The battle began. Pansalili used a magic sword that could change size. If he was facing someone else, he would make the magic sword several meters long and as thick as a door panel, and then cut it with one sword. It would be difficult for anyone to resist. Even the wizards of Eslanden did not dare to resist, fearing that they would be cut in half by one sword. Even Natsu could only catch the blade with his bare hands. But his opponent was Gajeel. Iron Dragon Slayer Wizard. That armor was... Bang! Pansalili chopped Gajeel's arm with a sword, but it did not cut it off. Instead, there was a recoil force that made him unable to hold the sword steadily. How is it possible? He said in shock. Because I am the Iron Dragon Slayer Wizard, my skin is as hard as an iron dragon. Gajeel burst out his magic power, raised his hand to block the long sword, and rushed towards Lily. Damn it! Lily felt very passive. Mainly because he met Tien Nei. He is not Banjiu or Urza. Banjiu is a master of Kendo, and can break Gajeel's armor with Kendo. And Urza's hard power is stronger than Gajeel. Lily has neither superb Kendo skills nor a powerful magician like Urza. Facing Gajeel, who is as hard as steel, he was dumbfounded. There is nothing he can do. Dang dang dang. He chopped with sword after sword, but could only leave some shallow marks on Gajeel's arm. On the contrary, his magic sword has cracked and rolled. Captain! Seeing that the situation was not good, Lily's men attacked Gajeel one after another. Iron Dragon's Roar. Gajeel used a magic to kill most of them in seconds. At this time, the king's voice came from the palace. Gajeel stopped attacking carelessly, giving Lily a chance to catch his breath. After all, he wanted the other party to be convinced. Moreover, his mission was to attract people's attention and let the kingdom transfer more troops. If he passed the level too quickly, it would not be good. King Faust picked up the magic props, and his shouting was heard by the whole city. My people! He was making a pre-war declaration. There has never been a god in this world. Even those guys in the sky. Do they have any power? No one has ever seen it. In history, decades ago, they were just a group of weak creatures who hid everywhere when they saw a sharp blade. Magic. If there is magic, then come and attack me, come and kill me. If you can't do it, then get down from the sky. Why should a group of cats enjoy endless magic power? Why should only we humans suffer the pain of losing magic power? The magic power of our world is drying up, and we humans are about to lose magic power. Who wants to lose magic power? No one wants to. If there is a chance, we will definitely keep the magic power. And now, at this moment, the opportunity has appeared. I will declare war on the kingdom of heaven and plunder the infinite magic power. That will become the magic power that we humans will never use up. I declare in the name of King Edras. The era when we humans have been ruled by a group of cats for a long time has come to an end. We humans are the masters of all living things. All magic power will belong to us. We will create a better future. My people. My soldiers. Let's conquer the kingdom of heaven together. The king's speech was over. It didn't take long. The whole royal city was noisy. Magic will eventually belong to humans. I don't want to kneel down to cats anymore. They are obviously weak, why do they pretend to be great? Conquer the kingdom of heaven. People roared. But some people shouted, humans don't need to rely on magic to survive. The exhaustion of magic is the choice of the world. But this is not the end of everything, this is just the beginning of a new era. Believe in muscles, believe in yourself. Don't believe in Faust, how could he give magic to civilians? From the king, to the ministers, to the nobles, layer by layer of invasion come, how much can the common people get? Once they have endless magic power, they will have absolute force and power. By then, the common people of the entire kingdom will become slaves of their desires. Giving up magic power is our only choice. Some people calmed down after hearing these words. Yes. The controller of most magic power must be the king. The greatest fairness of mankind is that everyone can stab each other to death. If one party has absolute force, will the world really become a better place? Not to mention Faust, who knows nothing about it. Just say yourself, at that time, can you really bear not to control most of the power, but hand it over to others? Instead of believing that people will not have selfish desires, it is better for everyone to have no magic power. People are equal in life and force, this is the only choice for future peace. Some people have woken up. But most people are still in a frenzy. They only know that they will soon have magic power and they will not lose it. They support the king and look forward to witnessing that historic moment. Outside the city, countless people are approaching. The person walking in the front, his eyes like a dead person, stared at the direction of the palace. Yevlet. People who disturb the peace. Damn it. Start it. King Faust turned and said to Bayero. Yes. Bayero retreated. He came to the ground and looked at the huge magic device. Yevlet, are you really going to fire it? Lucy looked at it worriedly. Once the dragon lock cannon is fired, there is no way back. I think it's better to be steady and kill the king directly. Lucy said. Guess what Miskin has been doing for so long? Yevlet asked. Oh, Lucy was stunned. Let's launch it. He said, everything is as planned. We will give Miskin a big gift. Decapitation? That's easy. Yevlet cut off the king's head with one knife, and then Laxus and him can cut down all the high-level combat power of the opponent. Then Miskin appeared and beat them away. Everything is fine. But what about the exhaustion of magic power? How to arrange the transcendence? Although Yevlet didn't remember the details, he still knew that the transcendence all went to Eslanden. When the transcendence left, the magic power was gone. It is difficult for Miskin to have a say in this situation. After all, the people don't understand what happened. They only know. When Faust was in power, at least they still have magic to use. As soon as Prince Jalal came to power, Sky Island fell, and there was no magic to use. Who is to blame? So, Faust must be blamed for driving away the transcendence and completely exhausting the magic. At that time, Mistgang can take over a clean world, and with the help of Yefrit from this world. This chess game can be considered alive. Instead of repairing the dilapidated building, it is better to tear it down and start over. Also, there is one very important thing: Yefrit does not want to be stepped on by a group of self-righteous transcendents. So, let these cats know their own weight first. Yes. Bayero nodded and planned to activate the dragon lock cannon. No. At this time, a girl suddenly appeared and snatched the key. Coco? Bayero looked at the girl. Lucy was familiar with her. A lively girl with brown hair. Always running. Oh no. This was an unexpected situation. Lucy looked at Yevlet. He was not panicked at all and said, wait. Okay. Lucy could only nod. She believed that Yevlet would not make a mistake at this time. Coco, what are you doing? Bayero said, give me the key. No. Coco said, exterminating the transcendence is really too much. Lily is also a transcendent. What should he do? What are you talking about now? Bayero said, this is the king's order. Sorry. Coco shook her head and stepped back with the key. Chapter 130, Lily, I don't eat cat food. Coco. Bai Luo shouted. Coco ran away. He looked at Yevlet helplessly. She is a good girl who knows how to turn back from the wrong path. Yevlet smiled. Coco ran all the way to the dungeon, where she found the imprisoned Lucy. What are you going to do? Lucy asked. Coco opened the chain and said, run away. Why did you help me? Lucy asked in confusion. To get magic power, sacrifice a world or something, and a kingdom. Coco regretted, I really can't accept it. This is the key to activate magic, I want to destroy it. No. Lucy shook her head and said, good girl, I am very satisfied with your performance, but no matter who it is, this key is needed. Lucy snatched the key from Coco. You. Keek was shocked and wanted to snatch it, but suddenly she felt a fear in her heart. The strong and uncontrollable fear made her legs weak and she knelt on the ground. There is some people need to be beaten before they can communicate. Sometimes war is inevitable. There is no such thing as escape. Escape will only lead to failure. Lucy said, Coco, wait and witness the coming of a new era. Prince. Coco looked at the gradually changing person in front of him. It was not the blonde woman, but a man with blue hair. His eyes were compassionate, but more determined and courageous. Mist Gang stretched out his hand, and the key disappeared. Then he disappeared too. A key slowly appeared at Bayro's feet. He quickly picked it up, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned on the magic. Boom! Two huge chains, like long snakes, swam up to the sky and fiercely inserted into the two continents. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Ha 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 ha! King Faust laughed wildly. His dream will eventually come true. Eternal magic. Iluza and the others were also very excited. Boom! The huge force pulled the two sky islands closer and closer. The kingdom of transcendence was terrified. Even if they could escape, their homes were gone. All the transcendents flew to the gate of the palace and asked the queen to release magic. Kill those humans! Damn humans! How dare they attack us transcendents! How dare they offend the gods! My queen! Punish Faust! The crowd was outraged. Boom! The gate of the palace was pushed open. The queen and the ministers walked out of the palace slowly, all with indescribable expressions on their faces. My queen, quickly cast the magic of God and kill those human thugs. The transcendents knelt down to salute, but they were shouting angrily. I'm sorry. Queen Shajit shook her head gently. The transcenders were stunned, and they looked at the queen in confusion. Shajit slowly took off the royal robe, and what appeared in the eyes of the cats was a cat with only one wing. Today, I must tell everyone the truth. Shajit said. As you can see, I only have one wing, and I can't even fly steadily. I'm not as good as an ordinary transcender. I don't have any magic, let alone a god. I'm just a weak cat. I don't have the slightest power to fight against humans. You all are the same. Except for flying, I don't know any magic. Shajit said slowly, in fact, we transcenders have always been a weak race. A long time ago, we were bullied by humans. There are still many memories of that history. Later, in order to protect our clan, I lied and said that I had the power of God. But I don't have such power. All I have is the ability to see a little bit of the future. I can see people's death, so I made predictions in advance, as if I was punishing someone for death. The scene was silent. Then, the transcendents shouted. Queen, stop joking. You are God, kill those humans. After shouting for a long time, Shajit and others did not move. The roars of the transcendents became smaller and smaller. They gradually accepted that what the queen said was the truth. There were also many older transcendents who recalled the history of being bullied in the past. What should we do? An elderly transcendent cried. Are we going to perish? Or abandon our hometown and flee? Will we go back to the days of being bullied by humans? Don't do that! The transcendents cried pessimistically. I'm sorry, everyone. Shahjat took off the jewelry she was wearing and said, although I know I am weak, everyone can escape, but I can't. I am the Queen of Extania. I will do my best to protect this country and the hometown of the Transcendents. Even death will not let me retreat. Shahjat's eyes were firm, and she roared, I want to protect my home. After that, she stumbled and flew to the border of the island. I also want to protect my home, even if I am crushed to death. Iryi roared and followed. I will not leave my home. Minister of State Nadi also flew up. He used his head and hands to support Extania, and even stopped waving his hands as he always liked, and tried his best. My lady queen. The Transcendents were shocked. Finally, a white cat shouted, Come, my child is still fighting, how can I lose to him? The white cat flew up, and then a blue cat followed. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the Transcendents flew to the border of the island, trying to prevent the two islands from colliding. Ha ha ha, a bunch of stupid cats. King Faust laughed, how can they stop the power I have planned for decades? Panza Lily stared at the sky blankly. It's time, why don't you try? Gajeel asked. You're going to lose. Lily looked down at Gajeel. A large wave of troops was approaching this side. Gajeel had let the enemy down many times, and now he was out of breath, and it seemed that he could not fight for much longer. Lily said, I don't understand why you don't just deal with me directly. Hey! Gajeel laughed and said, it's just to show you how strong your future partner will be. I won't be your cat, give up, I've already pledged my loyalty to the kingdom. Lily emphasized again, I'm the captain of the first team of the magic warfare force of the kingdom of Edras. So what? Gajeel shook his arms and said, my goal has been achieved. Lily, watch out, your future partner, the Iron Dragon Slayer, will be so strong. He kicked the long sword on the ground, put it to his mouth, and bit it. What? Lily was shocked. I saw the other party eating the weapon like eating chocolate. I'm full. Gajeel took the last bite. Boom. A terrifying magic power burst out, and Lily's pupils shook. What kind of monster is this? Eat iron? Then restore the magic power to full state. Iron dragons. Roar. Boom. A terrifying magic power completely overturned the supporting army. Stop. Lily rushed to Gajeel, but was knocked down by Gajeel with a punch. Ka. Gajeel's arm turned into an iron blade, brushed Lily's face, and stabbed into the ground fiercely. He looked at Lily's shocked eyes and grinned, the captain of the magic war force of the kingdom of Edras is dead. Now you are Panza Lily, a free cat. It doesn't matter whether you help the kingdom of Edlas or Extania. But no matter which one, you are my cat. Lily looked at him in disbelief. The heart that had been wavering was now completely settled, he had made a decision. Is it too late now? From the beginning, everything was planned by my companions. Gajeel laughed. Your companions? Yeflet, and Jalal. Prince. Lily's eyes widened. After a moment, he laughed and said, I don't eat cat food. Haha. Gajeel pulled him up. Iron Dragon Stick. He punched the magic crystal in the distance. The transformation magic was broken. Two people appeared in the square. Iluza and Grey looked around in confusion. What's going on? Where is this place? Gajeel. Iluza, Grey, calm down and listen to me. Gajeel walked over and said. He explained the cause and effect again, and gave the pills to the two to eat. Is that so? Urza and Grey nodded. Iluza said, is it Yefrit's plan? Then there will be no danger for companions. Crack, crack, crack. Grey's hands burst out with cold magic. He imitated Natsu and smashed his fists together fiercely. Since you dare to treat our guild like this, let's make a big fuss. The two immediately rushed to the palace. Gajeel, don't die. Lily said, and soared into the sky. He was going to protect Extania. Hey! Gajeel showed a proud smile. Kill. Under the assault of Urza and Grey, the gate of the palace was directly broken open. The power of the flesh. Not weaker than magic. At this time, on the other side, the wall was hit by a group of muscular men. That's Yevlet? Grey was stunned. It's Yevlet in this world. Urza was also surprised. Looking at the muscular version of Yevlet running in the front, she suddenly said, Do you think this Yevlet is more handsome? I agree. Grey nodded. Obviously I am the most handsome. Yevlet suddenly appeared beside the two. You guy. Grey said, where is the real body? Control the whole situation. Hurry up and create opportunities for Natsu and the others. There are some strong men around the king. You have been sneaking into the palace for so long. I don't believe you can't take them down. Grey was not fooled. Even if he didn't understand the principle of Yefrit's magic. But he also knew that as long as this guy stayed with the enemy for a while, he had the ability to kneel him down in seconds. This guy has been lurking in the palace for so long, he must have been sure to take down the opponent, and then he came up with this series of plans. Just tell me, do you want to beat someone up? Yefrit said helplessly. Yes. Grey jumped up and killed towards the depths of the palace. Mr. Ganghe. This is our farewell gift to him. Yefrit smiled and responded to Urza. Yet. Urza understood. After all, Mr. Gang is a person of this world. Even if he is reluctant, once the king if defeated, the future of this world, according to the plan of Yefrit and Mistgun, will also consume all the magic power. There will be no more anima who can travel through time and space in the future. Mistgun will be separated from everyone forever. She said with full fighting spirit, then let Mistgun see our warm blessings. Armor of the Wheel of Heaven. Iluza also joined the battle. Boom. In the distance, Ada Yefrit punched a powerful wizard away. Everyone sees that our muscles are never weaker than magic. Ada Yefrit encouraged everyone. Then let's compete. A loud shout. Ada Yefrit looked over. Another group of people came. Miss Lucy. It was the group of people from the fairy tale in this world. Not much magic power left. Lucy laughed. Then let's have the last carnival. Levi yelled. A wizard will never die of mediocrity. Jovia shouted. Use the last of your magic power to hold the most wonderful banquet. Wendy also roared. Fairy tale, everyone joins the battle. All members raised their magic props. Wonderful. Yefrit clapped his hands and disappeared. What's going on over there? Where did the troops come from? King Faust frowned. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, there were still so many people making trouble. I'll go to meet the enemy. Urza said. Seeing that there are many of them, I'll go too. Shugboy said. Go ahead, I don't need to protect you here. King Faust said. Yes. All the strong men set off. Are you Urza from Eslanden? Ed Urza met Urza and taunted, what a hairstyle without personality. Stop talking nonsense. One-eyed dragon. Urza said. What did you say? Urza's defense was broken instantly, when her hairstyle was still, her bangs would cover her right eye. I am Urza Shakalito, the wizard of fairy tale. Urza raised her sword. I am Urza Nightvoka, the captain of the second magic war unit of the kingdom of Edras. Urza also raised her spear. Boom. The battle between the two broke out. On the other side, Grey also met Shugboy. Let's move. Yefrit said. I'm on fire. Natsu shouted. Happy took Natsu, and Charlo took Wendy. The two cats took the two people and flew up. Because Gajeel was making trouble and Urza and others broke into the palace, all the strong men went to defend. The defense on the Sky Island became empty. The two landed on the Sky Island and easily solved a few minions. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Sky Dragon's Wing Attack. The dragon-killing magic hit the magic crystal fiercely. Chapter 131, Mist Gang, if someone must sacrifice, I am the prince, let me die first. What happened? Damn it! King Faust saw this scene and was furious, but when he wanted to mobilize troops, he found that there were not many available. But the enemy had to stop him. He sent some troops to fly into the sky on the monsters. Thunder Dragons roar. Boom. A lightning column below swept down all the troops directly. Laxus made a strong appearance. Damn it! Ed Urza attacked Laxus. Your opponent is me. Urza stood in front of her. So strong. Ed Laxus couldn't help but see stars in his eyes. He was so strong in another world, if only he could be so strong. It's really strong. Ed Yefrit also nodded, turned around and saw Ed Laxus's lost eyes, and comforted him, as long as you work hard, you will definitely become stronger. You are also Laxus. Yes, Mr. Yefrit. Adraxas regained his confidence. Uncle Laxus, slow down, wait for me. Emily followed reluctantly. Don't follow me. Laxus said, and then turned into lightning and flew into the sky. Tisk. Emily, don't smack your lips. Tajia scolded. Woo! Emily looked at Lysina with tears in her eyes. I can't help it. Lysina spread her hands and said. The three women moved forward, mainly Tajia as the main force, Lysina and Emily assisted from the side. Laxus. Natsu saw Laxus flying up and shouted, let's attack together. Yet, with the participation of Laxus, the speed of magic removal was much faster. How can I let you succeed? King Faust was furious. Your Majesty, we can only activate the last trump card. If we let them continue to destroy, even if the two islands collide, it will be meaningless. Bayero said anxiously. Okay, let them see the foundation of our Edra's kingdom. King Faust nodded, his eyes revealing coldness. Buzz. A huge magic circle appeared. The ground shook. What is that? Everyone looked at this sight in shock. Stop, father. At this time, Mistgang appeared on the wall of the palace. He turned his back to the residents of the city and roared at King Faust. Once this magic is activated weapons, the magic power of the whole world will be sucked away. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Gerald. King Faust looked at Gerard and said angrily, this is all your conspiracy. No, father, I'm here to stop you. Mist said, using this magic weapon will consume a huge amount of magic power, and we don't have much magic power. So what, as long as we take away the magic power of these people, we will not lack magic power to use. King Faust said, don't stop me, Gerard, otherwise, you will become my enemy, and I don't mind killing you. Father. Please leave a little hope for this world. Jalal shouted. Buzz. A huge sphere slowly rose from the ground, and the magic power of the whole world was leaning towards this side. All residents felt that the magic power was fading, and they panicked when they thought of the prince's words. Please don't use this weapon. One person shouted. Your Majesty, please don't take away the last magic power. More people shouted. Didn't you hear His Majesty say that as long as we defeat those people, we will get more magic power? Some people agreed with the king's proposal. The last hope? Sorry. No. Yeflet, who was standing next to the king, gently pushed his glasses. Boom. The dragon lock cannon was running at full speed, pulling the two sky islands faster. It can't be stopped. It's useless. Will we be destroyed in the end? Damn Faust. The Transcendents were extremely angry, but they could do nothing about the current situation. Who can save them now? Ha 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 ha. King Faust laughed wildly. Boom. The huge sphere cracked and turned into a huge steel dragon. King Faust flew into the steel dragon. The dragon came back to life. The scarlet blood eyes swept the whole audience, and the terrifying magic burst out, full of deterrence. I am the eternal king of Edlas. Nothing can defeat the invincible me. I can do anything. Those who obey me will live, and those who disobey me will die. You ants, accept the king's judgment. Boom! A fist responded to his words. Ade Yefrit looked at the dragon and said, you are a failed king, get off the stage. The Church of Muscle Supremacy does not recognize you. A group of muscular men rushed out and punched and kicked the dragon. A bunch of ants. The dragon just raised his foot, and everyone flew backwards. Even Ade Yefrit could not resist, but he was not seriously injured. Get off the stage, failed king. All the members of the fairy tale of Edlas also rushed to the dragon. Get out. The dragon's tail swept, and everyone was overturned. Kill all of us if you can. There were also residents who did not recognize the king, and they rushed over. Stop! Misturgan shouted. Everyone stopped and looked at him in confusion. Misturgan walked in front of everyone and said, if someone must sacrifice, I am the prince, let me die first. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart was shocked, and they all looked at Mistgang's back in disbelief, only to find him so tall. Get off the stage, Faust. Let Prince Jalal ascend the throne. He should be the king. The residents shouted. Isn't it obvious who is more worthy of support, a tyrannical king or a king who said the prince dies first? In the sky, many fairy tale wizards were rescued. After the explanation of Natsu and others, they understood, took the pills, and joined the battle one after another. Lord Grey, Juvia is here to help you. Is that me in this world? I don't know how much alcohol I can drink. Asshole. Faust controlled the dragon and flew into the sky. Dragon? It happens that we are dragon slayer wizards. Natsu's hands burst into flames. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Sky Dragon's Wing Attack. Iron Dragon's Hard Fist. Boom. The dragon was knocked down from the sky, but was not seriously injured. It's useless. The dragon laughed wildly. Dragon Knight, you can be immune to all magic. Then you can't be immune to fists. Ada Yevlet rushed up again and hit him hard. Yevlet, you guy, everything you have now is given by me. Faust roared, do you want to lose everything? As long as you have the power, even if you lose it, you can get it all back. Ada Yevlet said, besides, everything I have is earned by myself, not your gift. Father, turn back. Mist Gang shouted. Damn it, a bunch of traitors, you all deserve to die. The dragon opened its mouth and tried to spit out magic. Thunder. Dragon Jaw. Laxus hit the dragon's head hard, causing it to stagger and interrupting its magic. I'm sorry, I don't have enough power, but I can assist everyone. Wendy did not forget that her auxiliary ability was stronger. Galloping Wind. Increase movement speed. Strength of Steel Wrist. Increase attack ability. Power of Armor. Increase defense ability. My body feels so relaxed. Natsu said in surprise. I feel stronger. Gajeel felt that he was more resistant to beatings. Not a bad power increase. Laxus clenched his fist. Okay, Mr. Gang, just shout slogans and help, don't really go for it. Yefrit stopped Mr. Gang who was about to fight and said, you have more important things to do, don't you? Okay. Mr. Gang also knew that his magic was originally the same as Yefrit's, not a strong attack type. At this time, facing the Dragon Knight, let alone scraping, it would be useless. Fighting dragons, let's leave it to professional dragon slayers. He turned around and gave a speech to the people to win more support from the people. At this time, the two sky islands were getting closer and closer, almost touching. Let's end it like this. Yevlet said. At the launch pad of the dragon lock cannon, Lucy looked at the key in her hand and pulled it out fiercely. Buzz. The magic circle dimmed. The pulling force of the dragon lock cannon stopped. The two sky islands did not collide after all. Bayro, even you betrayed me. Faust stared at Lucy angrily. I'm not Bayro. Lucy turned and ran. Asshole. Faust was furious and was about to chase after him. Get through us first. 4 dragon slayers blocked him. Extania. Saved. The magic has stopped. Our hometown is saved. The Transcendents burst into tears. Erisaw's battlefield. It's over, you lost. Urza said. You are born with magic in your world, and you don't understand our sadness at all. Urza roared while attacking angrily. Sadness exists in every world, and it has nothing to do with magic. Urza retorted, and you are the real culprits who created the sadness of this world. It's useless to say more. You will never be able to defeat His Majesty. The magic power will eventually belong to us. Do you really think you can win against that kind of guy? Ed Urza roared, His Majesty is invincible. Ed Urza shouted, Yevlet is invincible. If he wanted to do it, you would all be dead a few days ago. Yevlet? That muscle monster. Yevlet from our world has been standing with you for a few days. He has heard all your conversations. He is involved in all your plans. You didn't realize it at all. That's Yevlet. As long as he wants, he can kill you all with a knife at any time. From the beginning, you are doomed to fail. Ed Urza. Since you are Urza, then lose with dignity. Shut up. Ed Urza's mentality collapsed. There has always been someone by their side? There has always been someone involved in their plans? Everything was going smoothly, but suddenly there were unexpected changes? It turned out that there was an insider. No, there was a mastermind behind the scenes, who controlled everything. So, they were doomed to fail from the beginning. Eternal magic. We just want magic, what's wrong with us? Ed Urza shed tears. Even so, it shouldn't be at the expense of others. Urza said, let's end it like this. Ed Urza's mentality had collapsed, and she could no longer fight back effectively. And Urza usually could catch the enemy's flaws and kill them with one sword. This time was no exception. After one sword, Ed Urza fell to the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Tisk tisk, what a good figure. Yefrit squatted beside Ed Urza. Ed Urza looked at Yefrit and immediately understood that he was the Yefrit mentioned by Urza. You guy. I don't know why. A strange feeling suddenly came over Ed Urza, and she said, I will take revenge. Ah, then you have no chance, I will leave after the fight. Yevlit taunted. Ed Urza suddenly laughed, she looked at Mistgang in the distance, and recalled what Mistgang said, the prince dies first, she said, I will marry his royal highness the prince, become the princess, and then let you in this world go mining. Yevlit. What a vicious woman. Yevlit looked at Ade Yevlit in the distance, thinking, sorry, man, I didn't expect this woman to be so stingy. Ade Yevlit suddenly shuddered, what's going on, am I catching a cold again? He looked at himself only wearing a pair of shorts, he thought about it and asked for a piece of clothing to put on. Even Urza fell. Shogo boy sighed. You're the next one. Gray said. I won't fall so easily. What about me? Juvia stood up. Hey, 2 against 1 is too much. Shogo boy was a little panicked. This is called a husband and wife doubles. Juvia said with a red face. Gray tilted his head slightly. Listen. A demon queen flew down from the sky. Boom. She used a magic black ball to blow up all the enemies, and then descended. Sister Myra. Listen rushed over. Listen. Myra Jane cried while hugging her sister. It's so touching. Emily's tears also flowed. Help Lucy shouted while running over, followed by many enemies. Miss Lucy, don't move. Said Turtledove. Moonless flow, Garuda flame. The rotating flame rushed directly to her face, but Lucy trusted Bangia very much, and did not move even if she was scared. There was a gap in the flame, just enough for Lucy to pass through, but the enemy behind her was not so lucky and was overturned in an instant. Lucy ran over, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, I don't have much magic power. Then let's go together. Banjiu said. Yet. Lucy nodded. Chapter 132, Mirage Frit, let go. Stop it, you actually lost a long time ago. Natsu said. Damn it, you bastards. King Faust said angrily, it doesn't matter if everything is destroyed. As long as I'm still here, as long as I get magic power, everything can be rebuilt. Boom. The whole dragon was like a water pump, and the terrifying magic power was absorbed by him. This turtle shell is really troublesome. Laxus frowned slightly. Immune to magic. Although it is not completely immune to their dragon-killing magic, it is also immune to most of the damage. It is very difficult to fight. Hey! Yevlit frowned and looked at the city. He said, something is approaching, there may be changes. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Miko shouting, Yevlit, be careful. Boom! A magic hit Yevlit. Yevlit! Myra Jane shouted, and immediately turned into the demon queen and flew over. I'm fine, but trouble is coming. Yevlit looked at the thing in the distance. It really came. Demon Ansa. What is it? Miskin and others also noticed it. Zombie, zombie. Someone shouted. The whole city panicked. I saw a zombie-like human approaching this side, and the leader stared at Yevlit closely. Remember the demon when we crossed over? Yevlit said. It turned out to be him, he followed too. Mr. Gang remembered. Is it an enemy? Asked Ada Yevlit. Yes, be careful, this is a real demon. Said Mr. Gang. What does it matter? Said Ada Yevlit, Evlit of Eslanden, I haven't seen you take action yet, let's try and see who is more powerful. I'm sorry, I'm not good at fighting, I'm just an assistant, but I can help you. Ha ha ha, it feels a bit strange to be assisted by myself. Muscles start to be released. Boom. A powerful aura exploded. Ada Yevlit turned into a super strong muscular man. 10%. His body is getting taller. 30%. His muscle dimensions are increasing crazily. 60%. His back muscles condensed into devil-like lines ghost back. 90%. His hair fell out completely. Even someone as calm as Yefrit could not help but be shocked. Unbelievable. Urza and Myra Jane could not close their mouths. That monster is, with the name of Yefrit. Lucy pointed over there with trembling fingers. Seeing Yefrit turn into a muscle monster with her own eyes, it really feels like my worldview has been shattered for some reason. So ugly. Emily said. He has some muscles and is a little stronger than his master. She thinks he is quite handsome, but this is too much and he is bald. Yefrit, Laxus and others saw it and felt complicated. Natsu even gave a thumbs up and said, much more handsome than our Yefrit. Bang! He was suddenly whipped away by the Dragon Knight's tail. Hey! Natsu crawled out of the ruins in confusion, wondering, why didn't I see the attack? Hey! Yefrit exhaled slowly, and then took a deep breath. In an instant, his chest swelled up as if it was about to explode, and his abdomen became very thin, almost only the thickness of a palm. Invincible vacuum abdomen. Muscles are 100% released. Yefrit rushed out. 2. Yefrit Ansa controlled his followers and was about to attack. Boom! Yefrit had already rushed to his face. One punch. Boom! Completely clear the 500-meter radius. All the zombies were knocked out, only Ansa was motionless. Yevlet, Yevlet. Maiko patted Yevlet's shoulder and said excitedly, if you have such a powerful force, with my scale powder, the two of us can beat even the black dragon to a pulp. Yevlet pushed his glasses and said, not elegant at all. Then, he said jealously, if you think he is more powerful, then you can cooperate with him. Hey! Maiko looked back at him, thought about it, and bent down to hug Yevlet. Maiko was more than 2 meters tall, she said gently, you are special. Yevlet pushed Maiko away and said, be prepared to enter the Scale Angel mode at any time. Yes. Ola 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 ola. Yevlet fell into a violent mode, which was not much different from Yevlet who had opened the Scale Angel. Pa! Yevlet slapped his forehead. Everyone looked at Yevlet with strange eyes after seeing his performance. It was as if he was saying, why don't you learn from this guy? Learn from what? Learn from the bald guy. Very strong power. Ansa's followers were completely smashed by Yevlet, and he revealed his true form. 3 meters tall, 8 arms, and a pair of wings. He slowly opened his eyes, and his demon eyes locked onto Yevlet. Boom! He punched out. Come on! Yevlet intended to fight head-on. Boom! The two of them fought, and they were evenly matched. Hey! Yevlet took a deep breath and burst out with all his magic power. Of course, his magic power burst would not be reflected in the special effects, but in the infection and penetration of the opponent. It's troublesome. Yevlet estimated and said, we have to hold out for 15 minutes. Everyone was shocked. Yevlet always likes to say how long it will take to fight before the battle, because when the time is up, even if he doesn't win, he can use magic to make the opponent kneel down in seconds. It only took 3 or 5 minutes to fight against the powerful S-level enemies before. This time it took 15 minutes. Such strength may have surpassed the old man. Facts have proved that it is true. Ansa's one arm can tie with Yevlet, and he has 8 arms. Boom boom boom. He attacked at the same time. Yevlet immediately used magic to make his attack deflected, but Ansa adjusted quickly. To crack the deception magic, you can rely on self-confidence, thinking that you are deceived, you can crack it. Ordinary wizards don't dare to gamble. Whether it's true or false, Yevlet can lose many times, but they can't lose once, so they are always not confident enough, and naturally can't crack the fraud magic. But Ansa believes that his body will not be killed. Even if it is a real attack, it can't kill him. So he broke the illusion without caring, and then punched 3 times in a row, knocking Yevlet away. At this time, Yevlet also rushed in front and slashed with a knife. Boom! The ground spikes protruded. Yevlet hurriedly retreated. It's a big trouble. His face was solemn. Ansa's 8 arms flashed with 8 kinds of magic light. He thought of the 8 knights. Those 8 strange and powerful magics. He actually knows all of them. Everyone was scalp-numbing when they saw it. Especially those who had fought with the 8 knights in Ahanita town before, such as Natsu. They knew how troublesome these abilities were. Now they are all controlled by a powerful demon. This is a big trouble. We can't delay any longer, let's move to another battlefield. Yefrit said. Okay. Everyone nodded. Mr. Gang. Yefrit looked at Mr. Gang. Father, let's stop here. Mr. Gang shouted, that demon is the real enemy. The demon is the real enemy. King Faust said. Don't be stubborn anymore. Shut up, Jalal. King Faust said, I will deprive you of your princely title, and you will no longer have the right to inherit the throne. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Jalal raised his wand and said, sorry, father, for the sake of this world, in order to deal with the real enemy, we can't fight each other anymore. Fire dragons. Sky dragons. Iron dragons. Thunder dragons. Roar. 5-layer magic circle mirror water. 5 magics drown the dragon. Haha, it's useless, your magic is so weak. King Faust's laughter stopped abruptly. An irresistible fear broke out from his heart. What thing? His eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Boom. The dragon was blown apart. The cab was completely covered and bombed by magic. Father. Mist Gang shed tears, but he wiped his tears fiercely and turned around firmly, looked at the devil. Ilusa, you will organize the people to retreat. This battle for the country will be fought by me and my guild, and we will protect everyone. Said Mist Gang. Yes, your highness. Ed Urza nodded. Faust is dead. Needless to say, his plan failed. Those who don't know which side to stand with the prince now can be said to be extremely stupid. The soldiers thought carefully and found that there was actually no difference. When Faust was there, they didn't enjoy much welfare. Prince Jalal seemed to love the people more than Faust. There was almost no doubt after all, Prince Jalal had the right to inherit the throne. Although he was just deprived of it by Faust, he was already dead. In addition, his performance just now did win a lot of people's hearts. So everyone switched sides smoothly. Then they obeyed the new king's words and organized the people to retreat. Ka ka ka. Natsu twisted his fist. Natsu. Lucy ran over, picked up a wooden stick, rubbed it with the light ball, and it started to burn, then handed it to Natsu. Gajil-kun. Levi also brought an iron stick. Ha-Wendy took a deep breath. Laxus brother. Lysina ran over with a stun gun in her hand. I don't need it. Laxus said coldly. Open your mouth. Lysina grabbed Laxus's hair and pulled it back. Laxus couldn't help but open his mouth, and then the stun gun was stuffed into his mouth. Crackle. Puff. Lucy laughed and immediately stopped. Lysina dared to offend Laxus like this, including Yefrit, she didn't dare to offend these two. Swish. Kokuju drew out a long sword and stood in front of Yefrit. Wu Emily was about to draw out a long sword, but Yefrit took her clothes and threw her aside. Pa Urza caught it and then passed it to the back. Alba Green caught it and continued to throw her to the back. You are too much. Emily blushed and shouted, feeling like a puppy being thrown around by everyone. Children, stand at the back. This is the battle of adults. Now is not your time. The last person who caught Emily was a little old man. Grandpa President. Emily looked at him aggrievedly. Makarov put Emily down and walked forward. Gildarts and many other fairy tale wizards followed him silently. The war is about to start, idiots, don't die. Makarov's fingers lit up. Don't worry, President. Yefrit turned the revolver till in his hand. Old man, your body. Laxus was a little worried. Don't worry about it. Makarov waved his finger. Boom. The terrifying magic power exploded. All members of Fairy Tale Dash. Join. Boom 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 boom. All kinds of terrifying magic were directed at Ansa and the zombies. We, the Fairy Tale of Edruz, can also fight. Ed Lusai shouted, and the members of Fairy Tale here also rushed up. I am not only a member of Fairy Tale, but also the Prince of the Kingdom of Edruz. Miskin also rushed up. Muscles are supreme. The muscular men also followed Ed Yefrit. Even if I am weak, how can I retreat at this time? Edruz rushed up, although he was knocked unconscious by the aftermath and flew out in the next second, but Yefrit shot a barrier to save him from falling to his death. I, Panza Lily, represent the Kingdom of Extania and join the battle. Lily also came. Everyone worked together. All kinds of physical and magical attacks were launched against Ansa and the zombies. The strong ones fought against Ansa, and the weaker ones fought against the zombies. These zombies also had the strength of ordinary dark wizards. So strong, Yefrit couldn't help but say. He is also a natural demon. Maiko said, I can feel it. If he wasn't a natural demon, I would lose interest. Yefrit said. Natural demons, like Maiko, were not demons created by Zeref. Everyone was charging, except him. Because he had his place. Assistance. Ansa's attack power was extremely strong, and one careless move would kill people. So he released magic with all his strength, and sent out barriers one after another. They could only intercept once and would be broken by Ansa, but this was enough to save his life. It was a terrible battle. Half of the royal city was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the people were moved away by Urza and others. 5 minutes passed. Most of the zombies were eliminated, but most of the besiegers were also reduced. Those who were forced to leave were seriously injured and unable to fight again. 7 minutes. There were fewer and fewer people. Boom. Even Gildarts was blown away. Uncle, you are not in good health, right? Yevlet laughed. I am fine. Gildarts said stubbornly, but in fact, he was really a little bit exhausted. He almost died at the hands of the Black Dragon not long ago. Now the injury relapsed. Kana saw this and hurriedly said, Uncle useless, if you can't go up, just take a rest, don't show off. Kana. If you say that, I will be sad. Gildarts wanted to get up, but was held down by Kana. He looked at Kana in confusion, but saw the worry in her eyes. Gildarts sighed and said, Okay, I'll take a rest. Kana breathed a sigh of relief. Boom. Mr. Gang flew backwards and slammed into the ground. Prince, are you okay? Ed Urza just got up and pushed away the ruins. Era saw Mr. Gang smiled reluctantly. Boom. Miraja was also knocked away. The Demon Queen turned back to her original form in the air, and her magic power was exhausted. Yeflet jumped up and hugged her, but the powerful force knocked him away as well. Boom. The two fell in the ruins. Fortunately, Maiko was lying behind Yevlet as a cushion. Both sides were soft. But Yevlet still screamed, It hurts, it hurts. It wasn't because he fell, it was mainly because of Mirajana's pinch. He was holding something soft in his hand. Myra Jane blushed and said, Yevlet, let go. Ah. Lysina covered her mouth with a gloating expression on her face. Chapter 133, Maiko, as long as Yevlet wants, he can. More and more people left the stage. Although Ansa was not feeling well, but judging from his appearance, he would have no problem fighting another round. As expected of a natural demon, his magic power is simply endless. 3 minutes left. Yevlet took a deep breath. He couldn't go on. Only a few dragon slayers were left. Although President Makarov was the strongest output, he was old and couldn't hold on for too long in high-intensity battles. Gildarts was seriously injured and had not recovered. Grey and Urza had experienced several battles in succession and could no longer fight. Ed Yefrit was also seriously injured. All members of Edla's, including Mist Gang, had left the field. If they continued to fight, someone would die. And Natsu and others were running out of physical strength and magic power. Even the Dragon Slayer could not withstand such consumption. Yefrit slowly drew out the long sword Honey. Till in the left hand and Honey in the right hand. Maiko followed behind him. You guys are finally going to take action. Laxus panted. Everyone could understand why Yefrit did not play before. After all, his more important task was to cast magic on Ansa and rescue the wounded. He was in the rear, and it must be said that his auxiliary ability was too strong. In such a high-intensity battle, he actually saved everyone's life. But now, this military strategist is going to play, which means that his side has indeed reached the extreme disadvantage. Yevlet is not a reckless person. Scale Angel. He said. White scale powder covered his body. Magic is fully activated. Ansa did not see him. And Natsu and others were attacking frantically so that Yevlet could take action. Getting closer and closer. In order not to make Ansa suspicious, Yevlet has been maintaining the previous attack rhythm and constantly using deception to induce the opponent. But he himself is hidden in those deceptions. 10 meters. 5 meters. This distance is a matter of a moment for both sides. Ah! Natsu suddenly gave up the magic attack and hugged Ansa directly. On the other side, Gajeel instantly understood his intention and hugged him. Wendy hugged Ansa's legs with all her strength. Dragon Slayer secret. Laxus roared, dragging golden lightning in his hand. Ming Yu lay. Ansa saw that he couldn't get free in a short time, so he just used his head to push forward. Boom! He knocked Laxus away with his head. Cut! Yefulet slashed at his neck with a knife. Dang! Hani, who was always successful, failed for the first time. The long knife was deeply stuck in Ansa's cervical vertebrae. But he was not dead yet. Ansa tilted his head back and clamped Hani with his bones. Then he took the time to knock everyone away. Yefulet! Everyone exclaimed. Ansa's arm turned into a long sword and stabbed Yefulet's chest with a sword. Dang! This sword did not penetrate Yefulet's chest. Maiko said proudly, as if you can't resist anyone. After that, she rubbed her chest, and tears were about to fall out of the pain. In the Scale Angel state, she shared her defense with Yevlet, but would bear damage on behalf of Yevlet. It didn't break her defense, but it was painful. Yevlet had no choice but to give up Honey and shoot Ansa at close range. Ansa dodged with his head tilted, and several hands grabbed Yevlet's limbs at the same time, and they were about to use force. This is the rhythm of dismemberment. Boom! Laxus rushed up and punched the back of Honey's knife. Ansa's body couldn't help but pounce forward, and he had to let go of Yevlet. Hani was stuck in his neck, which was an obvious weakness. Yevlet flew back. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel turned his arm into a long sword like a chainsaw and slashed at Ansa's neck. Ansa didn't dare to carelessly reveal his weakness again, and quickly turned around to deal with it. Onatsu rushed forward, jumped onto Ansa's back, and stomped hard on both sides of the knife with his feet. Go a little further. Ansa rushed forward, but adjusted his balance with a very fast reaction, and at the same time grabbed Gajeel and dug it hard. Puff! Gajeel looked at his stomach. It was pierced. Tianlong's roar. Wendy quickly used roar, which did not cause any damage, but blocked Ansa's sight. Laxus quickly attacked Ansa's arm, forcing him to give up Gajeel. Gajeel immediately retreated, then his back hit the wall, and his body slowly slid down. He covered his stomach, his face pale. Gajeel! Levi shouted anxiously. I'm fine, Yefrit, I deceived Ansa and helped me avoid the vital points, but Gajeel can no longer fight. Another reduction in personnel. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Yefrit said. Everyone was a little desperate. How could they hold on? But despair was not what Yevlet and other fighters should think about now. Ansa turned around in a somewhat embarrassed manner, grabbed Natsu's feet, and slammed them hard into the ground. Boom! The earth was shaking, Natsu spat out a mouthful of blood, and rolled his eyes directly. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus punched out, but was caught by Ansa. At the same time, Yevlet's gun was aimed at Ansa's wound and fired. Boom! Ansa was blown away. Yevlet grabbed Natsu and threw him away. Lucy stood up desperately and ran over to catch Natsu. She looked at the wounded Natsu in her arms. He had fainted, and couldn't help but shed tears of heartache. Natsu unable to fight again. Wendy, retreat. Yevlet said. Yes. Wendy's voice was hoarse. She knew that she had no attack power and her magic power was exhausted. At this time, she couldn't even assist. Staying on the battlefield would only hinder her. Wendy, retreat from the battle. Master! Emily cried and shouted, you must win. Yevlet didn't answer, but asked, Maiko, can you resist for 2 minutes? No problem. Maiko gritted his teeth and said, as long as Yevlet wants, I will do it. It would be great if Maiko could fight. Many people who know about Maiko's existence may think so at this moment. But Yevlet didn't think so. Maiko's strength may not be unable to defeat Ansa. But Maiko hates fighting. Then he won't let her fight. Maiko felt Yevlet's firm will and wiped her tears. He began to doubt his principles. But Yevlet seemed to sense her mood, and he said, Maiko doesn't need to fight for Yevlet, this is not part of the agreement. As for if I die, do you want to avenge me? I hope so. But I won't die. Yevlet said firmly, I believe you, Maiko, you will protect me, you won't let me die. Hearing Yevlet's words, Maiko became firm again, her body became ethereal, and then hugged Yevlet from behind, as if possessed, without affecting his actions. Her lips came to Yevlet's ear and said, Yevlet, I will protect you with my life. Yevlet grinned. Damn! He rarely swore, and Laxus looked at him. Yevlet said, "Watch it carefully. The beauty of fraud magic. A grand magic show." It started. Buzz. Yevlet's magic power broke out in another form. It can be said to be as powerful as a prison. This is the first time he showed the vastness of his magic power. True and false, false and true. This is the first time he showed his magic power. Everyone can feel it. This guy is so strong. Urza was shocked. Is this his full strength? This sinister guy is really... Gildarts was speechless. This magic burst was stronger than his. He is worthy of using fraud magic. Even the fraud magic itself is a fraud he threw out. It is to hide this terrifying magic power. Do you think he just relies on the weirdness of fraud magic? No, Yevlet is now telling everyone that he still has super terrifying magic power. Swish swish swish. Countless cards flew out. All of them floated behind Yevlet, and then rotated at high speed, forming a golden halo. Yevlet had wings on his back, and a golden circle with a diameter of 2 meters floated behind him. It made him look like a holy angel. Yevlet Ansa raised his head. Boom! The ground suddenly sank, and Ansa immediately cracked the deception, but Yevlet came close and punched. It's real. Ansa stretched out his hand to block. No. It's fake. A fist hit Ansa, but in everyone's sight, the fist came out from the light circle behind Yevlet. The one that came was made of red lines, which were just covered with Yevlet's magic, which made Ansa misjudge. Boom! Yevlet kicked Ansa away. Boom 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 boom. Laxus followed up with a combo. Ansa immediately wanted to stabilize his body and kill Laxus. But a red line followed and pulled Laxus away. Yevlet rushed forward and whispered, "Tiffany, I'm sorry, please lend me a little more." Forest fire. Fist of destruction. Boom. A red fist was punched out from the golden light circle, smashing Ansa heavily to the ground. Yevlet, this move is called Fist of Destruction Forest Fire. Maiko complained while crying. Yevlet was speechless. Sizzle. The red fist was torn apart. Although Tiffany's red thread was tough enough, it was twisted into a strand, not just one strand. Under the huge force, it would be torn apart. Ansa opened his mouth and sprayed magic, blasting Yefrit away. Laxus took over. But Ansa's action was extremely fast, turning around and kicking. Boom! Laxus was kicked away. Brother Laxus! Lysina rushed over and hugged him, but was also knocked away. Cough cough. Laxus coughed, turned his head to look at Lysina, and asked, "Sister Huang Luo Sang Jun." "I'm fine." Lysina wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Laxus!" Fried shouted worriedly. Laxus faced the gazes of the crowd and tried to get up, but fell to the ground again. He covered his chest with a painful expression. "Mr. Laxus, don't move anymore, your ribs are broken, you will die." Wendy reminded hurriedly. Laxus was silent. Only Yevlet was left. 2 minutes, Yevlet said. He took a deep breath. Magic power is released at all costs. His fraudulent magic is originally a complete deception without offensive power. However, after combining with Tiffany's magic, you can have offensive power. He burst his magic power so that Ansa can sense it. This is a fighting method he has never used before. When Yevlet fought with the ghost President Joseph, because of the fluctuation of offensive magic, he was sensed by the opponent, so he always failed in sneak attacks. The opponent reacted too quickly. And now, he released his magic power completely, allowing Ansa to fully sense his magic power. At this time, his attack was hidden in his magic power. It was like the water surface that was constantly rippled by the wind. How could the fish below tell whether it was the wind or the fish feed? Ansa was confused. Before, he could sense a single magic wave. But now, half of the royal city was filled with Yevlet's magic power. The opponent's attacking magic power was magically hidden. And it was not just that. Boom! President Makarov suddenly grew bigger and punched Ansa. Ansa sensed Yevlet's magic power, this was real. Wait. After how come there are also fluctuations of Yevlet's magic power on the surface? Is it true? And the side? And the bottom? And the top? Why are they everywhere? What is real? What is fake? Boom! Ansa was hit hard into the ground. Lucy and other spectators were stunned. At that moment, Yevlet threw Teal up and made him shoot down. Then Tiffany's magic extended from the aperture, covering his magic power and attacking from below. And he turned around and kicked Ansa's waist hard. He even had time to control a card behind Ansa, emitting light, disguised as an attack. Outsiders can see clearly, but from Ansa's perspective, he really can't tell. Boom boom boom. Ansa was stunned. Attacks came from all directions. Some were strong, some were weak. He launched a large-scale attack, trying to escape from this suppressed state. But Maiko hugged Yefrit tightly, with full defense. Resisting. Even if Black Dragon and Jelal want to kill me, it's not easy. You are nothing but a cookie. Maiko cried and shouted. Yeflet. Although the content lacked momentum, the shouting was still very spirited. Damn it, damn it. Ansa was completely anxious. I am Ansa of God. Yeflet. How dare you disobey me? Shut up, sandbag. Yevlet rubbed his shoulders and thighs. Although the external pain was transferred to Maiko, the pain from his muscles strained by such intense exercise could not be transferred. 1.5 minutes. Yevlet felt that his lungs were about to explode. It's really because he didn't exercise enough. But he had to hold on. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. Sky Dragon's Wing Attack. Star Chart History. Moonless Flow Garuda Flame. Rain of Light. Ansa was confused and drowned in the magic attack. At this time, should I recall my companions and say I am not fighting alone? Yevlet said. Everyone. From Ansa's perspective, everyone was attacking him, even though he could only sense Yevlet's magic fluctuations. From everyone's perspective, Yevlet was attacking with cards, Tiffany's red line lock, until deception and reality are completely integrated. 1 minute. Yevlet said. Roar. Ansa roared angrily. Chapter 134, Emily, Fraud Magic is the Magic of Miracles. Boom. But he was knocked down by Delira's punch. Ansa grabbed Yevlet with his backhand, but saw Yevlet retreating with a broken arm. When he looked closely, he found that he only grabbed the red line fist. Boom. Delira punched again. Ansa had just half raised his body when he was hit hard again. He got up again and kicked out. Boom. Till was kicked away. Delira punched him again. It's just art, said Turtle in shock. Yeah. Emily nodded. Yevlet really took deception to the extreme. Every attack he made was real. Every time Ansa attacked, it was fake. Yevlet hid behind the truth. If they were not watching, they would be desperate to face such a scene. Boom. Ansa's magic power exploded, blowing the whole earth away, and then drove Yevlet away. Boom. But the next second, a large amount of red lines fell from the sky, pierced the earth, and pressed Ansa to the ground again. Boom boom boom. Countless magic greetings. Ansa responded hastily. Some are real, some are fake. He really can't tell them apart. Boom. Suddenly, a huge force came from the ground, and a big hole appeared under his feet. He fell down. Ansa was shocked and quickly reached out to grab the edge of the pit. But his body flew up and fell over his shoulder. He fell heavily to the ground. Weightlessness and imbalance, all arranged for you. Blindness and deafness, all of them. He also simulated the attacks of all members of the guild, all of which were fake, but they were also used for real attacks, and the real attacks were all fake again. He would never hit Yefrit. This is just a sandbag. Lucy couldn't help but say. How much time is left? Urza asked. 40 seconds. Said Kakuchu. Everyone was excited. According to this situation, we can win. But just when they thought so. Boom. Yefrit suddenly flew backwards. Pa. The light circle behind him dimmed, and the cards scattered and flew everywhere. A shield fell from the sky, with blood. A note slowly fell, saying, Sorry, Yevlet, I lost too much blood, and this is the last bit of strength left. This was written by Tiffany. The red thread lock was originally made of her blood. She usually used it herself, and most of the time she just wrapped her fists and turned them into boxing gloves. Only Yevlet borrowed it twice, and both times were used on a large scale. The last time was okay, but this time it squeezed Tiffany to lose too much blood, and her life was already in danger. Moreover, Her magic power was completely drained, and there was nothing left to borrow. So, even if she knew that Yevlet must be facing a strong enemy, she had to break the magic link between the two. Otherwise, she would die before Yevlet, but she knew that if Yevlet was really in danger of life, Maiko would definitely go against the principle and take action. It was because the link on Tiffany's side was broken that a chain reaction occurred. Yevlet was caught off guard and was knocked out by Ansa. "I'm going to kill you." Ansa counterattacked. Boom. Yevlet raised the shield made of Tiffany's last magic and blood and blocked the attack, but Ansa tore the shield apart and held down his hands and feet. Boom. He punched hard, and the whole earth was shaking. "Yevlet!" everyone exclaimed. "My turn." Ansa laughed wildly and attacked Yevlet crazily. "Magic, fists and feet, everything you can do." Yevlet just raised his arm and was caught by Ansa, who threw him over his shoulder. Crack! The arm was dislocated. Boom boom boom. Ansa jumped up again and stomped on Yevlet. Yevlet! Mirage's magic power had been exhausted, but she rushed forward with gritted teeth. Snap! Ansa grabbed her neck. "You are looking for death." Yevlet was like crazy, and magic power poured into Ansa's body crazily. Ansa's brain was almost completely disconnected from his body, as if his soul was imprisoned. "Don't touch my children." Makarov supported his body and turned into a giant, knocking Ansa to the ground with one punch. Yevlet took the opportunity to hug Ansa from behind. "Beat him!" Grey roared. "It doesn't matter even if the magic power is exhausted." Natsuhi stood up with the help of Lucy, then squeeze out the magic power of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. "Don't underestimate the Dragon Slayer." Boom! Natsu burst out with magic power again, although not much, but enough to inspire people. "We are Fairy Tail." Urza stood up with the sword. "Because I am Laxus." Laxus covered his chest. "I will protect everyone in the guild." Gildart stood up with the help of Kana. "Fairy Tail will never fear any enemy. Never abandon any companion." Mist Gang said. "Ansa, you guy." Natsu rushed over. "You provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked." Natsu. Yefrit passed the magic power over. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique Dash. Miracle Fire Type Dash. Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. Natsu turned into a purple and orange flaming sword and rushed straight to Ansa. Ansa just wanted to resist, but the moment he touched the flame, his 5 senses were completely disturbed. Boom! Natsu punched him and sent him flying. "This is our last strength!" Lucy shouted. "Go to hell!" Grey condensed the last move of Ice Spring. Shua! Boom! Boom! The attack was over. Everyone lay on the ground, completely exhausted. "Is that all?" Ansa slowly got up. Although his body was torn, as a demon, his blood volume was too thick. Therefore, even if he suffered this degree of damage, his life was not in danger. He slowly walked towards Yefrit. Yefrit supported Myra Jane and came to a small half of the wall. "Let her lean against the wall." "Master." Emily wanted to come over, but was held tightly by the Transcendence. "Ahem, Yevlet." Milage looked at Yevlet weakly and smiled reluctantly. Yevlet looked at Milage's neck. The originally fair skin was now blood red, with a clear hand mark. Ansa had just pinched it. He stretched out his hand and gently slid over the red mark. "I'm fine." Milage smiled. "Hey." Yevlet took back all the magic power that was released, and found a door and transmitted it. On the other side was Tiffany. "Give up." Ansa smiled. "No. It's the end of the magic show, and it's also the climax." Yevlet stood up, he glanced around, facing everyone's expectant eyes, and smiled confidently. "Yevlet, die." Ansa rushed towards Yevlet. Everyone Yevlet turned his back to Ansa without any concern, and he spread his arms, as if to welcome the applause of the audience. "Please look. Miraculous magic." Plop. When he was only 5 meters away from Yevlet, Ansa suddenly fell to the ground. Dot. The whole audience was silent. Yevlet said, "This is a magic show performed by everyone from our 2 worlds. Thank you for watching." Yevlet. Ansa struggled to get up. Yevlet turned his wrist twice, then waved it down, bowed in a retreat style, and said, "Now, the curtain falls." Boom. Ansa fell heavily to the ground and was completely unable to move. Win. Everyone was excited. This is Yevlet's miracle. It is also a miracle that everyone has worked hard for. The perfect cooperation of the strong men from the two worlds consumed a lot of Ansa's magic power. With Yevlet's perfect assistance, no one died in the friendly camp in such a fierce war. After everyone left the stage, several dragon slayers and Yevlet's attack knocked down half of Ansa's health bar. Yevlet's magic burst out, and Ansa was unable to take care of himself. Finally, the most desperate moment. Everyone used up their last bit of strength to save Yevlet and Myra Jane, and successfully delayed the last few tens of seconds. 12 minutes. Everyone tried their best. One link after another, every link, every person, exceeded the limit. Then a miracle appeared. This is not Yevlet's miracle performance alone, everyone present is an indispensable protagonist on the stage. Fairy Tale Emily shouted excitedly, "Say go!" She ran over and threw herself into Yevlet's arms. She shouted with great admiration, "Master, fraud magic is the magic of miracles." Hee hee. Yevlet smiled gently. Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay. The little girl burst into tears. I was so nervous just now. Seeing everyone injured. Seeing the master go to fight in person. Just when I saw the master suppress Ansa, I thought it was stable, but I didn't expect the situation to reverse in an instant. Seeing the master being beaten by the powerful demon, he is not as resistant as Natsu and Gajeel, everyone is very worried, not to mention her, if the transcendence hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed up long ago. But we won. Everyone held back the time after that. The master perfectly demonstrated the miraculous ending that can only be created by fraud magic. Ansa, who was in the prime of his life, suddenly fell down, just like a magic. No, this is a great magic. A powerful enemy that no one can defeat, a demon that can almost destroy the world. Finally, he fell at the feet of the master. 15 minutes. A miracle is in every second. Ansa fell down in the second. It's great to be able to learn fraud magic. Hey! In a hotel somewhere in Eslanden. Tifania, whose skin was pale all over, leaned against the wall and breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of existence did that guy encounter? He almost beat me to death. She felt the magic power fed back by Yevlet and pouted, I can't use fraud magic. Ah! She sighed, the mission must be put on hold. In this state, we can't carry out the mission again. She slowed down and turned to go downstairs. Give me 10 servings of meat. No. 20. She suddenly changed her mind, and then said to herself, I have to keep the account and ask him to reimburse me when I go back. The royal city was in ruins. Although the enemy was defeated. But the people were not happy. The home was gone. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Mr. Gang was helped by Urza to the city wall. Looking at the sad people, he said loudly, as long as people are alive, everything can start again. The kingdom of Edlas will not be defeated by any difficulties. All the people looked at the vigorous heir to the throne. Ed Yefrit suddenly shouted, Long live His Majesty King Jelal! Long live His Majesty King Jelal! All the people shouted out immediately. Amid the shouts, Mr. Gang looked at the fairy tale people. Everyone slowly raised their hands, with the back of their hands facing forward, their index fingers and thumbs pointing to the sky. This is the classic gesture of fairy tale, and it is the agreement between Laxus and Makarov. Now, it is also the agreement of all companions. Even if we can never see each other again, the bond of family will not be severed. Lucy said with emotion. Yefrit pushed his glasses and said, Who said we can never see each other again? Everyone looked at him. I don't know when I will perform a magic trick of turning a box into a living person for everyone. Yefrit smiled. Chapter 135, Listena, Meow. After Mist Gang calmed the crowd. For everyone in Magnolia Town, the reversal of anima must be activated. This means that Edras will completely lose his magic power. No, you won't lose your magic power. Yefrit said. What? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Ansa, Yevlet said, he is a huge source of magic power. But we can't control him. Mr. Gang said. I have a way. Yevlet said, but let's forget about maintaining the Sky Island. Although Ansa's magic power is very strong, surpassing Magnolia Town, it is impossible to maintain the operation of the entire world. What can we do with only a little magic left? Mr. Gang frowned. It works for me, and you can too. Yevlet said, but he didn't continue. If you can do it, then try it. Mr. Gang nodded. Yevlet said, you can start the reversal of anima at the same time. Okay. Mr. Gang went to prepare. Yevlet carried Ansa away from the crowd. Maiko, transform him. Yes. Maiko has a special ability, which comes from a special mission. She can send off the devil, transform the devil itself into ownerless natural magic. Yevlet's idea is to use a principle similar to Tiffany's red lock to bind these natural magic powers to him across time and space. This way, you can accomplish an incredible thing. The demon's body disintegrates, turns into natural magic. Natural magic is used and consumed by people. The consumed natural magic is reunited. Yevlet gives it emotions and forms a demon again. This cycle repeats. He can get 3 benefits. First, the magic power of a powerful demon. Second, if this plan succeeds, Yevlet will replicate it many times, and he can develop demons himself, or transform all of Jalal's demons into his slaves. Third, this is his guess about the 3rd stage of fraud magic. After the incident with Ansa, Yevlet realized that at his current level, he could only fight against the 12 shields, but not the Black Dragon and Jalal. Would he resist for half an hour and then kill him? However, if the fraud magic can be raised to a higher level again, he had the confidence to fight these two. Before Ansa's body collapsed, Yevlet also transferred magic power to them and carried out atomic level infection. This was a big project and very energy consuming. But Yevlet still succeeded. As Ansa's magic power dissipated, he seemed to have something similar to a domain. In this area, all the magic power was controlled by him. In this area, he was almost omniscient and omnipotent about the current situation. Yevlet became excited. When anima reversed, all the magic power was emptied and transferred to Eslanden. This land was like an empty bottle. At that time, the magic power belonging to him could be integrated into this land. Let this world be under his control. Maiko. Yevlet said excitedly, I want to leave a door here. Maiko tilted his head slightly. Do it as soon as you say it. Yevlet immediately went to find Mistgang and asked for all the information about anima. Everyone looked at him busy and didn't understand. He had just finished the battle and his arm was dislocated and just reattached, but he didn't rest at all. I don't know what he was excited about. When Yevlet collected all the information, anima is also ready. The magic circle is reversed. The magic power of the whole world is transferred to Eslanden, except for the magic power infected by Yefrit, which is stored by Yefrit and handed over to Mr. for him to deal with. Mr. actually doesn't want it. What's the point of keeping these magic power? It's better not to use them. But Yefrit insisted strongly and told him that more magic power will return in the future. Accepting a world without magic is a helpless act. Since Yefrit said so, let's have some hope. At this time, the voice of Queen Shajit of the Kingdom of Extania came from the sky. After this battle, we, the Transcendents, deeply reflected on what we did in the past. I apologize to humans here. I'm sorry. But for the safety of our tribe, we decided not to stay in the Kingdom of Edras. King Gerald, from now on, there will be no gods above your heads. Thank you, Queen Shajit. Mr. said. People looked at the sky with mixed emotions, watching the Transcendents who were transformed and leaving one by one. From now on, there will be no more gods above their heads. Yevlet and others also felt the suction. What a pity. Yevlet said, I haven't had a good drink with you yet. You can drink. Yevlet's eyes lit up. Of course, I love drinking the most. Yevlet said. Ha ha ha. Yevlet laughed, as if he could drink, and he said, Are you good at fishing? Just average. Yevlet said. Just when Yevlet felt a little disappointed, he heard the other party say lightly and nonchalantly, I'm not good at fishing. I usually only catch about 100 kilograms a day. See. Yevlet shouted to the fairy tale people, I said I'm good at drinking, and I'm also good at fishing. No, Yevlet. Grey shook his head and said, it makes you look bad. We are both Yevlet, but he is very good, and you? Grey. Yevlet suddenly narrowed his eyes, exuding ominous magic. Grey closed his mouth. Listen. Ed Mileage shouted, go back, go home, don't worry about us. Sister Mila, I'm sorry, goodbye. After saying goodbye, Lysina cried in Mileage's arms. The two Mileage looked at each other with tears in their eyes, and then waved to each other. After a slight hesitation, Laxus shouted, "Laxus, practice hard." "Yes, I will learn from you." Laxus shouted. "No, don't learn from anyone, you are Laxus, what you have to do is to surpass yourself yesterday, no one can defeat you." Laxus shouted. Laxus is bragging again. Yefrit poked Lysina and said. "Lol." Lysina wiped her tears, made a face at him, and said, "Brother Laxus is much more handsome than brother Yefrit. My heart hurts." Yefrit covered his chest, "I'm hurt. All along, the person who dotes on you more is obviously me." "Humph." Lysina turned her head pretending to be arrogant. Grey shouted, "Grey, if Juvia likes you, just accept it. I'm so anxious." Before Grey could answer, Juvia stepped on him and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't like a guy like Grey. You shouldn't talk nonsense." Juvia was immediately anxious. "Ah!" Juvia was furious. "Ah!" Juvia also looked at her angrily. If Juvia wasn't floating in the sky, the two of them might have a fight. Lucy said, "It's a pity that R1 is a fool. Let's have a competition to see who wins first." "Ah!" Lucy was stunned, and then she saw Lucy hook Natsu under her armpit. She immediately understood and said, "I don't want to compete with you on such boring things." "Compare what?" Natsu came up. "It has nothing to do with you." Lucy blushed. "Really?" Natsu scratched his head. "I'm such an idiot. Right, Xiaolulu." Habi looked at Xiaolulu. "You're not bad, Habi." Xiaolulu regained her tsundere attitude. Woo, Yevlet." Habi looked at Yevlet for help. "Didn't you say that as long as you are a hero and save the beauty, you will succeed? Isn't that an improvement?" Yevlet smiled. "How could that be?" Habi was puzzled. "What kind of owner is what kind of cat, right, Gajeel?" Lily had become smaller and said while sitting on Gajeel's shoulder. "Yet." Laxus looked at the black cat on Gajeel's shoulder. Gajeel noticed Laxus's eyes and raised his head with a little pride. Laxus looked at Natsu and Wendy again. Suddenly realized something. His face became a little ugly. Meow Lysina turned into a cat girl and came in front of him. Laxus turned his head away silently. Woo. Lysina bit it angrily. Wendy. Wendy shouted, "Believe in yourself, you will definitely grow up." "I will." Wendy also responded. She looked at Wendy, who was the tallest among the girls, with a good figure and a big chest. She was full of confidence. "Goodbye, everyone." People on both sides shouted goodbye. Buzz. The suction force increased. Everyone was transformed and left. Boom. The whole Magnolia returned. Everyone from Fairy Tale also landed in the wild. Plop. Maiko was a cushion, and Yefrit lay on her. "I'm back." Natsu jumped up and shouted happily. Although he was reluctant to leave everyone in Edla's, he was naturally excited to return to his home. "What a magical journey!" Lucy said with emotion. Laxus's head turned, as if he was looking for something. "Meow!" Lysina shouted around him. But he pushed her away ruthlessly. He wanted a cat, not a cat girl. Okay. Myra Jane smiled and pulled her back. "Humph, Laxus brother, you big fool." Lysina said angrily, "I won't pay attention to you." After saying that, she turned around and threw herself into Yevlet's arms, saying, "Brother Yevlet, are you right? On this issue, my position has always been the same as yours." Yevlet said affirmatively, and then pretended to be sad and said, "But you just abandoned me." "Yeah, no." Lysina made a coquettish sound. Tisk. Laxus turned into a flash of lightning and left. Lysina. Everyone looked at Lysina and shed tears. "Levy, everyone." Lysina turned around and smiled at everyone. "Lysina." Levy rushed over, and everyone gathered around. "I had just transformed and participated in the battle. Although I saw Lysina, I didn't have time to chat. Now I have time." Woo. Elfman cried. Okay. Albagellan wiped his tears and kept comforting him softly. "By the way." Xiaolulu looked at Queen Shajit and said, "Why did you come here?" "Because Mr. Yevlet invited me." Shajit said honestly. "Uncle." Happy saw that he had taken good care of the farm couple before, and hurried over to say hello. You sent troops to chase me and Happy before. Xiaolulu was still upset about the previous things. This Shajit apologized sincerely, I'm sorry. At that time, Her Majesty the Queen thought that the prophecy would definitely happen, and the kingdom of Extania would eventually be destroyed, so she wanted you to leave, Yi explained. I said it a long time ago. Yevlet interrupted, prophecy is not credible at all. You two saw the prophecy of the Sky Island falling, and it fell, but no one was hurt. Also, the images of everyone being killed that you saw were all my fraudulent magic. Xiaolulu couldn't say it, what Yevlet said was really right. All her predictions were right. The Sky Island was lost, but the Transcendence had already come to Eslanden, so why bother whether the Sky Island was lost or not? Yevlet and others were also killed, yes, but that was when Yevlet was fighting Ansa with all his strength. He simulated the attack of all the members of the guild, and in the fraud magic, Ansa killed everyone, and this scene turned out to be the content of the prophecy. So, she predicted nothing. Besides, I have some truths to tell everyone, especially you, Xiaolulu. Zagdi explained seriously. The final mystery was solved. There was no mission. Xiaolulu's so-called mission was actually just her prediction. She saw the future and thought it was her mission. As for the cubs of the Transcendence sent here, they were actually to preserve the fire of civilization. So, after listening to Xiaogat, Xiaolulu looked at the face that was very similar to her own. She blushed slightly and pretended to be puzzled, then why do we all predict? Xiaogat suddenly became embarrassed. She didn't dare to admit it. He looked away and said guiltily, why is that? Humph. Xiaolulu snorted and pulled Happy away. Hey? Xiaolulu. Happy, who was chatting happily with the uncle, looked confused. Let's go, Happy, I'm hungry. Xiaolulu's words were obviously angry. Oh. Happy nodded. Please give me more advice in the future. Xiaojet looked at Happy's parents. Although they also concealed their identities, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. It's our honor. The blue cat replied. Xiaolulu turned out to be a princess. Happy is really promising. Chapter 136, Mirror World. About the sudden disappearance and reappearance of Magnolia Town. The Magic Council and the kingdom did not pay much attention to it. After all, Fairy Tale is in this city, so it's not strange for anything to happen. President Makarov did not hide anything and simply told the cause and effect of the matter. Of course, he omitted the fact that Yefrit created the demon, and changed the ending to the point that everyone defeated the king of the other world. Although this journey was indeed magical. But the Magic Council was not very interested. What is there to care about in a world without magic? The Magic Council is an organization composed mainly of wizards, not a war maniac that expands outward. Even the kingdom of Fiori has no interest in the territory of the other world. So this matter, apart from making everyone sigh, did not cause any disturbance. Even the townspeople of Magnolia Town had no perception of this matter at all. When the magic crystal was dismantled before, only the fairy tale was dismantled, and nothing else was moved, so everyone had no sense of participation throughout the whole process, and even took it as a sleep, without the tension that everyone almost died in the other world. After all, it has passed, right? Everyone in Fairy Tale was very generous. They held a party, had a good sleep, and came out of their complicated emotions. Wow, wow, wow. Emily ran into the guild crying. What's wrong, Emily? Everyone looked at her with concern. Master is an idiot. Emily hugged Milaja's thigh and cried aggrievedly. Ah, did Yefrit do something excessive again? Milaja smiled and took out a handkerchief to wipe Emily's tears. He said something excessive to me. Emily said. Really? It was really excessive. Emily is so cute, why did Yefrit bully Emily? Milaja comforted. Emily, what did he say to you? Lisana asked. Wow, Emily was speechless, and then said coquettishly, anyway, he said something excessive. Is gaining 5 pounds considered excessive? Yefrit walked in from the door. Wu Lucy's face turned pale, because she also gained 3 pounds. Emily could still use the fact that children grow fast to find an excuse, but she couldn't find one. Lucy looked around, no one was paying attention to her, and she stepped back guiltily. No. Emily said. I think so. At this time, Romeo, the son of Macau, said, the face looks a little rounder. Dot. Emily immediately looked at him fiercely, and then said angrily, I won't talk to you for a month. Dot. Romeo said indifferently, it's just right, I'm going to find Natsu to learn magic. You. A punch hit the cotton, and Emily was even more angry. Well. Myra Jane smiled gently and helped Emily tidy up her messy hair, saying, Emily is just at the age of growing up. Girls need to have some flesh when they are young to grow into beautiful women with curvy figure. If they don't store fat on their bodies, how can they grow taller and more beautiful? Wu Wendy widened her eyes and asked, is it true? In fact, were Miss Myra Jane and Miss Urza both fat when they were young? Dot. Myra Jane was embarrassed for a moment. Don't worry about such trivial matters. Yevlet said, it just so happens that I recently made a new magic prop. It's a game. After clearing the level, you can see your future self. Of course, the future is actually a kind of anyway, it's a very profound principle that is difficult to explain. In short, it is to deduce the greatest possibility. Yevlet turned to look at Wendy and said, do you want to try it, Wendy? See the greatest possibility of yourself? Wendy asked curiously. Yes, the accuracy rate is very high. Yevlet said. How tall is she? Everyone was a little curious. Yevlet took out 2 photos and said, one is of Turtledove, and the other is of me. Everyone gathered around. The photo of Turtledove showed a more mature, or rather, ladylike Turtledove, who was about 30 years old, with a more explosive figure than now, a body that had given birth to a child, plump and attractive in every sense. She was still wearing a kimono, like a virtuous housewife. She was holding a little girl with purple hair in her hand, who looked 70% similar to her. So beautiful. Makeo and Wakaba, 2 uncles, drooling at the sight. Miss Turtledove. She really suits kimono very well. Lucy said, and she's so big. Is this Turtledove's child? What a cute girl. Levi said. What about purple hair? Alyssina said. Everyone looked at Yevlet. Dot. Yevlet was silent, not wanting to explain. But, Yevlet, you look less than 40 in the photo, but you have a lot of white hair. Natsu said with a sneer. Yevlet's face didn't change much in the photo. He looked about 30 years old, with a gentle smile on his face. His temperament lacked some of the youthful vigor, but had a little more of the calmness of a middle-aged man, and he looked more sophisticated. What attracted everyone's attention was that his hair was almost half white, which looked a little abnormal. There was no one else around him. Use your brain often. Yevlet smiled, being white is better than being bald. Master. Emily suddenly squeezed into Yevlet's arms, holding her hair, and asked worriedly, is this because of the fraud magic? I have white hair, will I become bald? No. Yevlet smiled, how much do you use your brain? That's right. Emily pouted and said, I also work very hard. So, do you want to try? Yevlet looked at everyone. How to try? Everyone asked curiously. Yevlet took out a card and threw it into the open space. Boom. A large mirror more than 2 meters high appeared. Just walk in. Yevlet said. Walk in. Everyone was puzzled, this is a mirror, how to walk in? Magic props, of course not a simple mirror. Yevlet said. Oh my god. Natsu was the first to respond, and he ran into it head first, and then disappeared into the mirror. What is this? Natsu looked at the white space in front of him. Suddenly, everyone from the guild appeared. A female voice announced, please choose your adventure partner for the first level. Lucy. Natsu walked over and grabbed Lucy without hesitation. The first level, start. The voice reported. The scene in front of him changed, and Natsu and Lucy appeared on a grassland. In front of him was Eligary and hundreds of members of the Iron Forest. How do we fight this? Lucy was usually scared before the fight. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu rushed up. These enemies were just show-offs, and they were quickly killed by Natsu. Please choose your reward. 3 rewards appeared in front of him. 10 million J, Magic Power *2, Lucy. Lucy. Natsu did not hesitate. Second level. Roar Deliera appeared. Natsu rushed forward again, this time with a little effort. 3 rewards. 100 million J, Magic Power *4, Lucy. Lucy. Natsu did not hesitate at all. The third level, Iron Dragon Gajeel, Natsu was very strenuous. After the fight, he still chose Lucy. The fourth level, Jalal, Natsu almost fought hard to finally win. Even Natsu knew that the enemy in the next level must be stronger. However, after the reward appeared, he said again, Lucy. Sure enough, in the fifth level, Natsu was knocked down by Laxus. The voice said, based on the results, I have deduced the future for you 10 years later. Natsu appeared in the guild, but it was a bit strange that there were only 2 people in the guild, one of whom was him. 10 years later, he was much more mature and handsome than now, but his expression and temperament were no different from now. Lucy, let's go and do the commission. The other one was Lucy, and he hooked Lucy's neck. Yes, yes. Lucy nodded helplessly. Compared with her now, she was not much different 10 years later, but she looked more mature. The picture was frozen. Buzz. Natsu was ejected by the mirror, holding a photo in his hand. How is it, Natsu? Everyone asked curiously. Nothing has changed. Natsu handed the photo to everyone. Everyone looked and nodded, as expected. It's not strange that the 2 of them are still fighting for 20 years. Who's next? Yevlet asked. Me. Emily raised her hand and rushed into the mirror. Yevlet left a fake body, then quietly withdrew from the crowd and came to the corner. He sat on the stool. It's not very good. It's very limited. Yevlet said, maybe we shouldn't let him evolve on his own. At least I have to participate in editing part of it. Maiko said, no matter what the situation is, I believe in you, Yevlet. You can definitely create a perfect mirror world. Yevlet thought silently for a few seconds, then gave up and said, no, I can't participate. I still have to let it evolve on its own. Mirror World, a new project of his. The inspiration came from a story he had read before, the fairy tale book Mirror Elf bought by Emily, which tells the story of a little elf living in the mirror world, making friends with a little human girl, and then traveling between the 2 worlds and having adventures. After he controlled Ansa's magic power, his thinking diverged outward and was no longer limited to the improvement of his personal magic power. It was originally. He has worked hard for so many years, but his magic power is far inferior to Ansa. Instead of working hard to improve his magic power, it is better to convert more demons like Ansa. An external second, third, or even fourth and fifth source of magic power. Besides, magic power alone is useless. The use of fraud magic is not to pile up magic power and burst. Moreover, no matter how much magic power is piled up, there is still a dimensional difference in beating those guys who are not human. Unless he is not human anymore, forget it, he still wants to be human. This is about the mirror elves. The mirror elves in the story live in the mirror world, and the mirror world is connected to any mirror. The star magic used by Lucy, all the star spirits live in the star world, and when using it, you have to open the door. And the mirror elves can come out of any mirror. Yevlet thought, what if he creates a mirror world and cultivates an elf king in the mirror world? This is the creation of a new type of magic. The demons he created now all hid underground and came out when needed. If the mirror world was successfully constructed, the demons could stay in the mirror world and come out of the mirror when needed. Of course, this was only a small application. He had a more interesting idea. That was to spread his fraudulent magic to all parts of the world through the mirror world, or to directly cover the entire world through the mirror. Not just this continent. It also included the Western continent, the Albaraz Empire, the 12 Shields, Jalal, and the Black Dragon. He didn't dare to go to the other side to infect them personally. The Black Dragon was sensitive, and Jalal went crazy from time to time. Then create a mirror world and indirectly infect everyone through the ubiquitous mirrors. This was a very exaggerated idea. But it might not be impossible to achieve. He had found a way to greatly increase the power of magic, and created Asa who could work independently. When the 2 were combined, a mirror world full of fraudulent magic could connect all parts of the world and let everyone be infected by magic. Hiss. Just thinking about it made me excited. He is currently taking the first step. Create a mirror elf king to expand the mirror world on his behalf. He named it Asa. Asa is now just a little devil living in this mirror. He does not have any combat power. His only ability is evolution. Yevlet lied and said that this is a game. After passing the level, you can see your future self. In fact, it is to let ASA simulate the thinking of the participants and then build the ending that the participants want to see most. When enough data is collected, ASA can create a better dream and then attract more people to try, thus forming a virtuous circle. It is best to have tens of millions of data samples to form a relatively complete mirror world. Now is just the beginning. The mirror is only the first version. What Natsu experienced was actually the data that Yefulit and Banjiu actively provided before entering. After ASA modified it above, it became Natsu's game content. When the next person, Emily, enters, her game content will be the data provided by Yefulit, Banjiu, and Natsu. And so on. Soon. Emily came out. Holding a photo in her hand, she had a smile on her face and looked very satisfied. Master, look, I will be very beautiful in 10 years. Emily proudly held up the photo. Let me see. Wendy was even more excited. She took the photo and looked at it. Emily, who was about 20 years old, was a big beauty. She was holding Yevlit's arm, and the size of her chest was amazing. I want to try it. Wendy's eyes lit up and she hurried in. Emily, what did you see in there? Lucy asked. Emily replied, I just kept learning from the master. There were some options, and I chose learning. Then I grew up and became an S-class wizard. The master was very proud, and that's it. By the way, I also saw Mirat, who also became a big dog. After a while, Wendy came out. Her face was very satisfied. Sure enough, this is what my future will be like. In the photo, Wendy has become a big sister, with a more impressive figure than Wendy in Edras. So interesting. Everyone went in to experience it. Yevlit felt Ace's rapid evolution, from the initial simple environment and few events, etc., gradually becoming more and more abundant, and the time for everyone to experience it is getting longer and longer. Yevlit, Maiko said in shock, you are creating a god. Don't say that, I don't want to be targeted like you. Yevlit said hurriedly. If you touch God, you will be unfortunate. He doesn't want to be cursed. He's just doing an interesting project. No other ideas. Really. Chapter 137, Forbidden Book. President. Early in the morning, Yevlit found the President Makarov. What's wrong, Yevlit? Makarov barely opened his eyes and looked at him puzzledly. Makarov had just drunk a lot of wine and didn't want to be disturbed at this time. However, when Yevlit came to him, it was usually not a small matter. Yevlit took out a bottle of wine from behind, put it on the table, and said in a flattering way, teach me some super magic in the guild, hee. Ah? You want to learn the fairy law? Makarov was stunned. If you learn it, the position of the president will be yours. No, you can learn the fairy law, but the purpose of my coming this time is not to learn it, and I don't want to be the president. Yefrit refused with a serious face, it's too troublesome to manage Natsu and others, let Gildarts or Laxus do it. In fact, I admire Urza more, she can calm those disobedient guys. Makarov sighed and said, if it's not the fairy law, what do you want to learn? Isn't it said that there are 3 major super magics? I want to learn the fairy ball. Yefrit said. That. I don't know how to do it either. Makarov said, this magic has been lost. This. Maybe, it will be on Tenro Island. Makarov guessed, it is said that these 2 magics were buried with the first generation. Then he said, it just so happens that in a while, we will go to Tenro Island to select S level. At that time, I can take you to pay homage to the first generation president to see if we can find any clues. Then can I go to the forbidden book area of the library to find books? Yevlit asked again. Why do you want to study those things? Makarov asked, is this magic important to you? Or is there any danger? Yevlit said, be prepared in advance. The more life-saving skills like this, the better. Yevlit did not mention the matter of Tenro Island. After all, whether everyone in Fairy Tale goes there or not, Devil's Heart will definitely go to Tenro Island. We can't just let them mess up the first generation's house. What if they scare the first generation? She cries a lot. What if they even dig up the grave? What if they really find Ziref? Without Fairy Tale and Devil's Heart fighting, what if Ziref's mentality changes? These are all unknown crises. Compared to the unknown, Yeflit is more willing to fight against the known. The known is Devil's Heart is going to Tenro Island. Don't panic. When the time comes, he and Makarov and Laxus and Gildarts, plus Natsu and others, you tell me how to lose. All my top combat forces are dispatched, can you kill me in seconds? Secondly, the Black Dragon is coming to destroy the island. He doesn't remember the reason. Anyway, it was after this incident. Then, can't he just run away? After beating the devil's heart, find a reason to run away. He is not fishing and picnicking leisurely at the same place. Take the first generation with you, don't leave her alone to be beaten. Of course, if she doesn't run away, then we have to fight. So, the life-saving trick of the fairy ball must be learned. Makarov didn't understand what Yefrit was thinking, he thought. You can't read the banned book casually. Ordinary people are likely to go astray after reading it, after all, there are too many shortcuts and even bad things in it. And smart people like Yefrit are likely to get stuck in a dead end after reading it. In short, it must be cautious. Without a certain psychological quality and firm belief, it cannot be open to the other party. After thinking about it, Makarov nodded and said, allow it. Okay. Yefrit nodded and complained, so stingy. If you take over as the president, Makarov's words have not been finished yet, Yefrit's figure disappeared. This guy doesn't take the key. Makarov said, and suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly opened the drawer. Sure enough, the key was gone. This guy. Makarov shook his head and smiled, then fell asleep. After a while, he started talking in his sleep. Yevlit's mirror also reads banned books. You are approaching the truth, but you are also approaching the abyss and danger. You must keep your original heart. You can't become Ziraf. Makarov suddenly sat up, his face full of panic. Oops. Yevlit came to the guild's library. Lysina was cleaning here. Brother Yevlit? What book are you looking for? Lysina asked curiously. No, I'm going inside. Yevlit shook his head and said. Hey. Lysina was surprised, read banned books? Did the president agree? Of course. Yevlit threw the key and said, you are not allowed to come in. Tisk, Lysina said disdainfully, I'm not interested in the books here, let alone those. You should read more of the books here, read more, and be a cultured and knowledgeable girl. Yevlit said. Really? Lysina's eyes turned quirkily, and she said in a strong tone, ask a question. She has read a lot of books, can talk about all kinds of truths, and has different opinions from Brother Yevlit on many things, but she is very persistent. Sister Myra. And she doesn't read too many books. She prefers to do housework and take care of the garden. When she encounters problems, she will ask Brother Yevlit for his advice. And although she keeps her own opinions in some matters, she is self-aware, so she is more willing to follow the arrangements of Brother Yefrit, and she admires Brother Yefrit very much. This kind of Sister Myra. Which one of these two kinds of Sister Myra does Brother Yefrit choose? Yefrit was silent and turned away. Don't dare to answer. Lysina blocked Yefrit's way, she spread her arms and blocked the door. Okay, the second one. Yefrit said helplessly. See. Lysina raised a finger, with an expression of I guessed it a long time ago on her face and said, obviously Brother Yefrit likes the current Sister Myra more, but he wants me to become the first kind of girl. Does he want me to be unable to get married? There is no connection between the two. Yefrit said. Yes, according to Brother Yefrit's thinking, Lysina analyzed, for Sister Myra, from the perspective of dating, of course, she wants the other party to be more obedient to herself and admire herself more. But Lysina is my younger sister, so I hope she can gain more knowledge and avoid being cheated by boys. Yevlit raised his hands in surrender. Hee hee. Lysina snorted twice with pride and said, but I have been reading books recently. What are you reading? Horoscopes and love fortunes. This week, you should show more concern for Virgo boys. They will encounter some minor setbacks. If you care about them at this time, it is easy to make the relationship go further. Lysina explained. Why do you read these? Yevlit said speechlessly, Virgo, do you know any boys of this constellation? Suddenly, he said, if you want to fall in love, we must check it out. What a fool. Lysina sighed, made way, and said sarcastically, for Brother Yefrit, whose head is full of taboo knowledge and who doesn't care about his sister at all, the most important thing I should do now is not to disturb you. Bang. Yefrit flicked Listena's forehead and said, "Stop pretending to be a sensitive girl." Humph. Lisena walked away with her hands on her hips. Yefrit opened the door with the key and walked into the forbidden book area. It's indeed a forbidden book. The covers all look like they are not allowed to be read by people under 18 years old. Fortunately, I'm 18 years old. Yevlet reached out and took a book from the shelf. Intimate Hell. Okay, it was written by Jalaya Sensei who traveled through time, right? He opened it and saw that it was a novel with illustrations. I can't believe that the old man is actually quite pure in love, reuniting with his first love at the age of 18 in hell. That's right. What surprised Yevlet was that the forbidden book area was not only about those knowledge, but also those knowledge. He stuffed the book back. He picked up another book and glanced at it. At this time, hurried footsteps came from behind. Yevlet. Makarov came breathlessly. Yevlet calmly put the book back on the shelf. You can't read these books. Makarov said. I'm already 18 years old. Yevlet said lightly. Makarov was speechless and said quickly, you will become a bad boy. It's just that kind of thing. Uncle Gildarts used to talk to us often. Yevlet said. Gildarts is a person who doesn't care about his private life. Due to his personality, he often does some unrefined things. For example, he took Laxus and Yevlet to a dance hall. Laxus was old enough, so he went in to play for a while, and came out with a red face and full of fragrance. Yevlet, who was not old enough at the time, squatted at the door and poked ants. It's not that he couldn't go in, it's just a matter of casting a magic. The main thing is, he is a Virgo. Gildarts, that guy. Makarov gritted his teeth in anger. Does he want to make the upper beam crooked and the lower beam crooked? But now is not the time to care about this. He said in a serious tone, anyway. You can't watch it. Got it. Yevlet said casually, I'm not interested in your backward things. You guy. Makarov was speechless. Yevlet bypassed here and went to the real forbidden book area to look for it. Yevlet, Maiko whispered in his ear, would you like to hang girls in the book just now? No. Yevlet said, not interested at all. Maiko squatted down and stared at the lower 3 roads after hearing this. What are you doing? Yevlet said speechlessly. Observe whether Yevlet is telling the truth. Yevlet said speechlessly, how can you tell? Stop doing boring things. How about this? Maiko turned around and turned into Mileage, wearing a swimsuit. Yevlet, do you want to play volleyball with me? Yevlet was stunned. Move. Mike immediately pointed at the lower 3 roads and said. Yevlet gave her a fierce knife, hitting her head, making both tentacles shake, and he said viciously, don't disturb me. Yes. Maiko covered her head with a complicated expression, a smug smile and a wronged look with tears in her eyes. Ancient magic. Ancient writing. Ancient boundary. Alchemy, life. The birth of the soul. The call of God. The creation of demons. Yevlet's eyes swept through the books one by one. He did not stop. He had read these books elsewhere. He wanted to find something different. Fairy tale, such a big guild, must have books that he had not read and were precious enough. Found it. Yevlet's eyeballs suddenly stopped moving, and his eyes locked on a book. Detailed explanation of the construction of a super-large teleportation magic array. He picked it up, turned around and said, President, I want this one. But Makarov was already lying on the ground and asleep. Helpless. Yevlet handed the book to Maiko, and then he carried Makarov out of the forbidden book area. Just as he stepped out of the door, he thought about it and came back. In the forbidden book area, he took out a book, My 18 Years and Theirs. Lock the door, Maiko. Yevlet said. Leaving the library, he arranged Makarov to sleep in his office. Yevlet returned home. Super large teleportation array magic. Why is it taboo? Yevlet was very curious, it can't be just functional. Then, Yevlet knew why. In terms of power, some are invincible. Theoretically, the range of teleportation is wider than that of anima. Why is it taboo? It can narrow the range, but compared with the teleportation array of the same range, it will consume more resources. At least 3 times, which is not cost-effective, and you need to keep a demon as the spirit of the magic circle. Demons are something that cannot be touched. It involves 3 taboos that magicians must not touch. Black magic, life refining, and soul refining. No matter which one, it is easy for magicians to fall into the abyss. But Yefrit still touched it. He was very confident that he could restrain his desire. After all, he really had no interest in pursuing the ultimate truth of magic. If there were no black dragon and Jalal, there would be nothing. Such a strong enemy, he would rather hold the second level of fraud magic and live comfortably, although he won without him in the original work, but he doesn't like to gamble on such things. His luck has always been not very good. If there is no such thing, fishing every day and teasing everyone in the guild, what's wrong with that? It's not that he doesn't want to lie down, but the enemy who is destined to come will not allow him to lie down. As long as he is not greedy, as long as he is willing to lie down, no desire can tempt him. You know, he has fraud magic in his hand, but he never uses it on fishing people. Besides, it is too easy to do some good with his magic. He even read some inferior novels before. The author used his fraud magic as the theme and wrote some strange articles. The protagonists in the novels did all kinds of weird things after learning his fraud magic. Later, Yevlet came to his house and gave him a good beating. In short, Yevlet never did this. In general, although his character is not good, there is no need to worry about his principles. I plan to connect it with ASA. Yevlet said after reading it. It's a good idea. By the way, Yevlet, this book is not good. Maiko put down another banned book and said. Why? Yevlet asked. It's too detailed. Isn't that good? But childhood sweethearts lost. Then I won't read it. Yevlet said immediately. It's written in detail. King May lost, so what is he looking at, looking for a knife? Chapter 138, Listener's Commission Invitation. Natsu, go fishing. No. You're free anyway. No, I plan to find Lucy. Gray, go fishing. I want to, but... Mr. Gray, can't you accompany me to the newly opened dessert shop? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Gajeel, go fishing. Sorry, Yevlet, I have something to do with Mr. Gajeel. Levi, you, why are all men in the world tied to women? Yevlet said angrily. I'll go find Laxus. This guy is not popular with girls. Laxus has moved out to live alone. Bang. Yevlet kicked open the door of Laxus's house. Laxus, go fishing with me. Laxus blew some air from his nose helplessly and was about to stand up. Brother Laxus. Lysina trotted into the yard and shouted, come with me to do the commission. Hey. Lysina noticed Yevlet and said, Brother Yevlet, what do you want? I'm going fishing with Laxus. Go by yourself for that kind of thing. Lysina said, Brother Laxus has been reserved by me. Yevlet was silent for a few seconds and said, I came first. So what? Lysina pretended to be disgusted and said, Okay, Brother Yefrit, don't disturb my brother Laxus's date. Yefrit was speechless and turned to leave. Lysina rushed over and hugged Yefrit's arm, saying coquettishly, I'm just kidding you. You're here too. Come with me to do the commission. She explained, I can't always spend Sister Myra's money. Brother Elfman also needs to save money. Dating requires money, so I have to earn it myself. I found a commission. You two can go with me. I'll treat you on the way. I'll pay you back when I get the commission money. Forget it. Yefrit shook her head, I don't want to go out. Then what do you want to do? Fishing. I haven't been there for a while. My luck has accumulated. I will definitely catch a big catch today. How big? 4 or 3 pounds. Lysina let go of her hand with a look of disgust, and said, You should go find Sister Myra, it's too embarrassing. What did you say? Yefrit looked at her angrily. That's right. Lysina said, I can catch several fish with just a stick. Impossible. What are you betting on? What do you want to bet on? If I win, you and Brother Laxus will take me to do an S-level commission. Lysina said. Okay. I'll remind you. Laxus said, I haven't promised you yet. Secondly, Yefrit, you are not S-level. The guild requires that an S-class wizard must accompany the execution of an S-class commission. Of course, Yefrit has the ability to independently execute an S-class commission, but rules are rules. Yefrit spread his hands. Da-da-da. Lysina trotted to Laxus, pulled off his headphones, and said, confiscate them. Laxus walked towards the house helplessly. Under the bed. Yefrit reminded. Laxus was stunned and wanted to leave in a big stride. Help me, brother Yefrit. Lysina shouted immediately. You two guys. Laxus was about to act when Yefrit appeared in front of him and threw Laxus to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. And Lysina took the opportunity to run into the house. Asshole. Laxus was furious, but he didn't care about entanglement with Yefrit. He ran upstairs, but the bedroom door upstairs was locked. Lysina, don't mess around. Hee, big breasts, right? Lysina's voice with a hint of yin and yang came from inside. I agree, let's go now. Laxus hurriedly said, come out now. The door opened with a click, and Lysina came out empty-handed. Laxus was stunned. I'm too lazy to look. Lysina laughed teasingly. A red well appeared on Laxus' forehead. After a while, the three came to the river. Yefrit was fully armed with all kinds of equipment. Hee, a professional, it's impossible to lose to an amateur girl like you who knows nothing. Yefrit mocked. Come on, brother Yefrit. Lysina said, you don't have the talent for fishing at all. Shut up. Tisk. Boring. Laxus took out his fishing rod, which was ordinary. He put on the bait and casually threw it. This river has always been rich in fish. Everyone who comes here can get something. As for Yevlet, I can only say that there may really be a law of conservation of luck. Although he didn't see how lucky he was in other aspects. Pick up a stick, don't cheat. Yevlet reminded. I'm not interested in cheating. Lysina found a stick at random, found a relatively strong grass, and tied a short stick at random. It's strange that you can catch this. Yevlet sneered. Animal soul mermaid. Lysina, who had turned into a mermaid, opened and closed her mouth, but no sound came out. It's the singing of the mermaid. Maiko reminded. At this time, a fish actually bit the short stick. Lysina immediately lifted it up, and a fish weighing more than 5 kilograms was caught. You are cheating. Yefrit said. It's just singing. Is there a rule that you can't sing when fishing? Lysina blinked and said. Laxus. Yefrit looked at Laxus. You lose. Laxus raised his wrist and pulled up a strange-looking fish weighing 8 or 9 kilograms. That's not right. Yefrit looked at his quiet fishing float, and he took out the manual that Habi gave him for hand-in-hand teaching. Don't study it, brother Yefrit, hurry up and follow me to do the commission. Lysina rushed over. This is not scientific. Yevlet said. What is science? This is a magic world. But this is not magic. Okay, Lysina said, you go and guard the fishing rod. After that, Lysina turned into a mermaid again and sang a song. This time, I could hear it. La. A very sweet and pleasant sound. Does it mean to call the fish? Yevlet asked. Maiko said, no, it's just singing. No magic. The mermaid's singing can gather fish. Soon, a large number of fish came over. Yevlet was very excited. Under his fishing rod, there were all big fish, at least more than 4 pounds. Come up quickly. Yevlet whispered, afraid of disturbing these fish. But... Pa. Laxus caught another one. 3 seconds later. Pa. 3 seconds later. Pa. Get lost. Yevlet turned around and kicked over Laxus's fish basket. 2 red well characters appeared on Laxus' forehead. Why don't you come up? Yevlet said. This is not right. Lysina was also puzzled, and she stretched out her finger towards the water. A fish bit her finger directly, and was pulled up by her. It seemed to be 7 or 8 pounds. The 3 people at the scene were silent. Brother Yefrit. Lysina looked at Yefrit carefully. Yefrit silently put away the fishing gear, and then touched Lysina's head, smiled gently and said, Brother is going to a distant place, don't miss brother. As he said, he was about to jump into the river. No, brother Yefrit. Lysina hurriedly hugged Yefrit. Let go, I'm going to question them, why don't you take the bait? Yefrit shouted. Don't do anything stupid. Lysina was anxious and shouted to Laxus, Brother Laxus, come quickly, I can't control it. Boring. Laxus packed up his fishing gear and said, if you want to do the commission, hurry up, if you want to jump into the river, jump quickly. Yefrit suddenly became quiet. He silently untied Listena's fingers, walked to Laxus, and suddenly shouted, let's die together. Pa! Laxus heard this, 3 red wells appeared on his forehead, and then he fell over his shoulder. Yefrit looked at the sky with a look of despair on his face. Okay, brother Yefrit, don't waste time anymore. Besides, I make money not only for myself, but also to buy birthday gifts for Sister Myra. Yefrit sat up and said, let's go. 2 commissions. Lisena took one herself. Laxus then took another S-level. B-level commission. Looking for the missing kitten. The client Adilan. Transcendent. The 3 were surprised when they saw a standing yellow female cat. Mr. Yevlet, Mr. Laxus, it's great that you guys accepted the mission, woohoo. The female cat Adilan kept crying, her eyes were red. As a transcendent, of course, she knew very powerful people in the Adris War. After coming to this world, she knew how powerful Laxus, the S-class wizard, and Yevlet were. What happened? Yevlet asked. My child Speed is missing. Adilan cried and told the story. Speed is a cat with a lot of adventurous spirit. Always wanting to take risks to prove himself. 3 days ago, he learned a piece of news. To the east of Arak town, many monsters appeared and always invaded the village. The nearby wizard guilds felt that this was troublesome because those monsters could not be killed at all, so they wanted to know what kind of changes happened in the forest. After hearing about this, Speed went to the forest despite Adilan's obstruction, and then there was no news. What a coincidence! Laxus looked at another commission in his hand. S-level commission. Investigate the monster incident in the forest east of Arak town and solve it. Commission 5 million J. The 2 commissions just happened to come together. Okay. Yevlet comforted Adilan, and then promised, don't worry, we will do our best. He didn't guarantee that if there was really malicious intent in a forest full of monsters, Speed's chance of survival would not be very high. Yet. Adilan nodded, and said with some guilt, I'm sorry, I don't have that much money to upgrade to an S-level commission. This kind of thing is actually a taboo. Because the 2 commissions are obviously the same thing, the difficulty should be S-level. Setting it as B-level is misleading. If the wizard overestimates his ability and forcibly executes the commission, it is likely to kill people. Of course, in general, wizards will refuse commissions when they understand the difficulty of the commission, but this will have a certain impact on their reputation. Yevlet and others don't mind. But they still have to give a stern warning. If you do this kind of thing, you will be rejected by all wizard guilds and no longer accept commissions. Forget it this time, it just happens that we accepted the commission. You must never do this again next time. Adilan apologized repeatedly. 2 commissions were taken as one, and Yevlet and others set off. Arak town is not far away. It took half a day's drive to get there. After communicating with the mayor, the 3 of them went straight to the forest. Boom boom boom. All the way. Yevlet and Laxus did not take action, but Lisena was fighting. Laxus threw out a few thunderbolts until she was exhausted, and all the monsters were burned. The 3 of them were getting closer and closer to the middle of the forest. But it was dark. They had to stop and rest. Yefrit took out the card and threw it casually, and a tent appeared. Dinner was beast meat. After eating, the 3 of them leaned on the fallen tree trunk to look at the stars. The 3 of them were in the same posture with their hands behind their heads, their legs crossed, and even the direction was the same, with their right leg pressing on their left leg. Brother Yefrit! Lisena suddenly shouted. Have you ever thought about the future? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. What do you think about when you do? Lisena asked curiously. Saving money, buying a manor, getting married, having children, and expanding the family. Yefrit said. How much have you saved? I haven't counted. Things are not peaceful recently and there are always troubles. I'll count it when I buy a house in a few years. How many wives do you want to marry? You mean 1? It's illegal to have more than 1. Yevlet laughed immediately. Don't nobles have mistresses? That's another matter. Great. Lisena turned around immediately, looked at Yevlet with bright eyes, and said, it's exposed, you big scumbag. How did it get exposed? Not denying means acquiescing, and acquiescing means wanting. Yevlet was speechless. Humph. Lysina snorted and said, Brother Laxus won't be like you. Him? Someone who reads a lot of novels with female protagonists. Yevlet said contemptuously. Really? Lysina turned her head and looked at Laxus. I'm not interested in novels. Yevlet lent me that book. Laxus said frankly. Humph. Lysina snorted and said, Brother Laxus won't be like you. Him? Someone who reads a lot of novels with female protagonists. Yevlet said contemptuously. Really? Lysina turned her head and looked at Laxus. I'm not interested in novels. That book was lent to me by Yevlet. Laxus said frankly. Then have you finished reading it? Just tell me if you have finished reading it. Yevret asked. Laxus was silent. It's just reading a novel. Maybe there are other plots that are well written. It doesn't mean anything. Lysina said with a pout. He still has nothing to do and goes to the dance hall to play. Yevret made up again. I'm going to sleep. Lysina stood up and ran into the tent. The two were silent for a while. Yevret said, Seriously, Laxus, do you still want to be the president? Laxus took a deep breath and sighed, I think what can I do? After what happened before, not only did he understand, but the objective facts were also true. If you want to be the president, you must at least get everyone's support. As of now, Yevret has the highest support. The second is Urza and Gildarts. As for him, not many people support him. I support you. Yevlet stood up and said, You are the most suitable candidate. Of course it has to be you, after all, he and Urza were so anxious about the guild that they were bald. After that, he also returned to the tent. Lysina was already lying in the quilt, with her eyes closed, and seemed to be asleep. When Yevlet lay down, she turned sideways and whispered like a dream, Brother Yevlet, what should I do? Just wait, it's not urgent to achieve your goals or dreams. Yevlet said. Who Lysina snored slightly. Chapter 139, Speed Roar. Yevlet was awakened by the roar of the monster. Laxus inserted a few thunder sticks around, so that the three of them slept soundly. It was not until the morning when the magic power dissipated that the monsters dared to approach. He sat up, and Lysina was combing her hair. Laxus just got up and walked out of the tent. Yevlet followed him out of the tent. Boom! A bolt of lightning entered the forest, and within 10 seconds, Laxus came back, holding a demon beast that was electrocuted. Good morning, Lysina yawned. Yet. The two nodded coldly. Laxus was aloof, while Yevlet was grumpy. Wu Lysina pouted and said, I got up the earliest and cleaned up specially, is this your attitude? Very beautiful. Yevlet said perfunctorily. Ditto. Laxus said. I'll do the same to you. Lysina rushed over and punched and kicked Laxus. Laxus stood there helplessly as a wooden stake. After dinner, the three continued to set off. The frequency of the appearance of demon beasts was increasing, and their strength was also getting stronger. But this is nothing to the three of them. It's interesting. Yevlet pushed his glasses. What's wrong, Yevlet brother? Asked Lysina, who was following behind, holding the other end of Yevlet's cane. Not long ago, she said she was tired, and then asked Yevlet to hold her. Yevlet didn't even complain of being tired. Although he didn't fight all morning, walking was also a tiring task. Didn't you notice that the further you go inside, the closer the monsters are to primates? Yevlet explained. Ah! Lysina was confused. It means that there is a dark wizard doing experiments. Yevlet pointed it out directly. Will it be very strong? Lysina said with some concern, the person who can create so many magical beasts must be a very strong dark wizard. Hey, little girl! Yevlet turned around, pressed Lysina's soft and elastic face with both hands, pressed her lips to pout like a chicken's mouth, and said, Who do you think took you to do the commission? Let's not talk about Laxus, an illiterate little yellow-haired man who is good at fighting. My research in this area can be ranked in the top 5 in the world, understand? Laxus grabbed a large piece of bark from the tree trunk next to him. What do you mean by illiterate little yellow-haired man? Top 5? Who is better than you? Lysina asked curiously. Kid, don't ask. Yevlet said. Zerf, for one, is better than him in demon research, and he has just started. Maiko, for one, don't look at her silly and forget everything, her existence itself represents the limit of demons and alchemy. Representing the limit of the Dragon Clan, Dragon King Akuno Nokia, invincible output and invincible defense. Representing the limit of the wizard, Zirav, the ancestor of the Black Wizard, infinite health bar. Representing the limit of the devil, the demon god who has half a foot in the realm of God, Maiko, nearly infinite shield and nearly infinite health bar. For these three people, Yefrit is convinced, after all, they are pioneers in various fields and representatives of inhumanity. Except these three people, the following Saint 10 and 12 shields, no matter how powerful they are all mortals, and there is a dimensional gap between them and the above three. Don't be fooled by Maiko's cowardice. Her most arrogant words are, although I can't beat Black Dragon and Jelal, it's not easy for them to beat me to death. Maiko doesn't fight on weekdays, and she screams when she gets beaten. But she once punched in Garna Island, and the wind from her fist could create a hole with a radius of 1000 meters. When in Edlas, Yevlet used all his strength to punch, but he could only create a wind with a radius of 500 meters. And this power is just the same as Ansa. Think about the despair of everyone fighting Ansa. If it weren't for Yevlet's magic to kill directly at the right time, the entire guild, and even the entire Edlas, would not be able to beat Ansa. I'm afraid that this would force several big guys to come out early. And such Ansa beat Yevlet wildly, but Yevlet was not injured at all. It was only when he was thrown that his arm was dislocated. It was mainly a problem of action, not a broken defense. It can be said that the fairy tale people besieged Ansa and could injure him by scraping. Then Ansa could not even scrape even if he stood still. Thinking again, Maiko always said that he could not beat Ziref and Akuno Nokia. How perverted these two must be. These three are not only the peak of strength, but also the existence closest to the truth and the ultimate of knowledge, although their brains are a little bit bad now. Humph, if you don't want to ask, then don't ask. Lysina pulled down Yefrit's palm. The three continued to go deeper. Yefrit made a strange sound. What's wrong? Lysina asked. There are many monsters ahead, maybe close to the base camp. Yefrit said. Laxus glanced at the two and opened his mouth. Thunder dragons. Roar. Boom. The lush forest in front was directly penetrated by this roar. Can you take care of the environment? Yevlet asked. Laxus ignored him and turned into a flash of lightning and rushed in. Brother Laxus, wait for me. Lysina quickly turned into a cat girl and chased after him. Yevlet released magic and followed quietly. In front, Laxus had already fought with many monsters, and Lysina also stole output from time to time, which made Laxus unable to concentrate on the battle and had to pay attention to Lysina's situation at all times. Yevlet! Laxus shouted. He wanted to give the task of protecting Lysina to Yevlet. I'm not here, you can take care of it yourself. Yevlet replied. He bypassed the battlefield and went deeper. After bypassing a mountain, he saw a research institute. Outside the research institute, there stood a dozen humanoid monsters with strong auras. Each of them had a strength close to S level. This kind of strength can chase Lucy and make her run away with her head in her arms. Even if Natsu and Grey come, they will have to be beaten up before they can be taken down. And this is not the strongest. With the convenience of magic, Yevlet bypassed these monsters and entered the research institute. There are three more powerful humanoid monsters, all of them are 2-meter-tall strong men, basically out of the characteristics of monsters, but with more hair on their bodies. It is surprising that these three monsters have the same face. They all closed their eyes and did not realize that the enemy had entered the base camp. Yevlet was cautious. These three beasts were as powerful as the average S-class wizards of the guild. Of course, this was based on the fluctuation of magic power, which was just a paper value. In a real fight, they might not be as good as the more experienced wizards of the same level. Around the three beasts, Yevlet came to the deepest laboratory and stopped. The door was closed and he couldn't get in. Yevlet sensed it. There was a magic power close to Urza's level, an ordinary magic power, and a weak magic power. Then wait a while. After a few minutes, the sound of Laxus fighting was getting closer and closer. Yevlet finally completed the infection of all members. The will of these beasts was far less firm than that of the wizards. He took out honey and cut open the door of the laboratory with a knife. Inside, there were two people, a middle-aged wizard in a white coat and a burly man, lying on the operating table. The two men have similar faces, so they should be related by blood. The face of the sturdy man is exactly the same as the faces of the three humanoid monsters outside. Obviously, he is the source of the blood of these monsters. There is also a cat with golden hair and pointed ears, which is locked in a cage. It is not in good physical and mental condition. It seems that this is Speed. Brother. The middle-aged wizard said gently, "Brother, I will be able to do it for you soon. There is only one last step left. Then you can be resurrected." Yevlet walked over to the side of the middle-aged wizard and watched him perform the operation. He took 2 meatballs, cut open the back of the sturdy man, transplanted the 2 meatballs, and then performed the nerve connection operation. This is something I researched from a magical species, a pair of wings. With these wings, the wish you said when you were a child that you wanted to fly can be realized. The middle-aged wizard said very gently. It can be seen that he loves his younger brother very much. However, this strong man is not his younger brother, but a body he made for his younger brother. Yevlet understood. This guy is trying to revive the dead. First, he uses the magic beast to refine life and create a strong body. Then he summons the dead souls to revive the dead. It's a big deal. Yevlet is not in a hurry. He watched the other party complete the operation and then picked a peach. Boom boom boom. The sound of Laxus fighting is getting closer and closer. Damn it. The middle-aged wizard threw down the scalpel angrily and said, "Who is the guy who is looking for death again?" "Cack," a crow cried. "Speak." "Master, there is a powerful wizard, killing us here, the monsters can't stop him. Let those rubbish outside take action." "Yes." The powerful monsters outside all moved. Yevlet didn't care. The gap between the S level of the General Guild and the S level of Laxus is not a little bit. The middle-aged wizard continued to perform the operation. He was skilled and a little rough, and finished it quickly. It's really good, but there is still room for upgrading. Why do you need to use monsters? Monsters have an upper limit. Yevlet pinched his chin, thinking about how to use this thing. I have to change my face, it's a bit ugly. He commented. ZZ. The middle-aged wizard began to carve the magic circle again. The magic circle that summons the soul. Yevlet took a look and it looked familiar. He would do it too. It's just something to deceive himself. It is true that summoning souls is correct, but it will only randomly pull out an evil ghost. If I am not here, this guy will definitely kill me. So, if you don't have enough knowledge, don't touch these taboos. This is not gambling, this is playing tricks. No matter how small the bet is, there is a chance of winning. Playing tricks is purely seeking death. Yevlet followed the other party and started to modify it. With the fraud magic, the other party can't detect any abnormality at all. The modified magic circle is luminous. Well, literally, it is to emit light. At this time, the trapped kitten shouted, "Stop, don't make the same mistake again." "Shut up, Speed." The middle-aged wizard roared, "You are no longer useful. If you are not special, you have no value in existence." Speed was startled. He looked outside and the sound of fighting was very strong. He couldn't help but put his hands together and prayed devoutly, "Mr. Laxus, you must bless that wizard and let him retreat. It's too dangerous here. Don't lose your life in vain like me." Yevlet tilted his head slightly. Why did this guy mention Laxus? He is a transcendent, so it's normal for him to know Laxus, but it's a bit surprising to mention Laxus at this time. The middle-aged wizard has drawn the magic circle. "Brother. We brothers will be reunited soon." Boom. At this time, the ceiling was suddenly lifted up, or to be more precise, it was sprayed over by a roar. Boom. A monster fell from the sky, all charred. This is... Speed widened his eyes and looked outside expectantly. Boom. Another monster was hit by a thunderbolt and flew into the laboratory. Thunder. He retreated, landed on the ground, and revealed his figure. It was Laxus. "Mr. Laxus." Speed looked at the man in shock. "Hey? Are you Speed?" Laxus looked at Speed. "It's me." Speed shouted excitedly. "I'm here to save you." Laxus walked over. "Asshole, who do you think you are? How dare you ignore me?" The middle-aged wizard roared. "Are you the culprit?" Laxus looked at him and raised his hand to strike with a bolt of lightning. Boom. The sturdy man lying on the operating table moved. He jumped in front of the middle-aged wizard and smashed Laxus's thunder with a punch. "Mr. Laxus!" Speed shouted worriedly, "You must be careful. This guy is a humanoid monster and the strongest existence here. Kill him!" The middle-aged wizard said. Boom! The sturdy man rushed towards Laxus. The middle-aged wizard began to chant a spell. The magic circle lit up with white light. "Brother Laxus! Listen!" chased in. "Yevlet, keep an eye on her," Laxus said. Although he didn't see where Yevlet was, he knew that the other party must be at the scene. "Got it." Yevlet walked over and pulled Lysina to his side. "Brother Yevlet, what are you doing standing here? Kill that guy quickly." Lysina looked at the dark wizard who was obviously doing something bad, and was very puzzled why Yevlet didn't take the initiative, but waited for the other party to hold back a big move. "I have arranged it. Let's watch the show now. It's a rare opportunity. Let me see the potential of this body," Yevlet said. "Ah." Lysina was full of question marks, but since Yevlet was very confident, it seemed that there would be no problem. "That's speed." Lysina noticed the locked-up speed again. "Right. Then rescue him. Wait a little longer." Yefrit shook his head. Chapter 140, Laxus's Cat. This strong man brought some trouble to Laxus. With magic power close to Urza's level, he also possessed stronger physical strength. Even Laxus couldn't take him down in a short time. Instead, he was a little embarrassed. Buzz! The magic circle became brighter and brighter. The middle-aged wizard was happy, thinking that he was about to succeed. He used to depend on his brother, but 10 years ago, his brother was killed by a wizard from the Dark Guild. Even though he had taken revenge fiercely later, the dead would never come back. He was depressed for a long time until he came into contact with forbidden knowledge. He also became a dark wizard. Use the brother's blood to study life refining, and then use black magic to recall the brother's soul and complete the resurrection. It seems that the last step is coming. A magician is making trouble. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Although this magician looks very strong, the body he prepared for his brother has reached the limit of magic beasts. Simply relying on the instinct of the body, he can fight with the presidents of major guilds without losing the upper hand. Once he injects the soul of his brother, this magician will never be arrogant again. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a ball of black mist ran out of the darkness. "Brother!" the middle-aged magician shouted excitedly. The ball of black mist rushed into the body of the strong man who was fighting with Laxus. "Brother Yefrit, is he dancing there?" Lysina couldn't see the special effects that belonged to the middle-aged magician, and was very confused about what this guy was doing. "He's going crazy, don't worry about it," Yevlet said. "Brother, hurry up, kill that wizard!" the middle-aged wizard shouted excitedly. Roar! The strong man's attack power suddenly increased. Of course, it's not that a soul really flew in and increased the strength. It's that Yevlet gave the opponent adrenaline. The opportunity is rare. It's not easy to find an opponent like Laxus. So, he must fully see the potential of this body. Also, will this body collapse under great pressure? But it seems that this guy still has some skills. The strong man's body did not collapse because it could not withstand the pressure. Just at this moment, with a puff, the flesh behind the strong man was torn, and the flying magic of the transcendent that the middle-aged wizard transplanted to him finally took effect. A pair of huge wings stretched out, and then flapped into the sky. Laxus frowned slightly, turned into a thunder and flew up. Yevlet's eyes lit up. "What a fast speed!" Lysina exclaimed. The opponent's flying speed was so fast that even Laxus couldn't catch up. Boom boom boom. This time, Laxus was at a disadvantage. Two people with similar strengths fighting in the air, whoever is faster will naturally have the advantage. Boom boom. Laxus was beaten up in the air. "Mr. Laxus!" Speed shouted anxiously. He turned around in the cage, kept talking, and also I don't know if he was encouraging Laxus or comforting himself. "It's okay, Mr. Laxus is the most powerful wizard besides Mr. Yevlet. He will definitely be able to defeat the evil enemy. Is this cat a fan of Brother Laxus?" Lysina said when she saw it. "Laxus!" Yevlet shouted. Laxus, who was busy, looked back at Yevlet. Yevlet pointed at Speed. Laxus was stunned. He saw Speed's worried eyes, and then he swung a lightning. Boom! The cage holding Speed was broken. Swish! A golden afterimage rushed straight into the sky. Mr. Laxus, please let me help you. Speed was not afraid of Laxus lightning. The closer he got to Laxus, the brighter his golden hair became. Ah! Lightning flashed on Speed's body. A golden lightning mark appeared on his forehead. Boom! Speed accelerated suddenly and came behind Laxus. The moment the cat's claw touched Laxus. Boom! Laxus disappeared instantly. It's not disappearing. It's so fast that it's almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Boom! Laxus appeared instantly and punched the strong man down from the sky. Brother! The middle-aged wizard was shocked. Laxus appeared in front of him again and slapped him away. The middle-aged wizard couldn't resist Laxus's slap and fainted directly with a swollen face. Laxus turned around again and planned to knock the strong man down completely. Okay. Yevlet waved his hand, and a big toad suddenly came out of the ground, swallowed him in one bite, and then shrank back into the ground. Boom! The lightning flashed back instantly, and Laxus was almost face to face with Yefrit. His eyes were full of want to beat someone up, and his fists were clenched. Ahem, Laxus, congratulations, you've become stronger. Yefrit said awkwardly. Crackle! Laxus's arm filled with lightning stretched out towards Yefrit. Wait! Yefrit quickly stepped back, then grabbed Lisena's arms, held her in front of him, and said, "Don't use violence in front of children. I'm not a child." Lisena was immediately furious, turned around and kicked Yefrit's calf hard. Ouch! Yefrit quickly pretended to hold his calf and jumped away from the two on one leg. Humph! Laxus snorted angrily, and a lot of lightning sprayed out of his nose. Then the lightning glow on his body gradually dissipated. Speed heaved a sigh of relief, and fell backwards to the ground as soon as his cat claws loosened. Laxus looked back, and Speed gave him a thumbs up, saying with great admiration, "I will die without regrets if I can fight Mr. Laxus once ga." After saying that, he tilted his head and fainted. Synchronous magic. Yevlet explained, it is a low-profile version of shared magic. First, the caster must fully trust the other party, and then the magic of the two can be integrated to a certain extent. Shared magic is like Yevlet and Maiko. However, most shared magic is difficult to fully cooperate, and most of the time it will not achieve the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. But Yevlet and Maiko have complete trust. Even a fragile person like Yevlet dares to completely abandon defense in the Scale Angel state. It is because of this state that he obtained Maiko's defense and health bar. Synchronous magic is much weaker, but it also varies from person to person. For example, Laxus and Speed. Speed only got a tiny bit of Laxus's magic, which allowed him to touch Laxus' body. This is very important. Then, Laxus got Speed's flying magic, which was like adding wings to a tiger. The speed instantly exceeded the previous one. From the perspective of Laxus's strength, although this kind of enhancement did not enhance his surface value, that is, it did not enhance his combat effectiveness, it made his actual combat performance several times better. Think about it, a Laxus with full speed, fighting him by ordinary wizards is no different from standing still and getting beaten. The matter was resolved, the commission was delivered, and the Dark Wizard was thrown to the mayor for them to deal with. Since Laxus accepted the S-level bounty and he basically contributed, he took the largest share. Yeflet did not take more, and took 100,000 as a token of appreciation. Then Lisena also wanted 100,000, but Laxus directly stuffed her with 2 million J and completely ignored her refusal. Lisena saw this and could only think in her heart that she would give Laxus a special gift later. Speed admired Laxus very much. He had admired him the most since the time of Edla's. Laxus curled his lips, a cat delivered to the door. So he accepted Speed's job offer and included him in the Thunder God group. Speed was very excited and decided to join the Fairy Tale Guild. As soon as he returned to the guild, Natsu rushed out of the guild. He looked reckless and was about to bump into Laxus. Laxus held his head and frowned and asked, "Natsu, what are you doing?" Natsu raised his head, sparks flashing in the eyes. "Natsu, don't worry. Wait for Yefrit to come back." Lucy chased anxiously from behind. "Yefrit, you are back." As soon as she saw Yefrit, Lucy ran over. "What's wrong?" Yefrit was a little confused. "Miss Myra." Miss Myra was caught. Lucy told a shocking news. Yefrit narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out her left hand, and pushed her eyes with her ring finger. After just pushing it, she didn't let go for a long time. What's going on? How could Sister Myra? Lysina asked hurriedly. This afternoon, Miss Myra went to the farm outside the town, but a fight suddenly broke out. Lucy explained. Everyone didn't know what happened. When we arrived at the scene, there was only a mess, and neither side of the battle was seen. Everyone looked around nearby, but didn't find Miss Myra. How could it be? Lysina covered her mouth. Calm down. Laxus immediately turned to Yevlet and said, You are the one who should be calmest, Yevlet. This matter is not simple. They dared to attack our guild, and the opponent actually captured Myra Jane alive in a very short time, which means they are well prepared. You can't lose your composure. That's right, Yevlet. Lucy said quickly, everyone is waiting for you to come back and make a decision. The first president was known as the Fairy Military Advisor. Yevlet did not have this title, but everyone in the guild trusted him very much, including the president Makarov, who also trusted his talents very much. Yevlet is different from Laxus and Gildarts. He is not only strong, but the key point is that he has a sense of proportion, firm thoughts, and is very good at planning. Yevlet put down his hand and said, Didn't you track it down? No. Lucy shook her head. Impossible, there must be clues. Yevlet said. Laxus is right. The other party is well prepared and can't target Myra Jane alone. Yevlet walked into the guild. Natsu. Listen to Yevlet. Lucy held Natsu's arm and persuaded. Natsu's teeth were clenched. As Lucy dragged him more and more, he finally exhaled and was pulled into the guild with Lucy. Everyone in the guild went from noisy to silent with the arrival of Yevlet. Yevlet Makarov looked at Yevlet seriously and said, This matter is the bottom line of fairy tale. No matter what Marajana's current situation is, the kidnapper will definitely pay the most painful price. Makarov's words set the tone for this matter, that is, a fight to the death. It should be so. Today it's Myra Jane, who will it be tomorrow? This is different from the time of the Phantom Ghost. The Phantom Ghost knows the details. They are a regular guild and have a bottom line. But the enemy that has appeared now has no bottom line at all, so we must fight back with all our strength. To show the power of fairy tale is not to show off, but to prevent anyone from daring to attack the guild members. But Makarov changed the subject and said, The situation is completely unclear now. We don't even know who the enemy is. Be prepared for battle, I'll be back soon. Yevlet said, Where is it? East. Okay. Yevlet's figure disappeared. Soon. He came to the place of the battle expressionlessly. It was a mess here, and he searched carefully. Yevlet, there is no smell of blood here, and there are no casualties on both sides. The other party should have fully grasped the situation of Myra Jane and then made a targeted move. Maiko said. There must be clues left, otherwise why did they suddenly kidnap Myra? Yevlet said. Is it for the guild? Maiko asked. I tend to this answer. Yevlet nodded. The Fairy Tale Guild has many enemies, but there are not many enemies with the strength of Myra Jane in a short period of time. What are the two Dark Alliance families? Yevlet just asked, and then shook his head, it shouldn't end so early. I want to restore the battle process. Yevlet took out a card, and then turned into a mirror. Azza, help me build a scene in the mirror world. He said. Okay, master. After a period of evolution, the mirror demon Asa has become much stronger and can help Yevlet complete some assistant work. The scene before the battle has been created. The scene after the battle has been created. Start the comparison deduction. Deduction completed. The battle lasted 53 seconds, and the battle process is as follows. Yevlet looked into the mirror world. Myra Jane walked out of the town in a daze. After all, this was only the most possible deduction, not the truth, so it was impossible to know Marajana's state at that time. At most, it was to construct an illusion very close to Myra Jane, but it was unnecessary at this time. The key point was the process. In the mirror world. Suddenly, some black shadows ran out. This was the unidentified enemy. The battle began. Myra Jane immediately entered Satan's Demon Queen mode and had a very brief but fierce battle with the opponent. Based on the front and back scenes, the scene is compared, as well as the on-site magic fluctuations, the magic residue on things, etc. Through these data, a lot of deductions can be made, and the battle process can be basically restored. Soon, the opponent took out an unrecognizable weapon, just a black shadow. But the magnetic field has changed. Mirage was defeated instantly, and was rushed by the opponent and taken away immediately. Magnetic field. Yevlet whispered. Master, among the master's enemies, there is a force that is best at using magnetic fields. Asa said. It's them. Yevlet half squinted his eyes. Just then, a red line suddenly appeared, dragging a piece of paper. It was a message from Tiffany. Yevlet, Mirage is fine, I'm protecting her in secret. The opponent is the Roya organization, located in the Rikan Kaphilia kingdom in the north of the continent. This organization has been studying demons, and Mirage has accepted demons, and you have signed a contract with Maiko, and you are their target. This time, the purpose of capturing Mileage is probably to lure you into a trap. You may be their ultimate goal. Don't act alone. The other party is very good at using magnetic field magic to deal with your fraud magic. Chapter 141, The Guild Attacks. Yevlet returns to the guild and informs everyone of the information. Everyone looks at the President Makarov, and there is a fierce emotion brewing. Bang! Makarov slams his fist on the counter and says, in 1 hour, the whole guild will set off. Oh! Everyone raises their fists and shouts. The gathering time is 1 hour later, and the location is Magnolia Station. Yevlet also has to go home to prepare. Master, I want to go too. Emily said seriously. Okay. Yevlet did not refuse. Although Emily's combat power can't help much, she can also use this opportunity to hone her magic skills and combat skills. Besides, if everyone leaves, she will be left alone, and she is worried. What should we do with Mirito? Asked Turtledove. I'll leave her to Sister Marcy in the church for a while. Yevlet said. I'll go. I'll just pack some clothes. You need to prepare more. Turtledove led Mirito away. Emily. Yevlet rubbed Emily's head and said, you said that fraud magic is a magic that brings happiness to people, but I always take you to fight, and this time I'm going to kill people. Yevlet's eyes were a little guilty. No, Master, I understand. Emily said with a serious face, no one can get happiness by giving in. The foundation of happiness is peace, and peace can never be obtained by charity. When I learned fraud magic, I was mentally prepared. Emily stroked the knife Yevlet gave her Sakura Fall. If she wanted to go out to fight, she naturally couldn't use the wooden sword used for training. She said firmly, I'm ready to kill people. After that, she looked straight into Yevlet's eyes without avoiding. This girl is not weak. Although she often likes to act like a spoiled child, cry in a fake way, or cling to everyone like a spoiled little girl, she knows right from wrong. At the beginning, her original intention of learning magic was just to bring happiness to some people. However, after really entering the world of magicians, she found that if she just did this, she could not really help people. Gentleness is necessary. Strength is also indispensable. Master Yevlet is her role model, who is cautious towards enemies and gentle towards companions. Emily cannot be cruel to enemies, but she will never be a saint. She will not abuse enemies, but if she meets them in battle, she will kill them without mercy. The basic requirement for making people happy is peace. And peace never relies on concessions and prayers. Yevlet smiled with relief and said, I don't care enough about you. Yet. If it were normal, Emily would definitely act like a spoiled child at this time, but now that Myra Jane was captured, she felt heavy-hearted and looked serious like a little adult. Have you packed your things? Yevlet asked. Yeah, yet. Emily nodded. Let's go. Yevlet closed the door and led Emily to Magnolia Station. A lot of people had already come. The onlookers were all surprised. Did the Fairy Tale Guild go out in full force? Who were they going to fight? With this scale, who knew which city would suffer? There would be no delay in such a thing. In less than an hour, everyone had gathered. After Makarov called the roll, everyone got on the train. Seeing the serious faces of these wizards, the townspeople who were originally close to the guild members did not bother them. The entire Fairy Tale Guild went out in full force. The whole kingdom was shocked. After all, after they defeated Phantom in a dignified manner, and after Ahanita killed the infamous 8 knights, and led the team to kill the 6 demons, this guild was basically considered the strongest guild. It was the big brother against the dark guilds. Now, the big brother suddenly took action. President Makarov, with the entire guild, everyone had a serious face, and it was obvious that they were going to fight, which really touched everyone's heartstrings. The Light Guild was curious, and they watched the show. The Dark Guild was trembling, afraid that they were going to be messed with, and they were scared. They dared not to make trouble. Only the reporter bravely approached everyone, interviewed Makarov, and obtained first-hand information. The Fairy Tale Guild wants to overthrow the royal organization of the Reconcafilia Kingdom, and will not accept mediation from any person or organization. In the kingdom of Reconcafilia, from ordinary people to ministers in the court, and even the king, they were all confused. They knew that the royal organization was a charity organization, wasn't it? How did they provoke the famous fairy tale? The other party still looked like they wanted to completely kill it. The last time that fairy tale showed such a sharp edge was the Phantom Ruler. But no matter what Roya did, the king of Reconcafilia cursed for it. Gan. They are a small country, and they can't stand the tossing of these powerful wizards. The kingdom of Fiori also felt that it was inappropriate, and it would easily become a diplomatic incident. A powerful guild in his country, all its members went out to fight against an organization in another country. If you think about it a little bit, you can understand that the kingdom of Fiori is bullying a weak country. If you think about it a little bit, are you going to fight? But the kingdom of Fiori itself is actually quite Buddhist after all. It is a permanent neutral country. In response to this, the king of Fiori immediately communicated with the Magic Council and asked them to persuade them, and he personally contacted Makarov. But in response, Makarov just handed the communication crystal to Yefrit. Yefrit, Laxus, Gildarts, and Urza all stated at the same time, Fairy Tale will not care about the attitude of any party this time. All forces were numb. This guild is usually very crazy, and this time it is even crazier. Afterwards, only then did a reporter find some gossip. It turned out that Myra Jane was captured by the people of the Roya organization. Upon hearing the news, the king and the Magic Council put pressure on the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Reconcafilia to order the Roya organization to apologize and return the hostages to resolve the misunderstanding. King Reconcafilia immediately summoned the envoy of the Roya organization, but the other party's attitude was also very stiff. We are looking forward to fighting with Fairy Tale. Are you stupid? You, a charity organization, have the strength to fight with Fairy Tale? But King Reconcafilia is not a fool. He then realized that this organization has been deeply rooted in the country for many years. Now it has the courage to provoke Fairy Tale. Even if it can't beat it, it must have something to rely on. After thinking it through, he immediately made a smart decision. So, the headline of the news the next day was His Majesty King Reconcafilia, his wife and children visited the Kingdom of Fiori. His Majesty King Fiori expressed a warm welcome and invited them to visit the Royal Guard Parade exhibition. In short, King Reconcafilia ran away. He didn't have any powerful wizards, at least not Fairy Tale. And since Roya wanted to fight Fairy Tale, there must be a conspiracy. Wouldn't it be dangerous for him to stay in the country? He had nothing to do, so he read novels. Generally, these guys in this kind of organization can't avoid coveting the throne. This time it was exposed, but it was good news. Let Fairy Tale knock them down. Even if a city was damaged, he went back and at least lived in peace. Before leaving, he also ordered the court to run itself, but don't worry about Fairy Tale, just treat them as a tourist. After smashing things, count them and send them to the Magic Council. This guild often smashes things, but its reputation is not very bad, because they pay compensation afterwards. Even if they can't afford it this time, there is no reason for the Magic Council not to pay some. After all, they are all people with face, and the Kingdom of Fiori should also pay some. So, don't treat it as a big enemy, and don't be too nervous, just ignore it. This king is really... Everyone who entered the Kingdom of Reconcafilia was also emotional when they saw the news. He is a little cowardly, but very smart. Yevlet commented. Does the Roya organization really dare to attack the king? Emily asked in confusion. It doesn't matter. Yevlet said, it has nothing to do with us. No matter what their plan is, we will beat them openly this time. Of course. Yevlet didn't say it. It is obvious that the other party has set up a plan, a trap for them to get into. But the gap in strength can break any conspiracy. Everyone was very tired after a long journey, and they still had to rest well before the battle. So they stayed in the hotel. Late at night, Yevlet walked out of the hotel. Yevlet. Tiffany appeared at the end of the street and waved at him. Yevlet walked over. The other person's body was illusory. This was a thought body. Those people just came back and planned to take Miss Myra Jane to the organization. I can't continue to infiltrate. Mirage can't resist. Yevlet asked. The other party used a special cage, which is very strong. Mirajana's magic power was sealed. I wanted to save her, but my magic power has not recovered. I am afraid that I'll sacrifice myself. Tiffany explained. Not long ago, Yevlet almost drained Tiffany's blood and magic power when fighting with Idris and Ansa. Although Tiffany is recovering slowly, she is far from her peak now. This group is very strong. Since they can capture Myra Jane, she, who is seriously injured, may sacrifice herself in the battle and give away her life in vain. So, she can only follow secretly. Have you been investigating this organization for some time? Yevlet asked. Yes. Tiffany nodded. The president told me that this organization is studying demons everywhere and sooner or later it will cause big trouble, and they are likely to target us. The girl is definitely a demon. Yevlet said. We are elves born in the forest. Tiffany was angry. Have you seen any demon as beautiful as us? Maiko. Yevlet said, Mirage is also very beautiful in her demonic state. Tiffany clenched her fist and said angrily, if I weren't a thought body, I would really like to punch you. Okay, let's talk business. Yevlet said, tell me all the information you have investigated. Well, let me help you with all my strength as well, President. Tiffany nodded. In fact, Tiffany didn't find out much information. The Roya organization rose 20 years ago. The leader of the organization, Roya, is a businessman who made a comeback. He is now in his 60s. After his career was successful, Roya has been supporting the poor, and then this charity organization has gradually grown. The Roya organization has a good reputation in this country. But it is obvious that this is not their true face. Studying demons? Yevlet recalled several confrontations with them. In Garna Island, the other party went for Deliara. When it was the 6 demons, the other party was not going for Nirvana, but for him. I see. Yevlet nodded and said, that old guy, Garna Island is not dead, so he targeted me, to be precise, Maiko. An organization that studies demons must be interested in demons. And Maiko can be called the ultimate demon, the closest to the truth of the demon class. Since they are experts in this field, they must have a good eye and will definitely covet it. And it is normal for Mileage to be targeted. After all, she is the demon queen and has received a lot of demons. I will go myself. Yevlet said. Tiffany has no talent for lurking, she did not get too much information, and Yevlet planned to do it himself. No. Tiffany said immediately, many of them can use magnetic field magic, not to mention that in order to deal with you, they will definitely find a way to use fraud magic against you. This organization is your natural enemy, you'd better defeat them with your guild. I know. Tiffany grabbed the corner of Yevlet's clothes, looked at him seriously, and said in a gentle tone with some persuasion, in order to protect the safety of your companions, you are always used to controlling the overall situation first and making things progress within a controllable range. You also like to use this method to exert your deception magic. But, Yevlet, the situation is different this time. You must restrain yourself. You make sense. Yevlet said. Tiffany showed joy on her face, thinking that she had persuaded Yevlet, but Yevlet shook his head and said, but I refuse. You guy. Tiffany was immediately angry, are you blinded by anger? This time, it is obviously not good for you. No. Yevlet said, I know they will definitely find me, but I also deliberately sent it to the door. Why? Tiffany was very confused. I want to ensure the safety of Mileja. Yevlet said, the opponent's ultimate target is me. If we have a direct guild war, Myra Jane can easily be used by the opponent to threaten us, and we will be in a passive position at that time. I will go to exchange Myra Jane. But, Tiffany said immediately, if you are caught, they will also use you to threaten your guild. I believe in Maiko. Yevlet said, you have to believe in me too. If Mileage is captured, it will be difficult for him to resist. Maiko will not protect Mileage. This is not a matter of closeness, but a matter of principle. Maiko is a demon, and contracts are very important to demons. So Yevlet went to exchange hostages himself. He believed that no matter how dangerous the situation was, Maiko could protect him. Besides, the magnetic field can sense him. It is not immune to fraud magic. Even if he can't deceive people, once the time is up, he will be killed directly. The other party may not know Yevlet's trump card. What if he is careless? Of course, this is a gamble. But Yevlet will never lose his life, so why dare not take a gamble? Chapter 142, Infiltration. Although he wants to exchange hostages, Yevlet will not rush to the door directly. He first discussed with President Makarov and others, and decided on the subsequent plan before setting off. Master, you must be careful. Emily looked at Yevlet with tears in her eyes. Well, you have to listen to everyone and their arrangements, and don't leave the team. Yevlet rubbed the little girl's head. Bag. Yevlet. Urza said, I believe you. Come on. Natsu raised his hand. Come on. Lucy followed. You will definitely not let us down, just do it. Gray clenched his fist. Juvia and Gray-sama think the same. Come on. Everyone trusted Yevlet very much. Yet. Yevlet nodded, put on his hat, and pressed the brim down slightly. He turned and left. In the second half of the night, Yevlet rushed to the outside of the Roya organization's headquarters. They are currently stationed in Fikanita town. The town is quiet, as if no one lives there. Hey! A cool breeze blew past, rolling up a handkerchief and flashing past. This is a desolate and bleak scene. The king knows to run away, and the townspeople of Fikanita town are not fools. Fairy Tail is coming with great force. They are well known and have amazing destructive power. This is known to everyone on the entire continent who pays attention to the news. So, they have already run away. No matter how you think about it, it is meaningless to blame Roya or Fairy Tail at this time. The aftermath of the battle between wizards does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Let's save our lives first. Half of the town is filled with abnormal magnetic fields. It's really heavily guarded. Yevlet used magic to sense a circle, but couldn't find a breakthrough. However, it may not be impossible to get in. The magnetic field can only sense him, and it can't help individual lives to be immune to his magic infection. Yevlet stood outside the magnetic field and infected several guards and secret sentries first. They were deceived and inexplicably turned off the magnetic field sensing device. A crack appeared in the magnetic field that covered all blind spots in an instant. Angel of Scales. ASA, Mirror Refraction. Maiko's scales covered Yevlet, and then he summoned the Mirror Demon ASA, and let him cast a full range of mirror reflection magic on him, that is, a low-profile version of the magic he released on Maiko, refracting all the light, achieving the effect of invisibility to the naked eye. Then he walked into the enemy base camp in a dignified manner. Ordinary people do not have the ability to be immune to fraudulent magic. According to Yevlet's observation, if you want to observe him directly through the magnetic field, you probably need to grow an extra eye on your forehead, then he only needs to bypass the three-eyed monster. His magic perception range is farther than the magnetic field sensing distance of the three-eyed monster. His disguise is mainly to avoid magic such as video recording. He looked around the surrounding environment of the Roya organization. This looks like a large clothing processing factory. However, the staff inside are all wizards with good magic power, close to the average level of ghost wizards, and there are also Lucy-level strong ones, but no three-eyed monsters have been seen for the time being. There are a lot of people, and the staff density is extremely high. Yevlet recalled the time when he was on Karna Island and fighting the 6 demons. This organization has many teams scattered all over the continent to study demons. But now, judging from the staff density, the other party must have recalled all the staff outside. It seems that the Roya organization is really going to fight Fairy Tail head-on. This is a very strong organization with many scholars with high IQs. As a low-key research organization, the top leaders must not be fools. If they were to confront the Fairy Tail Guild head-on, it was a unanimous decision, and they were also preparing for it, which meant that they were at least confident of dealing with 6 Saint level 10, 4 ordinary guild masters, and a bunch of ordinary S-level strong men. Saint level 10, Makarov, Guildarts, Laxus, Yefrit, Urza, Misturgan. He has always been hidden, and the outside world does not know that Misturgan has stayed in Edlas. Ordinary guild masters, Akariga, Natsu, Gray, Gajil. This is the foundation of the Fairy Tail Guild today, which can be said to be full of strong men. The same level of this guild is stronger than the wizards of other guilds 1 level higher. For example, the top strong men of Phantom the Four Elements, are placed in the Fairy Tale Guild, that is, A level, and before Gajeel, they were known as the strongest man of Phantom. In other guilds, they are S-level strong men, but Fairy Tale has a lot of such A-level. Although Lucy is always timid, she would be an A-level elite in other guilds. She is now the top star wizard. As for the few people headed by Natsu, although it is difficult to upgrade to S-level in the guild, they have the strength of ordinary guild leaders outside. For example, the 3 people of the Thunder God have the strength to wipe out a dark guild. The higher level of Saint 10 is even more exaggerated. Makarov is a veteran Saint 10. Except for facing superstandard existences, Guild Arts basically kills anyone he sees in seconds, which gives people a feeling of the limit of mortals. Laxus fought 3 people alone, Natsu, Gajeel, and Grey, and he could fight Makarov again after the fight. The key is that his strength is still growing rapidly. He got speed 2 days ago, he is even more powerful, and his combat performance can be doubled. Urza is not inferior to others. If it weren't for the evaluation, the parliament didn't want to see Fairy Tale too much in the limelight, and Urza, who was upright and had a good image, might not be invited to be the Holy 10. As for Yefrit, ordinary people didn't know him, but this organization was beaten by him twice before, especially the second time. They saw Yefrit fighting 7 people alone, and his strength in front of his enemies was beyond doubt. Add Tiffany, who was about the same strength as Urza. The fact that Mistgone stayed in Edras was also very secretive. Most people didn't know the reason, and would not think that he left, and would definitely include Mistgone, who was the Holy 10. Such a lineup was brought out. Roya organization was still confident of winning. The other party was not a fool. The king of this country knew to run away, and Yefrit was even less likely to think that he and others would win by pushing all the way. How did the other party arrange it? I only knew that there was a trap, but I didn't know what kind of trap it was. Honestly, this was the first time that Yevlet had encountered such a thing. After all, he had always used magic to listen to confidential meetings at the enemy's base camp. Yevlet suddenly chuckled and said, "This is the first time I feel nervous." Mike responded, "Don't worry, I can protect you no matter what happens." "Of course." Yevlet nodded. "Continue to go deeper." After passing through the clothing processing factory area outside, the style of the inner area suddenly changed. A huge steel building like an eggshell was built to wrap the core area inside. From time to time, a few magical lights flashed on it. Although it was night. But the people coming in and out were all overtime workers, all of whom looked serious and energetic. They were all ready for battle. It was no longer possible to advance silently here simply by relying on fraud magic. But Yevlet was not without a way. Anyway, he would definitely be exposed this time, sooner or later. He came to the side, summoned a demon, and handed honey to it. Then he turned back to the main entrance. Shua. Although she was defeated by Ansa, Hani still cut steel like tofu. The demon cut a big crack on the steel building with one knife. Buzz. The alarm sounded immediately. A circle of magnetic field devices was installed above the building, and it was immediately sensed at the strongest power. It's just like who can't play with magnetic fields. Although Yevlet's playing with magnetic fields is not as delicate as this organization, it is still no problem to simply destroy it. He took out a card and threw it into the sky. Boom! There was an explosion, followed by a series of strong magnetic field fluctuations, disrupting all magnetic fields. Enemy attack! It actually penetrated deep into our interior. It must be that Yevlet. The people around were suddenly a little panicked. They who mastered the magnetic field had encountered a situation where the enemy could penetrate deep into here before being exposed. The demon took Hani and cut a few more times. There. Go. Although the magnetic field could not capture it, the demon was disguised as his appearance by Yevlet, and of course was discovered by the enemies. The demon dropped the knife, turned around and ran, attracting everyone to chase him. Yevlet popped out a card, took Honey in, and the card flew back, and Honey was brought back to his hand. Buzz. The door was open, and no longer swiped the card to enter one by one. Magicians kept chasing out with magic wands. Yevlet went the opposite way and entered. There were many passages inside, and people were constantly dispatched and hurriedly passed by. Yevlet continued to use magic, foresight to bypass the enemy's 3 eyes. Found it. When the range of magic perception came into contact with a magic seed, Yevlet found Myra Jane. Azza, build a model here and calculate the best route in real time. Yevlet ordered. Okay, master. Yevlet transmitted all the information he had just received to Asa, the mirror demon. Asa immediately built a three-dimensional base model in the mirror world. Yevlet's magic can only sense living things, so it is impossible to completely construct the physical structure of this building. But Asa has a strong ability to calculate. According to the coordinates and movement paths of everyone, as well as the magnetic field information collected, he quickly obtained a rough base model. Then, the route planning was completed. Asa, I will give you the magic authority of Edras. Now you dig and control all the mirrors nearby and connect them all. Yes, master. Asa nodded. Yevlet has completely controlled the magic of Ansa of Edras. But he usually does not lack magic, so he does not use it. The use of fraud magic is indeed too frugal. But at this time, he gave it to Asa and let him squander it. Let Asa build a mirror world here and connect all the mirrors. In this way, he can monitor everything nearby. Unfortunately, Asa's evolution is still in the early stages. It is far from the ultimate vision of staying at home and bringing all the mirrors in the world under the control of the mirror world. Now he can only connect the mirrors at a very close distance, and once the distance is too far, it will be like a deception magic and can no longer be connected. Yevlet walked along the route provided by Asa. Master, the information has been updated, turn left ahead. Asa used the mirrors on the route as the main connection object. As long as someone is reflected in the mirror, he can get clues. And the mirror is not specifically a makeup mirror. As long as it has a certain degree of reflection ability and can roughly see the facial features, it can be used as a door to the mirror world. Asa's information is constantly updated, and some of the previous detailed modeling and routes are modified. Thanks to this, Yevlet did not encounter the three-eyed monster that he was afraid of along the way. And the magic device for recording images was also controlled by Asa to reflect the mirror, making it completely unable to capture Yevlet's figure. Yevlet successfully approached the location of mileage. Soon, he arrived in front of a cell. It was noisy outside, but it was very quiet here. Because the wizards guarding the cell are generally not transferred at will. There is a three-eyed monster here. Asa provided the distance for the other party to sense the magnetic field, and Yevlet stood 1 meter away from the distance. Hey! At this point, any tricks are useless. Yevlet said, Asa, get ready. Yes, master. Yevlet held a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. Let's go. Buzz. Asa pulled him into the mirror world. Then he pushed him out violently. The three-eyed monster who suddenly sensed Yevlet's arrival was stunned and had not yet reacted. Yevlet rushed out from the next room, killing several guards one by one with a knife, and all of them fell down with horror and despair. Yevlet did not hold back, and everyone was killed. Then he cut open the cell with a knife. Inside, Mirage was imprisoned in a special steel cage covered with sealing magic circles. Yevlet looked around. The other person was not injured and seemed to be in good spirits. This made Yevlet relieved. Yevlet. Seeing Yevlet coming, Myra Jane was also stunned. Let's go. Yevlet rushed to her and swung the knife to cut the cage. I have a bomb on my neck. Myra Jane pointed to her neck and said, her tone was not too worried or afraid. She believed that Yevlet could find a way to save her. Yevlet looked over and saw a collar around her neck, which exuded a dangerous magical aura. Once you leave here, it will explode. Myra Jane explained. Don't worry. Yevlet reached out and held the collar. Maiko, help. Yevlet said. Maiko immediately transferred some scale powder. The scale powder wrapped the collar. She was unwilling to use the scale powder to protect people other than Yevlet, mainly because she didn't want to leave him too far. But this kind of request can still be done now. The scale powder wrapped the bomb. Yevlet stretched out her hand and pinched it. Boom! The bomb exploded in the scale powder. But not even a little power was transmitted. Mirage widened her glasses. I always knew that Maiko's defense was very strong, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Even if she became a demon queen, she would not dare to resist the bomb, but it did not pose any threat to this thin layer of scale powder. Let's go. Yevlet stretched out her hand. Mirage did not reach out to hold him, but stood up by herself. I can walk by myself. Mirage said, and immediately burst out magic power and turned into the demon queen form. Chapter 143, Yevlet, don't threaten me with someone who is very important to me. Yevlet glanced at her. Mirage was not in a good mood. It can be seen that she wanted to beat someone up. But this is not the purpose of his coming here. If they were blinded by anger, it would be difficult for the two of them to walk out. Yevlet quickly grabbed Milage's wrist, but got an aggressive look. It seems that the Roya organization really annoyed Milage this time. But what should be said must be said. Yevlet stretched out his hand and flicked Milage's forehead. Don't be impulsive, listen to my arrangements. Milage pursed his lips slightly. Be obedient. Yevlet said gently. Then what are you going to do? Milage asked. The situation here is complicated. It is very difficult for us to fight directly. Everyone in the guild is preparing for rescue, but it is difficult to help us for a while. Yevlet did not let everyone in the guild meet him outside. Instead, he asked everyone to build the Anima Yevlet version of the magic circle. He has thoroughly understood the principles of Anima and integrated the characteristics of Tiffany's magic. He can usually mobilize the magic power in Edla's, but the efficiency is not very high, at least compared to directly bringing Ansara over, it is very low efficiency. However, if Anima is constructed, Ansara can be directly synthesized, and then a strong ally completely controlled by Yevlet can be brought over. Ansara once caused great trouble to the Fairy Tale Guild, but now it can also be used as a super move. If you can't beat it, you can directly set up the Anima magic circle and summon the demon Ansa to come. Of course, it's not the original Ansa, but a brand new demon. However, it takes some time to set up the magic circle. So everyone can't come to pick up Yevlet for the time being. As for Yevlet's direct intrusion, it was also a helpless move. Tiffany couldn't sneak in, and how could he feel at ease leaving Myra Jane here alone? So, even though this behavior was very dangerous, he still came. I'll listen to you. Myra Jane said so, and her voice became a little gentle. This is mainly because she is in the state of the Demon Queen. She is already full of S attributes. It is not easy to become a little gentle, which means that she has suppressed her anger. She moved a little closer to Yevlet and said, what are you going to do? Show my value. I want to meet Roya. I am very curious about him and his project. Yevlet said. Yet. Myra Jane nodded without asking the reason. Let's go. Yevlet led Milage out of the gate and saw that the outside was full of people. Yevlet said nothing and raised Teal and shot him. Roar. Mirage also exploded and rushed up. These wizards were no match for the cooperation of the two. Yevlet shot them all the way to the outside. Even if the enemies were getting stronger and stronger, the narrow place also limited their strength. Boom. Yevlet blasted open the outer shell building and walked out with Milage. You can't leave. There were thousands of enemies outside, and they had surrounded this place. And the wizards standing in the front were all A-level elites. It's worthy of being the man favored by the Holy Father. He is too powerful. At this time, a three-eyed monster fell from the sky. S-level strength. Boom, another S-level fell from the sky. Then, like dumplings, a full 19 S-levels fell to the ground. A total of 21 S-class wizards. Is this the foundation of the Roya organization? This is definitely not all. No wonder they have the capital to be arrogant. Perfect complete connection magic, so amazing. Another person looked at Yevlet and was amazed. Demon Queen Myra Jane, receiving the magic of a powerful demon, is really a terrifying sense of oppression. The Holy Father does not want you to leave. Mr. Yevlet, although you are very strong, please surrender. Experimental subjects like you are too perfect, like a work of art created by God. We really can't bear to destroy a little bit. Powerful fraud magic, and nearly invincible demons. I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of existence are you? Lying on the operating table, we can fully understand you. One by one, the three-eyed monsters made perverted speeches. Yevlet, what should we do? Mirage turned to look at Yevlet. Until this moment, she was still not panicked. She fully believed that Yevlet's decision could ensure their safety. Yevlet turned to Teal and said, can your Holy Father hear me? Of course the Holy Father has the power to know everything. A three-eyed monster said confidently. But he didn't notice my infiltration. Yevlet said sarcastically. Yes, we must admit, another sturdy three-eyed monster said modestly, you are indeed very powerful. We have checked a lot of information. Fraud magic is not a powerful magic, but you can develop it to this extent. Another three-eyed monster said, "It's not the magic that is powerful, it's you." "But, unfortunately," another three-eyed monster said with regret, "you are the person the Holy Father specifically asked for, so you can't leave here." "I want to talk to your Holy Father," Yevlet said. "This requires instructions." A three-eyed monster said. "What instructions? We can just rush up and take him down," another three-eyed monster said arrogantly. Yevlet. When Milage heard this, he immediately stepped forward and blocked Yevlet with half of his body, instinctively wanting to protect him. Yevlet looked at the three-eyed monster and tilted his head slightly, looking for death. Shua. His figure disappeared in an instant. Not good. The three-eyed monster was shocked and was about to release magic. Puff. His perspective rotated, and then he saw his back and Yevlet holding a knife. Boom. The three-eyed monsters scattered instantly. What's going on? Why did he teleport? The information doesn't say he can use such magic. Everyone was shocked. The person who was killed was a captain. He was killed in an instant. In an instant, Yevlet appeared next to Milage again. The teleportation was of course helped by the mirror demon Asa. Many wizards at the scene were fully armed and wearing helmets. There were lenses in front of them. He asked Maiko to hold a mirror, so that he could teleport directly to any place through the mirror world. In front of a helmeted wizard, he killed the enemy and teleported back. Just now, he appeared behind the opponent like this, killed the opponent and returned to the original place in an instant. "Is there anyone who wants to speak rudely to me?" Yevlet shook the honey in his hand and said, "Or, do you want to try? How many lives do you need to forcibly take me down? I want to talk to the boss here, not beg. I'm giving him face. Don't be ungrateful." As soon as these words came out, the three-eyed monsters wanted to accuse angrily, but they opened their mouths and made no sound. Who knows if they will be the next victim? Hee. At this time, a hunchbacked old man came out. Yevlet looked back and saw an old acquaintance. The guy who had been killed twice before but failed to kill. "Mr. Yevlet, we meet again. This is the third game. We will eventually decide the final victory here," the hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Tisk Yevlet frowned and said, "Let someone else come." After saying that, his magic power exploded. Puff. The hunchbacked old man fell down in a daze. At the same time, in a room in the base, in the cloning cabin, there was another hunchbacked old man who suddenly vomited blood, and his life indicators instantly returned to 0. The first and second times, he didn't know, so after killing him, he didn't care. Originally, Yevlet almost forgot about this person. He actually dared to jump out for the third time. Looking for death. Pat. At this time, a black swan flew over and landed in front of Yevlet. It stretched out its wings, covered its chest like a human, bent down and bowed its head, and then opened its mouth and uttered human words, "Mr. Yevlet, hello, I am Roya. Mr. Roya, have you been studying demons?" Yevlet also returned the greeting. "Yes. I am interested in communicating with Mr. Roya," Yevlet said. "I'm happy to do that," Roya said. "But you have to let my companion go," Yevlet said. "I volunteer to stay as a hostage until my guildmates come over." Yevlet. Upon hearing this, Myra Jane was the first to get anxious, and quickly grabbed Yevlet's hand and said, "We're leaving together." Yevlet smiled and glanced at her. "I'm sorry." Roya shook his head and said, "You and your demon are too powerful. I don't trust you to stay here without scruples." Yevlet took a deep breath and said, "You use someone who is very important to me to threaten me. A reckless me will scare you. Aren't you afraid of me who is angry and loses my mind?" Roya was silent for several seconds and said, "The demon behind you. Does it represent the ultimate demon?" Yevlet understood what the other party meant, take a gamble. If the demon behind Yevlet is the ultimate demon, then the demon received by Myra Jane will have no research value. However, he will not betray Myra Jane, and naturally he will not betray Maiko. "Roya, you only have one choice." Yevlet said so. "Mr. Yevlet, I think you may have some misunderstandings." Roya's tone was also a little unhappy. He said, "I am very clear about your threats, but now it is you who is in danger. I am the pioneer of mankind and the master of alchemy. You should respect me." "You." Yevlet smiled and said, "It is not certain who has better research ability than whom. You are wearing out my patience. Roya's tone became unfriendly. Shua Yevlet killed the black swan with one knife. Looking for death. The three-eyed monsters were angry. You don't really think that the magnetic field can completely suppress my fraud magic? Yevlet lifted Hani. Boom! A terrifying magic burst. Yevlet had used this trick before when fighting Ansa. Release the magic completely in a state that can be sensed. In this way, the first level of hiding is achieved. However, these three-eyed monsters can see his magnetic field with the magnetic field. But he has also upgraded. Asako has the ability to construct everything in the mirror world. He directly constructed a magnetic field source in the mirror world and then refracted it through the mirror. In an instant. Buzz 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 dash, the device that detects the magnetic field screamed chaotically, and then turned its head frantically. The three-eyed monsters were also stunned. There were too many. Hundreds of enemies. This is the second level of hiding. Shua. Yevlet instantly appeared behind one person, drew his sword and slashed, and the other party fell down before he could react. Damn it! Everyone was shocked and hurriedly guarded. Roar! Myra Jane roared and sprayed 3 people. Take down that woman. He must have reservations. The three-eyed monsters agreed to take down Myra Jane first. The strength of these people is close to normal Natsu and Grey. Being besieged by so many people, even Myra Jane would find it difficult to resist for too long. Yevlet used Myra Jane as bait at this time. The three-eyed monsters attacked Myra Jane, trying to find his weakness. Okay. Then he will draw a lottery, whoever draws the lottery will die. Puff puff. Heads flew up into the sky. The number of captains was decreasing rapidly. No, we will be killed by him. A three-eyed monster was so scared. But the next second, he was killed. Shua shua shua. In the end, Yevlet won. All the captain level three-eyed monsters were killed. Mirage was also injured, panting, and when he looked at Yevlet, his eyes were shocked and a little admiring. You can't kill them all. At this time, three-eyed monsters came out of the base one by one, and they were all familiar faces. All were clones. Really? Can you clone infinitely? Then let's see if I get tired first, or kill you all first. I don't believe you can clone hundreds of people. Yevlet said indifferently. He took a look and there were 18 people now, so in fact, 3 of them did not have clones. Then how many lives can these people have? The three-eyed monsters were also a little hesitant. Cloning a body is equivalent to having an extra life. Such a huge reward can only be obtained after making great contributions. In fact, each person only has 2 or 3 bodies. If he is killed twice more, he will really die. Just as they hesitated, Yevlet disappeared again in an instant, taking 3 more heads. Humph! At this time, there was a sudden angry hum. A silver figure appeared at his landing point at a speed so fast that Yevlet could hardly react, and kicked him out. Boom! Yevlet flew backwards for dozens of meters, knocking down countless houses, and then stopped and was buried in the ruins. Yevlet! Milage flew over quickly, dug up the broken bricks with his hands, and saw that Yevlet below was not injured, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Yevlet, it hurts. Maiko said, this person is very strong. Maiko can already judge the opponent's strength based on the pain she feels when Yevlet is attacked. Of course it's very strong. Yevlet stood up with the help of Mirajana's hand and said, I've only seen this speed on Laxus a few days ago. Day. The man took a step and instantly appeared in front of Yevlet, punching him. A fake body? Chasing you alone, what else do you need to judge? This man is powerful, with a very arrogant expression and a smart mind. He seized the opportunity of Yevlet's attack and decisively shot, hitting Yevlet. This is also the weakness of Yevlet's magic. As long as he doesn't attack, he can indeed be invisible, but once he attacks, he will also expose himself to the enemy's perception range. Of course, to have such strength, at least he must be able to reach the threshold of the 10th saint. And the sense of oppression this man gave Yevlet was no less than Laxus. Chapter 144, Crazy Woman, do you want a wife, Yevlet? As long as you nod, I will give it to you. Boom! The opponent's fierce punch was blocked by Myra Jane. Myra Jane reacted very quickly and punched him. Boom! The opponent was blown away again. Ha 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 ha, a mocking voice said with a smile, Mr. Six, you were actually beaten back by a woman. The last word of this voice came from behind Yevlet. Myra Jane turned around, holding a black magic ball in his hand, and hit the enemy who suddenly went around. Boom! The opponent also punched, and it was evenly matched. It's really powerful, but compared to me. The enemy's arrogant words were not finished yet, and he immediately pulled back. Want to run? Yevlet pulled out a full moon knife light. Puff! The enemy retreated, but his arm was left in place, and he immediately looked ugly. Haha, Mr. 5, you are not that good either. 3 more enemies appeared on the tall building in the distance. All 3 of them had devil-like wings on their backs and flew towards this side quickly. However, they did not attack, but just landed 10 meters away from Yevlet. 5 strong men equivalent to fairy tale S-class wizards surrounded Yevlet and Milage. Yevlet judged that they were the backbone of this organization. Mr. Yevlet. At this time, a tall woman came out of the eggshell building, shaking her waist. She was beautiful, wearing a tight-fitting suit with a white base and purple flame pattern, and a big golden wave. Miss 1. When several people looked at this woman, they put down their arrogance in their voices. What an exaggerated magic power! Yevlet frowned. The magic of this woman made him feel like he was on the edge of an abyss. It was like, Ansa. We are Roya's children. We don't have names, only code names. The woman walked up to Yevlet, bowed slightly to him without any arrogance, and said, I am Miss 1, and I am glad to meet you. Then I hope you can make me happy too. Yevlet said. Miss 1 smiled, raised her right hand, and rubbed her magnificent chest from bottom to top, causing the full elasticity to tremble several times. Seeing this, Milage frowned. Miss 1 put her fingers painted with red nails on at the corner of her lips. She said, I am 18 years old this year, which is the right age for marriage. If Mr. Yevlet is interested, I am willing to use everything I have to make you happy. After that, she stretched out her pink tongue, licked her nails, and said, any request can be met. Let Milage go, I will stay. Yevlet said. Okay. Miss 1 agreed easily. Miss 1, you. Seeing this, several people were all shocked. Miss 1 glanced at several people coldly and said, that old monster will not live for many years. He is not anxious about my marriage. Can't I find one myself? She looked at Yevlet, and her beautiful eyes were full of appreciation. It's not easy to meet such an excellent man, I won't let him go. She stretched out her hand and said, Mr. Yevlet, I agree to your conditions, so you can stay, okay? Of course. Yevlet nodded. Myra, come with me. Yevlet pulled Milage aside and said, you leave first. You know, with Myko protecting me, it's easier for me to leave alone. But... Milage wanted to say something, but reason told her that Yevlet was right. Myko's defense was indeed strong. Even if these people were strong, Milage trusted him very much. But just leave Yevlet alone. Myra. Yevlet held Milage's little hand and said, be obedient. I know. Milage sighed. Wow. Myra spread her wings and flew away. As soon as Yevlet turned around, she felt her arm sink into softness. He turned around and it was Miss 1 who hugged his arm very intimately. Yevlet said, you should know that this matter can't be let go like this. Tomorrow, my companions will call. I know. Miss 1 said nonchalantly, I will rebel then. She said it so easily that the other people's faces twitched. This damn woman. Relying on the doting of the Holy Father, she dares to say anything. Girls are outgoing. Miss 1 said, they plan to slice you and the demon behind you for research, including that old monster. But after checking the information, I think you are worthy of reliance. That old monster is going crazy from studying demons. Even if you don't come to kill him, he won't live for a few years. Once he dies, this organization will split. I have no interest in this kind of garbage place. If you take me away, I will rebel immediately. As your woman, everything is for you. The other party spoke in a very sincere voice. Her looks are Lucy's, her figure is comparable to Urza's, she's taller, and her waist-to-hip ratio may be more attractive than that of a dove. Perhaps ordinary people would really be tempted. But Yevlet doesn't. Okay. A little bit, but this makes him more alert. This woman is extremely powerful, most likely one of the trump cards of this organization, at least one of the top 5 big bosses. How could she betray directly because of a love affair? It must be a beauty trap. But what's the point? No. Yevlet said, take me to see your boss. Okay, but are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Miss One asked. No need. Yevlet refused bluntly. Are you tired? I saw you fighting just now, how about I carry you? Miss One asked again. Can you shut up? Miss One showed an aggrieved expression, but she did shut up, but she was still pestering Yevlet. Buzz buzz. A magic four-wheeled vehicle drove over. Miss One pulled Yevlet into the car and leaned closer, giving it away for free. Yevlet. Maiko said, this woman is not right. Do you need to remind me? No, I mean she seems to really like you. I didn't fall for the beauty trap, but you did. Maiko was silent for a while, and then said, I'm analyzing from a woman's perspective. You are a demon. Demon girl. Maiko hugged Yevlet's other arm, and then straightened her chest and said, you are also a woman. Miss One handed a piece of fruit with a fork. I won't eat it, I'm afraid it's poisonous. Yevlet refused directly. Miss One smiled, bit off half of it, and then handed it to Yevlet. Yevlet refused again, no, I hate it. Miss One pouted slightly and said, the information clearly says that you are not such a difficult person to serve. I am a noble. Yevlet crossed her legs and said, isn't it normal to be difficult to serve? It's great to be a noble. Miss One said, that old monster has lived for almost a lifetime, and he didn't get a noble title. Otherwise, when he died, I could inherit the title and become a female noble. But Miss One threw herself into Yevlet's arms like a spoiled girlfriend and said, I can be a noble lady. You don't look like a fool. Yevlet teased. Knowing that the war would start tomorrow, and knowing that his attitude would not change, why did she do this? What? Wait. Mike, she doesn't have any magic that can be cast when she gets close, right? Just like my deception magic, it can be cast silently. Yevlet suddenly asked cautiously. You are in the scale angel state, immune to any magic. Maiko reminded, besides, I don't sense any strange magic. This place is full of dangers, and Yevlet is a fragile person, so of course she has been maintaining the scale angel state. Although this state consumes a lot of magic power, she doesn't care, it doesn't consume much magic power. Miss One smiled and said, because I mean it sincerely. She said, Roya, the Holy Father, that old monster, was once a bad guy engaged in black business. As a result, at the age of 30, he suffered retribution and got a terminal illness that would kill him. In order to survive, he studied dark magic and achieved some success. Then he was noticed by a demon, Timon. This demon shared his life with him, but the requirement was to help him evolve. Then, the old monster created this organization to search for clues about demons all over the world and study demons. He wants eternal life, and Timon wants to evolve. Some time ago, the Kabbalah goddess behind you, that's what they called her. They guessed that the Kabbalah goddess was the ultimate demon revealed in the short message they saw that year, the demon that touched the divine realm. Eternal life, invincibility, the ultimate knowledge, 1 foot on the door of truth, the perfect state of alchemical creation, the ultimate embodiment of magic, this is Kabbalah in their eyes. They are crazy. Miss One said, if the demon behind you is really so strong, then they kidnapped you, isn't that courting death? So I guess Miss. One looking at the other side of Yevlet's body, as if looking at Maiko, she said, either, the lady next to you is not powerful, but just a high-ranking demon, then they can't get the path of evolution, and when the old monster Roya dies, Timon will look for the next partner. I don't want to, and the new partner, the boss of this organization, may not tolerate me. Either, the lady next to you really represents the ultimate of demons, then they are looking for death, they are kidnapping the same existence as the legendary Zeref and Aknologia. No matter which one, it's not a good ending for me. Fortunately. Miss One smiled and touched Yevlet's chin with her finger, gently sliding to his neck. She blew a breath of fragrant wind there, and then said, I like you, as long as you take me away, no matter what they do, it has nothing to do with me. Miss One put her legs on Yevlet's thighs and said, if your father is unreliable, you have to rely on your husband. Yevlet pushed her thighs away and said, I don't buy it. You obviously buy it, the gun can't be suppressed, I use the scale powder to help you suppress it. Maiko said in a weird tone. Kabbalah goddess Yevlet said silently. Don't call me that, what an ugly name. Maiko immediately covered her ears and said, my name is Maiko, the past has nothing to do with me, I am the devil Maiko now. Seeing Maiko like this, Yevlet felt a little complicated. I wonder what the female master who was the world leader in alchemy would think when she saw this scene. She turned herself into a demon for immortality, but now, Maiko is unwilling to admit what happened in the past. Is this immortality, which is like changing a person, really meaningful? Counting the 3 immortals. They all seem to be in pain. Miss One put her hand on her chest with some grievance. A magic circle appeared on her chest, and then a knife handle floated out. She grabbed the knife handle, stretched out her hand, and pulled out a green short sword. She said, "This sword, stab the old monster's body with one sword, he will definitely die." She handed the sword to Yevlet and said, "Think about it." She waved it casually. Boom! The passage next to it, along with the dozen members of the organization who followed, were all cut open by the invisible sword blade. The ground was immediately covered with blood. "You have 3 choices," Miss One said. "First, verbally agree to take me back to your noble manor. I can see that you like that mileage, I can agree to be your second. In this way, I won't attack you when you attack me. Second, you stab that old monster with a knife and kill him. After that, if anyone in this organization wants to attack you, I will help you kill them. Of course, you have to take me away." 3 Miss One's voice became very cold. "Before the battle, if you still don't want me, I will kill your woman." Snap! Yevlet grabbed the other's neck. Miss One raised her head without caring and said, "You can't crush me to death. I know I can't kill you in your current state, but your speed is definitely not as fast as mine. As long as they can stop you, I can catch up and kill your woman. Then try it." Yevlet Flit used force directly. Miss One's face soon turned red. But she still smiled nonchalantly. Gradually, she began to roll her eyes. Her mouth opened unconsciously, and saliva flowed out. "Don't be impulsive, Yevlet, she must have clones, your magic has not yet completely infected the other party." Maiko persuaded immediately. "From just now, Yevlet has been infecting everyone who can come into contact with her, including this woman. Yevlet let go and killed her before she was infected, which really angered the other party. The clone flew out of his magic infection range, and he really couldn't do anything." Cough cough cough. Miss One immediately covered her chest, took a few deep breaths, and then coughed. She was very embarrassed. This beautiful girl was a little miserable by Yevlet this time. But Yevlet didn't have the slightest pity for her. A woman who can kill a dozen members of her own organization with a casual knife, can she be a little white flower? She must be a very cruel character. If Natsu was here, he would scold her on the spot. If Naruto was here, he would have to talk to her for at least 10 minutes. Hee. Miss One supported Yevlet's knees and raised her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, her mouth was drooling, and she laughed a little sickly, and then said, "It feels good, is there anything more powerful?" Awesome! Yevlet gave the other party a thumbs up in her heart. This woman turned out to be a lunatic. Chapter 145, Exchange of Research Materials. The journey was smooth. Perhaps because of Miss One, even if many people wanted to make trouble, they could only lower their heads at this time. Yevlet suddenly felt like a son-in-law. And suddenly felt like a son-in-law. However, Miss One is indeed a big shot here. Yevlet is not idle either. While infecting everyone, including Miss One, he lets the mirror demon Asa build the layout of the base and count the enemy's combat power through the communication mirror. Getting closer and closer to the core area. There are fewer people here. Miss One explained, the Roya organization has a hierarchy system, level 3, level 2, level 1, captain level, and special level. The closer to the core, the higher the level, and the fewer people. The captain level is the dozen or so people. There were originally more than 20 people, but Yevlet killed a few of them. The unlucky guy has no clones. Clones are not so easy to make, so everyone doesn't have much in stock. Miss One said, "I have 3 clones. If you agree, they are all yours. If you need, you can also change them to 3 appearances of youth, middle-aged, and old age, plus me." "Shut up." "Okay." Miss One covered her mouth cutely. The so-called special class refers to Miss One and the few people who only have code names. They are, according to Miss One, they are the half-demons studied by Roya, and they are his highest achievement. There are 8 special class people, 6 of whom are men, 1 woman, and 1 is not human. From Mr. 1 to Mr. 6, Yefrit calculated that they all have the combat power of Fairy Tail S level, and they need Urza and others to go all out, and Natsu to explode, to defeat the enemy. There are 6 such enemies. The woman, naturally, refers to Miss 1 herself. There is also a non-human, named 1, although he also has a human form and is powerful, but his flaws are also very large. Roya said that 1 is the closest to perfect creation, and the next stage of 1 is the ultimate demon god. Where is that 1? Yefrit did not sense the other party. Since Miss 1 said that the other party is very powerful, it is natural to be infected in advance. Miss 1 said, he is at the bottom of this base, suppressed in the magma. Why, you want to kill him? Yes, didn't you say he is very threatening? 1 is always asleep. If he is not awakened, he can be killed easily. Miss 1 suddenly raised her chin, closed her eyes slightly, and said with a slightly drunk expression, kiss me, and I will kill him when you go to see the old monster. Miss 1 at this time, an old man sighed. Can you please stop disturbing me? Miss 1 looked at the man unhappily. Yefrit had already sensed the other party, and he looked over. This is a fat old man with a bald head in the middle, a few white hairs left around, no beard, and a smooth chin. He was leaning on a cane, and his body was hunched. You step back first. The old man said. Tisk. Miss 1 made a dissatisfied sound. She leaned on Yevlet's shoulder and whispered, if this old guy wants to fight, just call me. Although I can't kill him, I can help you hold him down. Miss 1 The old man was naturally loyal. Seeing his daughter's attitude, he was very speechless and said, you can't always provoke an old man like me. Old monster, if your life is about to end, just die quickly. Miss 1 said, why do you want to live? I have to live to protect you. Loya said, especially you. Haha, no need. Miss 1 hugged Yevlet's arm and said, I have someone to protect me, at least for those people, they are bad guys even if they are alive, and it is not a pity if they all die. Okay. Loya said helplessly, you can leave first. Humph. Miss 1 jumped out of the car and left quickly. Yevlet got out of the car. Mr. Yevlet, this way please. Loya bowed politely. Yevlet returned the greeting, Mr. Loya. Loya sighed, girls can't be kept when they grow up. Hee hee. Yevlet laughed twice and didn't say anything. Roya took Yevlet into an empty room. The huge room was surrounded by smooth white walls and nothing. He waved his hand, and the wall instantly became transparent, revealing the beautiful scenery of the outside world, but Yevlet remembered that the outside was the base. He waved again, and vines stretched out from the forest in the south and quickly woven into tables and stools. Please. Roya said. Okay. Yevlet nodded. The two sat down. Do you mind drinking tea with me, an old man? Roya said with a smile, when I was young, I liked to drink beverages, but now I dare not drink them. Forget it, I'll prepare it myself. Yevlet refused. Okay, you are quite cautious. Roya reached out to grab the empty table, and at this time, a cup of tea floated out from the table. Roya grabbed the cup, took a sip, put it down, looked behind Yefrit, blinked his dim eyes, and said, can't see clearly. You should be glad that you can't see clearly. Yefrit said. Maiko usually doesn't take the initiative to attack. Even if Yefrit gets beaten, she will at most help him to bear it. Maiko is a real devil. Devil's very principled. If someone really sees Maiko, her passive will be triggered immediately. Yefrit doesn't know the upper limit of Maiko, who can easily hit twice the destructive power of Ansa, and it is estimated that it will not be much different from Aknalaja and Ziref. If this old man saw Maiko, it would be the end now. I heard that the goddess of Kabbalah doesn't like to be seen? Roya asked. Yes, so I advise you not to commit suicide. Yevlet said. He was not interested in correcting the other party's address. Deception magic. Roya sighed, it is really unimaginable magic, which can perfectly hide a powerful demon. Yevlet did not answer, and silently took out the midnight snack to eat. The midnight snack was a dry biscuit prepared by Turtle Dove, with meat inside, and it was hard inside and outside, but with the wine brewed by Mileage, the taste was just right. Mr. Yevlet, I know your plan. Roya said, you must have arranged a backup, maybe tomorrow, the decisive battle between us will break out, and then, one of us will definitely die. I won't die. Yevlet said. That's not necessarily true, but no matter which side dies like this, don't you think it's a pity? Roya said with a smile. So what? We all have contracts with demons, and we have achieved something in the study of demons. Loya said, why don't we teach each other everything we know? No matter who dies, the other person can get all the knowledge accumulated by the other person. One of us will definitely use this knowledge to reach the end of magic, achieve eternity, and see the truth. Loya said excitedly, whether you live or I live, we will become absolute legends, like Jalal, passed down for thousands of years and remembered by countless people. Is it the young genius who suppresses the world without any surprise, or the old man with half of his body buried in the ground, who lives a second life and leads the next era? Mr. Yevlet, aren't you excited about it? I have no interest. Yevlet said, but, we can indeed exchange knowledge. That's great. Loya waved his hand, and a tattered notebook appeared in his hand. He put it on the table, opened it carefully, and said, this is the knowledge I have spent my life studying. This is my research note from some time ago. Actually, I haven't been studying demons for long. Yevlet took out a newer notebook. The two exchanged notebooks. Yevlet didn't hide anything, and he wasn't so magnanimous. When he opened Roya's notebook, he immediately confirmed that he didn't hide anything either. Although he was a bad guy, he was still admirable in this respect. I see. It really broadened my horizons. Yevlet couldn't help but sigh as he held the notebook. Roya was really a talent. Although his research on demons was not as high as his, at least Roya couldn't create the mirror demon ASA. Although this demon was ordinary now, its potential was very high, second only to Myko, and it was more functional than Myko. It was impossible to study such a demon without reaching a certain level, it was even impossible to understand its existence. However, Yevlet would ignore some small details after all, and these aspects were Roya's strengths. From the records in the notebook it can be seen that Yevlet first wants the result and then reverses the formula, while Roya is the opposite. He doesn't know where his result is, so he can only look for a needle in a haystack and deduce formulas one by one, hoping that one of them will reach the highest height. As expected of a young man, your imagination is so clear. Roya also sighed, and the height of your thoughts is not as good as yours. Roya has studied demons for a lifetime, and only he can know the weight of this notebook. He raised his head and looked at the young man opposite with turbid eyes. He is only 19 years old. How can? Roya smiled bitterly, what he said just now was really too high. He doesn't need to rely on himself. He will be able to fully understand the things in his notebook when he is at most 25 years old. For decades to come, he will be a pioneer of this project. If he wants. Just like the god of alchemy 400 years ago, that is, the goddess of Kabbalah standing behind this young man now, he will become the ultimate demon. This is a true genius. Roya can't even get jealous. He looked at Yevlet's experimental records in the notebook. First, get the results, then reverse the formula, and finally, within a few days, you can create a large number of demons and find a lot of qualified products. Yevlet was only satisfied with the big toad that Emily signed a contract with, and the others were all failures. But for Roya, those failures were also excellent in his eyes. The progress in the notebook went all the way back to ASA. This was not because Yevlet was hiding it, but mainly because ASA belonged to another project, his fraud magic project. So he didn't record it at all. It's done. Time passed unknowingly. Roya finished reading the last page and let out a long sigh. On the opposite side, Yevlet had already finished reading, and at this time, he had taken out a chair and fell asleep on it. No wonder Miss One fell in love with you. Loya couldn't help but say, you are too good. So good that I don't want to kill you. Don't kill. At this time, a silver-haired strong man walked out of the forest. He walked through the wall and walked to Loya's side and said, Loya, don't forget the contract. If you violate the contract, I will go from being your great benefactor to your great enemy. This is the demon of Loya's contract demon. The two made a contract. Loya, who had a terminal illness, got decades of life from Timon, and Loya also promised to help the other party evolve at all costs. Loya cannot break the contract, otherwise Timon will definitely let Loya experience it himself, the angry demon. Don't worry. Loya said, for longevity, I can give up everything. It doesn't matter if I don't have enough talent. As long as I live long enough, I can stand at the highest point. Luo Ye's will is very firm. It is impossible for him to be shaken because of a blow. He always believes that he is not the best person. But as long as he walks far enough, he will become the greatest pioneer of mankind sooner or later. I want to preserve his body. Luo Ye said, after I become immortal, I want to get his wisdom, which will be my next task. He he he. Luo Ye laughed sinisterly. First get eternal life. Then get the highest level of wisdom. I will definitely surpass Jalal and witness the deepest truth. I will become God. Mike, who was sitting next to Yevlet, couldn't help but show contempt on his face. And surpass Jalal. Yevlet told her that although it was a guess, she believed Yevlet's words. When a person's research on the truth reaches a certain level, he will be noticed by the gods. This is what happened to Jalal. After being noticed by the gods, they found that he was doing taboos, so he was cursed to be immortal. As for her, she was also given a mission by the gods after she stepped half a foot into the realm of gods, although she didn't remember these things. Yevlet, at the current speed, he judged that he might meet the gods in 8 years. At that time, he was less than 30 years old. He was Jelf, a genius like Maiko's predecessor. As for Roya, he has studied for a lifetime, but he has not reached the level of Yefrit now. He also wants to surpass Jelf and become a god, which is simply wishful thinking. The door was gently pushed open. Miss One poked her head out and said, "Old monster, are you struck by my future master?" Miss One Luoya slapped her forehead speechlessly and said, "What's the matter with your name?" Miss One pinched her neck and said, "He pinched my neck last night. The feeling of being controlled made me irresistible. I want to be his slave. You are my proud daughter." Luoya was speechless. "You are beautiful and powerful. Marrying him is a perfect match. Don't say such things anymore." "No." Miss One refused, "He likes that Milaja. He won't let me be a noble lady. I can only be the second child. If I am the second child, my life will also be controlled by him, hee hee." Speaking of her life being controlled, she actually smiled expectantly. Luoya grabbed her few hairs tightly, and her mentality was about to collapse. He stood up and said, "Get ready for the battle." "Oh, I won't do it," Miss One said. "Miss One, at this time," Taman said coldly, "you are a little too proud." Miss One looked at him and smiled contemptuously, "Why, you want to kill me? Then do it. I have always been curious about the limit of my strength, why don't you try it?" "Enough." Roya growled, "Whatever you want, Miss One, but you must remember that if I die, no one can block the gate of hell for you." "Tisk, no one loves me, how long do you think I want to live?" Miss One said disdainfully. Chapter 146, Yevlet, Start the War. Yevlet slowly opened his eyes and saw two faces. One was the familiar Maiko, and the other was a little strange, but familiar. Miss One, she was squatting beside the chair, looking at Yevlet with a dazed look. Yevlet was speechless and wanted to draw his sword to kill her, but he didn't do it. It wasn't because he was sympathetic to her, but mainly because his plan would be ruined if he fought now. He rubbed his head and sat up, feeling a little dizzy. One reason was that he didn't sleep well. Two was the information that Roya gave him. He read it all in one breath and understood it, which still consumed some brain power. 3 was that he used magic too much. "Have porridge, I stewed it myself." Miss One brought a bowl of meat porridge. "No need." Yevlet refused. Miss One took a spoon, scooped a mouthful and put it in her mouth, and then said, "It's not poisonous." Disgusted. Miss One turned around and got another spoon. "Pa." Yevlet knocked over Miss One's bowl and said to her coldly, "I don't care what you think, whether you are telling the truth or deceiving me, you are my enemy. I never have empathy for my enemies." After saying that, Yevlet stood up and Maiko handed over a wet washcloth. Miss One picked up the pieces of the bowl silently and suddenly squeezed them with her hands. Kaka. The bowl was crushed into more pieces by her, but her hands were not injured. "Mr. Yevlet," Miss One said with a smile, "I don't care about your attitude now, but remember that you can only decide whether to accept me before your companions arrive. Otherwise, I will not be soft-hearted when I kill your woman." "Okay, then wait and see," Yevlet said. Anyway, Miss One has been completely infected by him. After the magic infection of this night, the entire base has been controlled by his magic. Including Roya and the demon Taman. Only that one, because it is beyond his perception range, is not under his control. This is the terrible thing about the second level of fraud magic. Roya is very strong, Miss One is also very strong, and the demon is even stronger, with the same strength as Ansa. However, they were still taken down by Yevlet without knowing it. If the war starts now, there is no need to summon Ansa. Fairy Tail can easily defeat Roya's organization. However, he still plans to act and summon Ansa. And this time, he also wants to test the new collection. It is the humanoid monster he got a few days ago, which he named Toraz. The mirror demon Asa can possess Toraz, so that Asa's combat wisdom and Toraz combat power limit can be tested at one time. The top monster body and Asa and the magic power of the top demon. I don't know what kind of monster will be created. It's really exciting. Yevlet walked out of the room, and Miss One followed and said, Mr. Yevlet, where are you going? Walk around, after all, everything here will disappear in a while. Yevlet said. Then I will be your tour guide, go to my room first. Miss One said immediately. I refuse, and stay away from me. I can't do it. Then shut up. Or you can use your mouth to shut me up. Yevlet took out a card, turned around and slapped it on Miss One's mouth, and the card turned into tape to seal her mouth. Miss One did not remove the tape, but took a step forward, turned around, and changed into a set of clothes. Sports bra and super denim miniskirt. Most of the body is shown. The beautiful figure is very eye-catching. A group of members of the organization nearby couldn't help but look. Miss One waved her hand casually. Ah! Everyone nearby covered their eyes and screamed and fell down. They were blinded by her. Yevlet, she is very fast. Maiko reminded. To get such an evaluation from Maiko, it seems that Miss One's speed is indeed fast to a certain level. In fact, Yevlet's eyes could hardly see clearly. Miss One still didn't take off the tape, but just slightly bent her head. Waist, triangular armor without safety pants, just exposed generously, she guided Yevlet to a door. Yevlet turned indifferently and walked to the other side. Miss One followed. 1 minute later, a big question mark appeared on Yevlet's head. Is this woman a complete psychopath? All along the way, whenever someone appeared, Miss One would directly blind their eyes. Yevlet even doubted whether she walked around the base once, and Miss One could blind everyone's eyes. What kind of brain circuit is this? Yevlet couldn't help but pull off Miss One's tape and asked, what are you going to do? Are you a complete psychopath? Miss One just smiled and pointed to her mouth. Speak. Yevlet frowned. I want to show my presence in front of you. Miss One said with a smile, but you sealed my mouth. I can only use my body to attract your attention, but I don't want to be seen by others. You are a member of this organization, these are your subordinates. Yevlet said. It doesn't matter. Miss One shook her head, if you want, I can kill everyone here except Roya. Yevlet stopped and turned to look at the corner of the passage. One foot stepped out, and then the whole person appeared. It was Roya. His face was a little ugly. Dang! Miss One actually made a move. She held a dagger and stabbed Roya's eyes. But Roya raised his crutches to block it, then grabbed her hair and smashed it to the side. Bang! Miss One broke through the wall and was thrown out. Roya waved his hand, and countless vines wrapped around Miss One and sealed her. But the next second, Miss One cut them all off, and she took out another knife, a long knife. Stop! Yevlet said. Miss One stopped, turned around and changed her clothes. Yevlet felt that the situation was a bit strange. Was he trying to resolve the conflict between the enemy's father and daughter? He couldn't help but ask, did you not put your brain into it when you created her? She spoiled her too much when she was a child. You can't spoil her too much when you raise a daughter in the future. Roya said with a dark face, come with me. Okay. Yevlet followed him. Miss One wanted to follow, but Yevlet shot her backhand. Miss One did not resist and was blown away. Roya took Yevlet to a laboratory. A large white room with a bed in the middle. He said, your companions are here and are outside the base. Oh. Yevlet nodded. Here, someone will eventually lie down. Roya pointed at the bed and said, maybe you, maybe me. Swish! The demon Timon suddenly appeared beside Yevlet and pressed his shoulder. Roya said, it depends on whether your companions can come to save you. Swish! The wall in front of him became transparent, and outside was the live broadcast of Fairy Tale attacking Roya's base. Yevlet. Across the street, Natsu was the first to discover Yevlet, and everyone also looked over. Yevlet smiled gently and said, "Just fight to your heart's content, don't worry about anything else. Is it okay over there?" Lucy looked at Yevlet being sandwiched between two enemies, and couldn't help but ask worriedly. "Of course, don't worry, you just need to fight the enemy with all your strength." Yevlet finished speaking, and then transmitted a voice, "I'll take care of everything." As soon as these words came out, everyone was relieved. Last night, since Yevlet left, no one discussed the battle. After all, this is the world of wizards. They are afraid of magic. Walls have ears. Only when Yevlet's magic is covered, everyone dares to speak freely. Now, Yevlet used fraud magic to send a message, which means that the situation on the scene is under his control. Everyone also knows that Yevlet has the ability to kill at the right time. Now, Yevlet is unharmed. What does this mean? Lucy and others certainly understand. Then let's make a big fuss. Natsu slammed his fist. Since Yevlet controls the whole scene, it's like when he's fighting a ghost. Vent it out as much as you want. Capture Myra Jane, provoke Fairy Tale, and threaten with companions. Roya organization, this matter is not easy to solve. Bang! Yevlet suddenly stood up and knocked on the floor with his cane. Roya turned his head to look at him, and Miss One also walked over quietly, looking at Yevlet with admiration. Yefrit was in the enemy camp, but he was as confident and proud as if he was in his own rear. He said in a steady voice, "Show your strength to avoid being coveted." On the grassland surrounded by wild wolves and hyenas, the lion must roar to protect its territory and tribe. Fairy Tale. Declare war on the Roya organization. Boom! A giant suddenly appeared and knocked down more than a dozen enemies with one punch. Laxus, save Yefrit! President Makarov shouted. Got it! Laxus turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight to the eggshell building. Don't even think about being so arrogant. A man suddenly appeared and stood in front of Laxus. Laxus waved his hand casually, and lightning struck the opponent, but he didn't repel him, and he didn't even hurt him. Boom! The next second, he instantly appeared in front of Laxus and punched him away. You are unlucky, Thunder Boy, to meet me Mr. Mr. One said proudly. Laxus, this man is ranked 5th here, you can't beat him. Yevlet said. Shut up, 3 minutes to solve it. Laxus stood up from the ruins and was not hurt too much. 3 minutes. Mr. One said, I hope you can hold on that long. Boom. He instantly appeared in front of Laxus again and punched him. Boom. Laxus punched him directly, and the aftermath of the fight between the two broke out, knocking over the people nearby. Hey! Mr. One looked at the scales that appeared on Laxus's arm and was very surprised. Dragon scales? Dragon Slayer. Demon. Laxus also looked at Mr. One's arm, which was a red demon hand. Half human, half demon. Mr. One said. I am the Thunder Dragon Slayer, half human, half dragon. Laxus said. Interesting. Boom. The war between the two officially broke out. In a short period of time, they were evenly matched, and waves of terrifying magic power burst out, making everyone terrified. What is your ranking in your guild? Suddenly an enemy appeared next to Natsu. Natsu punched back, but the opponent grabbed his fist and knocked him down with one punch. It seems that I can't make it into the top 10. The man said, I am Mr. 3, so bye. Mr. 3 raised his hand, and the light of magic flashed on his hand. Boom. Suddenly a giant hand grabbed Mr. 3 and smashed him to the ground. Ahem. Mr. 3 spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Makarov with a look of fear on his face. This demonic power is so terrifying. This is not an enemy he can deal with. Although he is arrogant, he is not afraid of death. He immediately shouted, Are you guys still watching the show? Haha, idiot Mr. 3. A black shadow rushed over and wanted to rescue Mr. 3. Don't even think about it. With a firm voice, the black shadow was chopped off by a sword. Damn it! Mr. 4 touched his abdomen, where a blood mark appeared. He looked at the red-haired woman on the other side. Fairy Tale Urza. Urza held the sword in both hands and looked at Mr. 4 with full fighting spirit. Swish! At this time, Mr. Six sneaked over and ran straight to Urza's back. It's time to avenge last night. Myra Jane jumped high and punched down fiercely. Mr. Six was startled and quickly raised his hand to block. Boom! Marajana's punch knocked him into the ground. Although Myra Jane rarely punched, she was definitely the representative of fist violence. Laxus and Urza, don't even think about going head to head with this demon queen. Boom! The giant punched down again. Mr. 3's face was full of panic. He was suppressed and had no power to resist. 2 more punches would really kill him. Just then, a black hole suddenly appeared under him and he fell down. Stop! Makarov reached out to pull him, but it was too late. The black hole disappeared, and Mr. 3 still escaped. In the distance, Mr. 3 walked out of the shadows. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, I was scared to death. You deserve it. Mr. 2 standing next to him said contemptuously, you dare to show off without strong strength. Humph. Mr. 3 snorted coldly, and he was too lazy to bother with the other party at this time. You are already injured, so you should find an enemy that is easy to deal with. Mr. 2 said. I think that cripple is good. Mr. 3 looked at the distance and saw a crippled uncle. Shua. Mr. 2's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next second, he appeared behind Wendy. Wendy, be careful! Lucy exclaimed. Mr. 2's hand flashed with magic light, and quickly smashed at the defenseless Wendy. Paji! However, a big toad suddenly emerged from the ground, swallowed Wendy, and escaped into the ground. Give Wendy back to us! Natsu rushed towards this side angrily. Ice Spring! Roar of the Iron Dragon! Grey and Gajeel also attacked at the same time. Mr. 2 waved his hand and interrupted the 2 magics, then kicked Natsu away. I'm fine. At this time, a big toad spit out Wendy in the distance. Ah, I forgot, this is the demon that Yevlet signed for Wendy. Natsu turned over and sat up, slapped his head, and then he remembered he thought it was the enemy who captured Wendy. Lucy also breathed a sigh of relief. She was too nervous just now and forgot all this. Hey! Royal looked at the big toad in surprise, turned to Yevlet and asked, Give everyone in your guild, are they all equipped with such demons? Of course. Yevlet nodded. Loya was silent. How high is the yield rate? Chapter 147, Yevlet, they care about you very much. Yevlet June. Miss One threw herself on Yevlet's back, hugged him, and said very intimately. Have you thought about it? Do you want to take me away? Yevlet didn't speak yet. There was a loud shout outside. Let go. Tiffany rushed over here with a twisted fist. However, the distance between the two was very far, it was just a two-way virtual live broadcast. Moreover, she was entangled by many enemies. What is Yevlet doing? Natsu said. Everyone was also full of questions. Who is this woman? Why does she look familiar with Yevlet? Especially Turtledove, who cut down the enemy with one knife after another, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Damn it! Where did this guy come from? She didn't do this to the boss. Hey! Miss One made a puzzled sound, and then stretched out her finger, pointed at the battlefield, and said, Mirage, an adult woman with a knife. A girl with a knife. A half-elf. A girl with dragon-slaying magic. These 5 people care about you very much. If you don't agree, I will kill them. Hee hee. Yevlet sneered and said, Miss One, you may not be invincible. Then try it, I hope you won't regret it. Bet. Yevlet said. What to bet on? Miss One looked at him curiously. You can't kill one person. If you do, then I win and you kill one. If you win, I can take you home. Yevlet said. Anyway, Miss One is completely under his control. No matter how strong her fighting power is, he can make you kneel down in a second. Okay, Miss One laughed happily. Boom. Her figure disappeared in an instant. Not long after, she appeared on the battlefield. Let's kill you first. Miss One instantly appeared beside Emily, took out a long knife from her chest, and slashed it with a wave of her hand. Plop. A big toad bit Emily and tried to escape underground. But Miss One sped up. Puff. Before the big toad had time to completely escape underground, it was slashed away by the knife, and a wound of neither deep nor shallow appeared on its belly. Deep, it was bleeding; shallow, it was not life-threatening. Strong defense. Miss One praised, and then chased after it. Yaksha flashed in the sky. The attack of the pigeon arrived. Quite fast. Miss One turned around and blocked the pigeon's knife with a knife. Then, Miss One drew out a short sword and stabbed the pigeon. Destruction fist of forest fire. Tiffany came. Miss One didn't dare to resist directly, and retreated, but her feet softened and she stepped into the swamp. Hey? Fraud magic. Miss One was a little surprised. Moonless flow, Garuda flame. Smashing rock fist. Turtledove and Tiffany attacked together, because they knew that this woman was very strong, very fast, and the knife was very sharp. Swish swish swish. Miss One slashed hundreds of knives in an instant, dissolving the offensive, and then did a backflip, temporarily escaping from the siege. She stood still and did not continue to attack. She smiled and said, "Hello, sisters, I am the slave of Yevlet's love. I originally planned to make him promise to take me home, so that I could turn against him and fight the Roya organization with you. But unfortunately..." Miss One sobbed, wiped the non-existent tears with the back of her left hand, and said aggrievedly, "He insisted on making a bet with me, saying that I couldn't kill you. If I could kill you, he promised to take me home. So, I'm sorry." Miss One looked helpless. "If possible, I really want to live in harmony with you." She turned around and changed into a tight combat uniform. She held a green dagger in her left hand and a red long knife in her right hand. "I am only proficient in two magics, the right hand for speed and the left hand for sharpness. You. Be careful." Shua! In an instant, Miss One appeared behind the dove. So fast. Turtledove was startled and drew his sword to cut back, but it was too late. Shua! A red ball wrapped around Turtledove's body. Boom! Miss One cut the red ball away with a knife. Tiffany's face turned pale and she cursed in her heart, "Damn Yevlet," adding burden to them. She was almost drained of blood and magic power by Yevlet not long ago. It has only been a few days and she has not recovered to half of her level. She was forced to fight again. Just now, she used her red ball to save Turtledove. Tiffany already felt a little weak and dizzy. Moonless flow. As soon as Emily drew her sword, Miss One appeared in front of her. "Emily, this is not something you can interfere with." Tiffany chased after her and punched Miss One in the back. Miss One frowned and hesitated for a moment, then she decided to trade her injury for a life. Anyway, as long as she wins, it's fine. Although this half-elf is powerful, he may not be able to blow her up with one punch. As long as he can't kill her with one punch, it's worth it. However, just when she made a move, a shield covered Emily. Dang! Miss One stood on the shield with a knife, and her pupils shrank immediately. The same force bounced back. "Oh no, I fell into a trap." This rebound force, coupled with Tiffany's pursuit behind, formed a pincer attack from the front and back. She quickly turned sideways, but the rebound force had already collided with her body, causing half of her body to be suppressed by this force and unable to move. Bang! Tiffany punched her right shoulder, which she had no time to dodge, and knocked her out in a spin. "Me?" Emily, who was unharmed, cried out. "I'm fine, Miss Emily." Me's voice was very weak. "This shield is..." "Yes, this is rebound magic. I can only use it twice, Miss Emily. Miss Tiffany is right, you can't stay here anymore." The big toad Me said gently. When Yevlet created her, he gave her 3 magics. Rebound, underground escape, and magic sharing. Among them, underground escape is the most practical. When encountering an irresistible attack, swallow the person in one bite and then escape underground. Magic sharing can be immune to the influence of negative magic. And rebound magic is almost close to Miko's absolute defense, but the flaw is that it consumes a huge amount of magic power. This consumption doesn't matter to Miko, but for me, she can only use her life to resist it. She can only use this magic 3 times in her life. Just now, it has been used once. There are 2 more times left, and just now Miss One interrupted Me's underground escape, and broke the defense of Me with extremely strong defense with 1 knife. Such an exaggerated strength crushing is not something Emily can participate in. Emily was not stupid. She knew that she would be a hindrance if she stayed behind. She could only let Me hold her back and then retreated to the rear. Of course, she did not leave the battlefield. At this time, compared with the moonless flow, the auxiliary effect of fraud magic was better. And Yevlet was also giving instructions through voice transmission, which made Emily's proficiency in fraud magic improve very quickly. What a great skill! Luoya looked at all of this and was amazed at the nearly invincible rebound magic. Then he sighed and said, "It's a pity that the consumption is too high. If you want to get powerful power, you must pay a price." Yevlet said. "Yes, but don't underestimate Miss One. She also paid a great price to get this strength," Luoya said. On the battlefield, Miss One rubbed her shoulders and climbed up from the ruins. "You guys are a little bit capable. I'm going to get serious." Miss One spit out a mouthful of blood and took a deep breath. "Return. Leopard King." Boom. A terrifying magic power erupted. Everyone looked at it sideways. "Ha ha ha, you are finished." Miss One is angry. Mr. 4 laughed. "Don't look at Miss One as a woman, she is the strongest among us." Mr. 2 said. "You will have a victim soon." Mr. 1 laughed. "Demonization is not the same as Myra Jane." Yevlet looked at Miss One. "Myra Jane is receiving magic. And Miss One herself is half human and half demon, so there is a state similar to the Dragon Slayer exploding dragon scales." At this time, Miss One turned into a demon with a white leopard girl body, with a streamlined body structure, almost perfect limbs, not bloated muscles, but very compact, and terrible Achilles tendons. The claws, elbows, knees, etc. are purple blades. A purple leopard tail like a snake bone also looks quite lethal. The cheeks, forehead and neck are all wrapped in exoskeleton structures. Slightly open the mouth, 4 small canine teeth are very sharp. "Here they come," Miss One said. "So fast." Tiffany was shocked. The opponent was almost 100 meters away, but it was in front of her in less than a blink of an eye. This is not the speed magic disguised by Lisa, the 6 demon generals. This is the real speed magic. Dang! Turtledove stretched out his sword to block, but Miss One slashed with a short sword and actually cut Turtledove's sword in half. Miss One has 2 weapons in her hands. The long sword is fast and the short sword is sharp. Often the long sword goes first, and the extremely fast speed makes people feel oppressive, and then the short sword continues to attack, making people unable to defend. Tiffany condensed a stone block and smashed it towards Miss One. Miss One stepped on her toes and retreated. Boom! Another terrifying magic power exploded. "Ha ha ha! Sis has exploded, I have to keep up. Let's see who can get rid of the enemy first." Return. Mr. 4, who was fighting Urza, laughed wildly and also turned into a demon. Lion King. The demonized Mr. 4 was nearly 3 meters tall, with a burly body. He stretched out his fist and smashed, and the sky and the earth were shaking. "Feel my vibration magic, fairy." Boom boom. Everyone was affected by this sudden vibration, and Urza, as the opponent, was even more affected by this vibration. This terrifying vibration formed a huge force that pressed from all directions. It was like zero-distance contact with a huge sound system, which was a huge burden on the internal organs. "Then I must go first." Mr. 6, who was fighting with Myra Jane, laughed arrogantly. Return. Eagle King. A 2-meter-tall eagle demon appeared. "Have you all returned? Then I can't fall behind." Mr. 2 punched Natsu away, kicked Gajeel away, and then directly took on Wendy's roar and entered the demonization. Return. Elephant King. "You cripple, die." Mr. 3 roared, "Return Crocodile King." Only Mr. 1 said to Laxus, "You are not worthy of me using return." Hat. Laxus sneered. Yevlet looked at the Thunder Gods. They were at a disadvantage. Mr. 5 was suppressing the Thunder Gods. "Asa, go down and have some fun," Yevlet said. "Yes, Master." Mirror Demon Asa responded. Boom. A strong man suddenly fell from the sky. Asa escaped into the strong man's body and merged perfectly. Boom. Asa's magic power exploded. He stared at Mr. 5 and stepped out with an explosive force, making him appear behind Mr. 5 in an instant. Not good. Mr. 5 was shocked and turned to resist, but was still smashed away by a huge force. Return to Wolf King. In midair, Mr. 5 entered demonization. "You go deal with the captain level." Asa said to Fried, "Leave him to me." "Okay." Fried nodded. The enemy still has 18 captain level players, so they should not be underestimated. Moreover, Yefrit also said that these people have 2 or 3 clones, which is equivalent to a few more lives. Fortunately, with the help of President Makarov, everyone in Fairy Tale was able to tie the game despite the opponent's numerical advantage. However, the return of the Thunder Gods broke this balance. Fried made a plan: it is better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers, so kill one first. It is worthy of being the fairy tale that is famous in the continent. Roya exclaimed, it is really powerful. Your Roya organization is not weak either. Yefret said. Of course, Mr. Yefret and I are different, Roya said, I believe in myself more. Hee. Yefret smiled. Both of them have strong research capabilities. Roya completely trusts himself, so he uses all these research capabilities to equip his team, thus raising a large number of strong people. Yefret is completely the opposite. Roya is jealous. It can be seen from the notebook that Yefret is very talented, much more talented than him, even the best, but he rarely uses it to help his companions. This is natural. Roya doesn't understand, but Yefret understands. Roya organization and fairy tale are not the same thing at all. Roya organization is something that satisfies Roya's selfish desires. And fairy tale, there are many people here, the original intention of learning magic is different, and the dreams they want to pursue when they come to this place called home are also different. Yevlet was unwilling to interfere with their choices. He only tried to save their lives. However, their lives had to be created by themselves, including the improvement of magic, which had to be improved by themselves. Of course, there were occasional inevitable exceptions, such as Happy's cards, Lucy's transformation into a ball girl, and Natsu's form that integrated Yevlet's magic. But, in general, Yevlet was unwilling to interfere too much. Huff, hi, Hanatsu panted. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Gray got up from the ground. Yeah, he's worthy of being an elephant. His body is too strong. Gajeel twisted his arm. His shoulder was just stepped on by the opponent with great force and was injured. Huff Wendy breathed in the air. I have a way. Natsu suddenly clapped his hands. Everyone looked at him. Even Mr. Tu was curious about what kind of method the opponent would come up with to defeat him. Who can turn into a mouse and get into his nose? Natsu said. Everyone looked at him with question marks. Natsu explained, Yeflet said that elephants are afraid of mice getting into their noses. Everyone was speechless. Are you a fool? Mr. Tu couldn't help but say. What did you say, you bastard? Natsu was furious and rushed towards the Elephant King. The next second, he was hit by the Elephant King's nose and flew away. The roar of the dragon. Wendy blew out a relatively gentle wind and caught Natsu. Natsu took advantage of the momentum to spin and rushed back. Gray and Gajeel followed. Chapter 148, followed Lian Chengli. It's interesting. Yevlet leaned back in the chair, crossed his legs, and stretched out his hand. Maiko put the coffee cup in his palm. He rarely drinks coffee, but today is an exception because he stayed up late last night. Aren't you worried about your companions? Roya asked. Don't worry. Yevlet took a sip of coffee, and then said, first refine into a demon, then compress into a human form, suppress the power on weekdays, and burst out all the power accumulated on weekdays at the critical moment. It's a very good idea. It's just a trick. Roya was not arrogant. The first game is about to be decided. Yevlet said. Roya looked over and said, it's not surprising, that man is very strong. The eyes of both of them were on the battle over Mr. 3. Mr. 3 was arrogant before, sneak attacked Natsu, was injured by President Makarov, and then wanted to find a soft persimmon to squeeze, and took a fancy to a lame uncle. It's unfortunate. The lame uncle is called Gildarts. As soon as the two of them started fighting, Mr. 3 felt so much pressure that he had to transform into his true form, the Crocodile King. The true form has super strong defense and a big mouth that can bite rocks. Unfortunately, he was crippled by Gildarts' slaps. Damn it! Mr. 3 wanted to retreat. If he continued to fight, he would be killed. He pretended to fight desperately, opened his mouth and spurted out a huge stream of water, then turned and ran. He can control water magic, and his use is not inferior to Juvia. His body merged into the water vapor and escaped invisible. What a troublesome ability! Gildarts couldn't help but frown. Just then, he heard Emily's voice transmission, Uncle Gildarts, right front. Thank you. Gildarts immediately chased after him, and then slapped him with a palm, you stay. No. Mr. 3 was terrified and didn't expect that he would be caught. Gildarts slapped Mr. 3 on the forehead. Boom. Instantly crushed him into slag. Mr. 3. The others were shocked. Gildarts scratched his head, looked at everyone, and said, "Do you want my help?" No. Everyone refused. "Okay, then I'll go save Yevlet," Gildarts said. "Stop." The wizards organized by Roya surrounded them. "Ah, do you really want to do this?" Gildarts looked at them indifferently. Boom. The magic power of the top wizards mixed with the pressure of murderous intent and fighting spirit made all the enemies stand still. All of them were pale, sweating, their legs were weak, and they sat on the ground, completely frightened and lost their will to fight. After all, even Natsu could hardly withstand such pressure, let alone these small fish. Very strong. Roya's face was solemn. "Are you going to attack?" Yevlet said. "No, someone can stop him," Roya said. "One. Yes. Let's wait and see," Yevlet said. Roya regarded 1 as a trump card, and Miss 1 said that she couldn't beat 1. 1 was very strong, but compared with Uncle Gildarts, it was unclear who would win. Yevlet thought, no matter who won, it was not difficult to understand. "Your companion is very strong," Roya said. "Of course." Yevlet nodded. The two looked at the battle on Mr. 6's side. Mr. 6's demon body is the Eagle King, a demon made with an eagle as a template. Of course, demons are not monsters. Monsters are pure animal humans, and demons are fused monsters. Although Mr. 6 has an eagle body, his body strength is also very high, and it is difficult for ordinary wizards to break through his defense. Unfortunately, he was facing Myra Jane, who was full of anger. Mr. 6 mainly used wind magic, which was relatively weak in lethality. After several tentative battles with him, Myra Jane stopped. She looked at Yevlet, and then closed her eyes slightly. "Are you looking for death by closing your eyes at this time?" Mr. 6 felt stressed, but he didn't expect the enemy to close his eyes during the battle. If he didn't sneak attack, he would be unworthy of the name of a demon. Haha. Mr. 6 wrapped in a rotating wind blade, flew in front of Myra Jane and grabbed it with 1 claw. Snap! His claw was caught by Myra Jane. Full body reception. Myra Jane suddenly opened her eyes. Demon God Hafiz. Boom! A completely different magic power burst out, and Myra Jane switched forms, switching from the commonly used and balanced Satan mode to Hafiz mode. In this mode, he has an exaggerated speed. Not good. Mr. 6 exclaimed and tried to retreat. Boom boom boom. In an instant, he was hit by 3 punches and flew backwards, knocking down several buildings. So fast. I couldn't see the shadow of the punch at all. Mr. 6's pupils trembled. As soon as he climbed up from the ruins, he saw that mileage was already on his face. Damn, how can you be so fast? Mr. 6 punched Mileage in the face, but only shook her head slightly. And in this instant, he was hit by 5 punches. Boom! The ground collapsed. In the huge pit, Mr. 6 tried hard to get up. Mirage condensed magic with one hand and said, "Because I want to hurry up rescue Yevlet." Boom! A rainbow-colored beam of light with a diameter of nearly 10 meters covered Mr. 6. 3 seconds later, the beam disappeared, leaving only a bottomless black hole. Roya was silent. "Relax. Yevlet comforted, you can't accept this, and then Mina will fall down. How can you bear it?" Roya. After a moment, he said, "These can't determine the outcome, and your companions will be killed." Yevlet looked over. Roya was referring to Tiffany and Turtledove who were fighting against Miss 1. Turtledove was slightly weaker than Urza, and Tiffany was less than half health at the beginning. Miss 1 was very strong, and the defeat of the two was expected. Boom! A red ball flew hundreds of meters away and hit the ground. The red ball was untied, and Turtledove inside was half kneeling with the handle of the knife. She habitually used the knife to support herself and tried to stand up, but she couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Pa! The knife fell to the ground, with less than 10 centimeters of the blade left. Turtledove, defeated. Puff! In order to save Turtledove, Tiffany also consumed a lot of blood and was dizzy for a while. Miss 1 seized the opportunity and slashed at her chest with a knife. Fortunately, Tiffany reacted and stepped back to avoid the fatal injury. However, a wound was still cut horizontally on the chest. Having half blood and seriously injured, Tiffany finally couldn't hold on. She stepped back 2 steps and fell directly on her back. I won. Miss One smiled, raised the long knife, and stabbed Tiffany's heart. Boom. Just then, a huge beam of light fell from the sky and hit Miss One into the ground. It's finally here. Libby wiped the sweat off her face. Master, the magic circle you made has too high a delay. Emily complained. Haha, I'll improve it later. Yevlet laughed. Buzz, a terrifying magic force covering the entire city descended. What a powerful demon! Roya exclaimed. Ansa. Timon even called out a name. Are you talking about that demon Ansa? Roya obviously knew Ansa. Yes, it's his magic. What's going on? Why doesn't this guy play his god and come here? Timon didn't understand. He and Ansa have always kept their distance. What is this guy doing here today? To disrupt the situation? Or is he an enemy? It's a pity. Yevlet laughed. The original Ansa is dead, and he is just a puppet now. Royal looked at Yevlet in shock. How could it be possible? How could a mere human kill Ansa? Timon couldn't believe it. As a demon, he naturally knew that Ansa was very powerful. The reason why he and Ansa didn't interfere with each other was simple. Neither of them was sure of winning against the other. But how was Ansa killed? Why did he become a puppet? Timon was puzzled. On the battlefield. Although it was Ansa's magic power, it didn't look like Ansa. This was already Yevlet's property, so it was naturally affected by him. The newly condensed demon entity looked very similar to Yevlet, but with long straight black hair that reached his hips, and the muscles were much more distinct, and the dimensions were closer to the state of Ada. Yevlet's clothes bursting. Boom! Ansa chased Miss One, and suppressed Miss One with his powerful strength. This is all my magic power, given to me by the master. At this time, Asa, who was parasitic in the humanoid monster, was very envious of Ansa's magic power. Yevlet had promised him before that he would give him a body and Ansa's magic power and let him grow. Boom! Ansa's magic power dropped sharply, and it was all sucked away by Asa. Mr. 5, who was already under a lot of pressure to fight Asa, instantly fell into a huge disadvantage. Damn it! Mr. 5 also wanted to run away. They didn't say they wanted to be traitors like Miss One, but they didn't have much loyalty to Roya. They were all created by Roya, and were tortured by him in various experiments when they were young. Therefore, when they grew up, they might not have many positive feelings towards this so-called father. It's just that they don't dare to run away, and there are not many places to go. Besides, there's nothing wrong with staying here as one of the leaders and enjoying themselves. Now that things are bad, they have to run away. No matter whether they will be held accountable later, they will die now if they don't run away. You can't run away. But who knew that Mr. 5 had just thought of escaping, pretending to attack, but actually running away? He was seen through by Asa. Who is Asa? The demon whose greatest ability is calculation. With the blessing of Ansa's magic power, coupled with the extremely high upper limit of this body, in an instant, Asa expanded the mirror world several times. The strength soared, and the computing power continued to soar. You are mine, give me your past, present and future. Asa grabbed Mr. 5 and pulled him into the mirror world. Mr. 5's everything, wisdom, physical matter, magic, memory and experience, were all transformed and absorbed by Asa to build the mirror world. This demon is not written in your notebook. Roya's face was not good. You didn't write one either. Yevlet said. One is a semi-finished product. He is too. The information they exchanged with each other was a summary of the results. However, One and Asa, who are obviously the strongest demons in their hands, are semi-finished products. Miss Emily, I am Asa. Asa came to Emily and saw that her little face was pale, which was due to excessive consumption of magic and physical strength. Asa. Emily looked at him in confusion. Please connect to my mirror world to reduce magic consumption. Asa said. Thank you very much. Emily nodded, and then said, by the way, have you become a little smarter? Really? Asa was puzzled. Emily stopped talking. She thought to herself that she would mention it to her master later. Asa was a very powerful and terrible demon. Unlike demons like Mimi whose upper limit was fixed, he seemed to have real wisdom. But at this time, Asa looked good. Under Asa's guidance, Emily began to borrow Asa's mirror world. Emily had been using fraud magic to assist, learning from her master Yevlet, which meant spreading her magic power to monitor the status of everyone present. Doing so would naturally consume too much magic power. But by connecting to the mirror world, the monitoring step could be omitted, and Asa had a stronger monitoring ability. Moreover, Emily did not need to cover the entire field with magic power, but directly entered Asa's mirror world and then spread it out through the mirror channel, just like wired headphones and wireless headphones. Then she was a little speechless. Ansa, who had just teleported over and was the top brother of his own team, had more than half of his magic power directly taken away by Asa, resulting in a sharp drop in strength. Of course, Ansa is still very powerful. He beat Miss One hard. But he didn't have that desperate sense of power anymore. Mirage has already dealt with the enemy, I can't fall behind. Iluza wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. You don't have much magic left, and you still dare to talk so shamelessly. Mr. 4 couldn't help but say. Fighting a protracted war with us demons and competing in magic is courting death. Hee. Urza sneered twice and said, victory in battle is never based on how much magic you have. It's a strong will. Iluza took a deep breath. She really didn't have much magic left. However, the opponent's weakness has been controlled by her. Hadash. Iluza exhaled this breath, and her outfit changed. She was wearing very cool clothes and completely abandoned defense. The clothes of pure heart. She held the long sword in her hand and said, pour magic and will into the weapon. Mr. 4, take it, don't blink. Roar! Mr. 4 roared and waved his fist as big as a basin, trying to create a huge vibration. Shua! A full moon of sword light flashed across. Arisa swung the long sword, with a firm and confident expression on her face. How is it possible? Plop! Mr. 4 fell in a pool of blood. Damn it! Mr. 2 was furious when he saw this scene. You killed my brother, I want you to pay with blood. Mr. 2 looked cold on the surface, but he actually valued brotherhood. Before, when Mr. 3 was injured, although he used a mocking tone, he still hoped that Mr. 3 would not look for a strong enemy, so as not to fight in a seriously injured state and lose his life. Unexpectedly, Mr. 3 had no tact and picked the opponent's eldest brother. And now after a battle, suddenly, several of his brothers died. This made him furious. Roar! Mr. 2 is the demon of elephants, with strong defense and strength. He also has heavy magic. Boom! He aimed at Wendy and cast magic directly. Wendy was not aware of it for a while, mainly because she had been assisting at the edge, and Mr. 2 had been attacking Natsu and others before, but he didn't expect the opponent to suddenly change the target of attack. Boom! A big pit appeared, and Wendy was oppressed and unable to move. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu took action to distract the enemy and rescue Wendy. Mr. 2 swung his trunk, activated magic, and pressed the flames to the ground, and then extinguished them with heavy pressure. Chapter 149, Winning Streak. Let's go together! Gray shouted when he saw it. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Iron Dragon's Steel Fist. Ice Form, Lancer. Boom boom boom. Mr. 2 was attacked and retreated, and his control over magic was also released. Wendy quickly got up and retreated while enduring the injury. This won't work. Gray said, we must find the opponent's weakness and attack fiercely. Mr. 2 was really too as the demon of the elephant, he has a very strong ability to resist blows, and the magic heavy is played by him. It can actually cover the magic on the surface, so that all the magic attacking from it faces the force unloading in all directions, and then greatly reduces the power. In this way, it is difficult for Natsu and others to fight. Natsu said, then use your fists. You can resist magic, but you may not be able to resist fists. You can try it. I will use ice to help you. Gray said. He put a pair of ice boxing gloves on the fists of Natsu and Gajeel, with sharp spikes on the outside. Boom! Some dragon scales burst out of Natsu's body, and he rushed towards Mr. 2. Gajeel's whole body turned into the color of iron. In terms of defense, he is more confident than Natsu. Boom! Natsu's punch was caught by Mr. 2. But then, Natsu made a crazy combo. Heavy. Mr. 2 released magic, and Natsu was suppressed and unable to move, but he did not lie down like Wendy, he tried to stand up straight. At this time, Gajil's attack came, and Mr. 2 suppressed him with a heavy move as usual. Is that it? Mr. 2 raised a big axe high and chopped it down at Natsu. Stop it! Emily burst out magic, her 2 index fingers stabbed her temple fiercely, ignoring the headache, and tried her best to affect Mr. 2. Although the effect was minimal, just the moment of hesitation was enough for Natsu to dodge. Boom! Natsu dodged in time, and Mr. 2's axe hit nothing. Brother Natsu, Brother Gajil! Emily shouted in the team voice, when he attacks, his control over magic will be reduced. Except for the master, few people can do multiple things at the same time. The premise of using fraud magic as an auxiliary is that you must do multiple things at the same time, just like playing a game of whack-a-mole. In the battle with the Phantom, Yevlet once fought with President Joseph while monitoring the entire scene, and saved many people in the midst of his busy schedule. Emily can do this now, although she is not as good as Yevlet, but she is also a rare genius in this regard. Most people cannot draw a circle with their left hand and a square with their right hand. Although Mr. 2 is powerful, he is essentially unable to do multiple things at the same time. If the body attacks with all its strength, the control of magic will naturally be weaker. Emily, you reminded me. Gray reacted instantly and said, I have a way. Then Gray said his own way. Okay. Everyone agreed. Tianlong's roar. Wendy roared, blowing sand and rocks. Gray took the opportunity to pull Natsu and Gajil back. Infinite Lancer. Gray released magic and bombarded Mr. 2, who immediately used magic to dissipate the force to defend. At this time, Gajil rushed to Mr. 2 again like before. As expected, Mr. 2 was attracted to use heavy magic. Hey! Gajil raised his head and showed a ferocious smile. Galloping wind. Reduce gravity and increase speed. Power of armor. Increase defense. Power of steel wrist. Increase strength. Wendy threw all 3 buffs at Gajil. Gajil resisted the heavy magic and attacked Mr. 2 with his fists. Such power is just tickling me. Mr. 2 said disdainfully. Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. Natsu hit wildly. Mr. 2 couldn't help but distract himself to defend against Natsu's attack, and at this time. Crash! An icicle rose from below and knocked Mr. 2 away fiercely. The magic was forced to be released. Boom boom boom. In an instant. Natsu and Gajil's fists both hit Mr. 2. Lucy. Arisa. Miracle. Efrat. Everyone who dares to bully Fairy Tail. Just grit your teeth. Natsu roared and exploded all his magic power. This is his only chance. Dragon Slayer Secret. Miracle Fire. Crimson Phoenix Sword. Natsu turned into a giant sword and rushed towards Mr. 2. Damn it! Mr. 2 was about to raise his hand to defend, but his actions were suddenly controlled. A strong sense of autism suddenly broke out. At this moment, he knew the truth of everything. It turned out that they had already failed before this battle. Efrat, that terrible existence, planted magic seeds in each of them. Once they come into contact with his magic, the magic seeds will explode, and all their emotions will be controlled by the other party. Whether human or demon, they are all slaves to emotions. And Efrat is the master of emotions. So. That's it. Mr. 2 knew clearly that his current depression was wrong, but his reason could not stop this emotion. Even if he understood everything at this time, he knew that all this was brought to him by Efrat's magic. It was to make him closed. Mr. 2 put down his hand. How could he win against such a strong man? Boom! The long sword cut the elephant demon into 2. Then his body disappeared instantly. Pop Yevlet snapped his fingers. Roya turned to look at him. Yevlet smiled and said, Don't get me wrong, I just want to have some snacks. Mike put a snack in his palm. Don't be too happy too soon, your companions have no magic power. Roya said. Why, Mr. Roya is panicking. Oh, why should I panic? Even if they all die, it doesn't matter. You can't beat one. Roya said confidently. Wait and see. Yevlet smiled. Uncle Gildarts, who made people feel at ease when he appeared, has already entered the base. Soon, he will meet Roya's confident trump card 1. Mr. 1 and Miss 1 are left on the field. Miss 1 is suppressed by Ansa, but Ansa has been drained of most of his magic power by Asa, and his strength has been greatly reduced, so Miss 1 has a chance to breathe. On the other side, the battle between Mr. 1, the strongest of the brothers, and Laxus was also approaching a white-hot stage. Hey! I have to say, I underestimated you. Mr. 1 stopped. Just now, he showed off his strength, and everyone was defeated, but he was not. But Laxus's strength was beyond his expectations. The endurance of the Dragon Slayer is no worse than that of a demon like him. You are worthy of being a Dragon Slayer. Mr. 1 took a deep breath. Defined Ape King. Boom. The 3-meter-tall ape-shaped demon with 4 pillar-like arms was extremely oppressive. It will be over in an instant, it won't hurt much. Mr. 1 said indifferently. Boom. He rushed to Laxus in an instant and punched him. Boom. Laxus also took it with one hand. Is that it? Laxus raised his head. Where did you get this power? Mr. 1 was very surprised. He had just fought with Laxus for so long, and the opponent's strength was about the same as his. After his recovery, his strength was several times greater than before. He thought he would kill Laxus in an instant, but he didn't expect that the opponent would actually burst out with a power similar to his. Are you the only one who can burst out? Laxus said disdainfully. He turned into a golden lightning and retreated, and then burst out with magic power. Boom! A large number of dragon scales appeared on the surface of Laxus' body, several times more than when he dealt with Natsu and others. Speed! Here! He shouted, and Speed also turned into a flash of lightning and stuck to his back. I'm very fast, catch my attack every time. Laxus grinned. Boom! His figure disappeared. So fast! Mr. 1 was shocked, but he could still see, but it was a bit difficult to deal with it. Hurry up, your strength is enough, but your speed is not enough. Laxus attacked frantically, and Mr. 1's forearms were somewhat unable to resist. What is that cat? Lucy was stunned. That's Laxus' cat. Yefrit explained, when we went to do the commission with Lysina before, we went to save him, and then he admired Laxus very much. Listening to the team voice, Laxus became more proud and accelerated his attack again. Let everyone see that his cat is the most amazing. The Transcendence actually has such ability, Laxus's speed is so fast that it is almost invisible. Urza said. Happy. Natsu looked at Happy. Look at what I mean, I can't do it. Happy was so angry that he jumped up and down. On the other side, Lily was also very surprised, is it that kid's speed? He actually has such potential. So strong, there is actually a Transcendence with such ability. Xiaolulu was also amazed. Xiaolulu Habib approached him crying, and he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Xiaolulu glanced at him and said, every cat of a dragon slayer has its own special features. You have a card of Yevlet, which is very functional. What's there to cry about? Woo woo. Then you are not allowed to look at that guy too much. Habib said aggrievedly. Xiaolulu was speechless. What is this guy thinking about at this time? It didn't take long. Mr. 1's magic power dissipated. Sorry, Mr. Laxus, I need him very much. Azza said, and then pulled Mr. 1's body into the mirror world. He gained a lot of weight today. Laxus didn't care either, he sat down and took a short rest. Gurgle Speed slid down from his back and lay on the ground, his eyes spinning and his mouth foaming beyond the limit. So far, Mr. Brotherhood was completely wiped out. However, everyone in Fairy Tail had almost exhausted their physical and magical power. Everyone looked at Miss 1. Boom. Miss 1 was knocked down by Ansa's punch again. Enough. Miss 1's eyes turned red, and she shouted, you made me lose face in front of Mr. Yevlet. I didn't intend to use it. Use that ugly appearance. I am afraid that Mr. Yevlet will dislike me. But you have completely irritated me. Second stage of recovery. Boom. Ansa punched down, but was blocked by Miss 1. Then a terrifying force threw him out. How is it possible? Loya exclaimed. This is impossible. Could it be? She is the perfect experimental subject. Loya couldn't believe it. Even though he really loved Miss 1, in his eyes, Miss 1 was just a failure, not even as good as a semi-finished product like 1. But he didn't expect. Miss 1 actually had 2 stages of regression. At this time, Miss 1 was no longer half human and half demon, but a complete demon. Although she still looked the same as before, her face was more demonic, but her magic power increased several times, and became as powerful and heavy as a demon. The most important thing is purity, pure demon magic. Kill you before the gate of hell opens. Miss One said. Then, Miss One actually suppressed Ansa and fought back. Of course, this was also because Asa had drawn a lot of magic power. Haha. Yevlet laughed and said, Mr. Loye, you gave me a big surprise. Royal looked very unhappy. Miss One had been saying those traitorous words before, but he didn't take it seriously. He just regarded it as nonsense. But at this moment, he thought of how he had been struggling to pursue immortality for so many years, creating countless demons, but always failed. And the perfect test subject was right next to him, and it was Miss One. She was not just saying it verbally. She really wanted to rebel. That's why she hid her true demon body. By the way, what is the gate of hell? Yevlet asked at this time. Roya and Miss One had talked about it several times, which made him very curious. It is a special space. I call it the Devil's Grave. Loya explained. Although he was very angry, he had experienced a lot of ups and downs, so he could still keep his composure. After all, it was a good thing for him that Miss One was a perfect test subject. He said, it's very dangerous there. I don't know where it is, but I took a little power from it and created Miss One. As Miss One became stronger and stronger, a power connecting her appeared there, trying to pull her in. Over the years, I have been resisting that power for her. I call the connection between that world and the present world the gate of hell. After saying that, Loya said angrily, this bastard actually betrayed me. Although he did regard Miss One as a test subject, compared with several boys, he thought he had done a very good job from the perspective of a father and doted on her very much. But he didn't expect that it was really hard to raise her. It's a bit interesting. Yevlet searched his memory and found no relevant knowledge. This was something he didn't know at all. Maiko, do you know? He asked Maiko. I have an impression. Maiko nodded, it seems. She covered her head, his so familiar, the Devil's Grave. Don't think about it if you can't remember it. Yevlet saw the painful expression on her face, and quickly pulled her over, rubbing her temple and said. Sorry, Yevlet. Maiko said guiltily. It's okay. Yevlet said with a smile. He looked out the window and said, then let me see it, the gate of hell. Azza, don't be too naughty. He reminded. Sorry, master. Asa was so scared that he immediately spit out the magic power he had swallowed. Boom. Ansa's strength surged. He was originally suppressed by Miss One, but now he suppressed her back. Yevlet. Miss One shouted desperately, can't you tolerate me? She had to try her best to survive in Ansa's hands. And as her strength surged, she could feel that the thing that made her heart palpitate was getting closer and closer to her. The gate of hell is about to open. She will be captured. Chapter 150, She Who Cannot Be Mentioned. Boom boom boom. The base was shaking. Gildarts was invincible along the way, and he did not take detours, using magic to break through any obstacles. At this moment, a magic power that was not weaker than Miss One suddenly erupted below. Hey? Gildarts showed a solemn expression. Boom. He stepped back suddenly, and at the same time, the ground cracked, and a figure emerged from underneath. A strong man flew out from the ground. He was 2 meters tall, with solid muscles, wearing only shorts, and very strangely, he had red skin. The man raised his head, and there were 4 eyes. The 4 eyes were not ordinary people's eyes, with green irises and red pupils as thin as needles, like snake eyes. 1. Yevlet took a sip of coffee and sensed it. This is indeed a tough enemy. Gildarts was still a force to be reckoned with at his peak. You are so strong. Gildarts raised his hand. Kill him. Roya said coldly. Yes, father. 1 nodded. Boom. A terrifying battle broke out, and in an instant, half of the base was destroyed by magic. What enemy did Gildarts encounter? Such strong magic! Grey exclaimed. We have to help him. Urza said. You go, and we will take care of these people. Makarov said. So Urza, Natsu and others hurried to the base. Taman. Roya said. Okay. Taman nodded. Boom. A beam of magic light suddenly penetrated the wall and flew towards Urza. Be careful. Natsu and Gray quickly stood in front of Urza. Boom! A bolt of lightning knocked the three people away, and then they were hit by the beam of light and flew backwards. Laxus! Everyone exclaimed. Ahem! Laxus climbed up from the ruins. I'm fine. But as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Boom! Timon appeared in front of Laxus and punched him. Shua! Seeing that Laxus was unable to resist, everyone was extremely worried, but his figure suddenly disappeared. Then he appeared 100 meters away. Hey! Timon was a little surprised. Don't worry, Mr. Laxus is not in danger of life, but he can't participate in the battle anymore. Asa said. It was Asa who pulled him away just now. This is a demon that is not weaker than Ansa, everyone should be careful. Asa reminded. Understood. Everyone nodded. Royal looked at Yefret, who still had a calm face. Aren't you worried about your companions? Roya asked curiously. We will win without a single person dying. What's there to worry about? Yefret looked at him. He can suppress everyone at any time if he wants. Of course, except for one. However, as long as Gildarts can hold on for a while, one will be his slave. He is now focusing on Miss One. He can feel that Miss One is in a very bad mood, and the most common emotion is panic. It seems that the Devil's Grave and the Gate of Hell are really things that scare her to the bone. Boom boom boom. The intensity of the battle increased on the battlefields everywhere. In the base, Gildarts challenged one. At the edge of the base, Miss One attacked Ansa crazily. Outside the base, Urza and others, with the help of Asa, barely managed to deal with Timon. In the factory area, Makarov led the second-line fighters of Fairy Tail to fight a group battle with the captain level and below wizards organized by Roya. The scene was extremely spectacular. Hey! Yeflet stood up and said, here we come. Roya also looked solemn. Suddenly, the whole world dimmed, as if it had lost its color and turned black and white. Oh no! Miss One was horrified. She immediately gave up the duel with Ansa, turned around and ran to the base, and soon returned to her room. At this time, she didn't care about anything. She cut her room into 2 with a knife, eliminating the process of unlocking, opening the door, and entering the room. Time waits for no one. ZZ. The space suddenly cracked. An ominous breath descended. Miss One found a small box under her bed, took it out, and ran to Yevlet again. Dong! She put the box at Yevlet's feet, met his puzzled eyes, and said, give it to you. After that, she turned around and ran outside. Snap! To her surprise, Yevlet grabbed her wrist. Miss One looked at Yevlet in confusion. Yevlet pulled her behind him and said, leave the matter of the Gate of Hell to me. Yevlet, you accept me? Miss One said in surprise. 2 different things. Yevlet was not moved by Miss One, but he wanted to see what the Gate of Hell and the Devil's Tomb were. Yevlet. Maiko said, I have a hunch that the world behind the door is related to me. I have the same feeling. Yevlet said. ZZ. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Yevlet, what is that? Everyone noticed it, and Lucy asked immediately. Don't stay around there. Yevlet walked outside. Yevlet, you can't stop it. Roya said. What about you? Yevlet asked without turning his head. I dare not provoke this thing. Loya said, turned his head to look at Miss One, and said, if you are not lucky enough to be caught, leave a portion of blood for me before you are caught. Het. Miss One sneered, and then said proudly, sorry, I found a man who can help me. Loya took a deep breath and sighed again. He wanted to swear. Yevlet. Mike said, I can close that thing. Don't worry, I want to see. Look, something will come out. Yevlet said. Very familiar, I am very familiar with this kind of magic. Maiko said. It seemed to bring back some memories, and she kept talking. Devil's Grave. Life Alchemy. Mission. God. Ah. Maiko screamed and squatted down with her head covered. If you can't remember, don't think about it. Yevlet said, don't force yourself. Yes, Maiko held Yevlet's shoulders. Yevlet walked under the gap. Yevlet, stay away from there. President Makarov reminded. President, don't worry. Yevlet looked up. Miss One walked behind him and said, I can feel that the suction is getting stronger and stronger, and it seems that there are still many people talking in my ears. Yevlet, you will protect me, right? I won't protect you, but I will eventually close the door. It depends on whether you can stay by yourself until then. Yevlet said. Miss 1 was a little speechless and said, if you say anything nice, I will be yours. I don't need it, thank you. Yevlet replied indifferently. Kazi. Suddenly, space debris fell. Asa, take it in. Yevlet said, this is precious material. Yes. Asa put the space debris into the mirror world. Master, do you want me to go in and explore the way? Asa asked. Yevlet immediately flew out a card. Bang! The card was bounced back. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red hand stretched out and stretched the hole a little bigger. Why do I feel like I'm seeing it? Yevlet complained, will there be a handsome uncle with similar abilities to me and a few handsome men wearing masks later? Crack! The space was like a mirror, suddenly collapsed, and thousands of fragments fell, all received by Asa. A huge red demon poked its head out of it. Go home. The red demon stretched out its hand towards Miss 1. Help! Miss 1 turned around and wanted to run, but she stood still. The suction was so strong that she couldn't resist. Then, she was caught by the red demon. Afti tally! Suddenly, Maiko shouted. The red demon was stunned, and then a look of horror appeared on his face, and he quickly wanted to shrink back. Asa, leave him! Yevlet said. Boom! Asa jumped to the door, hugged the red demon's arm and pulled him out. Let me go! The red demon made an angry voice. Afti tally! Yevlet still remembered what Maiko had just shouted. Who are you? The red demon looked at Yevlet suspiciously and said, how do you know my real name? No, it wasn't you who called me just now, it was her. It was her voice. Is she nearby? No, she's not. Otherwise she would kill me. She shouldn't be awake yet. When mentioning her, Afti Tally's voice trembled, revealing fear. Answer my questions. Yevlet said. You Afti Tally looked around, thought for a while, and said, you know my real name, I can answer 3 questions for you. What is behind this space? Yevlet asked. The land of the gods. Aftidari answered honestly. Why is it the god-forsaken land? Yevlet asked again. That person. I can't tell her name, lest she be awakened completely. Humans, believe me, you don't want to awaken her. Aftidari said, she discredited the truth and tarnished the dignity of God, so God punished her and everything about her. Yevlet turned to look at Maiko. Obviously, the she Aftidari was talking about was basically certain to be Maiko. I don't remember. Maiko said a little aggrievedly, Yevlet, are you afraid of me? Will you not want me? What are you thinking about? Yevlet smiled and said, you will always be my Maiko. Yet. Maiko nodded with a little relief. The 3rd question. Yevlet said, can I go to that world? No. Aftidari said, unless you want to become a demon. Okay, leave that woman behind and take the mirror back. Yevlet took out a card and said. Human, you are pushing too far. Afti Tally said angrily, we are not the enemy of humans. This woman has her mark. Staying in the human world may wake her up. Once she wakes up, it will bring disaster to the whole world. I won't. Maiko pouted and said, I'm not interested in those things. Yevlet smiled and patted her head, comforting her, I believe you. After that, he looked at Afti Tally and said, I'm not discussing it with you. Afti Tally was stunned, then looked at Asa in front of him and said, are you also studying demons? Yevlet didn't answer. Aftidari suddenly smiled and said with relief, humanity can't escape the disaster after all. He put Miss 1 down, then looked into Yevlet's eyes and said, we can't stop you, but you are very similar to her. Studying demons. In history, there are 2 people who didn't have a good ending. After saying that, Aftidari put Miss 1 down, took the card again, and shrank back. Boom! The so-called gate of hell slammed shut. 2 people. One is naturally Jalal. The other person. Yevlet looked at Maiko. He had some guesses. Perhaps, the so-called god-forsaken land is the laboratory where Maiko became a demon? Yevlet. Maiko felt a little insecure. She hugged Yevlet's arm and said, I won't become someone Yevlet hates. I'm not her. I know. Yevlet comforted Maiko. Miss One let out a long sigh of relief, then hugged Yevlet's arm with emotion, and said, for so many years, this is the first time I feel so relaxed. That palpitation is gone, they will never come to take me back again. Sure enough. Miss One said proudly, no matter how hard you try, it's better to find a good man. Master. Miss One looked at Asa, and then at Yevlet, and said, he calls you that, right? You like being called that, right? Master. Miss One had an expression of I'm a poor cat on the side of the road, take me back. Yevlet pushed her away, looked at Roya, and said, I've lost my patience, let's end it here. Boom! Roya's magic power exploded. But the next second, he fell down. Plop. Taman, who was beating Natsu, also fell down with a painful look on his face. Then the other wizards of the Roya organization suddenly fell like dominoes. What did you do? Miss One said in shock. Yevlet smiled and said nothing. He looked at the base and said, only one is left. Because one has been out for a short time, he has not been infected by Yefrit yet. Fuck him. Natsu climbed out of the pit. Blow this place up. Destroy the Roya organization. The crowd was furious. Boom. One saw that there were too many people coming, so he didn't dare to be careless and hurried back. Bug King. A huge blood-red flesh worm appeared, but it was covered with huge arms. So disgusting. The girls covered their mouths together. This guy looks so disgusting. Such a big worm, I wonder what it tastes like when roasted. Natsu said. I'll string it up. Gajeel said. Can you guys stop talking about such heavy topics? Gray expressed dissatisfaction. Boom. Laxus struck a lightning bolt from a distance and got an assist. Star Chart History. Roar of the Sky Dragon. Everyone used up their last bit of magic power and got an assist. Fire Dragon's Brilliant Flame. Ice Spring. Boom boom boom. Various magics hit one's body. One was a semi-finished product. After entering the state of regression, he would lose his mind and go crazy. But at this time, facing the siege of everyone, his huge body was completely a huge target. He was soon beaten down by everyone. Win! Natsu raised his fist and declared victory in the battle.